Lu Panting widened her eyes. Does he really have a car with four wheels? He said he could ride it whenever he wanted? He wouldn't be lying to you, would he? Lu Panting was a bit skeptical. In this day and age, having a bicycle is already impressive. How could Zhou Jingchen's family have a car with four wheels? What kind of family is that? Even Jiang Ziqiang couldn't just drive the four-wheeled car from their house whenever he wanted. He had to submit a request and get approval from his superiors first. But Shen Shui said Zhou Jingchen could drive it whenever he wanted. Could it be that Zhou Jingchen's family is really something special? Of course, Jingchen said it himself. He would never lie to me. Everything he says is true. He told me that when we return to Kyoto, he will take me wherever I want to go. Oh, and Jingchen also said that when we get back to Kyoto, his parents will help him get a government position. Mom, then I will be a government official's wife. Imagine how impressive it would be to have a son-in-law who is an official and a daughter who is an official's wife. In our home, my two aunts would have to treat you well and wouldn't dare to show you any disrespect. And when you go back to the Lu family, they will know that your daughter married an official. My two aunts will definitely speak to you politely, treating you like a respected elder. Zhou Jingchen can become an official? You can be an official's wife. Xin Shui, with her braided hair, raised an eyebrow proudly. Of course. With a son-in-law who is an official, even the captain of the brigade will have to give you some respect. You will be able to walk around the Shen family village with confidence, and people will treat you well. Mom, just think about how wonderful life will be. Lu Panting felt excited by Xin Shui's words and began to imagine a beautiful future, smiling so much that her teeth showed. Aunt Lu has watched you grow up and knows you are a good child. I believe what you say. Your uncle has the key to the grain cabinet, so I can't give you any grain, but I can get you some sweet potatoes and potatoes from the cellar. After a long conversation, her mother finally softened. Shen Shui sighed in relief. Mom, please hurry and get them. I'll wait for you here. Without sugar, meat, fabric, or cornmeal, Shen Shui was not picky. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are filling too. Getting some to take home is better than going back empty-handed. Shen Shui didn't dare to enter Lu Panting's house. She was genuinely afraid of the silly one and Shin Shiyu. Those two could throw her into a ditch if they got upset. Lu Panting took a hoe and left the vegetable garden. Just wait for me a moment. Shin Shui said, Mom, please get a bit more. Your son-in-law eats a lot. Lu Panting felt guilty as she gathered potatoes and sweet potatoes. Just seeing Zhang Tsuetsue at home made her nervous. Zhang Tsuetsue thought Lu Panting was acting strange and ignored her. Lu Panting quickly filled a basket with a pound of potatoes and a pound of sweet potatoes. It wasn't much, but it would last a few days. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. Shen Shui was like a debt collector. Other girls take things back to their families when they marry, but her daughter had to give away things. Sigh. Even though her heart ached, Lu Panting thought about the beautiful life Shen Shui described, and her posture changed. She walked with her head held high and chin up, even huffing at Zhang Tsuetsue as she passed by. Zhang Tsuetsue, who was drying mountain goods in the yard, was left speechless. Shui, I brought you the potatoes and sweet potatoes you wanted. Shen Shui looked at the potatoes and sweet potatoes in the basket. Mom, this is two. Knowing she would complain about the amount, Lu Panting interrupted, Don't complain. When we divided the food, your uncle and I didn't get much of the potatoes and sweet potatoes either. We need to eat too, so it's already hard to give you this much. We're all from the same village. Your uncle and I can't just watch you go hungry. In the future, we will try to share some food with you. Shen Shui. Her mother kept calling herself Aunt Lu, refusing to let her call her mom. Did she really think of herself as just a villager? Of course, Lu Panting wouldn't let her call her mom. If she called her mom and Shen Shui made a mistake, she would be embarrassed too. That one word could cost her dearly. Even if it was a little less, it was better than nothing. Shen Shui packed the potatoes and sweet potatoes into her bag. Mom, when we get back, I will speak well of you in front of Jingchen. Once he knows how good his in-laws are to him, he will be so touched. Just wait for a good life ahead. Lu Panting, with her hands behind her back, pretended not to care. We're all from the same village, so let's not talk about this. Your uncle and I haven't done much. We just managed to squeeze out a little food. It's fine if we go hungry. We can tighten our belts. As long as you don't go hungry, that's what matters. Shen Shui. After Shen Shui left, Lu Panting returned home. The moment she stepped into the house, she realized something. She slapped her forehead and ran to catch up with Shen Shui. She almost let Shen Shui fool her. What was this about getting things for their benefit? Zhou Jingchen and the Zhou family would remember their kindness, and they would get money and goods when they returned to Kyoto? That was nonsense. If Shen Shui really wanted to bring back money and goods, could Zhou Jingchen and the Zhou family stop her? If they wanted Zhou Jingchen and the Zhou family to remember their kindness, they didn't need to come back for things. That silly girl could just sweet-talk her husband and in-laws. And about the car with 4 wheels that she could ride whenever she wanted, Lu Panting wasn't a fool. Even the leaders of their commune didn't have cars. What kind of big officials could the Zhou family be? If they were really that impressive, Zhou Jingchen wouldn't be sent to the countryside. Even if he was sent to the countryside, he wouldn't be living such a hard life. It had been half a year, and they hadn't received a single package from home. With this situation, could he still become an official? He might not even be able to sweep the streets or clean the toilets. What could she and her husband expect? They couldn't count on anything. That silly girl only knows how to make up stories to trick her. Lu Panting caught up with Shen Shui and snatched the bag from her hands. I thought about it. Your uncle and I are not living well either, so I can't give you these potatoes and sweet potatoes. Your husband will shine. When he's hungry, let him light up for you. That way, you won't go hungry. Lu Panting smiled and patted her shoulder. Be good, don't fuss. Aunt Lu has been through it all. I won't lie to you. Shen Shui thought her mom was crazy. She had already given her the potatoes and sweet potatoes. How could she take them back? She reached out to grab them back. Mom, how can you do this? You already gave them to me. You can't take them back. Uncle Shin walked by with a water bucket. What are you two doing? Lu Panting walked over to her husband with a bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Didn't you say yesterday that your great-uncle is not well? I thought I would bring some potatoes and sweet potatoes to check on him. This girl wanted to steal them, but luckily I was smart and didn't let her take them. Uncle Shin put down the water bucket and coldly looked at Shen Shui. If it's not for you, how can you take it? Shen Shui was almost driven mad by her mother's trick. Her eyes were red. Dad, I didn't take it. Mom gave it to me herself. She's lying. Lu Pantai acted innocent. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I give you potatoes and sweet potatoes when we're not related? I, Lu Pantai, am known for being stingy. Everyone in the team knows that. How could I willingly give you anything? Xiangxi, don't listen to her nonsense. I remember what you said. Lu Pantai didn't dare to look Uncle Shun in the eye as she spoke. Uncle Shin glanced at her and said, since the potatoes and sweet potatoes are for Taishu Gong, hurry and give them to him. I'll go right now. Lu Pantai ran off quickly. Shen Shui stood there, feeling wronged as she looked at her dad. She really didn't understand why her parents, who used to care for her, were treating her this way now. Not only did they refuse to help her, but they also wouldn't let her call them mom and dad, and wouldn't let her return to her family. Even though she had family and relatives, she felt like an orphan in this team, completely alone. She stepped forward and tugged at Uncle Shin's shirt. Dad, please don't be mad at me, okay? I know I was wrong before. I shouldn't have always argued with you. I realize my mistakes now, please forgive me. Uncle Shin looked around and, not seeing anyone, asked in confusion, who are you calling Dad? I'm your Uncle Shin. Shen Shui stomped her foot. Dad, why are you just like Mom? I'm your real daughter. Are you really going to make me call you uncle for the rest of my life? What daughter? I, Shen Lao-san, don't have a daughter. Don't call me Dad, randomly. Uncle Shin's affection for her had long faded after she stubbornly insisted on marrying Zhou Jingchen, disregarding everything. Seeing her cry so sadly, he didn't feel sorry for her at all. He picked up the water bucket and ignored her. Shin Shui wiped her tears and went home to complain to Zhou Jingchen. Jingchen, I'm back. Zhou Jingchen saw her empty hands and immediately knew she hadn't brought anything back from her family. A hint of disdain flashed across his face, but he quickly managed his expression and spoke gently. Shui, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so red? Did your in-laws say something to you? Shin Shui threw herself into Zhou Jingchen's arms. Jingchen, my parents always make me call them Uncle Shun and Aunt Lu. Mom clearly gave me potatoes and sweet potatoes, but then she chased after me and took them back. Shin Shui was not behaving properly in Zhou Jingchen's arms, her hands moving around. Zhou Jingchen frowned and pushed her away, striding to the door. He didn't even want to be in the same room with her. She was too needy, and just seeing her made him feel weak. They're probably still mad at me because of you. Let your mom take the potatoes and sweet potatoes. We don't really need them. Zhou Jingchen had no expectations of Shin Shui anymore. He knew she was useless, and even her family didn't care for her. Marrying her hadn't brought him any advantages. Instead, he felt embarrassed everywhere. He regretted marrying Shin Shui at all. If he had married Shin Shiyu instead, life would have been different. Not only would he have a brick house, but he would also enjoy good food. He had heard that Shin Shiyu was looking for a husband, and many rascals wanted to marry into the Shin family. They were always sending people to propose to her, hoping for her money and job. Compared to those rascals, Zhou Jingchen was confident. If he weren't married, he would have approached Shun Laopa himself to propose. With a son-in-law like him, she would surely be pleased. Shin Shiyu would probably be so happy she'd wake up smiling. What a pity! He had been tricked by Shin Shui and couldn't become the son-in-law of the Shin family. Shin Shiyu also missed out on a good man like him. Shin Shui had no idea what he was thinking. She looked at the empty grain basket in the corner. Jingchen, but we have no food to eat tonight. Aren't there 2 potatoes left? 2 potatoes aren't enough. Jingchen, please give me some money. I'll go buy some food. He didn't want to spend any more money. He was almost out of what he had brought. Zhou Jingchen replied, can't we just get food on credit? You can go get more and we'll pay it back when we get our rations. Jingchen, we've already borrowed food once. Grandpa won't let us borrow again unless we pay back the last time. She had just told her mom how good Jingchen was to her, how he bought her everything she wanted. If she turned around and borrowed food, her mom would laugh at her. She couldn't afford to lose face. Jingchen, you don't have no money, do you? You said you always rode in a car with 4 wheels to school. With your status, you can't be out of money for food, right? Hearing this, Zhou Jingchen, despite his reluctance, had to take out some money. He pulled out $1, just go buy some cornmeal. You don't need to buy too much. It'll be too heavy for you to carry. Just buy $1 worth. Jingchen was so considerate. Shin Shui took the money and went out to buy food. Shun Erju was at the grain drying area, preparing to deliver the public grain tomorrow. He was weighing grain with the strong laborers in the team and explaining the details for tomorrow's delivery. Today, almost everyone in the team was there, including Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong. Shin Shiyu sat on a wooden crate, weaving a small basket for Gu Jiandong with prepared willow branches. Gu Jiandong sat close to her, fanning her with a palm fan. A white radish lay at their feet, wagging its tail occasionally. Shin Shui saw them and disdainfully thought they were foolish. She loudly announced, Grandpa, I want to buy food. Shin Erju looked up and asked, What do you want to buy? Shin Shui held the money confidently and said, I want to buy $1 worth of cornmeal. Feeling everyone's eyes on her, Shin Shui puffed out her chest. Everyone must be envious of her for being able to casually take out $1 to buy cornmeal, unlike them who probably didn't even have a dime. No one was envious. They thought she was a bit foolish. Clearly, she could earn food with her work points, yet she insisted on spending money. Who buys food with money in the countryside? Shun Erju brushed off the dust from his hands. Come with me. He took Shin Shui to the granary to weigh out $1 worth of cornmeal, collected the money, and handed it to the accountant for record-keeping. Tomorrow is the day to deliver grain, which is a big event for the team. The team only has 1 ox cart, and they also need to use Shin Erju and Shin Shi's bicycles, as bicycles can carry a couple of bags of grain. The rest will have to be carried by hand to the commune, and all the strong laborers in the team must help. The men of the Shin family are no exception, including Shin Shiyu, who is naturally strong and has been pulled by Shinraju to join in. Their team is neither too far nor too close to the commune. It takes about 2 hours to walk there. Shin Shiyu returned home to play with Gu Jiandong in the yard for a while, tossing stones, then took a bath and dried her hair. She read a comic book to Gu Jiandong for half an hour, and by 9 o'clock, she went to bed. Around 2 o'clock, Shin Xiu came to knock on the door. "Sister, wake up, it's time to get up." Shin Xiu squinted as she got off the Kong to open the door. Shin Xiu came in, took her towel, wet it at the water tank, and ran back to wipe Shin Xiu's face with the cold towel. The icy towel rubbed back and forth on her face, finally allowing Shin Xiu to open her eyes. She looked up at the sky. It was still dark, and the moon hung high above, shining brightly tonight. The moonlight illuminated the ground clearly. Uncle Shin and Aunt Shin got up, scooped a ladle of water, washed their faces, and went out. Gu Jiandong woke up earlier than Shin Shiyu. Hungry, he took some flour and made a few pancakes. Once the pancakes were ready and he saw her up, he brought a comb and hair tie, skillfully helping Shin Shiyu braid her hair. Shun Xiu always envied this scene. She had once tried to charm her brother into helping her braid her hair. But Shun Jiagua, a rough man, would either pull Shin Xiu's hair too hard or struggle to finish the braid. Her hair would end up messy, taking forever to braid. Once Shin Xiu's braid was done, the three of them went out. Old Man Shin and Old Lady Shin were already at the grain drying area. Seeing them, the elderly couple waved. "Good girl. Later you can carry the sacks to the ox cart. Once the cart is full, you can sit on top and go to the commune with it. Jiandong, you will carry the grain with a shoulder pole and help everyone take it to the commune. Xiao Qiu, you can play here for a while, then go home and sleep. You don't need to help." Carrying grain is hard work, and Shin Xiu couldn't help at all. She wandered around the drying area, realizing she really wasn't needed, and went home for a nap. When the ox cart arrived, Shin Xiu effortlessly lifted the bags of grain onto it. Everyone was amazed at how easily she could lift a bag weighing over 200 pounds. Xiu really is strong. Indeed. If only I had her strength. Once the cart was loaded, Shin Xiu lay on the cart, sitting on the grain, and called out, "Uncle, we can go now." Uncle Shun heard his niece's voice, cracked the whip, and the ox cart started moving slowly. Those carrying grain with shoulder poles followed the cart in a line. It would take a long time to carry all that heavy grain, and if they didn't switch off, it would be exhausting. Fortunately, their team had plenty of strong laborers, so they could switch out whenever they got tired. Seeing Gu Jiandong had been carrying for a while, Shin Jiabao rushed over to switch with him. "Jiandong, take a break. Let me carry for a bit." Gu Jiandong shook his head. "I'm not tired. You go switch with someone else." For the past few days, Gu Jiandong had been having flashes of memories where he was quiet, always wearing a grumpy face. Everyone called him Gu Tuan, and he seemed impressive, often running with heavy loads on his back. So now, carrying this little bit of grain felt like nothing to him, and he wanted Shin Jiabao to help others. Gu Jiandong smiled up at Shin Shiyu on the cart. Now Gu Jiandong smiled a lot, and when he smiled, Shin Shiyu smiled back, as if they only saw each other. Today was the day to deliver grain. Not only the people from Shenjiaba team set off in the dark. On the way, Shin Shiyu saw many people from other teams. Some teams had left even earlier, around 1 o'clock. Their team had so much grain to carry that it would take multiple trips. When the ox cart reached the commune, they would have to return for another load. The second trip wouldn't require manual labor, as the ox cart could carry it all at once. Gu Jiandong wanted to stay with Shin Shiyu. When they returned for the second trip, it was Gu Jiandong driving the ox cart. At first, Uncle Shun was a bit worried. The boy was capable, but he was still a bit simple-minded. If he couldn't handle the cart and the ox suddenly bolted, it could lead to a disaster, causing great loss to their team. He was uneasy, so when Gu Jiandong drove the cart, he rode along for a bit. Seeing him handle the cart well, and his niece confidently assuring him she would keep an eye on Jiandong, Uncle Shun let go of his worries. After all, his niece was usually quite reliable. When the ox cart arrived at the commune again, Uncle Shun felt relieved to see the grain and ox safe. Several teams had left earlier than them, and some even had tractors, which could finish the job in one trip without manual labor. The teams with tractors were at the front of the line. Their Shenjiaba team was fifth, which was quite good. Uncle Shun thought they might be at the back since they left later. If they had been last, the long wait would have been unbearable. You see, the staff at the grain station were all quite arrogant, growing increasingly impatient the longer they worked. If they felt like it, they could easily claim the grain didn't meet the inspection standards and send it back, forcing the whole team to work again. At this time, the sky was just starting to lighten, and the grain station staff hadn't arrived yet, so they had to wait for another 2 hours. Uncle Shun squatted at the commune entrance with the other team leaders, chatting. Uncle Shun and the others gathered in small groups to talk. Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong sat on the ox cart. Gu Jiandong was a bit sleepy, his head nodding. He kept dozing off, so Shin Shiyu told him to climb to the back of the cart and sleep on the bags of grain. Gu Jiandong was really too sleepy to keep his eyes open. Since coming to the countryside, he had been like a good child, going to bed on time and maintaining a stable sleep schedule. He hadn't slept much last night and had to get up early, so it was no surprise he was tired. Gu Jiandong obediently climbed up and, before sleeping, told Shin Shiyu, "Shiyu, when the grain station staff arrive, remember to wake me up. You must call me. Don't let me be delivered to the grain station with the grain. If that happens, you won't have Gu Jiandong anymore." Shin Shiyu sat beside him, rubbed his head, and said, "Okay, I'll wake you up. I wouldn't want to send such a good Jiandong to the grain station." As dawn broke, the sun slowly rose, and the sounds around grew lively. Some teams set out without food supplies, so a few members were sent to deliver food. The people from the same team gathered together, eating and chatting. Shun Erju had told the team members the day before to bring their own food, so when they set out, they all had a small bag of their own supplies tied to their belts. Seeing them eat made Shin Shiyu hungry too. She opened her aluminum lunchbox, which contained coarse rice porridge and a peeled boiled egg prepared by Grandma Shin. People nearby noticed the egg in her lunchbox and couldn't help but swallow. Shin Shiyu finished the egg before drinking the porridge. After she finished her porridge, the staff at the grain station started their work, all dressed in neat uniforms, looking down on the people around the station. As the gate opened, the team leader at the front asked the members to unload the grain. Several staff members took their positions, as there were many procedures for delivering grain. One staff member used a long, pointed iron rod with a hollow center and a groove to poke into the grain bag. When he pulled it out, some grain came with it. He squeezed it in his hand, tasted a few grains, and said, "It's okay, go weigh it." The grain inspection process was long and tiring. Those delivering grain dreaded hearing the staff say, "Not acceptable." Having been a team leader for many years, Shun Erju had his own methods. He had prepared 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket and stood in line for the male workers. When it was their turn, he quietly slipped the 2 packs to the staff member, who discreetly checked his pocket with a faint smile. With a casual poke of the iron rod, the grain was extracted, and after squeezing it, the staff member said, "It's fine. Go weigh it." Shin Shiyu called Gu Jiandong awake, and the two of them, along with the strong laborers from the team, moved the grain to the next room for weighing. After weighing, they had to move it into the grain storage. After several trips, they were drenched in sweat, and while others were panting, Shin Shiyu didn't feel tired, just very hot, with sweat dripping down her forehead like rain. Once the grain was moved, Shin Erju organized the receipts, waiting to settle accounts at the end of the year. After deducting agricultural taxes, if there was any money left, they could take it home. If not, the team would have to write an IOU to the commune. As Shun Erju led the team out, Shin Shiyu heard a team leader from another group, looking dejected, pleading with the staff, "Comrade, please be lenient. Our team is far from the commune, and it takes over 3 hours just to walk here. We set out at 1 last night. Carrying this grain was not easy. Now that we've brought it here, you want us to take it back." The staff member, with a cold expression, spat out the wheat husks he had just tasted, and said, "Your wheat isn't dried properly and is mixed with a lot of sand and stones. It doesn't meet the inspection standards. How can I accept it?" He waved his hand impatiently, telling the leader to step aside, and called for the next person. After working hard to bring the grain, to be told it was unacceptable left the whole team feeling heavy-hearted. Uncle Shun and Shun Erju whispered, "Isn't that Chin Songming, the leader of Wazi village? Why was their grain rejected again?" Shun Erju sighed and said nothing. As fellow team leaders, he and Chen Songming had some acquaintance. He had already advised Chen Songming to prepare a pack of cigarettes, which he agreed to. Shun Erju thought he had taken the advice, but seeing the situation, it seemed he hadn't wanted to spend that little money. Chen Songming was truly not very clever. Spending a few cents on cigarettes could have saved him and his team from all this trouble. Now, after staying up all night carrying grain, they had to carry it back under the hot sun. How frustrating. "Uncle, why do you say again? Is their grain often unacceptable?" "Absolutely. Every year they bring it, and it's always deemed unacceptable." Uncle Shin knew Chen Songming well enough. He was just too honest. The quality of grain was often determined by the staff's word. After so many years of delivering grain, the team members surely knew the standards. Uncle Shin didn't believe that the grain wasn't dried properly. It was just that Chen Songming didn't know how to be flexible. A pack of cigarettes could have made things easier for him and his team, saving them from all this hassle. Seeing that their grain was always rejected, Shin Shiyu noticed other team leaders secretly giving cigarettes to the staff and began to understand the unspoken rules. This was Shin Shiyu's first time witnessing the grain delivery process and truly feeling the weight of it. It was summed up in 8 words: very tiring, very hard, very heart-wrenching. They had to start delivering grain before dawn, and the process was long and complicated. If everything went smoothly, they could finish in one go. If not, they would have to carry it back again. Teams arriving late had to stay overnight, unable to leave until it was their turn. When the harvest was poor, after delivering grain, there wasn't much left for the team. The rations they received were minimal, and after all their hard work, they couldn't even get a full meal. It was truly heart-wrenching. Even Shin Shiyu, who didn't farm, felt the sadness, let alone those who worked in the fields every day. As Shin Shiyu stepped out of the grain station, she saw a long line. She felt lucky that her team arrived early. Those who came late had no idea how long they would have to wait. Gu Jiandong walked beside Shin Shiyu, his tall figure blocking most of the sun for her. He grinned. "Shiyu, I want to eat ice pops, drink soda, and have sweetened water." "Okay, let's go buy some." Shin Shiyu told Shin Erju and Uncle Shin's second grandpa, Uncle Gu Jiandong, and I are going to the supply and marketing cooperative for a bit. You can head back first. Don't wait for us. Shin Erju nodded. All right. Shin Jiwei, hearing that his big sister wanted to visit the cooperative, brought over her bicycle. "Big sister, here's the bike." Shin Shiyu took the bike and asked, "Second brother, do you want to come with us to the cooperative?" Shin Jiwei was very sleepy and not interested in going, waving his hand. "I want to go home and sleep." Shin Erju urged the ox cart. "We're heading back. You two don't stay out too late. Come home early to rest." The ox cart could carry over 10 people, but on the way back, besides Shin Erju driving in front, no one else sat on it. The ox was an important asset for their team, and after 2 trips with grain, everyone was worried about tiring it out, so naturally, no one sat on it on the way back. The grain station wasn't far from the cooperative. Just a few hundred meters ahead, they arrived quickly. Shin Shiyu rode the bike with Gu Jiandong, and in no time, they reached the cooperative. As soon as they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Shin Shiyu hit the brakes and Gu Jiandong, with his long legs, steadied the bicycle. Shin Shiyu parked the bike, and they both entered the cooperative. Gu Jiandong pulled Shin Shiyu along, striding toward the ice cream and sweet soup section. "I want 2 ice creams, 2 bowls of mung bean soup, and 2 bottles of orange soda." Gu Jiandong was tall and had a presence that couldn't be ignored. With his strong and deep features, he was quite appealing to girls. The woman selling ice cream blushed when she saw him. She seemed new to the job, her dark eyes shining with the words, I love my work and serve the people. Her face flushed. She quickly handed Gu Jiandong the ice cream and soda. Do you have something to put the mung bean soup in? Shen Shiyu took out their aluminum lunchbox. Use this. 50 cents. Shen Shiyu paid, and Gu Jiandong, with a cheerful smile, took the lunchbox and took a big sip of the icy mung bean soup. Shiyu, this mung bean soup is delicious, sweet and cold. It's good. Once you finish, I'll buy you another bowl, Shen Shiyu replied. The cooperative was quite busy, and after getting the ice cream and soda, they stepped outside to enjoy them under the eaves. Gu Jiandong quickly drank 2 bowls of mung bean soup and ate 2 ice creams. He wanted Shen Shiyu to buy him 2 more bottles of soda and 2 bowls of soup, but Shen Shiyu worried he might get a stomachache from too much cold food, so she refused. Gu Jiandong, you can't eat more. Too much cold food will upset your stomach. Let's come back for more in a couple of days, okay?
All right.
I won't drink anymore. Shiyu, Grandpa, Grandma, and second and don't have any soda at home. Let's take a few bottles back for them. Okay. After buying the soda, they rode their bikes home. They had to pay their taxes and get the winter wheat planted. When they arrived home, Shun Laotu, Shun Laotai, and Shun Chunling were all in the fields. Only Yang Fongfong was at home. She was pregnant and didn't have much to do in the fields, so Zhang Cuizue asked her to rest at home. When she saw them return, she smiled. Shiyu, Jiandong, you're back. I pickled some sour radishes. Do you want some? Yang Fongfong craved sour food during her pregnancy and often picked a couple of white radishes from the garden to pickle. She only used vinegar and chili to pickle the radishes, making them very sour and spicy. Shen Shiyu and Gu Jiandong had tried them once and couldn't handle the sourness and spiciness. They both shook their heads, sister-in-law. We won't eat them. Gu Jiandong didn't dislike pickled radishes, he just didn't like Yang Fongfong's version. Once inside Shen Shiyu's room, he leaned his head on her shoulder and shook her arm. Shiyu, I want to eat your pickled radishes. Shen Shiyu hadn't slept much the night before and was exhausted. She wanted to take a shower and sleep, but since Gu Jiandong wanted pickled radishes, she had to make them. She didn't want to see him looking sad because he couldn't have what he wanted. Then go to the garden and pick 2 white radishes. Gu Jiandong went to the backyard garden and returned in less than 2 minutes, saying he wanted Shen Shiyu to make them for him. Actually, she didn't need to do much. When she came out, he had already washed and cut the radishes, and he had also chopped the chili she needed. Shen Shiyu added salt to pickle them for 20 minutes to draw out the water, rinsed them twice, and then added sugar, vinegar, chili, and salt, mixing it all together. All right, it will be ready to eat tonight. Gu Jiandong was very satisfied with the full bowl of pickled radishes. Knowing she wanted to take a shower and sleep, he filled a bucket with water. Shiyu, I filled the water. You can take a shower now. While she showered, Gu Jiandong stayed in the yard, playing by himself. When Shen Shiyu finished, he went in to wash her dirty clothes. He sat on a small stool, washing Shen Shiyu's clothes with more care than his own. Yang Fongfong teased Gu Jiandong, Jiandong, if she gets a son-in-law who comes to live with her, will you still wash her clothes? Gu Jiandong looked up and asked, what is a son-in-law? Can you eat it? Yang Fongfong laughed. A son-in-law is not a thing. He is a person, Shiyu's future husband. Gu Jiandong didn't quite understand. He instinctively said, I don't like that thing called a son-in-law. Shiyu doesn't like him either. She likes me, and I will wash her clothes for a lifetime. Hearing this, Yang Fongfong couldn't tell if he was silly or not. Shen Shiyu slept soundly until the next morning. Last night, Shun Laodai had called her for dinner, but she couldn't get up. When she woke up, the whole family was home. Lu Pantai was sitting in the yard, holding her belly, directing Shin Sanbo to do this and that. Xiangxi, I want some sweet soup. Go make me a cup. Xiangxi, I'm a bit tired. Massage my shoulders. Xiangxi, I want to eat meat tonight. Go get some meat for me. Shin Sanbo complied with all her requests. Shen Shiyu asked Shin Qi beside her, what's going on? Usually, her third uncle wasn't so easygoing. Xiangxi, I want some sweet soup. Go make me a cup. Xiangxi, I'm a bit tired. Massage my shoulders. Xiangxi, I want to eat meat tonight. Go get some meat for me. Shin Samba complied with all her requests. Shun Shiyu asked Shin Chi beside her, "What's going on?" Usually, her third uncle wasn't so easygoing with Lu Pantai. Shin Chi laughed, holding her belly. "Aunt San is expecting." Shin Shiyu could see that if Lu Pantai had a tail, it would be wagging in excitement. Lu Pantai, sipping her brown sugar water, rubbed her belly and said, "Mom, I want to eat chicken today. Don't you have 2 chickens in the coop? Kill one for me. Your grandson wants to eat." Shun Laodai shot her a glance. "I think you want to eat nonsense. You've split from the family and still expect me to raise chickens for you? Are you itching for a beating? If you want to eat, let your husband get it for you." There was no way she would give her any of the chickens she raised, especially since she just got pregnant and was acting like a queen. Lu Pantai had been confident when she asked, but she didn't expect her mother-in-law to respond like that. "Mom, the baby in my belly is your long-awaited grandson. Don't I deserve to eat one of your chickens? I never wished for that. I wished for you two to be responsible." When she heard her third son say his wife was pregnant, Shun Laotai's first reaction wasn't joy but worry. They were just kids, wanting a son, without considering their age. The older a woman gets, the more dangerous it is to have a baby. What if something went wrong? Shin Laodai couldn't feel happy about the news of her pregnancy at all. Lu Panting was pregnant and saw herself as a great contributor to the Shun family. However, she could only act tough in front of Uncle Shin. No one else in the family paid her any attention or indulged her. Everyone has been pregnant before and still had to work. Some even gave birth in the fields. It wasn't that they didn't care about their wives or daughters-in-law, but life was tough. Missing a day of work meant losing a day's worth of points, so they couldn't afford to rest at home and often got angry with their husbands. Lu Panting, on the other hand, was different. Now that she was pregnant, if Uncle Shin dared to ask her to work, she would get angry with him. She firmly believed she was having a son and spoke confidently, "Xiangxi, I'm pregnant. Bending down is hard for me. Go get some water for me to wash my feet." Uncle Shun was excited about the baby and immediately went to fetch water for her. Lu Panting deliberately stayed outside, letting her 2 sisters-in-law envy her. Look at her, Lu Panting, now carrying a golden baby. She could have whatever she wanted. Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia didn't even glance at her. Now that she was feeling proud, if the baby turned out to be a girl, it would be tough for her. Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia didn't have any preference for boys over girls. They just knew that the third family really wanted a son. If the baby was a girl, it was easy to imagine how disappointed the couple would be. Since they had split up and no longer shared meals, they didn't care what Lu Panting did. They treated her like air. If she weren't pregnant, Li Tsaixia might have scolded her a bit, but now that she was, if Li Tsaixia said something, Lu Panting would hold her belly and claim she was in pain, insisting that it was because of the anger, which would be a loss for her. Lu Panting's pregnancy had no impact on Shin Shiyu. At most, it just added some noise to the household. With winter wheat planted and the weather getting colder, everyone took the opportunity to gather firewood as a family. It was very cold here in winter, and they needed to burn the kong, a traditional heated bed, which they would do all winter long. So firewood was essential. During this time, Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong also went to gather firewood every day. They were strong and could carry 2 loads at once. In their village, no one had a cart. They relied on manpower to bring firewood down from the mountain. Shin Shiyu found it troublesome to carry it on her shoulders, so she made several trips to the recycling station. On her 5th trip, she found 2 wheels. When she arrived, the recycling station worker was already sorting through things. It was just a coincidence that Shin Shiyu showed up while he was pulling out the wheels to take home. She bought the 2 wheels from him for 50 cents and took them home. Shin's father and her 3 brothers worked all afternoon to build a cart. Once the cart was finished, Shin's father pushed it around a few times and found no issues. With his hands behind his back, he smiled, his eyes squinting. "My clever granddaughter is capable. She even got the wheels." He had wanted a cart for a long time, but couldn't find wheels. Now, thanks to his eldest granddaughter, he finally had one. Yes, Shiyu is really capable. Dad, now that we have a cart, it will be much easier to carry things. Exactly. No more carrying on our shoulders. Everyone was happy to have an extra cart. It was very practical. Whenever they needed to carry something, they could just load it onto the cart. As soon as the cart was ready, they immediately put it to use and headed up the mountain to gather firewood. Shin Shiyu, Gu Jiandong, and Shin Jiabao had already collected several piles of firewood. Uncle Shun and the others loaded it onto the cart and brought it back. After 3 days of using the cart, the firewood shed was filled with enough wood for all 4 families to last the entire winter. They no longer needed the cart, and others wanted to borrow it. Shin Shui was the first to come asking for it. This time, she didn't go to Lu Panting but to Shun's father. Grandpa, Jingchun is weak and can only carry a little firewood at a time. I can't carry much either. Winter is coming, and we haven't gathered enough firewood. Can I borrow the cart for a few days? Actually, Shin Shui wanted her 3 cousins to help her gather firewood, but since they were ignoring her, she had to settle for borrowing the cart. Shin's father frowned. I've already promised to lend the cart to Erju. You can wait for Zhen Chao to come and take it. Grandpa, I'm your granddaughter. How can you not lend it to me first? Erju is just a relative. We are family. Shun's father glanced at her. To me, you are just a relative. Erju is my own brother. He turned to go rest, ignoring her. Shin Shui's attempt to borrow the cart was just a small episode. Preparing for winter required a lot of work. They had to pull all the vegetables from the field and store them in the cellar, and they also needed to make pickled vegetables. During the lean season, they would rely on pickled vegetables for food. Shin's grandmother and Shin Chunling were busy with this, and Gu Jiandong helped out at home. Shin Shiyu was not at home. She was in the mountains. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still animals around, Shin Shiyu wanted to hunt more. She didn't plan to sell them, but would keep them in her space to eat slowly. In winter, there wasn't much to do, and people mostly stayed cozy in their kong. If they didn't have meat to eat, Gu Jiandong, who couldn't live without meat, would be very unhappy. Just thinking about it made Shin Shiyu hunt faster. A wild chicken that had been leisurely wandering was knocked out by a stone thrown by Shin Shiyu. A silly roe deer, peeking around in the bushes, was also knocked out by a big rock thrown by Shin Shiyu. Looking at the signs around, Shin Shiyu found several rabbit holes and caught an entire family of rabbits, totaling 12 wild rabbits. Today, she caught wild chickens, wild rabbits, and even a silly roe deer, making it a fruitful day. She kept 1 wild chicken in her backpack and stored the rest in her space. As things flew into the space, the other animals were startled and ran around in a panic. It was almost 6 o'clock. Shin Shiyu pulled her thoughts back from the space and quickly ran home. As she neared home, a white radish wagged its tail and came to greet her. When it reached her feet, Shin Shiyu squatted down to pet its head. The white radish dropped a strangely shaped stone from its mouth. Shin Shiyu pointed at the stone on the ground. Is this for me? The dog nodded its head. Woof. Woof woof. Bai Luobwa nudged a stone with its paw, signaling Shin Shiyu to pick it up. Shin Shiyu picked up the stone and rubbed its head, saying, Thank you, Bai Luobwa. I really like it. Hearing her say she liked it, Bai Luobwa's mouth widened in a big grin, and it kept rubbing against Shin Shiyu. Gu Jiandong would bring back pretty things he found while playing outside, and Bai Luobwa, imitating its owner, would also bring back things it thought were nice for Shin Shiyu. To be honest, Bai Luobwa's love was quite heavy. People and dogs liked different things, and there were some things Shin Shiyu just couldn't eat. The little pup didn't understand and stubbornly tugged at her pants, inviting her to eat. Just thinking about that scene made Shin Shiyu smile. Fortunately, today it brought back a stone. Bai Luobwa, let's go home. As the weather got colder, Shin Shiyu wanted to wear a sweater. She only had 1 cardigan in her closet, so she went to the black market and got 20 pounds of yarn from Scarface. Her grandparents, she and Gu Jiandong could all make a sweater. When Shun Laotai and Shin Chunling had some free time, they took out the yarn to crochet. Gu Jiandong was such a quick learner. When Shun Laotai and Shun Chunling crocheted, he sat beside them, following along, and after 2 days, he got the hang of it. He crocheted faster than Shun Laotai and Shin Chunling. As soon as Shin Shiyu came back, Gu Jiandong showed off the sweater he had made for Bai Luobo. Shiyu, look at the sweater I made for Bai Luobo. Isn't it nice? Gu Jiandong's stitches were even and tight. Anyone who didn't know would think he was an expert. There was nothing wrong with the sweater he made for Bai Luobo. It's beautiful. Gu Jiandong, didn't you say you would treat me the best? You made a sweater for Bai Luobo, but what about mine? Gu Jiandong chuckled. I just practiced on Bai Luobo's sweater first. Tomorrow, I'll make you the prettiest one. Shin Shiyu felt happy hearing that. Bai Luobo, knowing the sweater was for it, kept pawing at Gu Jiandong, nudging its head, signaling him to put on the new sweater. Gu Jiandong patted its head, saying, You have to wait until New Year to wear the new clothes. I can't let you wear them now. You'll get them dirty, and I don't want to wash them. Bai Luobo drooped its face, huffing in protest at Gu Jiandong. Shun Chunling set down the yarn. Shiyu, what do you want to eat tonight? Shun Shiyu put down her backpack and pulled out a wild chicken, saying, Second aunt, I caught a wild chicken. It's been a while since we had chicken soup. Let's make some tonight. Shun Chunling weighed the wild chicken. Wow, this chicken looks really fat. It must weigh around 4 or 5 pounds. Mom, your granddaughter caught a wild chicken to honor you. We're in for a treat tonight. Shun Laotai smiled. My dear is the most filial. Go boil some water so we can pluck the feathers and get the soup ready. Don't let the kids go hungry. Shun Chunling worked quickly, boiling water, then going out to cut the chicken's neck and let it bleed, plucking the feathers. She also brought some mushrooms from Shun Laotai's room, and Shin Shiyu took out some red dates from her room. Second aunt, let's add some red dates to the soup. It will taste even better. You're such a foodie. Red dates are good for soup. It will definitely taste great. Lu Panting was lying in the house, listening to the conversation outside. She kicked Shin Sanbua, saying, Xiangxi, your son wants chicken soup. Shin Sanbua was asleep and woke up from the kick. Didn't we just have some? Why do you want more? Where am I supposed to get another chicken for soup? You don't need to go out. We have one ready. I heard Shin Shiyu caught a wild chicken, and it's already cooking with red dates. The doctor said red dates are good for health. If I drink it, our baby will definitely be chubby. Lu Panting touched her belly. Look, our baby is moving. He's greeting you, Dad. Shin Sanbua looked at her belly. I think you just want chicken soup. Why are you bringing our son into this? Drinking soup and wanting it for the baby are the same. If I drink it and feel better, won't the baby be better too? Shin Sanbua was reluctant to ask his parents about their dislike for chicken soup, especially since the wild chicken was caught by his niece. After splitting up, Shun Laotai often reminded her 3 sons how much their older brother helped them before he sacrificed himself, and how much they benefited from it. She also mentioned how much little Shiyu contributed to the family. After hearing this, Shun Sanbua felt guilty towards the 4th branch. It wasn't easy for his niece to catch a wild chicken. His parents were getting older and needed good food to nourish them. He felt embarrassed to ask for it when he had nothing to offer. After thinking it over, Shun Sanbua refused Lu Panting. Don't think about the wild chicken that Shiyu caught. They don't owe us anything. You can act in front of me, but don't do it in front of them. Otherwise, I won't talk to you. Shin Xiangxi, I'm carrying your son. If you keep this up, I'll go back to my parents' house. Lu Panting said this confidently. She was pregnant now, and didn't believe her husband would let her go back. When she mentioned going back, Shin Sanbua laughed. Go ahead. You'll be hungry 3 times a day, serving your whole family in the cold, drafty shed. You'll be cold and hungry, and have to wash all the clothes before dawn. Go ahead, take our son to enjoy life at your family's house. Without you here, I'll have an easier time. No need to take care of you. Lu Panting had been living comfortably lately, with no one bothering her. She felt spoiled by her husband and almost forgot how tough life was at her parents' house. After hearing this, her earlier bravado faded significantly. But she still stubbornly said, You're talking nonsense. My family wouldn't treat me like that. My mom, sister-in-law, and sister are all very good to me. They'll definitely take care of me and give me good food. Shin Sanbua started packing her clothes, then go back and let your mom, sister-in-law, and sister take care of you. They love you, and will surely make you chicken soup. Don't just ask for chicken soup. If you want a big pork knuckle, they might get that for you too. Go back and enjoy life. Once the clothes were packed, Shin Sanbua tried to pull her off the bed. Lu Panting shouted, Xiangxi, what are you doing? I was just joking, I don't really want to go back. This is my home. The voices from their room were clear to those outside. Shun Chunling looked towards the third brother's room and said to Shin Shiyu, TSK, you're third and is causing trouble again. Your third uncle is going to deal with her this time. She knew with her third brother's temper, he wouldn't spoil her forever, but she didn't know what trouble Lu Panting had stirred up this time to make him angry enough to suggest she go back to her parents' house. Lu Panting thought that Uncle Shin Sen wouldn't let her go back to her parents' home, so she dared to say she wanted to go back. Now that Uncle Shin Sen really wanted her to go back, Lu Panting panicked. Xiangxi, I won't go back. This is my home. If our son doesn't see you for a day, he'll be restless in my belly. Your family treats you so well. Why don't you go back? I'll take you myself this time. Lu Panting held her belly and cried, Oh, my stomach hurts. The baby kicked me. I can't move. I can't go back to my parents' home. Once our son is born, I'll take him back. Uncle Shen Sen could tell if she was really in pain or just pretending. He grabbed her bag and pulled her toward the door. Staying at our Shin family is too uncomfortable. You can relax and take care of the baby at your Lu family. Lu Panting clung to the door frame.
No.
I'm not uncomfortable. I'm very happy at home. I just like staying here. Xiangxi, I won't drink chicken soup anymore. Please don't make me go back to my parents' home, okay? Going back to her parents' home, she wouldn't have such a comfortable life. Why would she leave the Shin family's cozy life to work hard at her parents' home? Lu Panting wasn't foolish. Not drinking chicken soup? Then will you eat meat? I'm not eating or drinking. I've been pregnant before. When I was pregnant with that ungrateful girl Shin Shui, I didn't eat anything, and I was fine. From now on, whatever we have at home I'll eat. I won't bother you anymore. Uncle Shin San let go of her arm and tossed the bag back onto the bed. Go cook in the kitchen. Lu Panting, still pregnant at her age. Uncle Shin San wanted to treat her better. His mother had said that giving birth was like walking through the gates of hell, and the older a woman got, the more dangerous it became. No matter how much trouble Lu Panting caused, Uncle Shin Sen let her be. But she was getting more and more unreasonable, and he didn't want to spoil her anymore. The more he did, the more she took advantage of him. Lu Panting quickly ran to the kitchen. I'm going now. The chicken soup that Shin Chunling was making was almost ready, and the delicious smell filled the air, making Lu Panting's mouth water. If she had known she could get pregnant again, she would have strongly opposed her mother-in-law's idea of splitting the family. Even if her mother-in-law wanted to split the family, their branch should still live with the in-laws. Now that they had split, everyone was living separately. What good things did that dead girl, Shin Shiyu, have? She couldn't eat any of them. Before the split, at least she could have a bowl of soup. Not being able to eat good food was one thing, but now that the baby was coming, she had to work even harder with her husband. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to support the child. If her in-laws were around to help, she and her husband wouldn't have to work so hard. Thinking about the hard days ahead, Lu Panting suddenly felt that having a son might not be so great after all. She had to raise him, save money for his future wife, and if his wife was difficult, she wouldn't know how to handle it. Her life. Lost in thought, Lu Panting started crying. Oh dear. She didn't want a son anymore. After crying for a while, she began to think that if her son turned out to be successful, she would have a good life too. When her son grew up, she could send him to the army. The army had a future, and he would get a monthly allowance. Not to mention, he would be well-fed and warm. The military uniforms were warmer than her cotton blankets. When the fourth son came back to visit, she had even touched his military coat. It was thick and warm. In the kitchen, Lu Panting cried and laughed. Zhang Tsuetsue, next door, saw her and ran to tell Uncle Shin San, third brother, what's wrong with your wife? She's crying and laughing. It's kind of scary. She's fine, just overthinking.
She's bored.
I'll have her do more chores later. Once the chicken soup was ready, Shun Chunling served 2 bowls for the kids and took out some chicken legs. Jiandong, Shuyu, the soup is ready. It's still hot, so wait for it to cool down a bit before eating. And just serve it. Let's eat together. Okay. Shun Chunling served 3 more bowls of chicken soup. Shun Laotu and Shun Laotai were in the backyard garden. Shun Chunling called out, "Dad, Mom, come back for dinner." Hearing their daughter's voice, Shun Laotu and Shun Laotai quickly returned. Dinner. Shun Shiyu didn't really like chicken legs, so she passed hers to Shun Laotai.
Grandma, you eat.
Chicken legs are the best meat. Shun Laotai wouldn't let it go. She put the chicken leg back in Shun Shiyu's bowl. Oh, Grandma doesn't like chicken legs. You eat, my dear. Grandpa, you eat. Grandpa doesn't like it either.
You eat, my dear.
The chicken legs kept getting passed around, and after a while, no one had eaten. Shun Shiyu finished her food first. After eating, Gu Jiandong filled a bowl with water to wash the dog by Luobua. After washing it, he dried it off and let it sit in the yard for a while. Then, he didn't let it run around and carried it back inside, placing it on the bed. Tonight, Bai Luobua was also a bit temperamental. The little dog wanted to wear a new sweater, but Gu Jiandong wouldn't let it. So it started barking loudly in the house. Gu Jiandong was somewhat tolerant but not too much. Finding it noisy, he gave it a couple of gentle taps on the nose, and Bai Luobua stopped barking. However, when Shinshiyu came in, Bai Luobua acted all pitiful and scared, constantly trying to burrow into her arms. From Shinshiyu's angle, it was grinning mischievously at Gu Jiandong. Would Gu Jiandong let it provoke him like that? He grabbed it by the neck and pulled it out, putting it in the dog cage and not letting it out. Without Bai Luobua competing for his attention, Gu Jiandong leaned his head on Shinshiyu's shoulder and wrapped his arm around her. "Shuyu, you smell so good. I really like you. I don't like Bai Luobua anymore. I won't let it sleep in the house tonight." Shun Shiyu scratched his palm with her hand. "If you don't let Bai Luobua in, what will you do if you can't sleep tonight?" Gu Jiandong needed one hand to hold the dog's tail and the other to hug the tiger plush toy she gave him. He couldn't sleep without either. Gu Jiandong lay down. "I can sleep. I just need to close my eyes, and I'll be asleep. Shuyu, I want to sleep. Can you read me a story?"
Sure.
Shinshiyu read for half an hour. Once she saw he was asleep, she went back to her room. Not long after she returned, Gu Jiandong opened his eyes. He hugged the tiger plush toy and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After tossing around for more than 2 hours, Gu Jiandong got up quietly, tiptoed outside, and took Bai Luobua out of the cage. Bai Luobua was already fast asleep, but it was alert. When Gu Jiandong got close, it woke up, lifted its eyelids, and seeing him, it let out a small, proud bark. "Woof woof woof woof, see, I still can't live without my dog." Gu Jiandong secretly brought Bai Luobua back to the house to sleep. He had told Shiyu that he could sleep without Bai Luobua, but he turned around and went to get Bai Luobua, afraid Shiyu would laugh at him. Gu Jiandong, the clever little boy, held onto the dog's tail and fell into a deep sleep. As dawn broke, he quietly put Bai Luobua back in the cage. When Shun Shiyu woke up, he proudly told her, "Shuyu, I slept well last night without Bai Luobua." Bai Luobua. Shun Shiyu. If she hadn't seen him sneak out of the house last night to bring back the dog, she might have believed him. But she still praised him. "Gu Jiandong, you're amazing. Later, I'll make you some brown sugar steamed cake." This morning, Shun Shiyu really wanted to eat brown sugar steamed cake. The recipe is simple. You just need brown sugar and flour, but you have to wait for it to rise before steaming. It was a bit colder today than yesterday. Shun Shiyu came out wearing a short-sleeved shirt and immediately got goosebumps from the cold. Gu Jiandong noticed this and took off his jacket to drape it over her. The jacket still had his warmth, making her feel cozy. The jacket also had a unique scent that Shun Shiyu couldn't quite describe. Wrapped in that scent, she felt comfortable and secure. Gu Jiandong didn't think as much as she did. He just wanted to make sure she wasn't cold. Sitting under the eaves, he started crocheting a sweater. Seeing the dog, White Radish, sleeping so comfortably in its bed. He called it out. "White Radish, come learn to crochet with me." Shun Shiyu twitched her mouth at that and walked briskly into the kitchen. White Radish thought, as a dog, I must have done something bad in my past life to end up with such a master who does nothing all day. White Radish barked several times, and Shin Shiyu could clearly tell it sounded quite irritable, as if it was complaining. White Radish lay in its bed, not wanting to pay attention to him. But Gu Jiandong wouldn't let it lie there comfortably. He picked it up and made it sit next to him, watching him crochet. He seriously explained the stitches to the dog, which made White Radish drowsy, fighting off sleep. Gu Jiandong slapped his hand down, saying, "White Radish can't sleep. You have to learn to crochet before you can sleep." He wanted White Radish to learn to crochet, but it was obviously a dog and couldn't learn. However, White Radish did learn to hand him the yarn. The two of them worked together, and by the time Shin Shiyu came out of the kitchen, Gu Jiandong had already crocheted a small piece of the sweater. Ignoring White Radish's frequent eye rolls and toothy expressions, the two of them were still getting along well. Shin Shiyu had things to do today, so she asked Gu Jiandong to stay home. After greeting her grandparents and second aunt, she strapped on a backpack and rode her bike out. Since it wasn't too cold yet, ignoring White Radish's frequent eye rolls and toothy expressions, the two of them were still getting along well. Shin Shiyu had things to do today, so she asked Gu Jiandong to stay home. After greeting her grandparents and second aunt, she strapped on a backpack and rode her bike out. Since it wasn't too cold, passing by the state-run restaurant, she went inside and saw sweet and sour pork on the menu. She ordered a takeout of sweet and sour pork, thinking Gu Jiandong would surely love it. And he did love it. As long as it was brought back by Shin Shiyu, he would eat anything. When she went out, Gu Jiandong was still waiting for her at the village entrance with White Radish. As soon as she stopped her bike, he stepped forward and sniffed. "Shiyu, it smells so good in your backpack. What did you bring back? I want to eat it now." "It's sweet and sour pork, fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and sour. You haven't washed your hands yet, so wait until we get home to eat." On the back of her bike, there were also 2 burlap sacks filled with cotton she had brought from her space. Gu Jiandong only had a military coat and no other thick clothes, and neither did her second aunt. It was fine for now, but in a while, when the cold wind blew and it started to snow, they wouldn't be able to withstand the cold without proper clothing. Shin Shiyu didn't ride her bike back. Instead, she had Gu Jiandong push it while they walked slowly home. Grandma Shin was crocheting in the yard and looked up when the 2 kids returned. "Sweetheart, you're back. What's in those 2 bulging burlap sacks behind your bike?" Shun Chunling also noticed and came over to poke at them. "What is it?" "It's so soft." Gu Jiandong took down the sacks and Shin Shiyu said it's cotton. "We're getting ready for winter. Second aunt and Gu Jiandong need to make some clothes, and Grandma, you and Grandpa need some cotton pants. Your cotton shoes aren't warm anymore. They need to be replaced." Shin Chunling opened the string on the bag and saw it was indeed cotton, her words getting tangled.
"Shoe."
"Shiyu, did you rob someone?" "Oh no, we can't steal. Let's hurry and return it. Shiyu, lead the way, and when we get there, just say it was second aunt who took it. I'll take the blame." Grandma Shun was also surprised to see so much cotton.
"Sweetheart?"
It's no wonder they reacted so strongly. Cotton requires tickets and is hard to buy. In previous years, they had to trade for tickets or find someone to exchange for cotton, which took a lot of effort just to get a few pounds. Now, Shin Shiyu brought back 2 burlap sacks, and Shin Chunling's first thought was that her niece had robbed someone, while Grandma Shin worried her granddaughter had gone to the black market. Shin Shiyu understood their concerns and quickly explained, "Grandma, second aunt, don't worry. This cotton was obtained through proper channels. I didn't steal or rob it, nor did I go to the black market. I have a classmate whose relatives grow cotton. They save some for her family every year. Her family doesn't need that much cotton, so it piled up. I exchanged these 2 big bags with her." Shin Chunling stared wide-eyed at her for confirmation. "Really? Really?" With that, Shin Chunling and Grandma Shin believed her. In the house, Zhang Tsuetsue, Li Caixia, and Lu Panting heard them talking about cotton, and all came out. "Oh wow, Why is there so much cotton? Did Shiyu bring it back? Shin Chunling held a handful of cotton and smiled. Yes, Shiyu brought it back. Zhang Tsuetsue and the others didn't care where Shin Shiyu got the cotton. Seeing the two big bags made their eyes light up. Zhang Tsuetsue smiled. Hey, Shiyu, with so much cotton, can you share some with Annie? Li Saixia rubbed her hands together. Shiyu, Andy wants a few pounds of cotton too. Your third brother's cotton coat has been worn for years and isn't warm anymore. Annie wants to replace it with new cotton. Lu Panting also thought her third brother's coat wasn't warm and wanted to add some cotton. Shiyu, Annie wants to replace it too. Shun Shiyu's cotton wasn't tightly packed. It looked like two big bags, but it was only about 60 pounds. Auntie, second aunt, and third aunt, we also need a lot of cotton. I don't know if there's any left. How about this? Once Grandma and second aunt finish making the cotton clothes, pants, and shoes, if there's any left, I'll share it with you. She didn't say share immediately, but mentioned sharing if there was any left. Zhang Tsuetsue and the others didn't mind. With so much cotton, they were sure there would be some left, so they just waited. Shin Shiyu brought back 2 big bags of cotton just in time. Grandma Shin was planning to ask the neighbors tomorrow if they had any extra cotton to trade for, but now it was unnecessary. There was so much cotton that they wouldn't run out. They could make 2 quilts and still have some left. However, they didn't even need to make quilts. They could just add more cotton inside. In winter, the Kong, a traditional heated bed, kept the room warm, so it wouldn't be cold even without adding more. With the cotton here, Grandma Shin and her daughters stopped other tasks and sat down to make cotton clothes, shoes, and pants. By this time, they didn't need to work anymore. Zhang Tsuetsue and the others had nothing to do, so they went to get needles and thread to help. If they finished making the cotton clothes and pants for their in-laws early, they could use the leftover cotton sooner. The cotton was grown by Shin Shiyu herself in her space. It wasn't pure white. It was light yellow with some small black spots. The black spots didn't look great, but they didn't affect anything. Gu Jiandong grabbed a big handful of cotton, shaped it into a ball, and called Shin Jiabao, Jiwei, Jiagua, and Shin Qiu to play ball in the yard. They were having a great time. Shin Shiyu sat beside Grandma Shin. She wasn't very good at sewing, but she could stitch clothes, even if they didn't look great. Today, she felt inspired and picked up a needle and thread. With the cotton, she sewed a rabbit-shaped plush toy for Gu Jiandong. Once finished, she showed it to Grandma Shun and Shin Chunling, saying, Grandma, second aunt, do you think my toy looks good? Grandma Shin opened her mouth to praise her, but seeing the oddly shaped toy in her hands, she hesitated and said, Oh, this looks nice. Is this a duck? Shin Chunling laughed. Mom, are you seeing things? This is clearly a goose. Zhang Tsuetsue shook her head. Mom, you and second sister are wrong. Shiyu clearly sewed a chicken. Li Saixia said, What are you talking about? This is obviously a dog. Lu Panting said, No, it's a bird. Shin Shiyu corrected them. It's a rabbit. I sewed a rabbit for Gu Jiandong. Grandma Shin took a sip of water and said, It's a rabbit? Oh dear, I'm getting old and my eyes are failing. I didn't even recognize it. My dear treasure is really skilled. It looks just like the real thing. Sewing plush toys is hard on the eyes. If you want to sew something, just tell your second aunt next time and she can do it. Lu Panting thought, her mother-in-law is really saying nonsense. Lu Panting grumbled silently in her heart, but didn't dare to say anything. She still wanted the cotton. Shin Shiyu was quite satisfied with the rabbit toy she made. She waved for Gu Jiandong to come over. Gu Jiandong, this is for you. Do you like it? Gu Jiandong squeezed the toy, his eyes turning into crescent moons. I like it. As long as it was something from Shin Shiyu, Gu Jiandong cherished it. He wanted to play ball, so he took the toy back inside to put it away before coming out again. Seeing Bai Luobo return to the house, he thought for a moment, then turned back to lock the toy in the box, not letting Bai Luobo touch it at all. Bai Luobo came out with its head drooping, its paws scratching at Shin Shiyu, asking her to sew one for it too. Shin Shiyu sewed a small dog-shaped plush toy for it, and Bai Luobo took the freshly made toy outside to show off to its good friend, De Huang. That night, while everyone was asleep, Shin Shuyu went to the cow shed. It was cold, and Shin Erju had moved them to another room across from the cow shed. As they were sent down, they couldn't expect to live in a better place. The best they could hope for was a roof over their heads, which was already quite good. The leaders of other teams didn't care about the people in the cow shed, nor would they care about their living conditions. Seeing that it was getting cold, Shin Erju changed their room since the previous one didn't have a Kong and couldn't block the wind, making it uninhabitable in winter. He was indeed a rare good leader. Shin Shuyu thought she would have to persuade her great-uncle, but unexpectedly, he changed the room for her grandparents without her saying a word. The thatched house they lived in had no door, so Yang Zhen brought over 2 wooden boards to serve as a door. Before entering, Shin Shuyu knocked on the boards and then pulled them open. Tao Tao was still awake. When he saw Shin Shuyu, he rushed over and hugged her leg, saying, "Sister, you're here. I missed you so much." Tao Tao spoke softly and was very cute. Shin Shuyu liked this little brother a lot. She patted his head and picked him up. "I missed you too, Tao Tao." Liang Jun was folding clothes and turned to smile. "Shuyu, Tao Tao is heavy. Put him down so you don't tire yourself out." Yang Zhen took the little grandson without hesitation and patted his bottom. "You'll be 6 after the new year. Aren't you embarrassed to still let your sister carry you?" Tao Tao laughed, showing his gap-toothed smile. "I like being carried by my sister. She smells nice, just like Mom." Hearing their grandson mention their daughter-in-law, both of them felt a pang of sadness. Shin Shuyu noticed this. "Grandpa, Grandma, it's getting colder. You don't have thick cotton clothes or pants, so I brought some for you." This time, Shin Shuyu brought 3 sets of cotton clothes and pants, one for each of them, along with 3 pairs of cotton shoes and a quilt. She had sewn patches on the cotton clothes, quilt, pants, and shoes. Her sewing skills were really not great. The patches looked terrible, making the clothes and shoes appear worn out. Tao Tao pressed his little face against the quilt, happily saying, "A quilt. Grandpa, Grandma, Sister brought us thick quilts, clothes, pants, and shoes. With these, we won't get cold at night anymore." "Yes, we won't be cold at night."
Sister is so good to Tao Tao.
"He will always remember this, right?" "I will. Sister is good to me and to Grandpa and Grandma. When I grow up, I will be good to Sister and protect her." Yang Zhen smiled with satisfaction. This time, Yang Zhen gave Shin Shuyu an address. She was confused. "Grandpa, what is this address for?" Yang Zhen said seriously, "Child, if it's convenient for you, please take a trip and help me get the things at this address to a safe place." Liang Jun looked unwell, trying to say something several times but ultimately didn't speak up. Shin Shuyu kept the note with the address, didn't ask anything else, and simply said, "I'll buy a ticket tomorrow and leave once I have it. Be careful. If anything seems off, don't worry about those things. Your safety is the most important." Shin Shuyu nodded and chatted with Liang Jun for a bit before leaving the cow shed. Once she was outside, Liang Jun's expression changed, and for the first time, she got angry with her husband. "Old Yang, what are you doing? Since you know Shuyu's safety is the most important, why would you send her? We've never protected her even for a day. Why let her risk her safety to retrieve those things? Don't you know how cruel those people can be? Shuyu has learned skills from you for several years, but no matter how good she is still a girl. She has never traveled far in all her years in the countryside. The train is full of all kinds of people. What if she encounters a gang that specializes in abducting girls? You want her to go alone and retrieve those items to hide them elsewhere. What if those people discover her and target her? You're putting the child in unnecessary danger." This was the cow shed. Liang Jun was angry but dared not raise her voice. She was trying hard to control her emotions, yet Tao Tao still cried out of fear. The little guy cried, struggling to catch his breath, comforting Liang Jun with a sobbing voice. "Grandma, don't cry, don't be angry, don't scold Grandpa. Grandpa, don't make Grandma mad. Apologize." Liang Jun held her frightened grandson, trying to soothe him while keeping a stern face towards her husband. Yang Zhen gently patted Tao Tao's back. "Don't be angry yet, listen to me. Shuyu is smart and capable of taking care of herself. She is even smarter than we think. A trip won't put her in danger. I have no choice. Right now, the only person we can trust is Shuyu. Those items are not safe where they are. Sooner or later, they will find that place, and if those items fall into their hands, it would be a huge loss for our country and for us. We sacrifice to protect those items. I can't let my son-in-law's sacrifice be in vain. Those items must not fall into their hands. They worked hard day and night, conducting countless experiments, pouring in endless effort, energy, and resources to develop those things. They must not let those people find them. But letting Shuyu go alone to move those items is too risky. Liang Jun understood how important those items were, but she was more worried about her granddaughter. They had already contributed enough to the country. Their son-in-law and daughter had paid with their lives, and now their granddaughter had lost her parents at such a young age. She and old Yang couldn't be there to protect her as she grew up. Deep down, Liang Jun felt guilty towards her granddaughter. Fortunately, her granddaughter had been living well in the countryside over the years, with loving grandparents and cousins who treated her like a sister. Although the aunts had their own concerns, with in-laws watching over them, they couldn't take advantage of the granddaughter, and she hadn't faced much hardship. If her granddaughter had not been well in the countryside, Liang Jun wouldn't know how to face her. It's okay. We should trust Shuyu. She will come back safely. If given a choice, Yang Zhen wouldn't want his granddaughter to travel far, but now he had no choice. In this situation, there were few people he could trust. He was comforting his wife, while also reassuring himself. Morning came. Shen Shi got up, had breakfast, and told Shen Laotu and Shen Laotai, Grandpa, Grandma, second aunt, I need to go on a trip.
What?
A trip? Where to? To Harbin. Harbin? Why are you going there? It's so far away, and it takes days by train. Sweetheart, who asked you to go? Listen to Grandma, we're not going. It's not safe outside. There are many scammers and bad people. Why would a young girl like you travel far? As soon as she mentioned going on a trip, Shen Laodai started to think about who her granddaughter had been in contact with recently. The girl was innocent. She must not be deceived. Shen Laotu also disagreed. Sweetheart, listen to your grandma.
Stay home.
I heard from your second uncle that things outside are chaotic. We can't be at ease with you going out alone. Shen Chunling completely opposed it. Shuyu, listen, we're not going. If you want to go, wait a few years until it's safe outside. Second aunt will go with you, and you can go wherever you want. The second uncle was the team leader and knew more than they did. If he said it was chaotic outside, then it really was. Shen Chunling did not support her niece's trip to Harbin. Only Gu Jiandong, playing with the dog's tail, said, if Shuyu is going out, I want to go too. I can protect her. The dog barked, woof woof. Dogs can protect their owners too. Shen Shuyu knew her grandparents and second aunt would not agree to her going out, so she called them back inside. Grandpa, Grandma, second aunt, I really have something important to do. I must go. Don't worry, I will protect myself and won't put myself in danger. Besides, not everywhere is chaotic. I checked, and Harbin is safe. Shin Laotai looked worried. What is it that you must go for? Shin Shuyu found an excuse. It's for Uncle Zhou from the army. He needs my help with something. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Uncle Zhou has everything arranged. It's that kid Zhou asking for your help?
This.
Shen Laotu looked at his wife, unsure of what to say. Deep down, he didn't want his granddaughter to go far, but Zhou had taken good care of her over the years, sending packages with things they couldn't easily buy. When Shen Laodai heard it was Zhou asking her granddaughter to go out, her worries eased significantly. She trusted military personnel. Zhou had been a close comrade of her late son, and after he passed, his comrades had taken good care of her granddaughter. If it were unsafe, Zhou wouldn't let her go. After thinking it over, she slowly nodded. Since it's Zhou who needs help, then let her go. Shen Chunling didn't expect her parents to change their minds so quickly. Mom, Dad, why did you agree? It's not safe for Shuyu to go out alone. She said Zhou has everything arranged, and it will be fine. Shen Chunling wasn't as easily convinced as her parents. She looked at her niece suspiciously. What could a soldier like Zhou need your help with? You're not trying to trick us, are you? Her second aunt seemed determined to dig deeper, so Shin Shuyu laughed and stood up. Grandpa, Grandma, I won't discuss this further. I need to go to the station to get my ticket. I'm heading out now. She pushed her bicycle out of the house, and Gu Jiandong and the dog followed her. Shuyu, where are you going? I want to go too. Sweetheart, I'll take you next time. Is my sweater finished? If not, go back and finish it. I want to wear the sweater you knitted. Not yet. I'll go back and finish it now. Shin Shiyu rode her bicycle alone to the bus station, which was crowded with people. The lines at the service windows were long, and Shin Shiyu waited for half an hour before it was her turn. There were no tickets available for tomorrow's train, so she bought a hard seat ticket for the train the day after tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Shin Shiyu wanted to buy a sleeper ticket, but it was not possible. Leaving the bustling station, she turned a corner as she approached the Shun family village and headed to the neighboring Li family village to find Shin Er-nyo. Shin Er-nyo got pregnant just 3 months after marrying Su Guosheng, and now her belly was already quite big. She was very happy to see her good friend. Shiyu, what brings you here today? She was sitting on the Kong, and even though her belly was large, she wanted to get up to greet Shin Shiyu. But Shin Shiyu quickly told her to stay seated. Just wanted to see you, because I missed you. Shun Er-nyo's mother-in-law, Zhao Meixiang, was resting today. When she heard voices in the yard, she came out to check and smiled when she saw Shin Shiyu. Shiyu, you're here? Er-nyo was just talking about you the other day. You two go inside and chat, I'll go make dinner. You can eat here this afternoon. Shin Shiyu gave a thumbs up. I've heard about your cooking, Auntie. I'm in for a treat today. This time, Shin Shiyu brought 10 pounds of cotton, a jar of canned food, and half a pound of brown sugar for Shin Er-nyo. Shin Er-nyo protested, you coming to see me is enough. You don't need to bring so much stuff. I can't accept these, you have to take them back when you leave. I'm not bringing them for you. They're for my godson. The two chatted on the Kong, and Zhao Meixiang came in with a small bag of fried sunflower seeds. You two keep talking, I'll go finish making dinner. Since she entered, Zhao Meixiang had been smiling and welcoming her, even inviting her to stay for dinner. As they chatted, Auntie kept bringing in sunflower seeds. The way Auntie treated her showed that Er-nyo had a good position in the Su family and was valued by her mother-in-law. Knowing that she was genuinely happy in her married life, Shin Shiyu felt truly glad for her. Your belly is so big. You must be close to giving birth, right? Shin Er-nyo looked gentle now that she was pregnant.
Not so soon.
Maybe I just ate too much, so my belly looks big. I heard that if the baby is too big, it can be hard to deliver. My mother-in-law says the same thing, but I just want to eat. If I don't eat, my mouth feels uncomfortable and I don't feel good. She wasn't hungry, but she just wanted to eat. Besides mealtimes, Shin Er-nyo tried to resist eating, but after 2 days of trying, she couldn't hold back and ended up eating even more. But Guosheng made some jerky for me. When I feel like eating, I chew on a piece or two of jerky, and when I get tired of chewing, I don't want to eat anymore. He made several pounds, so take some home with you. I don't want it. You keep it for yourself. I heard from Jinbao that your mother-in-law wants to find a husband for you. Is that true? Jinbao often came to see Shin Er-nyo, wanting to talk to her and share news from the village, so Shin Shiyu knew about the plan to find her a husband. In her mind, girls were meant to get married, so she was a bit shocked to hear her friend was considering this. It's true. My grandparents don't want me to get married, and I don't want to either. Finding a husband to come here is great. I can stay home and take care of my grandparents. My mother-in-law's neighbor also brought in a son-in-law, but that guy is lazy and greedy, and he brought his whole family to live here, wanting to eat for free. Shiyu, you need to be careful when choosing a husband. If you choose the wrong person, it could ruin your life. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Anyway, I came to tell you that I'm going to Harbin the day after tomorrow. Do you want anything? I can bring it back for you. Going to Harbin? Who are you going with? I don't need anything. We have everything at home. By myself. Shin Er-nyo didn't ask further about her trip to Harbin but kept saying, be careful when you're out. I know. Zhao Meixiang finished cooking and called them, Nyo, Shiyu, come eat. After having dinner at the Su family and chatting a bit longer, Shin Shiyu noticed that Shin Nyo's feet were quite swollen. She left a bamboo tube of spring water for Shin Nyo to drink daily. When it was time for her to leave, Shin Nyo stuffed 2 small bags of jerky into her hands. One bag is for you, and the other one you can take back to Jinbao. Shin Dayan's cooking is terrible, and Jinbao has lost a lot of weight. With Shin Nyo being heavily pregnant, Shin Shiyu didn't insist on refusing and accepted the jerky. I'm heading back now. Auntie, I'm going back. Come visit when you have time. Once she was far away, Shin Nyo took half of the cotton she received and gave it to her mother-in-law. Mom, take this cotton back to the house to make yourself a cotton jacket. When Shin Shiyu arrived, she had a big bag that was full. Zhao Meixiang didn't know what it was and was surprised that this girl brought cotton for her daughter-in-law. She was such a thoughtful child. Mom has a cotton jacket, no need to make another. But you don't have one yet. I'll take this cotton and make you a jacket later. I can make my own jacket. You have to work every day. When do you have time? I have nothing to do at home, so making a jacket will help pass the time. Zhao Meixiang agreed. All right, you can make it yourself. But if you get tired, take a break. Don't overwork yourself, okay? The cotton from her daughter-in-law was taken back to the house by Zhao Meixiang, who thought that in her free time tonight, she would use the cotton to make a small quilt for when the baby arrives. When Shin Shiyu got to the village, she didn't need to look for Shen Jinbao specifically. He was playing with a group of kids in the field, and she spotted him as soon as she entered the village. She waved, Jinbao, come here. Shen Jinbao ran over excitedly. Sister Shiyu, what do you need? Shen Shiyu handed him one of the small bags of jerky. Here, this is from your sister. When he heard it was something his sister asked Shin Shiyu to bring him, Shin Jinbao's face lit up with a big smile. Sister Shiyu, did you go to see my sister? How is she? Is her foot still swollen? Is she sleeping well at night? Yes, your sister is doing well and sleeping soundly, don't worry. Shin Shiyu hadn't seen Shin Jinbao for a while, and now she noticed he had lost quite a bit of weight and didn't look as cute as before. The bag has jerky in it, made by your brother-in-law. Hurry and take it home to eat. When they got home, Shin Shiyu told Grandpa Shen and Grandma Shen that she had already bought tickets for the day after tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Hearing this, Grandma Shen started packing her clothes. Shen Chunling asked her niece, Shiyu, why don't you let your second aunt go with you? I'm really worried about you going out alone. Second aunt, you don't need to come with me. Uncle Zhou said I can't bring anyone. I'm old enough to handle it. When I come back, I'll bring you something. Shen Chunling waved her hand. What do you need to bring? Everything costs money, and it's tiring to carry things back from so far. Just come back safe. You don't need to bring us anything. Gu Jiandong, sitting in the corner, got angry when he heard she was going out and that she didn't plan to take him. To make sure Shin Shiyu knew he was upset, he puffed his cheeks like a balloon and made loud huffing sounds. Holding on to the end of a radish, he pretended to talk to it. Don't mind me. I'll just be angry all night. Shin Shiyu. She went to comfort her big cutie, and the jerky that Shin Erniu gave her came in handy. She held the jerky near Gu Jiandong's mouth. The delicious smell made him want to eat, but remembering he was still angry, he turned his head away and slowly moved his body, turning his back to Shin Shiyu. As he moved, Shin Shiyu followed, gently hooking her pinky with his. Oh, is someone angry? Angry people don't get jerky, you know. The radish isn't angry, right? Good boy, you get a treat. She fed the jerky to the radish. The smell was so good that the radish drooled, but being a well-mannered dog, it only looked at her without eating since she hadn't told it to. Now that Shin Shiyu said it could eat, the radish opened its mouth and grabbed the jerky. Seeing the jerky meant for him go to the radish, Gu Jiandong raised his hand and gave the radish a playful poke on the nose. Radish, if you're still angry, you can't have any jerky. The radish bared its teeth. I'm just a dog. Why are you making it hard for me? With the jerky still in its mouth and not allowed to eat it, the radish reluctantly spit it out. Now, both Gu Jiandong and the dog were upset. After calming down the big one, Shin Shiyu turned to the small one, using promises and sweet words to make Gu Jiandong happy again. Gu Jiandong smiled and held Shin Shiyu's pinky. Let's make a pact. Next time you go far away, you have to take me. You can't leave me home alone. They pressed their pinkies together. Okay, we have a deal. Next time, I will definitely take you. After making the pact, Gu Jiandong pinched the radish's mouth, forcing it to smile. Radish, smile. Don't always have that sad dog face. It's not festive at all. The radish. You're the reason I'm upset. Not having eaten the jerky, the radish was still angry. Shin Shiyu took out another piece of jerky. Radish, eat. The radish looked at Gu Jiandong, who rubbed its head. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. You can only have 2 pieces. The rest are mine. Gu Jiandong held a bag of jerky that Shin Shiyu had given him, making it clear that the radish could only have 2 pieces, not even a half more. He allowed himself to eat, and the radish took 2 pieces of jerky, walking gracefully back to its doghouse to eat, so it wouldn't be interrupted halfway. Gu Jiandong held out a piece of jerky to Shin Shiyu. Shiyu, let's just eat ourselves and ignore that silly dog. It's always angry and not cute at all. The jerky made by Su Guosheng was really good, chewy and fragrant. But it was so chewy that after one piece, Shin Shiyu felt her jaw tired. It must have been made from wild boar meat. Gu Jiandong shared 2 pieces with Grandpa Shen, Grandma Shen, and Shin Chunling. It was so chewy that Grandpa Shen's teeth felt loose. It tasted great, but it was hard on the teeth. Yang Fongfong treated Gu Jiandong well after marrying in. Whenever she returned from her family, if there was food, she would share it with him. Gu Jiandong also generously gave her a piece of jerky. As soon as Yang Fongfong smelled it, she felt great. The jerky was roasted and had a smoky flavor. Now that she was pregnant, she loved the smell of smoke. At the moment, she didn't want to eat the jerky. She just wanted to smell it. Yang Fongfong was pregnant, and so was Lu Pantai. Lu Pantai thought that if Yang Fongfong had won, she must have won too. Lu Pantai stood at the door of the 3rd room, waiting for Gu Jiandong to share jerky with her. But the jerky was given to Yang Fongfong, and Gu Jiandong didn't seem to want to share with her. Lu Pantai cleared her throat. Jiandong, your 3rd aunt is here. Did you forget something? Gu Jiandong scratched his head. Oh, I almost forgot. He quickly walked toward the 3rd room. Lu Pantai thought to herself, I knew he would forget. I almost forgot to tell your 3rd uncle to get up and fetch water. Your water tank is empty. You need to go get some. After saying this, he turned and went back inside. Liu Bantai. What about my jerky? I'm pregnant too. 3rd Uncle Shin got up from the bed. What are you doing here? The clothes aren't washed yet. Hurry up and take the basin outside to wash them. Now that you're pregnant, you need to move around more. Otherwise, you won't have the strength to give birth. That man. When I first got pregnant, he treated me like a queen. Now, just a few days later, he expects me to do everything, even washing and cooking. Seriously, is this my job? Lu Pantai rolled her eyes, wanting to say her stomach hurt, but 3rd Uncle Shin spoke first. Even if your stomach hurts, you still need to wash the clothes. Otherwise, go back to your family. I can't afford a delicate wife like you. Lu Pantai. I'm going. Lu Pantai took the clothes outside to wash. On the way, she ran into Shin Shui, who was also out to wash clothes. Mom, why are you out washing clothes? You're carrying our family's precious baby. You shouldn't be doing such hard work. What if you hurt yourself? Shin Shui said with barely concealed glee. Lu Pantai couldn't let her daughter laugh at her for giving birth to her own child. Your uncle wouldn't let me out to wash. I had to plead with him to let me wash these 2 pieces. He really values the baby in my belly. He won't let me do any heavy work at home. If I hadn't said that doing some work would help with the birth, he wouldn't have let me wash clothes. Why are you out washing clothes? Didn't you say your husband loves and cares for you? Why is he making you wash clothes? Is this how he shows his love? Hearing Lu Pantai say that her dad valued the baby in her mom's belly, Shin Shui was furious. Sure enough, they only cared about having a son and completely ignored her. Shin Shui thought she was her parents' only daughter and that they could only rely on her. So even when Uncle Shun and Lu Panting refused to recognize her, wouldn't let her return home, or support her, Shen Shui remained calm. She believed her parents would eventually forgive her and treat her well again. However, as she waited, she didn't see her parents calm down but instead received news that her mother was pregnant. Shen Shui couldn't believe it. Her mother was so old and still able to conceive. She felt panic rise within her, fearing that with a son, her parents would no longer care about her. Now, whenever she saw Lu Panting's belly, she felt a surge of negativity. Lu Panting noticed Shen Shui staring at her belly and felt uneasy. She took a step back, wondering if Shen Shui intended to harm her unborn child. Shaking her head, Lu Panting dismissed the thought, realizing she was overreacting. After all, the baby was her own brother, and Shen Shui wouldn't go that far. Most likely, she just disliked the child. Lu Panting stacked her basin on top of Shen Shui's, saying, "Aunt Lu is pregnant and not feeling well after squatting for too long. Please help wash these clothes." Shen Shui remained silent for a long time before taking the basins to the river, washing both Lu Panting's and Uncle Shun's clothes. Lu Panting found it strange that Shen Shui was so obedient this time. Sitting nearby, she watched Shen Shui wash clothes, her eyes growing heavy. People's hearts are complex. Shen Shui had a relationship with Zhou Jingchen before marriage, which embarrassed both families. After marrying, they didn't receive any bride price or hold a banquet, while other girls had everything. Zhou Jingchen's attitude was also terrible, which Lu Panting found hard to accept. They had cut ties with Shen Shui, watching her be infatuated with Zhou Jingchen and serve him daily. Lu Panting felt pity for her. Her husband often couldn't sleep, and she knew he cared for Shen Shui too. Despite their sympathy, they all understood that Shen Shui was beyond help, and her current life was what she had chosen. "Mom, the clothes are clean." Lu Panting took the basin and said, "You've always been kind-hearted." "Thank you. Now hurry home and continue your kindness. With your husband's character, he wouldn't survive without your support. There aren't many wild vegetables left in the mountains, so find some edible roots to get through the winter, or you won't be able to be a proper wife." Shen Shui thought, "How can I have such a mother? Not only does she not support me, but she also always makes me angry. Mom, how long will you stay mad at me? Now that you're having a brother, you need to help your daughter and son-in-law. You know how good my in-laws are. If you treat me and Jingchen well now, when my brother grows up, I can arrange a job for him, and you and Dad will benefit from him." Here it comes again. She started spinning tales to deceive her. Unfortunately, Lu Panting was too smart to believe Shen Shui's words. "Save your stories for your husband. Even if your uncle and I are older, we can still raise a child. My baby won't need help, and will grow up to be successful." Lu Panting hummed a tune as she went home, leaving Shen Shui alone to fume. Distracted, she returned home to find Zhou Jingchen still fast asleep on the bed. Frustrated, she didn't want to let him sleep, so she slapped his face. Zhou Jingchen jolted awake, asking what happened. "Did someone hit me?" Shen Shui smiled sweetly. "There was a mosquito on your face, and I accidentally hit too hard while trying to swat it." Zhou Jingchen, still groggy, didn't question her and rolled over to sleep again. They had been married for so long, yet her in-laws hadn't shown any support, never sending money or packages. Shen Shui felt it was because she wasn't pregnant. If she had a healthy baby boy, her in-laws would surely be happy. Thinking this, she climbed onto the bed, tugged at Zhou Jingchen's clothes, and called. Jingchen, hearing her voice, Zhou Jingchen, who had just been dozing, suddenly jumped up, quickly putting on his shoes and running outside, muttering that she was getting too frisky and he was going to be drained. Shen Shui chased after him, asking Jingchen, "Why are you running so fast? Aren't you going to sleep?" "I'm just going out for a bit." As he wandered, he ended up at the old Shen family home, where he met Gu Jiandong and Radish, who were about to ride their bikes. Radish, sitting in the basket, barked loudly upon seeing Zhou Jingchen. If it were on the ground, Radish would probably have charged at him. Radish was well-fed and quite large, reaching Gu Jiandong's knee. Zhou Jingchen usually avoided this dog, but today he was feeling irritable. When Radish barked at him, it annoyed him even more. He picked up a stone and waved it, saying, "Stupid dog, keep barking, and I'll smash your head." Although Gu Jiandong often complained about Radish, he wouldn't allow anyone to bully it. As he set his bike down, he laughed, "If you smash Radish's head, I'll smash yours first." He stepped closer to Zhou Jingchen, who backed away, then turned to run, but Gu Jiandong grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Having been thrown by Gu Jiandong several times, Zhou Jingchen was familiar with the routine. "Let me down, you idiot. I won't hit that dog anymore, just put me down."
Whoosh. Bang.
Gu Jiandong held him by the collar, swinging him around in circles until Zhou Jingchen felt dizzy and about to vomit. Then, Gu Jiandong let go, and Zhou Jingchen flew through the air, landing perfectly in a ditch. Radish, happy to see its owner getting revenge, sat in the basket, wagging its tail and barking joyfully, "Woof woof woof," as it jumped down, ready to play. Gu Jiandong and Radish communicated effortlessly. After throwing Zhou Jingchen into the ditch, Gu Jiandong picked up the plump Radish, patting its head. "Radish, you're so fat, even fatter than the chubby kid." Zhou Jingchen was thrown into the ditch by Gu Jiandong, feeling completely shattered. He crawled for a long time but was too hurt to get up, moving like a turtle with his hands and feet. Bai Luobo was vengeful. Zhou Jingchen knew that when he called it a stupid dog, Bai Luobo understood him. It bared its teeth and tried to bite Zhou Jingchen's clothes, making him think it would bite him. He wanted to run, but even the slightest movement felt like countless needles poking him, causing him great pain. He could only keep waving his hands. "Get away, stupid dog. If you dare to bite me, I'll stew you for dog meat." Bai Luobo thought, "Darn frog, you want to stew me? If I don't teach you a lesson, my last name isn't Bai." Bai Luobo quickly tore Zhou Jingchen's clothes into shreds, leaving only scraps hanging on him. To avoid ruining the village's appearance, Bai Luobo kindly didn't tear his underwear, which remained intact. After ruining his clothes, Bai Luobo smirked and lifted a leg to pee on Zhou Jingchen's backside. Feeling the warmth, Zhou Jingchen turned around and shouted, "Darn dog, get away." After peeing, Bai Luobo shook its legs and swaggered over to Gu Jiandong, proudly seeking praise. "Woof woof. Am I impressive?" Gu Jiandong replied, "Not bad." After dealing with Zhou Jingchen, the man and dog went to play at the drying yard, completely forgetting about Zhou Jingchen's breakdown in the ditch. It was Aunt Yun Gui who passed by and noticed him. "Oh, Zhou Jiqing, what are you doing lying in the ditch? You can't sleep here. You're blocking the water flow. How will the ditch drain? You really have no decency, lying here in broad daylight without clothes. There's nothing to see. It's quite an eyesore." As Aunt Yun Gui got closer, she caught a strong smell of urine and covered her nose, cursing as she left. "Zhou Jingchen." Not long after, Xin Shui rushed over. "Jingchen, why are you in the ditch again?" Zhou Jingchen felt both frustrated and humiliated. "Don't ask, just help me up." Xin Shui tried to pull him up, but when she got close, she smelled the urine. Hesitating for half a minute, she repeated to herself, "Jingchen comes from a good family," several times before finally helping him up. His clothes were torn, and he was covered in thick mud from lying in the ditch. Not bothering to go back for clothes, Xin Shui helped him home directly. To avoid being laughed at, they walked quickly. Once home, Xin Shui prepared water for him to bathe. Just thinking about that darn dog's urine on him made Zhou Jingchen feel sick, and he washed 3 buckets of water before coming out, repeatedly checking if he still smelled. "Jingchen, what happened? Why are you in the ditch again?" He still had a hint of urine smell. Talking about it made Zhou Jingchen angry. "It's all because of that idiot. I just said a couple of words about the dog next to him, and he went crazy, grabbing my collar and throwing me into the ditch. That stupid dog even peed on me. Xiaoxue, I can't let this go." It was too embarrassing. He, Zhou Jingchen, was bullied by a dog. Lying there in the ditch, Aunt Yun Gui had seen him, and he couldn't imagine what rumors would spread about him in the village. Under the big banyan tree in the village, a group of aunts and older women gathered. Aunt Yungue pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds and mysteriously said, "Guess what I just saw when I went to find our dog?" Curious, everyone asked, "What did you see?" "Oh my, just tell us. You're making us anxious." Seeing their eagerness, Aunt Yungue didn't keep them in suspense. Zhou Jiqing was sleeping in the stinky ditch. When I passed by, he was lying straight in the water, enjoying himself, thinking no one could see him. He was lying there peeing and pooping. When I got closer, a terrible smell hit me.
What?
That's too outrageous. Zhou Jiqing must have some serious issues. Why sleep there when he could go home? Maybe he has some strange habit. He just loves sleeping in ditches. Zhou Jiqing and Xin Shui really are a perfect match. One sleepwalker, the other loves sleeping in ditches. The crowd under the banyan tree talked about the couple, spitting out words, while Xin Shui and Zhou Jingchen were at home planning how to deal with Bai Luobo. "Jingchen, there are many ways to get rid of that dog. Why do we have to use a piece of meat?" Just the thought of having to use meat to get rid of that annoying dog made Xin Shui feel pained. They had no meat to eat. That dead dog didn't deserve any. What do you know? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. That dog is clever and big. If we don't lure it with meat, how will it willingly eat rat poison? He couldn't do anything about that idiot, but he could deal with a dog. That dog was always with the idiot, clearly important to him. If he got rid of the dog, the idiot would probably become even more foolish. Then, he wouldn't believe the idiot could still stay in the Shin family. Without the idiot being protected by the family, it would be easy to deal with him. Xin Shui still didn't want to sacrifice meat. Having meat tickets was better than buying meat for her. "Jingchen, let's just set a trap." "Set a trap? You make it sound easy. Can you even do it?" "That dog is too smart. We might end up falling into the trap first. Let's just buy meat and put rat poison on it." He wasn't worried about the meat. There was no better plan. "Why don't we just ignore that dog? Why bother with the dog? It's not worth it. If we need to settle scores, we should go after Shin Shuyu and Gu Jiandong, not get angry with the dog. Whether to kill it or feed it meat, it just didn't seem worth it." "Go after Shin Shuyu and Gu Jiandong? Are you brave enough?" "I'm not. I can't beat that idiot, nor can I argue with those shrews from your family." "Jingchen, our parents are quite capable. Just let them use their connections to have those two taken away. Once they're gone, all their stuff will be ours. They have so many good things: fine grains, white sugar, brown sugar, milk powder, cake, and biscuits." As she spoke, Xin Shui was drooling. Not just Xin Shui, Zhou Jingchen was also tempted. He never expected that two people like them could have so many good things. A country girl and an abandoned idiot didn't deserve such treats. They should belong to him. He thought this in his heart, but put on a disapproving face. "Xiaoxue, how can you say such cruel things? Xin Shuyu is your older sister, and the idiot is just an idiot who knows nothing. What we're doing isn't right. Country girls are just country girls, lacking insight. If his parents were really that capable, why would he still be in this broken village? Asking for connections to arrest someone? Catching a dog would be tough enough." Before leaving, Shin Shuyu visited the cow shed. "I have a train at 3 this afternoon. You all eat these supplies. Don't hold back. The most important thing now is to take care of yourselves." Liang Jun held her hand tightly. "You must pay attention to safety. Really, really be careful." In the end, Yang Zhen didn't want his granddaughter to go far. He said, "Girl, you don't need to go on this trip. They won't easily find those things where they are." "Grandpa, I want to go. I've never traveled far before, and I want to see the world." "Don't worry, I'll be safe." With the tickets already bought, Shen Shiyu had to go. If those things were safe where they were, Grandpa wouldn't have suggested moving them. Besides, she was very curious about what Grandpa wanted her to transfer. Yongzhen took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote down an address, phone number, and name. "If you run into any trouble, look for the person at this address." Shen Shiyu tucked the note away. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm leaving." Tao Tao reluctantly followed her out, wanting to see his sister off. Afraid others would see, the little guy stepped back into the cow shed. "Grandpa, Grandma, where is sister going?" "Sister is going back to our old home." She'll be back in a few days. Tao Tao hugged Grandma's leg. Grandma, I want to go home. I miss Mom and Dad. Don't worry, we'll go back one day and see your parents. The couple stood at the cow shed door. Liang Jun felt uneasy. Old Yang, my heart just doesn't feel right. Shu will be fine. Don't overthink it. Shen Shu's clothes had already been packed by Grandma Shen. Since she would be on the train for several days, Grandma and her daughter were busy in the kitchen preparing food for her to take. Grandma, second aunt, just make me 2 pancakes. No need to make anything else. There's food for sale on the train. Food on the train isn't as good as home-cooked meals. Grandma and second aunt will prepare it, and you can eat whenever you're hungry. After more than an hour of work, they made 20 egg pancakes, boiled 10 eggs, stir-fried garlic shoots with cured meat, and steamed 2 bowls of rice, and a pot of steamed buns. Second aunt packed everything for her niece. Shen Shiyu couldn't help but laugh. Her grandma and second aunt were really worried she would go hungry on the train. With so much food, she could eat for over a week. Grandma Shen reminded her granddaughter, "Sweetheart, it can get chaotic on the train. There are many pickpockets. You need to keep an eye on your things. If someone approaches you, pretend to sleep. Some people seem honest, but are actually up to no good." Grandma Shen had never traveled far or taken a train. Every time Shen Xiangbei returned, he would tell his parents about the outside world, including what to be careful of on the train, how mixed the crowd could be, and how pickpockets operate. "Sweetheart, did you remember what Grandma just said?" Shen Shi listened carefully. "Grandma, I remembered everything you said. I'll be careful when I'm out." Shen Chunling brought out a pair of pants. "Shu Yu, wear these. Second aunt added extra pockets for you to keep your money safe." Shen Shi looked at the pants and saw several pockets sewn inside. Moreover, Grandma had sewn 2 pockets into her underwear. Last night, Grandma asked her for 200 yuan, which was now sewn into her underwear. When Shen Shiyu needed the money, she would have to cut the thread first. Shen Shiyu couldn't help but smile. Following her grandma and second aunt's advice, she went to change into the new underwear and pants. The introduction letter for her trip had already been prepared by Shinerju. When Grandpa Shin brought it back, Grandma Shin looked it over, folded it neatly, and said, "Sweetheart, put the introduction letter in the pocket of your pants. It's less likely to get lost." In those days, you couldn't go anywhere without an introduction letter. If it got lost, it would be a big hassle. Grandma Shin wanted to make sure her granddaughter didn't lose it, so she watched her put it in the pocket. Grandpa Shin returned with his favorite smoking pipe and asked, "Sweetheart, have you packed everything? It's almost time to leave."
Okay.
Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Saixia came out. "Shuyu, when you go to Harbin, if you see any nice fabric, please bring back 10 feet for us. We'll pay you when you return." Both sisters-in-law asked Shin Shiyu to bring back fabric. Lu Panting also chimed in, "Shiyu, please bring back 10 feet for my third aunt too. It has to be nice. If it's not, don't bother. Yang Fengfeng's brother is getting married next month. She wanted to give him and his bride a red pillowcase." After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Shuyu, if you see a red pillowcase, could you bring one back for my sister-in-law?" Shin Shiyu nodded.
Sure.
Shin Shiyu would be gone for several days. Gu Jiandong had been sticking to her all day. If he weren't so big, he would have hung on her. He and the dog by Luobua stayed close to Shin Shiyu, not leaving her side. Shin Shiyu went back to grab 10 picture books and a box of glass marbles. "Gu Jiandong, you need to behave and sleep well while I'm gone. Read the picture books and put yourself to sleep, okay?" Gu Jiandong, the clingy big dog, rested his chin on Shin Shiyu's shoulder and nudged her, his eyes glistening. "Okay. When will you come back?" "I'll come back after you finish this box of marbles." The big dog nodded obediently. "Just remember to come back. I'll be waiting for you at home." With no work to do at home, Shin Shiyu was going on her first long trip. Grandpa Shen, Grandma Shen, and Shin Chunling all came to see her off at the station. One bicycle couldn't fit everyone, so Grandma Shen had her eldest son borrow an ox cart from the village. Uncle Shun drove the ox cart, while Shin Shiyu and the others sat in the back. Gu Jiandong was especially clingy today, holding onto Shin Shiyu's arm tightly, while Bai Luobua nestled in her arms. Both were quite attached. Shin Shiyu patted Gu Jiandong's head and stroked Bai Luobua's fur. They chatted and laughed all the way to the station. Shin Shiyu didn't bring much, just a bundle and a cloth bag, so it was light. They arrived early and the train hadn't come yet, so they had to wait for half an hour. There weren't enough seats at the station, so they stood. The station was bustling with people. Gu Jiandong was worried about losing Shin Shiyu and held onto the corner of her clothes tightly. As Shin Shiyu prepared to leave, the child looked very upset, tears welling in his eyes, his lips pouting. He looked like a child left behind while his mother went off to work, begging her not to go. She reluctantly pushed him away and turned to board the train. The train slowly arrived at the station. Gu Jiandong held onto Shin Shiyu's shirt tighter. After the passengers got off, Shin Shiyu chatted a bit with her grandmother and others before getting on the train. The grip on her shirt didn't loosen. Shin Shiyu really had to push him away now, or the train would leave. Gu Jiandong, be good. I'll be back soon. Wait for me at home. After saying that, Shin Shiyu pushed him gently and turned to board the train. Her seat was easy to find. It was the second seat in the third row. Gu Jiandong had never been apart from Shin Shiyu since he went to the countryside. Now that she was on the train, he lifted his leg to follow her, but Grandma Shin stopped him. Jiandong, we are good kids. We need to listen. Shiyu said she'll be back soon. She won't lie to you. She has things to do on this trip, not for fun. Let's be good and wait for her at home, okay? Gu Jiandong lowered his head and didn't say anything, but he didn't seem to want to get on the train. The train whistled, and the wheels began to turn slowly. Gu Jiandong ran alongside the train. Shin Shiyu's seat wasn't by the window, so she had to ask others to let her through to get to the window. Standing by the window, she saw Gu Jiandong with tears in his eyes running after the train, and her heart ached. Gu Jiandong, go home. Don't chase after me. I'll be back soon. Grandma, second aunt, uncle, you all go home too. Don't chase after me. It wasn't until the train disappeared from the station that Grandma Shin took Gu Jiandong home. All the way, Gu Jiandong was gloomy. Even when Grandpa Shin told him stories, he didn't pay attention. Gu Jiandong was unhappy, and so was the white radish. Its mood changed with Gu Jiandong's. On the ox cart, both the boy and the dog had the same expression, looking downcast. Shin Chunling asked her mother, Mom, what should we do? This child is about to cry. How do we cheer him up? Well, when we get home, I'll make him something delicious to eat. He'll be happy after that. On the train. It was Shin Shiyu's first time riding a train in this era, and it felt quite fresh. She looked around the carriage and out the window. The train was moving slowly, and at first, she found it quite pleasant to sit on the train. But after a while, she started to feel uncomfortable. Her back and bottom hurt. Various smells filled the carriage, and she couldn't describe them. She really wanted to breathe some fresh air. This carriage was packed with people, and there were also many animals, chickens, geese, ducks, and even a little lamb bleating. Shin Shiyu wondered how someone managed to bring a lamb on board. It was said that trains were very accommodating back then. As long as you could fit it in, you could bring anything. Shin Shiyu sat in the middle seat. To her right was a pregnant woman who was still asleep, and to her left was an elderly lady. The pregnant woman was sleeping, and the elderly lady, feeling bored, kept trying to talk to Shin Shiyu. The smells in the carriage made Shin Shiyu dizzy, and she didn't want to talk at all. She politely replied to the elderly lady a couple of times, but didn't engage further. Seeing Shin Shiyu's cold demeanor, the elderly lady wisely fell silent. Shin Shiyu couldn't stand sitting anymore and wanted to walk around, but there was no space in the aisle. The elderly lady noticed she wanted to get up and raised her hand, saying, Girl, I'm going to the restroom. Just follow me, and there will be a way. Thank you, Auntie. No need to thank me. You're a pretty girl. I like clean and tidy girls. The path indeed opened up as the elderly lady shouted, Make way, lift your feet, move over. I need to go to the restroom. Most people moved aside, but a couple of stubborn ones stood still. The elderly lady pushed them aside and gave them a piece of her mind. Shen Shi followed the elderly lady easily to the restroom, where a few people were waiting in line. Shen Shi stood behind the elderly lady and didn't go to another carriage. Sitting in her seat had made her feel dizzy from the smells. The restroom was a chance for her to escape to her space for a bit and breathe some fresh air. There were 7 people in line, and Shen Shi waited for 40 minutes. Luckily, after sitting for so long, standing for a while didn't bother her. When it was her turn, Shen Shi quickly entered the restroom and slipped into her space. Inside, she lay on a big lawn, breathing fresh air and eating sweet and sour grapes. After enjoying a bath with the spring water, she came back out. Shen Shi had been in her space for over an hour, but time worked differently there. Although she felt like she had been gone a long time, to those waiting outside the restroom, she had only been inside for 2 or 3 minutes. After her refreshing bath, Shen Shi felt relaxed and no longer looked lifeless and dull. When she returned to her seat, the elderly lady was asleep, and the pregnant woman had woken up. She smiled at Shen Shi and took out a newspaper to read. Shen Shi was quite bored too, so she borrowed 2 sheets of newspaper to pass the time. In an era with limited information, news from the country was often shared through newspapers. Many times, remote mountain villages would only learn about events months or even half a year later. There was no choice. Information was scarce, and people from the mountains didn't often come out. Even if they did, they wouldn't think to buy newspapers, and even if they did, those who couldn't read wouldn't understand them. It was now a little past 1 in the morning, and Shen Shi couldn't sleep at all. It wasn't that she wasn't tired. It was just that there were constant rustling noises around her, and occasionally a goose would honk, keeping her awake. During this time, she went to the restroom several times, using the opportunity to sneak into her space for a quick nap. As dawn broke, the train carriage was livelier than a market. There were vendors selling breakfast. Shen Shi took out the milk and egg pancakes her aunt had made. Actually, she wasn't hungry since she had already eaten in her space. However, since she hadn't eaten anything in front of others since yesterday, she felt she should eat something while seated. Shen Shi was eating her egg pancake when a child across from her saw it and started whining to his mother that he wanted one too. The aunt shot Shen Shi a fierce glare and then tried to appease her little boy. Was Shen Shi someone to be bullied? Holding her egg pancake, she chewed slowly and held it out to the little boy, saying, "Want some?" The little boy was practically drooling, nodding eagerly, "Yes. Give it to me." "Not a chance. I won't give it to you. I'll just tease you." Shen Shi looked at the mischievous child across from her, who was clearly spoiled by his family. As she waved the pancake in front of him to tease him, the little boy yelled angrily, "Give it to me, or I'll tell my mom to hit you." "Mom, she won't give me the pancake to eat. You should hit her." "Yaozu, be good. Mom has some steamed buns for you. How about you eat those first? If you want the egg pancake, wait until your sister comes home, and I'll ask her to make it for you every day." The boy's mother scolded Shen Shi while trying to calm her son. "What's wrong with you? Not only do you not share your food with my son, but you also tease him on purpose." Ignoring the woman, Shen Shi continued to wave the pancake in front of the boy. "It smells so good.
This was made by my family."
"Doesn't your mom make you egg pancakes at home? If she doesn't, she must not care about you. Caring parents always make egg pancakes for their kids." Hearing this, Yaozu clenched his fists and kept hitting his mother. "I don't want steamed buns.
You don't care about me.
You don't make me egg pancakes. I don't want you anymore. I want Dad to get me a new mom. It's my fault. It's my fault. As soon as we get to your sister's house, I'll make you egg pancakes, okay? I just saw a vendor selling eggs and noodles. I'll buy some for you." The mother shot a fierce glare at Shen Shi and took her precious son away from the table, worried that Shen Shi would say something to provoke him. They changed seats to avoid her. Even after moving, Yaozu kept hitting his mother until she returned with eggs and noodles, at which point he finally calmed down. Shen Shi smiled slightly, shifted in her seat, and closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened her eyes in the afternoon, she realized that it had only been a day and a half, but she already missed Gu Jiandong and wondered what he was doing. At the Shenjiaba team, what was Gu Jiandong doing? He was playing with glass marbles. After returning from the bus station, he took out the new box of glass marbles that Shinshuyu had bought for him and went to find his friends. In just half a day, he had already lost half of them. This morning, he got up at dawn, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and skipped breakfast to call his friends to play marbles. Now he was under a big banyan tree with a group of kids, playing marbles. Previously, Gu Jiandong had always won, but yesterday and today, he kept losing. Gooden squatted on the ground, using his pinky as a support, his index finger circling a marble, aiming at a nearby marble. With a flick of his thumb, Gooden's marble knocked Gu Jiandong's marble out of the circle. Gooden raised his head like a victorious general, beaming with a smile. "Brother Jiandong, you lost again. Your pretty marbles are mine now." Gu Jiandong didn't feel discouraged at all. He confidently replied, "Sure, take them." The kids' marbles were all passed down from their older brothers, and each marble was precious to them. However, even the most cherished marbles would wear out with time. So when Gu Jiandong pulled out a big box of colorful glass marbles, his friends' eyes lit up, especially since he was losing so much. They didn't want to go home even when it was time for lunch. Shun Jinbao looked at him with a disapproving gaze. "Brother Jiandong, you were really good at marbles before. Why are you losing so much yesterday and today? Is your hand not feeling right? If it's not, maybe you should stop playing. At this rate, you'll lose everything." Gu Jiandong had already lost most of his new marbles before he even got to enjoy them. Shin Jinbao felt sorry for him. Gu Jiandong was really wasteful and didn't know how to manage his things. Gu Jiandong handed him 2 marbles with watermelon designs. "Here, little fatty, these are for you." Shun Jinbao thought, actually, it's not so bad that Brother Jiandong is wasteful. He put the glass marbles away, thinking that when his sister's baby was born, he would give these new marbles to the baby, who would surely love them. Let's start. After the round ended, Gu Jiandong urged his friends to begin a new round. His hand seemed uncontrollable. Even though the opponent's marble was right in front of him, he couldn't hit it. In the circle, a bunch of kids laughed together. Shin Jinbao began to suspect that Gu Jiandong was intentionally letting them win. After thinking for a while, the innocent Shin Jinbao concluded that Gu Jiandong was there to do charity. The term charity was something Shin Jinbao had just learned in school a couple of days ago, and now he was applying it to Gu Jiandong. Shin Jinbao grinned foolishly and poked Gu Jiandong's arm. "Brother Jiandong, you're so nice. You really are our big brother." Knowing that Gu Jiandong was there to be generous, Shin Jinbao focused on playing his marbles, and in the end, he won over a dozen beautiful marbles. Gooden, Haydn, and the others also won quite a few. Everyone in the circle, except Gu Jiandong, ended up with full pockets of marbles they had won. The atmosphere was filled with laughter, including Gu Jiandong, who had lost all his marbles. The kids couldn't help but laugh. These were marbles they had won through their own skill, which was even more exciting than finding money. Gu Jiandong, who lost all his marbles through skill, was also very happy. He didn't remember a single word Shin Shiyu had said before she left. He only remembered, "I'll come back when you lose all these marbles." Now that he had lost all his marbles, Shin Shiyu should be almost home. He rubbed the head of the little dog, Little Radish. "Let's go wait for Shiyu at the village entrance." The boy and the dog bounced happily toward the village entrance, looking very cheerful. Behind them, a group of kids followed, tugging at their pants and shouting, "Brother Jiandong, wait for us." Before leaving, Shin Shiyu bought Gu Jiandong glass marbles, thinking that he rarely lost when playing with them. The iron box contained over 100 marbles, so he could play as much as he wanted. She would be gone for 4 or 5 days, and with marbles to play with, Gu Jiandong should be happy. What Shin Shiyu didn't know was that he had lost all the marbles in less than a day. Now, the boy and Little Radish were sitting under the big tree at the village entrance, eagerly waiting for her return. Shin Shiyu was very busy on the train because she had spotted a couple who looked like human traffickers. As for how Shin Shiyu knew they were a couple, they had called themselves Mom and Dad while playing with the child as soon as they got on the train. At first, Shin Shiyu didn't pay much attention to them, but when the child cried, The man went to get hot water for the milk bottle. Shen Shiyu casually glanced over and noticed something was off. The hot water was barely cool when the woman shoved the bottle into the child's mouth to feed him. The child probably got burned and cried loudly. The woman fumbled in her pocket and fed the child something, looking around nervously before doing so. Shen Shiyu observed their actions and went to find the train attendant, explaining the situation. Soon, the attendant and a police officer came to check their tickets and identification. Both of them cooperated while the attendant, a mother herself, couldn't bear to see a child in distress. Given Shen Shiyu's earlier report, the police officer checked the identification while also observing the baby, whose face was red and had several blisters on his lips. "Is this your child?" The woman feigned innocence, saying, "Yes, he's my son. He just fell asleep."
How old is he?
The woman hesitated. 3 months. The attendant frowned slightly. The baby looked more like 5 or 6 months old. After the police officer finished checking the identification, he signaled to the attendant that there was no issue. The tickets and identification were fine, and Shen Shiyu's concerns were just suspicions without evidence, so they couldn't take any action against the couple. After the routine check, they advised them to keep their belongings safe and left. "Comrade, maybe you were overthinking. We didn't find anything wrong during our check." Shen Shiyu had anticipated this outcome. If they were really human traffickers, they wouldn't have tickets and identification. After the attendant and police officer left, the couple exchanged glances and moved to another carriage. When Shen Shiyu returned, she only saw their backs. Holding her water cup, she squeezed through the crowd and followed them. The couple seemed to sense something and started walking faster. Shen Shiyu quickened her pace as well. As she chased them, a few people appeared, seemingly trying to block her. With many people in the carriage, she saw the couple's figures almost disappearing. Shen Shiyu punched each person blocking her and shouted, "Stop that couple with the blue scarf and the baby. They are human traffickers." Initially uncertain, Shen Shiyu was now sure of their intentions. As soon as she shouted human traffickers, chaos erupted in the carriage. The couple with the baby panicked and ran quickly. Some quick-thinking passengers joined Shen Shiyu in the chase. With so many people around, it was easy to lose sight of them. Shen Shiyu sprinted after them, leaping in front of the couple before they could react. She swept the man's legs, knocking him down, and kicked the woman's knee, causing her to instinctively drop the baby. Shen Shiyu caught the infant just in time. The kick had been forceful, and the woman couldn't stand. Before the police officer arrived, some concerned passengers held the couple down. "Step aside, what happened?" The crowd was confused, only vaguely hearing the words human traffickers. Someone shouted, "Human traffickers. Those scoundrels tried to abduct a child." Luckily, thanks to this young lady's keen eyes, they didn't succeed. Many in the crowd were outraged. Those despicable traffickers. How could they try to take such a small child? If the child were taken, how would the parents live? The couple on the ground shouted, "We are not traffickers. Dogdan is our child." No matter how they protested, they were taken away by the police, along with Shen Shiyu and several concerned passengers. They were separated for questioning. The police officer questioning Shen Shiyu was in his 30s. He looked at her identification and asked her name. Shen Shiyu calmly replied, "Shen Shiyu. I saw the attendant's report. You suspected they were traffickers. What made you suspicious?" When the child was crying, the couple showed no signs of concern, only impatience. The woman even pinched the child's foot. When the child cried for a while, the man brought back a bottle of hot water and fed it to the child without thinking. The child got burned, and they remained indifferent. The woman then took something from her pocket to feed the child, and he stopped crying, as if he had fallen asleep. I thought if it were their own child, most parents wouldn't treat their child like that, feeding them hot water that could burn their throat. Also, their method of feeding the baby was clumsy. Although their clothes had no holes, the fabric didn't look like it belonged to a family that could afford to feed a child with a bottle. When the attendant and police officer checked their tickets and identification, they appeared calm, but the sweat on their foreheads betrayed them. Once the attendant and police officer left, They tried to leave their seats with the baby and their belongings, looking a bit flustered. As she spoke, one police officer took notes while another observed her expressions. The questioning officer looked at her with slight admiration. "Comrade Shin, your observation skills are very detailed. All right, we have a general understanding of the situation. Please wait here for a moment." The two police officers left, and Shin Shiyu felt a bit tired. This carriage seemed to be designated for office work, and it was very quiet. She dozed off for half an hour. The officer who had questioned her returned with a smile. "Comrade Shin, thanks to you, those two have confessed. They are indeed human traffickers, and we also caught 5 members of their gang. What about the child?" "The child was stolen from a hospital in Kyoto.
They don't even know whose child they took."
"We will contact the child's parents as soon as possible, so you don't need to worry." Shin Shiyu had nothing to worry about, as long as the child was safe from the traffickers. Looking at the child's belongings, it was clear that his family cared for him deeply. If he fell into the hands of traffickers, both he and his parents would suffer a lifetime of pain. Shin Shiyu harbored a strong hatred for traffickers. In her previous life, a cousin of hers was abducted by traffickers, and her uncle and aunt spent most of their lives searching for him. Years of searching and repeated disappointments took a toll. Her aunt passed away before 50, while her uncle fell ill and could only return home when he could no longer walk. Without a son or wife, their home felt empty. Her uncle lay in bed like a living puppet, clinging to the hope of finding his son. Eventually, through DNA comparison in the police database, they found her cousin. When he returned home, both he and her uncle cried at her aunt's grave. 2 months after her cousin returned, her uncle passed away, leaving with a smile on his lips. Her cousin had finally come home, but he lost another family member. Shin Shiyu still remembered the day they found her cousin in a remote mountain village. He should have grown up in a warm and loving family, attended school with classmates in a nurturing environment, and explored the wide world. But none of that happened. Instead, he endured daily abuse from his adoptive parents and humiliation from the villagers, covered in scars and wounds. His mouth was silenced, and his tendons were severed. When they saw him, her uncle and parents fainted multiple times. Shin Shiyu felt like she was on the verge of breaking down. Her brother was treated this way, and her heart ached for him. When the train reached the next station, as soon as the doors opened, police officers came to apprehend the human traffickers who were taken away. With the situation resolved, Shin Shiyu returned to her seat. The elderly woman next to her asked, "Dear, were those 2 really human traffickers?" "Yes. Those 2 brutes looked so honest, yet they did such terrible things. If I had been able to get in there, I would have taught them a good lesson." The woman spoke through gritted teeth. "Everyone hates human traffickers. Dear, as a young lady, if something happens, you should call the authorities first. If you rush in directly, what if those brutes hurt you? That would be too dangerous. You're out here alone without any family, so you need to take care of yourself." This girl was really bold. It was dangerous for a young lady. Shin Shiyu felt the woman's kindness and replied, "Auntie, I've practiced a few moves since I was young, so I can handle a few traffickers. But you don't know if they have accomplices. What if there are too many of them? You can't fight them all. I've seen more of the world than you, dear. Listen to me. If something like this happens again, call the train police first." She had seen that this time, the traffickers had accomplices, all of them tall and intimidating. Okay. Shin Shiyu chatted with the aunt, and the journey wasn't too boring. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Shin Shiyu finally arrived at her destination. It was not easy to come to Harbin. Just the train ride felt exhausting. Sitting in hard seats for 3 days had left her sore and tired. Shin Shiyu stretched her back and followed the crowd out of the station. According to her grandfather's address, she needed to take 3 buses and then a cart to get there. The bus rides were fine. The buses came quickly and the roads were smooth, so Shin Shiyu hardly felt any bumps. After getting off the bus, she was lucky to meet a man driving a cart. She asked him if he was going in her direction. The man cracked his whip and said, "Get on, kid." Once on the cart, the bumpy country road made her feel nauseous, and she had to sip some spring water to feel better. 40 minutes later, the cart stopped by a small creek. "Kid, we're close to the address you mentioned. You can walk a few steps from here. I have other business to attend to." Shin-Shiyu got off and handed the man 5 pancakes and 2 buns. "Thank you, uncle." "What are you doing, kid?" "I just gave you a ride. You don't need to give me this precious food." Shin-Shiyu didn't argue and quickly walked away. As she walked, she looked around to make sure no one was watching. Once she confirmed it was safe, she entered her space to disguise herself as a middle-aged man before coming out again. After walking about 100 meters, a large courtyard came into view. It looked like a traditional courtyard house. Shin-Shiyu hadn't even entered yet, but she already liked the place from just looking at the entrance. She thought that when she could buy a house in a few years, she would get one like this. Before she came, her grandfather had warned her that there might be people lurking nearby. Shin-Shiyu cautiously walked around the area and confirmed there was no one before she climbed over the wall into the yard. Inside the yard, Shin-Shiyu checked around and found no one in the house. The house had been empty for a long time, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. Following her grandfather's instructions, she entered the first room on the east side. Under the bed, she found a basement. When she pressed the switch, a square hole appeared under the bed. Since the basement hadn't been entered for a long time, Shin-Shiyu didn't rush in. After waiting 3 minutes, she lit 2 candles and tossed them inside. When the candles didn't extinguish, she went down into the basement. The basement was quite large, filled with boxes of various sizes. Shin-Shiyu opened 2 boxes to take a look. They contained all sorts of documents. She picked up one document, but it was filled with dense text that she couldn't understand. With a wave of her hand, all the boxes in the basement were moved into her space. Her space was the safest place. No one could find it except her. Now the basement was empty. After collecting everything, Shin-Shiyu left the basement. She closed the basement door and erased any traces of her visit to the house. Her grandfather had said this area was unsafe, and she needed to leave quickly after moving the items. Shin-Shiyu was someone who listened to advice. She didn't dare stay even a moment longer and ran as fast as she could. Just when Shin-Shiyu thought she was safe, she encountered a group of people about 200 meters away. They looked like farmers, but when she glanced at their waists, she saw guns. This was serious trouble. No matter how skilled she was, she couldn't take on a group with guns. Fortunately, Shin-Shiyu was prepared. After leaving the house, she had picked up a bundle of firewood nearby. At that moment, she was a middle-aged man carrying firewood. The group approached her, their expressions sharp. "What are you doing? This is our territory. Are you looking for trouble?" As soon as he spoke, Shin-Shiyu recognized the heavy accent. They were from a gang. Shin-Shiyu looked terrified, her hands and legs shaking as she stammered. I heard there was a lot of firewood here. I just wanted to carry some home. I didn't know this was your territory. I won't come back again." The leader of the group sized up the middle-aged man in front of him. Seeing how scared he was, he sneered. "This is the courage of a Hwagwa person. This coward isn't worth our time. If we kill him, it will only bring us trouble." He raised an eyebrow, signaling his men to let her go. One of the younger members wanted to take action, but the leader insisted on letting her go. The younger member was frustrated and kicked the crippled man in front of him. Shin-Shiyu wasn't going to let him kick her. Just as the kick was about to land, she stepped forward, sat down on the ground, and then got up, limping away with the firewood. As she walked away, the younger member complained, "Boss, why let him go? We've been waiting here for so long, searching the area, and we didn't find what we wanted. It would have been fun to keep that unlucky guy around for entertainment. After that, we could." He made a slashing motion across his throat. "Swapianzi, be more careful. This isn't our country. The Hwagwa police aren't useless. This will expose us." As Shin-Shiyu walked away, she realized no one was following her. She tossed the firewood into her space and sat on a big rock, thinking about how to deal with those gang members. After some thought, she came up with a good plan. These guys had just tried to kill her, but now they had met Shin-Shiyu. They were in for it. On a dark and windy night, Shen Shiyu dressed up in a way that would scare even herself if she looked in the mirror. That group of fools hadn't left their spot. Shen Shiyu approached them and began to shout ominously, "Come. Return my life." Her voice, combined with the rustling sounds of the forest, was more immersive than any 3D sound effect. The group of fools huddled together, trembling and pale. "Be brother, did you hear someone calling?" The deadly voice was heard by Zwaba, but as the big brother, he couldn't lose face in front of his younger brothers. That was just the wind. "Don't be scared." Ignoring the slight tremor in Zwaba's voice, the younger brothers felt somewhat reassured. Shen Shiyu let out a wild laugh, wearing a long white dress that seemed to drag on forever, and approached the group of fools, saying ominously, "Return my life." Zwaba and his younger brothers were too scared to open their eyes upon hearing her eerie voice. Zwaba, being the big brother and not believing in such things, forced himself to open his eyes. What he saw made him lose his mind. In front of him stood a creature with a pale face, sharp teeth, long hair cascading down, and a bright red tongue coiled around its neck. The creature seemed pleased with him, twisted its neck, and raised its hands, its sharp nails poised to dig into his throat. Overwhelmed by fear, he forgot to breathe, scream, or even grab his gun. His body swayed, and he fainted. Shen Shiyu brushed her long hair away from her eyes and cursed the fools for being weak. She hadn't even finished having fun yet, and now one of them had passed out. Fortunately, there were others to play with. Shen Shiyu smiled sinisterly, her cold hand touching their necks. "I'm so lonely down here. You fools should come down and keep me company." Clang. Another one fainted. Two fools managed to hold on, not fainting. Shen Shiyu forcibly opened their eyes. With her mouth wide open, she asked, "Am I beautiful?" She was anything but beautiful. It was downright terrifying. The two who had their eyes forced open were shocked at the sight of the ghostly figure before them. Their pupils dilated, and they wet themselves, exclaiming in their language, "A ghost." They collapsed to the ground. Shen Shiyu. In less than 10 minutes since her appearance, the entire group had fainted. Shen Shiyu was not satisfied. She took a stick and hit each of their legs, producing crisp cracking sounds. Yes, that was the sound of bones breaking. The pain jolted them awake. Shen Shiyu, being kind, worried they might faint again, so she went to rest in her space. They were painfully awakened, each one opening their eyes in agony. "Brother, did we end up in the underworld?" Zwaba tried to act calm. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is heaven. We've contributed so much to our country. We should go to heaven after death. This doesn't look like heaven." Zwaba's spirit hadn't returned yet. He didn't even realize he was still in the same place. Shen Shiyu rolled her eyes in her space. Given what they had done to their country, they deserved to be in the deepest hell, not heaven. The other younger brothers were still shaken, especially the two who had their eyes forcibly opened. Whenever they closed their eyes, they saw that terrifying ghost. One said, "Be brother, we've encountered the dirty things that the Chinese talk about. That ghost wanted to take us down. What should we do?" What to do? Zwaba didn't know either. The things on their side were different from those in China, and he had no idea how to deal with that dirty thing. The only thing he could think of was to run. As he tried to move his legs, a sharp pain shot through his knees. The others felt it too. One fool who hadn't opened his eyes said, "Brother, our legs have been eaten by that ghost." Zwaba babbled a string of gibberish, which Shen Shiyu understood as him cursing her. "Brother, what if that ghost hasn't left? What if it comes back? I don't want to die." The wind was strong tonight, and the trees rustled ominously. They all felt a chilling presence, as if the ghost was still nearby. Normally ruthless, they were now crying out in fear, feeling true terror for the first time. After cursing, Zwaba touched his shattered knee. His legs were still there, but he knew they might never heal. Even if they returned to their empire, no skilled doctor could fix them. Zwaba smirked darkly. "No matter what that ghost is, it won't be easy for it to take our lives. We have guns. We shouldn't be afraid." "Brother, my gun is gone." "Brother, I can't find my gun either." "Brother." Zwaba felt for the gun at his waist, but found nothing. He searched again, wide-eyed, looking around. Besides stones, there were no guns, not even a ghost. Shun Shiyu lounged in her space, leisurely eating grapes, enjoying watching their mental breakdown. Of course, she wouldn't let them have their guns. That would be too dangerous. One little mistake could lead to an accidental discharge. Such dangerous things were best kept with her. Brother, that ghost must have taken our guns. What would a ghost want with our things from the living world? Even at this point, this fool was still worried about that. Zwaba punched him.
Stop talking about that.
Hurry up and run. Are you waiting to be served to the ghost? Brother, how do we run? How to run? They had to squirm like maggots, slowly moving. Zwaba led the way, and the younger brothers followed suit. After crawling for a long time, they had only moved half a meter. They were too scared, feeling as if the ghost was always watching them from behind. Fear surrounded them, combined with the pain in their legs, making it hard to move. Crawling half a meter was already a feat. Time was running out. Shin Shiyu stepped out to continue her ghostly antics. I'm so lonely. Come down and keep me company. The few who had just woken up, barely returning to their senses, froze in terror upon hearing her chilling voice. She appeared suddenly in front of Zwaba and the others. This time, she hid her sharp teeth, her long hair covering her face. She extended her long red nails, continuously brushing against their cheeks. Her voice, ghostly, echoed in their ears. Which one of you should I take down first? Haha, or should I take you all? The appearance of Shin Shiyu made Zwaba and the others, who were writhing on the ground, extremely scared. They screamed, "Ghost! A ghost is here, quick, run!" But there was nowhere for them to run. They could only lie on the ground, helplessly screaming. Shin Shiyu brushed her long hair aside, revealing a chilling smile. You can't escape. Come with me to hell. Ha ha ha. A group of trembling fools buried their heads in the ground. Shin Shiyu pulled their hair, forcing them to look up at her, and used her sharp claws to scratch each of them twice. Deep scratches appeared on their faces, and after she finished, before she could proceed to the next step, they fainted again. Shin Shiyu felt bored. She hadn't had enough fun yet, and these fools were not even tough enough to scare. Feeling unamused, she decided to stop playing and struck their elbows with a stick. From now on, they would be useless, discarded by those above them, and their fate was predictable. Shin Shiyu searched them thoroughly and found they had quite a bit of money, over $500 and various receipts. They must have been here for a long time. Not far away, there was a shed filled with many items: pots, bowls, various spices, rice, and flour. They had 3 iron pots and a bag of rice, which she estimated weighed over 80 pounds. There were half bags of flour and cornmeal, totaling about 100 pounds. These scoundrels were eating so well. Who knows where they got it from? Shin Shiyu waved her hand and stored everything in her space. She wandered around the shed several times and stepped on a board. Squatting down, she pried it open with her stick. Underneath was a hole containing 2 small boxes, and Shin Shiyu knew these scoundrels were hiding more. She brought the boxes up and opened them to reveal a golden shine, small yellow fish. Both boxes contained them, totaling 20 small yellow fish. Seeing these fish, she instantly felt energized. Tonight's efforts were definitely worth it. Money, food, and small yellow fish. She hit the jackpot. After storing the fish, Shin Shiyu took out paper and a pen, wrote several letters, and stuffed them into the pockets of these fools. After all this work, she needed to find a place to rest. Since she came out, she hadn't had a good sleep. Even after drinking the spring water, her body felt a bit tired. It was dark outside, and being in the countryside at night, it would take at least an hour to walk back to the city. Shin Shiyu didn't want to move anymore and decided to sleep in her space. As dawn broke, well-rested Shin Shiyu finished breakfast in her space. Looking outside, she saw no one, so she stepped out and walked back to the city. Upon reaching the city, Shin Shiyu didn't go straight to the bus station to buy a ticket, but headed to the police station instead. No one was at the police station yet, So Shin Shiyu climbed through a window and tossed a letter into their office. Then she went to the department store. Since she was here, she had to bring something back for her grandparents and second aunt. Also, Gu Jiandong's shoes had long worn out. She bought him a pair at the supply and marketing cooperative in the county, but she hadn't seen him wear them. He usually wore the straw sandals made by her grandfather. Shen Shiyu thought he must be saving them, as he cherished the things she gave him. She decided to buy 2 more pairs. If he had extra shoes, he would be more willing to wear them. The department store was grand, spacious, and bright, filled with many people and products. Looking around, the variety of goods was dazzling. Shen Shiyu checked out the fabric counter, where the colorful materials with big flowers were displayed. This was exactly what her aunts wanted. She picked 3 different floral patterns, each 10 feet long. She looked around but didn't find the red pillowcases her sister-in-law wanted, although there were red quilt covers. She took the red quilt cover too. Even if her sister-in-law didn't want it, she could use it herself. After buying the fabric and quilt cover, Shin Shiyu got 3 pairs of cloth shoes, 2 pairs for Gu Jiandong and 1 for her grandfather. Seeing leather shoes, she bought 2 pairs, 1 for her grandmother and 1 for her second aunt. Her grandmother's old friend, Aunt Zhang from the neighboring team, had a pair of leather shoes bought by her daughter, who worked in the county. She had shown them off to her grandmother for a long time. Though her grandmother didn't say anything, Shin Shiyu knew she wanted a pair of leather shoes. However, there weren't many leather shoes at the supply and marketing cooperative, and when Shin Shiyu went, there were only 2 pairs, neither in her grandmother's size. The department store had plenty of leather shoes, with about 10 pairs on display. Shin Shiyu told the salesperson her size, and after checking, she found a good pair, without any flaws. The quality of leather shoes in this era was reliable. They could last 5 or 6 years without issue. Of course, the price was also significant. Only families with some wealth would choose to buy leather shoes. People like Shin Shiyu, who bought 2 pairs at once, were rare. This drew quite a bit of attention from those around her. One lady even muttered, "Young people today really don't know how to live." Shin Shiyu paid and placed the leather shoes in her cloth bag. She then went to the counter selling hair ties and clips and picked out a few. Before getting on the bullock cart, Shin Shiyu secretly handed her a wad of money, all in small denominations, totaling $1.50. She said she had saved for over 3 years, and it pained her to take it out. The young girl, at the age where she loved beauty, wanted pretty hair ties and clips, asking Shin Shiyu to buy some. Shin Shiyu chose a few trendy items and saw some plastic sandals, so she bought a pair. She also bought plenty of candy and snacks. Shin Shiyu had no shortage of money or tickets, and since she had come all this way, she naturally wanted to buy more. After a full round of shopping, Shin Shiyu got everything she wanted. Her hands were filled with cloth bags. Remembering she still had a few cigarette tickets, Shin Shiyu went and bought 4 packs of Ingchun brand cigarettes. At the police station, the police had started work, and when they saw the contents of the envelope, they reported to their superiors, who immediately sent people to the countryside. By the time the police arrived, the group of fools had just woken up. As soon as they did, they felt the pain in their bodies and tried to push themselves up, but moving their hands only intensified the pain throughout their bodies. Unable to get up, they could only lie there, crying and pleading with the police. At that moment, they felt the arrival of the police like the coming of a deity, an angel descending. "Police officers, you must help us. We encountered something terrible." Zwaba shot a glare at a younger member, who quickly corrected himself. "Police officers, we encountered a dirty thing." The police saw the scratches on their faces and the blood on their hands and legs. Without saying a word, they started to search them. They found several sheets of letter paper filled with Japanese writing. With the letter paper and the content of the report they had read, along with the group's accents, the police officers expressionlessly picked them up like little chicks and put them in the car. It's unclear what their superiors thought, but as soon as these people spoke, their strong accents made it obvious where they were from. Sending such people here really showed a lack of respect for their country. When the police car arrived, this group of fools showed no fear. Instead, they felt secure, thinking they were no longer in that cursed place and that the evil thing wouldn't chase them anymore. At the police station, they were separated for questioning. The police asked them questions, but they couldn't answer any of them, sitting in the interrogation room, only complaining. Left 8. Officer, I'm not lying. We really encountered something evil. That thing floated. Its hair floated too. Its tongue was bright red and dripping blood. Very long. Long enough to tie someone up. It hung its tongue around its neck. We really encountered something evil. That thing floated. Its hair floated too. Its tongue was bright red and dripping blood. Very long. Long enough to tie someone up. It hung its tongue around its neck, and even tried to strangle me with it. Little brother Lefty, officer, believe me, there really is something evil in that forest. You need to go catch it. I heard there are experts in your country who deal with these evil things. My face was scratched by its claws. Little brother left 11. It's terrifying. It appeared suddenly, floating in the air, saying it wanted to take us down and make us pay with our lives. Officer, we are good people. My brother and I are honest farmers, working hard in the fields, and we've never harmed anyone. That evil thing just wants to hurt the innocent. This group of fools, who were not good people to begin with, were scared by the evil thing and wanted the police to take revenge for them. They described the evil thing from last night in great detail. Of course, they didn't mention that their guns were taken by that evil thing. Several police officers took turns questioning them but got nothing out of them, only listening to their ghost stories. To the police, they seemed to be telling ghost stories. Each one spoke with genuine emotion, showing fear on their faces, and a couple were even going crazy, repeatedly saying, "Don't eat me. Don't pull me down." Shin-Shi still didn't know that this group of fools had been locked up in the station, and the ghost she pretended to be was still haunting their minds, mentally tormenting them. After shopping, she left the department store and took a bus to the train station to buy a ticket for a train leaving around 9 that night. Since there was still time, she checked into a small hotel near the station to get some rest. She needed to sleep, otherwise her body wouldn't hold up. After sleeping for a while, it was almost time, so Shin-Shiyu entered the station. This time, she had a window seat. As soon as she got on the train, she took out a newspaper to read, trying to pass the time and avoid boredom. As she read, she thought of Gu Jiandong. She hadn't seen him since she arrived, and she was used to having him around. Being away from him for so many days felt strange, leaving her feeling empty inside. She wondered what Gu Jiandong was doing now. Shenjiaba team. Old lady Shin looked at the time. It was dark, and dinner was ready, but Jiandong hadn't come back yet. She called her daughter, Chunling, go out, and called Jiandong back for dinner. Chunling was worried. Mom, ever since she left, he goes to the village entrance every day to wait for her, and he waits all day without eating much. What should we do? She won't be back for a few more days. Old lady Shen was also worried. Although Jiandong was usually well-behaved, he could be quite stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, even she couldn't change it. Just go out and talk to him. If he doesn't come back, bring out the puppy. He listens to the puppy. Shin Chunling went out to call him back. From a distance, she saw a person and a dog. Jiandong was sitting like a statue on a rock, and the puppy was sitting upright, staring at the road. Shin Chunling approached, but they didn't notice her. Jiandong, it's dark now. You should come home. Grandma has made dinner for you. She made noodles and added an egg with some sesame oil. It smells so good. Normally, Jiandong would have run home by now, but this time, he didn't seem to hear her. Shen Chunling pulled him. Jiandong, you didn't come home for lunch. You need to eat dinner. Please listen to your second aunt and come home. Jiandong, a tall young man, was hard to move when he didn't want to get up. After several attempts, he sat there like a big rock, not budging an inch. Jiandong sat straight, looking down the road. Second aunt, I want to wait here for Shiyu to come back. Shiyu won't be back so soon. Let's go home for dinner and sleep. You can wait for her tomorrow too. Jiandong's eyes were watery, holding a box that used to contain marbles. He spoke with a sense of injustice. Shiyu will be back soon, she promised. As soon as I finish with the marbles, she'll come back. I've already lost all the marbles. She must be almost home. This boy being so attached to Shiyu wasn't a good thing. Look at that, with his niece not at home, he only eats a little bit each day, and before dawn, he comes to the village entrance with the puppy to wait for her, like a stone waiting for a husband. No matter how much you try to persuade him, he won't listen. What a worry. Not going home, huh? Not going home. I want to wait for Shiyu. Then the puppy can come home with me. That dog was like a brother to Jiandong. If the puppy went home, he would surely follow. After saying that, Shun Chunling coaxed, "Puppy, come home for dinner. We made sweet potato porridge. It's really delicious." The puppy loved sweet potato porridge. Usually when it heard about it, its tail would wag happily. This time, like Jiandong, it didn't budge. Woof woof, the puppy wouldn't go home either. It wanted to wait for Shiyu. Shun Chunling didn't understand its barking, but it didn't move, just shook its head at her, clearly indicating it wanted to wait here too. Neither the boy nor the dog would listen, which made Shin Chunling anxious. People need food. How can they not go home to eat? Shin Chunling, unable to get through to the child, brought up her niece. Jiandong, if you don't go home for dinner, she will be upset when she finds out. Look at you haven't been eating well these days. You've become so thin, your face has no meat on it, and you're not cute at all. Shiyu doesn't like you looking like a stick. Gu Jiandong listened thoughtfully and pinched his own face. Second aunt, am I not cute anymore? His action was quite adorable, but Shin Chunling turned her face away and said reluctantly, not cute. Gu Jiandong stared at the road for a while, then patted the dog's head. Bye Luabwa, let's go home. He wanted to eat and get chubby. That way, he would be cute and Shiyu would always like him. Bai Luabwa shook off the dust and happily followed Gu Jiandong. Shun Chunling smiled, relieved that these two were finally coming home for dinner. It seemed bringing up her niece worked. Hidden behind a tree, Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen saw Gu Jiandong and the dog go home and became anxious. Shin Shui gritted her teeth. Jingchen, what do we do now that Gu Jiandong and that darn dog are home? They had already bought the meat, and it was laced with rat poison. If they couldn't lure that dog tonight, their efforts would be wasted. Don't worry, he and that dog will come out again. Shin Shiyu had gone out. This fool waits outside every day. If the Shin family didn't call him, he wouldn't even know to go home when it gets dark. This fool is the dumbest of them all. He doesn't know how to enjoy good days, just sits outside like a stone. Right, this fool will definitely come out again. As long as Shin Shiyu isn't back, he might as well sleep at the village entrance. Thinking of this, Shin Shui felt jealous of Shin Shiyu again. Although the fool is dumb, he treats that shameless girl really well, with his heart and eyes only for her. Jealousy surged in her heart, and for a moment, her face twisted, startling Zhou Jingchen. Xiao Xue, what are you thinking? Shin Shui came back to her senses and smiled slightly. Nothing, just thinking about something. Zhou Jingchen thought it was no wonder he could be manipulated by this woman. She was more cunning than a snake. Her expression changed in an instant, from fierce to sweet and gentle. Such a dangerous woman. When he gets the chance to return to the capital, the first thing he will do is divorce her. Shin Shui was unaware of Zhou Jingchen's thoughts. She tightly clenched the hem of her clothes, cursing Shin Shiyu in her heart, hoping she wouldn't come back. She had heard her mother say that Shin Shiyu went to Harbin, which was far away and would take days by train to get there. As a village girl who had never traveled far, she didn't know the way or how to take a train. Maybe she was being sold off in some remote mountain. If that shameless girl doesn't come back, her things will be hers. That shameless girl is already 18 and has a job. Even if she and Jingchen can't return to the capital in a year or two, it doesn't matter because she can take over that shameless girl's job. After all, she is that girl's cousin. It's only right for her to take over. She can't just let the job go to someone else. Shin Shui imagined herself taking over Shin Shiyu's job and couldn't help but smile. Once she has a job, she will be the envy of everyone, earning a salary every month and getting to eat good food. Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen was quite scared. This woman was too unpredictable. One moment she looked fierce, and the next she was smiling like a fool. He was afraid she might suddenly hit him. He quietly moved away from her. They thought Gu Jiandong would come out again after dinner with the dog, so they waited behind a tree at the village entrance until after 11, but the fool and the dog didn't appear. By this time, the night wind was cold, and Xin Shui and Zhou Jingchen were sneezing, feeling goosebumps all over. As it got colder, Zhou Jingchen couldn't take it anymore. Xiao Xue, I'm going home to take a shower. You wait here, and I'll come back out to switch with you. Okay, hurry back. Zhou Jingchen went home and didn't come out again. Xin Shui waited until midnight, but it was too cold, so she went home. Seeing Zhou Jingchen sound asleep, Xin Shui felt a surge of anger. He hadn't been making promises to her lately. She had already digested the promises he made before, and now her anger flared up. Without a word, she climbed onto the bed and slapped Zhou Jingchen hard. He was deep in a dream and suddenly got hit, dazed and holding his face. Xiao Xue, did you just hit me? Xin Shui suppressed her anger and smiled slightly. No, Jingchen, were you having a nightmare? You're my man. How could I bear to hit you? Forget it. It was just a bad dream. Go back to sleep. Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen doubted he hadn't been hit by Xin Shui. Otherwise, why would his face feel hot and painful? But he was very sleepy and wanted to continue his dream, so he didn't bother arguing with Xin Shui and turned back to sleep. Just as he was falling into a deep sleep, Xin Shui slapped him again and immediately pretended to be asleep. Zhou Jingchen woke up, holding his burning face, wanting to yell at Xin Shui. But seeing her lying next to him, she seemed to be asleep. He was confused. Did he have another nightmare? Did Xin Shui not hit him? Meanwhile, Xin Shuyu on the train had no idea Gu Jiandong was waiting for her at the village entrance like a stone. He was out there before dawn and didn't go home for meals. She also didn't know Xin Shui was cursing her for not returning and hoping to take her job. Right now, she had just caught a pickpocket and was dragging him to the police officer. Officer, this sneaky guy just tried to steal my money, and I caught him. The pickpocket, tied up by Xin Shuyu, looked angrily at her. I didn't steal your money. Don't try to frame me. Xin Shuyu ignored him and said to the officer, I saw him stealing. His bag is bulging. It must be filled with things he stole on the train. Just check it. As Xin Shuyu handed the pickpocket over to the officer, several people in the train car shouted, My watch is missing. It was a Shanghai brand watch my partner gave me. I lost 20 yuan. That was the money for my son's wedding. My half-eaten meat bun is also missing. The train officer escorted the thief to a special carriage. At first, the thief denied everything until someone came to report lost items and asked the officer for help. Passengers described their missing belongings, and when the officer searched the thief's bag, he found all kinds of things. Underwear, watches, letters of introduction, wallets, glasses, clothes, socks, and shoes. Most of the items matched what the passengers described. With both witnesses and evidence present, the thief had no choice but to admit the truth. The officer handled the situation while Xin Shuyu went to the restroom and then returned to sleep. On this train ride, Xin Shuyu felt better than when she first boarded. At least the smell in the carriage was bearable, without the stench of chicken, duck, or goose droppings and no sheep bleating. It was a bit stuffy, but otherwise fine. After 3 days on the train, she arrived on the morning of the 4th day. Shun Lao Tai and the others had come to the station at the right time to wait for her. They arrived early, and as soon as Xin Shuyu got off the train, she spotted her grandparents. The most noticeable was Gu Jiandong, who stood out in the crowd with his height and appearance. She waved Grandpa, Grandma, second aunt, uncle. Gu Jiandong, I'm over here. The train had just arrived, and the station was crowded and noisy, so her family didn't hear her. However, Gu Jiandong's ears perked up, and he broke into a bright smile, his previously dull eyes now sparkling. He seemed to have a radar for finding Xin Shuyu in the bustling crowd. He rushed over, and just as Xin Shuyu was about to call out to her grandparents, she found herself in a strong embrace. Before she could react, a sulky voice came from above, sounding like a complaint. Shuyu, you lied to me. With so many people at the station, it wasn't appropriate for them to be hugging openly. These days, even married couples hesitated to hold hands in public, let alone embrace like this. Shen Shuyu stepped back from Gu Jiandong's arms and saw his face full of grievance, his eyes glistening. His voice was tinged with tears as he spoke. Shen Shuyu thought he had been bullied while she was away, so she looked up at him. What happened? Did someone bully you? Seeing her concern, Gu Jiandong bent slightly to be at her level. No, someone lied to me. Who lied to you? You. Shen Shuyu was confused. She couldn't remember ever lying to Gu Jiandong. Seeing her puzzled expression, he pulled out an empty box he had with him. The big dog Dong Dong looked pitiful. You said that as long as I lost all my marbles, you would come back. I lost them all the next day, but you didn't return. Shuyu, you lied to me. The one who lied to me is a puppy, and you're the puppy. Shen Shuyu. She never expected that he would lose all his marbles the very next day, especially since he had over 100 of them. Gu Jiandong was usually very good at playing marbles and rarely lost. He usually won. For him to lose them all in 2 days, he must have done it on purpose. But since he was clearly upset, Shen Shuyu didn't argue. Okay, I'm the puppy. The puppy will tell you a story when we get home, all right? Gu Jiandong was easily soothed. He huffed a couple of times, took the big bag from her, and said, all right, I forgive you. After they talked for a while, Shun Lao Tai and the others finally noticed their granddaughter. Sweetheart Shuyu, you're back. Are you tired? Let's go home. Shinda Bo took the heavy bag from Gu Jiandong's hands, and as soon as Gu Jiandong let go, he nearly strained his back. Shuyu, what's in this bag? Why is it so heavy? He struggled to lift it, being a farmer used to hard work. Shun Lao Tai looked at her eldest son with disdain. How heavy can one bag be? If you can't lift it, you must have drunk too much porridge this morning. I think you just don't work enough. When we get home, help me carry some water. The more you carry, the stronger you'll get. I got it, Mom. Shen Shuyu and her family left the station and got onto the ox cart. Gu Jiandong sat next to Shen Shuyu, and when Bai Luobua tried to get close to her, he pushed him into Shun Lao Tai's arms. Grandpa Shun, Bai Luobua keeps moving around. He might fall out. Can you keep an eye on him? Shun Lao Tai understood the child's intentions and was happy to indulge him. All right, Grandpa Shun will hold him and keep him still. Gu Jiandong successfully claimed Shen Shuyu's attention, happily linking his arm with hers and resting her head on his shoulder. He childishly said, You are my puppy, and puppies have to listen to me. Lean on my shoulder. Shen Shuyu complied, shifting closer and resting her head on his shoulder for the first time. It felt strange. Her ears felt warm, and her heart raced. Gu Jiandong tilted his head slightly toward her, clearly happy to have her back, showing off his adorable dimples. Shun Lao Tai and the others watched the two kids with smiles, especially Shin Chunling, who looked at them like they were a perfect match. Gu Jiandong hadn't fully recovered yet, and no matter how close the two kids were, Shun Lao Tai and Shun Lao Tai didn't think much of it. Kids are naturally clingy to their mothers, and since Gu Jiandong's mother wasn't around, he was just being affectionate with their precious girl. Shun Lao Tai smiled at her granddaughter. Sweetheart, you don't know this, but while you were away, this child went to the village entrance every day to wait for you. He sat there all day long. Even when it was time to eat, he wouldn't come back, saying he would only return when you did. Shin Chunling added, That's right. Before you were home, he couldn't sit still. If other kids called him to play, he would go. But these past few days, he stayed at the village entrance waiting for you. Last night, when we mentioned going to the station to check if you arrived today, he knocked on our door at 4 a.m. to wake us up. The cows in the barn weren't even awake yet, but he insisted on waking them up, even though they were still dozing. Thinking about it made Shin Chunling laugh. If they hadn't said the station wouldn't open until 2 or 3, he would have wanted to go there even earlier. Shin Shuyu looked at him. Gu Jiandong, didn't I tell you to eat well? Why didn't you listen to me? Gu Jiandong twirled her hair with his fingers, pouting. I did eat 5 bowls. Shun Chun-ling chimed in. He had 5 bowls of thin porridge in 6 days. He used to eat 3 bowls in one sitting. Gu Jiandong sheepishly touched his nose. I ate every day. On the way home, Shun Lao Tai asked her granddaughter, "Sweetheart, did everything go well this trip? Did you encounter any dangers?" "I didn't encounter any dangers. Everything went smoothly." The in-laws, along with the second sister and the child Jiandong, set off early to the station to wait for their niece. Today, Zhang Tsuetsue and the others didn't go visiting. All 3 sisters-in-law stayed home to wait. Li Caixia was munching on sunflower seeds. "Sister-in-law, do you think she will come back today?" She was eager for the fabric she asked her niece to buy. With nothing to do, she wanted to make new clothes to wear. "I don't know. I guess she should be back, but who knows? What if she couldn't get a ticket? We'll find out when her parents and the second sister return." "Sister-in-law, second sister, your sewing skills are amazing. When Shiyu brings back the fabric, if I mess up while making clothes, you have to help me fix it." After cutting ties with Shin Shui and with Uncle Shin often trying to reason with Lu Pantai, who didn't want to listen or couldn't understand, Uncle Shun repeated his lectures daily. Hearing the same reasoning over and over, Lu Pantai thought it made sense. She used to look down on her sisters-in-law and didn't enjoy chatting with them. But after Uncle Shin's nagging, she recently started spending time with them. She realized she had to get along with them. As her husband said, they were getting older and couldn't support their son forever. In the future, her son would need the help of his brothers. If her relationship with her sisters-in-law was bad, they wouldn't be kind to her son either. If the mother didn't like her son, the family wouldn't either. For her son's sake, she needed to maintain a good relationship with her sisters-in-law. She agreed with everything Zhang Tsuetsue and the others said and didn't say anything unpleasant. Was Lu Pantai complimenting them? That was rare. The sisters-in-law exchanged glances. No problem. While the 3 sisters-in-law chatted, they heard the sound of wheels outside. Shin Xiu jumped up from the lounge chair and rushed out first. "Eldest sister, you're finally back. Was it fun outside? Was the train comfortable? Are you tired? Hungry? I'll give you a back rub later." Shin Xiu surrounded Shin Shiyu with questions, and Shin Shiyu answered them one by one. "I went to do some errands and came back right after. I didn't go out for fun, so I don't know if it was fun. I sat in hard seats, and my back and bottom hurt. It was uncomfortable. I'm tired but not hungry. You don't need to give me a back rub." As Shin Xiu fussed over Shin Shiyu, Gu Jiandong felt a bit annoyed. He and his dog worked together to subtly push Shin Xiu aside. Gu Jiandong called out, "Shiyu, I'm strong. I'll give you a shoulder rub and back massage later." Zhang Tsuetsue and the others came out, all smiles. "Shiyu is back. Go, go, go. Don't block the door. My dear has been on the train for days and needs to rest well now that she's home. Right, Shiyu, you need to take a bath before sleeping, right? I'll have Joey prepare water for you." Zhang Tsuetsue moved to the door and shouted, "Joey, your big sister is back. Come out and prepare hot water for Shiyu. We have hot water ready in the kitchen pot." Shin Joey, who had been sleeping soundly, was woken up by his mother's loud voice. He rubbed his eyes and came out, greeted his grandparents, and went to get Shin Shiyu's bucket for water. After bringing the water to the bathing room, Shin Joey, half asleep and yawning, said, "Big sister, the water is ready." The first thing Shin Shiyu wanted to do when she got home was take a bath. Now that her second cousin had prepared the water, she said, "Uncle, the bag I brought has things for you all, grandparents, second aunt, second uncle, and third aunt. Take a look while I go wash up." Shin Shiyu went to the room to get her change of clothes for the bath, while Gu Jiandong and Bai Luobo waited for her to come out. Meanwhile, Shun Laotai and the others were in the main room looking at the things Shin Shiyu had brought back. She had a big bag full of items, and Shin Chunling suspected her niece had packed up the whole department store. If it were any other family, the grandparents would have scolded their granddaughter for being so wasteful. But Shun Laodai and Shun Laotu were used to their granddaughter's generosity and smiled happily. "Old man, there's even tobacco here. This must be what our dear bought for you. And these shoes are your size. She bought those for you too." Shun Laotu held the tobacco and shoes, smiling as the wrinkles on his face deepened. Why is this child spending money on these things for me? She should save it to buy herself more skirts. I'm just an old man from the countryside. I don't need such good tobacco. I could just smoke some cheap stuff. These shoes must cost over 20, right? Such nice shoes. I can't wear them comfortably. Shindabo and the others nearby were almost envious. They didn't care about the shoes, but the tobacco was impressive. Shin Sambor reached out. Dad, you don't usually smoke this kind. Share it with us, 3 brothers. Yeah, Dad, you don't like it much. Just give it to us. Shin Laotu protected his tobacco and glared at his 3 sons. Go away. If you want good tobacco, save your pocket money to buy it yourself. He hadn't even tried this brand yet, and he couldn't bear to give it to his 3 sons. Shin Chunling pulled out 2 pairs of leather shoes. Mom, Shuyu also bought leather shoes. Shun Laotai looked at the sizes and immediately understood. These 2 pairs of leather shoes are for me and you. Zhang Tsuetsue reached out to touch the leather shoes. Mom, second sister, these shoes are really beautiful. Our county supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have this style. Li Saixia looked at the shoes in her mother-in-law's hands, feeling truly envious. She wanted a pair too, but she could only think about it. Leather shoes weren't cheap, and she couldn't bear to spend money on them. Lu Pantai looked at the pair of leather shoes in Shin Chunling's hands and leaned over. Second sister, my feet are the same size as yours. Can I borrow them for a try? If they fit well, I'll ask Xiangxi to buy me a pair. Shin Sambua. This woman is still as daring as ever. What kind of family do they have? She thinks she can buy leather shoes. He spoke up, your feet are swollen. There's no way you can fit into second sister's shoes.
Don't ruin them.
Leather shoes are durable. They won't get ruined easily. She said this while looking down at her swollen feet, which resembled pig trotters. She pouted and said, I want to eat pig trotters. Shin Sambua. When you have a baby, I'll find a way to buy some for you. Hearing her husband say this, Lu Pantai stopped talking about borrowing Shin Chunling's shoes. Instead, she dug into her bag and pulled out 3 pieces of fabric in different colors. Sister-in-law, second sister, these are the fabrics we asked Shiyu to bring back. Each piece has a different color and big flowers. Big cities are really different. This fabric feels better than what we have in our county, and it's prettier. Lu Pantai was quite satisfied with Shun Shiyu's taste. No matter which piece of fabric was chosen, it looked good. Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Saixia each took a piece of fabric. This fabric is indeed nice. The colors are great. Clothes made from it will definitely look good. Shin Xiu rummaged through the bag and found her hair ties and clips, immediately putting them on her head. Shin Xiu bought her 4 hair ties and 4 clips, all in different colors. She wore them all at once, making her head look colorful and bright. She asked Shin Laotu and the others, Grandpa, Uncle, Dad, Third Uncle, do I look good? Am I like a fairy? The 4 older men replied, You look great, even better than a fairy. She asked Grandma Shin and the others, Grandma, Aunt, Mom, Third Aunt, am I pretty? Am I the prettiest girl in the 10 miles and 8 villages? The Shin family children were all good-looking. Grandma Shin praised her. You're beautiful. You won't find a girl as lovely as my granddaughter in the whole area. Li Saixia thought the many colors in her daughter's hair were a bit dazzling, but she still complimented her. You're beautiful. The most beautiful. The girls were happy to receive pretty hair ties and clips, and Zhang Tsuetsue and Lu Pantai didn't say anything that would ruin the mood. They all praised her looks. Grandma Shin continued to take things out of the bag. Oh, there's also a big red quilt cover. Zhang Tsuetsue took it. Mom, this must be from Shiyu for Fongfong. Fongfong's younger brother is getting married next month. As soon as the big red quilt cover came out, all the women in the Shin family liked it. Shun Xiu touched the fabric and said to her mother, Mom, I want a big red quilt cover for my wedding too. When your older sister goes on a trip next time, I'll ask her to bring one back for your dowry. Shun Xiu bought mostly food, filling the 8 immortals table to the brim. Grandma Shin took everything back to the room and organized it. When Shun Xiu came out, Gu Jiandong kindly took her clothes, both he and the dog grinning. Shiyu, you should go sleep. I'll wash your clothes. This wasn't the first time Gu Jiandong had washed his own clothes, so she didn't hesitate. Then I'll go take a nap. As she passed through the main room, Zhang Tsuetsue and the others asked Shin Shiyu how much she spent on fabric. They didn't have fabric coupons and wanted Shin Shiyu to exchange the coupons for money. Aunt, second aunt, third aunt, can you each give me 9 yuan? Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia readily gave her the money, but Lu Pantai had empty pockets and no money on her. The fabric money came from Uncle Shin, and as the mistress of the third household, she felt frustrated for a while, but it didn't last long. Seeing her 2 sisters-in-law making clothes, she went back to get some needle and thread. During the days Shin Shi was away, Grandma Shin and her daughters-in-law made cotton clothes, pants, and shoes. They distributed the remaining cotton according to the supply and marketing cooperative prices to the 3 daughters-in-law. With cotton and fabric available and nothing else to do at home, they decided to make the cotton clothes while it was still warm enough to wear them this year. While they chatted and worked on clothes in the main room, Shin Shiyu was sleeping soundly inside. After sitting on the train for so many days, she was truly exhausted and fell asleep as soon as she entered the room. She slept from noon until noon the next day, waking up to see Gu Jiandong's pleasant face. Since she returned, Gu Jiandong hadn't gone out to play. While she slept, he and the dog quietly played by the bed. Seeing her awake, Gu Jiandong grinned. Shiyu, you're awake. After her nap, Shin Shiyu felt refreshed and had no trace of fatigue. Gu Jiandong was truly a thoughtful child. Seeing her up, he took her comb and began to braid her hair. After finishing, he took his wash basin and towel outside to get water for her to wash her face. When Shin Shiyu came out, Gu Jiandong handed her a damp towel. Shiyu, wipe your face. After she wiped her face, Gu Jiandong handed her a toothbrush with toothpaste already on it. Shiyu, brush your teeth. In the kitchen, Gu Jiandong brought out bowls and chopsticks to serve her porridge. Shiyu, drink your porridge. Shin Shiyu smiled with a motherly expression, thinking how nice it was to have a filial child by her side. Look how thoughtful and considerate he was. While drinking her porridge, Shin Shiyu remembered how she had promised Uncle Gu to take good care of Gu Jiandong. But when he went to the countryside, it turned out the opposite. Gu Jiandong didn't need her care. Instead, he took care of her more. After finishing her porridge, Shin Shiyu played with Gu Jiandong for a while before encouraging him to go out and play. She needed to find her grandparents to tell them about the successful transfer of items. Otherwise, they would worry about her. Liang Jun and Yang Zhen were indeed worried about her. During her days away, they hadn't slept well. Especially Liang Jun, who was very anxious and had nightmares. Their movements were restricted, and they didn't dare to interact with the villagers. They didn't know Shin Shiyu had returned yesterday. Now Liang Jun was in the cowshed talking to her husband, Old Yang. Shiyu has been gone for 7 days. She should be back by now. Yang Zhen replied, if all goes well, she should be back.
Liang Yun looked worried.
What if things didn't go well? Thinking this, she shook her head, believing her granddaughter would be fine. Grandpa, Grandma, Tao Tao, I'm back. Shin Shiyu's voice rang out at the door. The couple was delighted to hear her voice and stood up, looking her over. Seeing she was back safe and sound, the heavy stone in their hearts finally lifted. Good to be back. Good to be back. Tao Tao hugged Shin Shiyu's leg. Sister, I missed you so much. Shin Shiyu peeled a milk candy for him. I missed you too, Tao Tao. Since it was daytime, Shin Shiyu couldn't stay long in the cowshed. She quickly told them everything went smoothly and the items in the basement had been moved. Only she knew where they were. Good to hear, good to hear. Yang Jin asked, are there people near the house? 500 meters away, there's a group of not-so-smart Japanese, but I've taken care of them. Hearing about the Japanese, the couple's expressions changed. Liang Jun looked at her granddaughter again. Child, did you run into them? Are you hurt? She turned to hit her husband. I told you it was too dangerous for her to go. Look, there are Japanese around. Yang Zhen let his wife scold and complain without arguing back. He regretted letting Shiyu go. He shouldn't have let her take that risk. Grandpa, Grandma, you don't need to worry. I'm back safe and sound. Nothing happened, I'm fine. Those little thugs were scared silly by me. They really were scared silly and were taken back to the police station. Besides telling ghost stories, when questioned by the police, they spoke in a jumble. In jail, they acted crazy. At first, the police thought they were pretending and used various interrogation methods, but still couldn't get anything out of them. They called a doctor, who diagnosed them as genuinely dazed. The higher-ups in their country knew their people had been taken to the police station and, fearing they might spill secrets, sent someone to the police station to escort them away. Of course, Shin Shiyu was unaware of these events happening far away in Shenjiaba. After telling her grandparents everything, she hurriedly left the cow shed. Before Shin Shiyu returned, Shin Shui had been dreaming about how she would take over Shin Shiyu's job, receiving a salary every month and enjoying the goods. She would laugh so hard that it scared Zhou Jingchen. At night, he would curl up in a corner, trembling in fear that Shin Shui might suddenly hit him. The villagers said Shin Shui was a sleepwalker. Zhou Jingchen suspected that the last time he got hurt was Shin Shui's doing. Shin Shui didn't know Zhou Jingchen was afraid of her. When she opened her eyes and saw him shaking in the corner, she thought he was having a nightmare. She gently patted him. Jingchen, what's wrong? Are you having a nightmare? Zhou Jingchen was half asleep, and when Shin Shui called him, he woke up. Zhou Jingchen. What kind of nightmare could he have? His nightmare was Shin Shui. I'm fine, just a bit cold. Hurry and cook. Shin Shui got up to make breakfast. Watching her busy, Zhou Jingchen thought that was her only use. If she couldn't work, he wouldn't marry her. After breakfast, Shin Shui said she wanted to go out because they were out of vegetables. She wanted to persuade her mother to give her some cabbage and spicy cabbage. Not to mention, her mother's spicy cabbage was quite good. She arrived at the Shin family and saw her mother laughing with two aunts. Shin Shui found it strange. When did her mother become so close with them? They used to look down on each other. Shin Shui didn't dare to go in and stood at the door. Shin Qiu came out of play and saw her. Shin Shui, what are you doing at my house? Shin Shui frowned and scolded her. I'm your second sister. How can you just call me by my name? This is my house. I can do whatever I want here. You're getting older, but have no manners. If you keep this up, your future husband will dislike you. Shin Qiu pouted. Uncle and aunt don't recognize you anymore. How can you be my second sister? I'm not getting married. Like my elder sister, I'll be looking for a husband. You don't need to worry about that. Xiao Qiu, why have you changed so much? What I say is for your own good. Shin Qiu, I can't afford your good. Before, Shin Qiu was happy to call Shin Shui her second sister until she overheard Shin Shui talking badly about her. Shin Qiu didn't confront her then, giving her the last bit of face. Now, Shin Shui was acting like a second sister in front of her, and Shin Qiu didn't want to give her a good face. Seeing Shin Qiu about to leave, Shin Shui grabbed her arm. Don't go. Help me call my mother out. I need to talk to her. She noticed the hairpin and hair tie on Shin Qiu's head and immediately wanted to take them off. Where did you get that hair tie and hairpin? Why are you wearing such flashy things? Take them off. I'll keep them safe for you. Shin Qiu realized how shameless Shin Shui was. How did she not see this side of her before? Shin Qiu pushed her away, stepping half a meter back. What? Do you want to steal my hair tie and hairpin? Why do you speak so harshly? It's not stealing. I'm keeping them safe for you. At your age, you shouldn't wear such bright things. The hair tie and hairpin should be on her head instead. With your thick skin, you shouldn't be eating food either. Where's your food? Bring it out. I'll keep it safe for you. Shin Shui. Why are you silent? Bring your food out for me to keep safe. If you don't, I'll go to your house. Shin Shui knew that girl would do such a thing. She stopped her. Don't go. The hair tie and hairpin look good on you. If you want to wear them, go ahead. I just won't keep them safe for you. Shin Qiu. Shin Qiu wanted to go to the big banyan tree to chat with the ants and didn't pay her much attention. Shin Shui was worried that the girl would really go to her house for food, so she didn't pull her back. While they were talking at the door, Lu Panting heard Shin Shui's voice and came out. What are you doing here again? Don't you know your place? You come to my house every day. Are you trying to take advantage of me? She came to ask her mother for something, so how is that taking advantage? Mom, why do you speak so harshly? What do you mean by taking advantage? My in-laws are well off. They're officials. I'm the daughter-in-law of an official family. How could I take advantage of you? I don't need your little bits and pieces, don't worry. You're not related to me, yet you call me Mom so affectionately. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we were mother and daughter. Just call me Aunt Lou. If you're not taking advantage, then what are you doing here? Shin Shui looked at her mother's round belly. I came to talk to my brother. Lu Panting thought she shouldn't have come out. Nothing important. I'm going in to make cotton clothes. Cotton clothes? Mom, what are you making cotton clothes for? Did you buy fabric? Did you buy cotton? Last year, I wanted a new set of cotton clothes, and you said there was no money or tickets. Now that I'm married, how do you have money and tickets to buy fabric and cotton? Don't ask about Aunt Lou's matters. If you don't explain, I'll stay here tonight. Lu Panting wasn't afraid of her staying. There were plenty of people in the family who could handle her. If you want to stay, stay. It's not me who'll be embarrassed if Shinshiyu throws you into the ditch. Mom, how can you be so heartless? You weren't like this before. I'm your only daughter. Lu Panting touched her belly. The son in my belly is my only child. Shin Shui wanted to hold her mother's arm, but Lu Panting stepped back. Don't get so close. If you do, I'll lie down and claim you owe me. I won't get up without 10 eggs. At this moment, Shin Shui felt that there wasn't a single normal person in the Shin family. Even her own mother wanted to take advantage of her. No wonder Jingchen always said her family was bad. With this attitude, who wouldn't dislike them? Sigh, she was the only sensible one in the Shin family. Mom, just tell me honestly, have you all gotten rich? How come Shin Xiu has such nice hair ties and hairpins? How do you have money and tickets to buy fabric and cotton? Get rich? We're just scraping by in the fields, barely eating enough. Where would we get rich? Shin Xiu came back from Harbin, and I asked her to buy fabric. The cotton was also exchanged through her. Shin Xiu's hair ties and hairpins were bought with her own saved money, with Shin Xiu's help. What? Shin Xiu is back. Why is that woman back? Shouldn't she have been taken away the first time she left? How could she come back? Why are you so excited about her return? Did you provoke her again? Are you afraid she'll hit you? How could she not be excited? Shin Shiyu's return meant her job was in jeopardy. Mom, is Shin Shiyu really back? You're not lying to me, right? Lu Panting rolled her eyes. Why would I lie to you? This girl seemed off. She must be hiding something bad. Shin Shui, you aren't plotting something, are you? Shin Shui avoided eye contact. What could I be plotting? I'm just worried about her being out there, and might be in danger. I'm happy to hear she's back. After all, she's my cousin. Lu Panting didn't believe her at all. She suspected Shin Shui secretly wished Shin Shiyu wouldn't return. On the surface, Shin Shui seemed generous, but in reality, she was very petty and couldn't stand anyone doing better than her. Lu Panting raised Shin Shui, so she knew her well. We're from the same village, and Aunt Lu has more experience than you. Trust me, stay away from Shin Shiyu, and don't try to scheme against her. You can't compete with her. Lu Panting was worried Shin Shui would come up with some harmful plan against Shin Shiyu, which would backfire on her. Shin Shui didn't want to hear this. Mom, have you finished making my new cotton coat? If it's ready, bring it to me, and also give me some cabbage and spicy cabbage. Don't worry, I won't take them for free. Once my brother is born, I'll ask my in-laws to send formula for him. I heard city folks give their babies formula, and it's very nutritious. If my brother drinks it, he'll be chubby and healthy. Lu Panting rolled her eyes. You said you weren't coming here to take advantage, but what are you doing now? You think I can get anything back from you once I give you this? Your in-laws won't even send you a cotton coat. Do you think they'll care about a child from your village? She was tired of Shin Shui's empty promises. Formula was hard to come by, and she couldn't even imagine asking for it. Jing Chen said they're busy and don't have time to send anything. They'll send it when they can. When they do, not just coats, but cotton shoes, blankets, and pants will come too. Mom, you can't be so short-sighted. I'm struggling now, and I need your help. This is called helping in tough times. Once Jing Chen and I return to the capital, we'll repay you double. Lu Panting had heard enough of this. She covered her ears. I don't want to hear it. Shun Shui. Shun Shui pointed to her thin, long sleeves. Mom, I only have this long sleeve to wear this winter. If you don't give me the new cotton coat, just watch your daughter freeze to death. I have parents, but I feel like I have none. I don't want to live anymore. Her words didn't scare Lu Panting. She knew Shin Shui valued her life. Didn't your mother make you 2 cotton coats before? Where are they? Jing Chen didn't bring warm clothes when he came to the countryside. It's his first winter here, and I was worried he would be cold, so I took the cotton out of my coat to make one for him. She took apart her own coat for that weakling who couldn't carry anything. Lu Panting didn't know what to say. She smiled. What does it matter if you don't have a coat? Your husband shines just standing by the roadside. When it's cold, let him warm you with his light. His warmth is better than a heated bed. You don't need a coat. Let him keep you warm for a lifetime. You won't need to buy a coat, which saves money. Look at you, you've got good taste in men. Aunt Lu really envies you. You have such good judgment at a young age. Unlike me, I can't live a good life with your father. I can only eat a couple of sugar candies a day, make a coat in winter, and eat enough when I'm hungry, and when I crave meat, I can have braised pig's trotters. Life is really tough. But you are lucky to marry a shining man. When it's cold or you're hungry, he can light up your life. That's wonderful. Lu Panting spoke sincerely, as if she truly believed Shin Shui had married well. Shin Shui. Was her mother praising her? Why did it sound so harsh? But she didn't focus on that. Mom, you have sugar to eat now and even pig's trotters? With all these good things, why didn't you call me back to eat? It's not nice to eat alone. You're being stingy. Why should I call you? Your husband is amazing. He can shine. If you want candy or pig's trotters, let him light up your cravings. He should be able to shine with the taste of candy and pig's trotters, right? Even if he can't, your in-laws are officials, and your family is well off. You shouldn't lack for these things. If you want them, just ask them to send money. You can buy as much as you want. I only have a little sugar and a bit of meat. How can I ask you to come over to eat? Shun Shui stomped her foot. Mom, if you won't invite me to eat, at least don't mock me. If you don't want me around, I'll just leave. This conversation was going nowhere. Her mother clearly didn't care about her. Not only did she refuse to help, but she also laughed at her. Shin Shui left in anger, and once she was gone, the Shun family's entrance fell silent. The mother-daughter exchange was overheard by Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia, who laughed heartily when they realized Shin Shui had left. They just discovered how good Lu Panting was with words, managing to drive Shin Shui away. When Lu Panting saw her 2 sisters-in-law laughing, she didn't mind. It was good for them to hear. It proved she hadn't given Shin Shui anything from home. Once the 2 sisters-in-law told her husband about this, he would praise her, and maybe tomorrow she'd get a few more sugar candies. Shin Shui is a bit closer to me. We're from the same village, so I chat with her sometimes. Zhang Tsuetsue said, We understand. You're a kind-hearted Aunt Lu. Shin Xiu came out of the cow shed and rode her bike straight to the black market. She had too much cotton in her space and needed to sell some. At this time, cotton was in high demand and many people couldn't find it at the supply and marketing cooperative, so they came to the black market to buy it at high prices. Shin Xiu had already sold a batch of cotton before. After more than 10 days, the cotton in Daba's hands was sold out, and he was trying to find Shin Xiu. Seeing her at the black market, Daba greeted her respectfully, like welcoming a god. Little Sue, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shin Xiu calmly took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. Cotton the same amount as last time, same place. Hearing about the cotton, Daba squinted and laughed heartily. Haha, little brother, you are truly my benefactor. Daba still needed to prepare the money and called his men to fetch the goods. Shin Xiu left the black market and waited at the trading spot for Daba and his men to pick up the goods. The exchange was cash for goods, and just as Shin Xiu was counting the money, A small car was heading toward Shenjiaba village. In the car, Su Jing asked her father-in-law, "Dad, are we almost at the Shenjiaba brigade? I wonder if the girl who saved our little Bao has returned." Yan Adong, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and sitting in the passenger seat, replied seriously, "We're almost there. We'll find out if that child is back once we reach her home." The car slowly entered the Shenjiaba brigade. At this time, everyone was relaxed, chatting under the big banyan tree at the village entrance. In the village, not only did they know about newcomers, but they also kept track of how many eggs the chickens and ducks from the neighboring village laid. When such a big car entered the village, someone immediately ran to call the brigade leader. After all, people who could afford a car were usually important figures, and it wouldn't be good to neglect them if they were here for an inspection. Once in the village, the driver was unsure which road to take and stopped. "Leader, please wait a moment. I'll go ask the villagers where Comrade Shin's house is." The driver got out and asked a kind-looking elderly woman who happened to be Grandma Shin. She became a bit cautious when she saw someone in a car looking for her granddaughter. She didn't answer right away but asked, "Who are you? What do you want with her family?" "Well, Comrade Shin Shiyu saved my leader's grandson, and we came to thank her," the driver explained. Upon hearing this, the people around became lively. "So they're here to find that girl Shiyu. Shiyu is really something. She went out and saved a child. How did she do it? It seems the child she saved is quite important." The driver had mentioned it was the leader's child, so it must be significant. Grandma Shin, regardless of the chatter around her, smiled when she heard they came specifically to thank her granddaughter. "Oh, that's good to hear. No need for your leader to come all this way just to thank us. I'm Shuyu's grandmother. She went out and hasn't returned yet. Why don't you come to our home for some water and a meal?" Upon hearing that the elderly woman was Shun's grandmother, the driver informed Yan Adong, who then said, "Please invite this lady into the car." Seeing Grandma Shin being invited into the car made the onlookers envious. Many of them had never even ridden a bicycle, while she had already been in a car twice. Once inside, Grandma Shin noticed Yan Adong and Su Jing. Yan Adong, with his imposing presence, made her a bit nervous. She was just a simple village woman and had rarely seen leaders. Knowing he was the grandfather of the child her granddaughter saved, Yan Adong smiled and shook her hand. "Hello, comrade.
I'm Yan Aidang.
My grandson was saved by Shinshiyu and my wife, and I came to express our gratitude." Yan Adong only mentioned his name, not his position, as he was just a grandfather at that moment. Grandma Shin glanced at her hand, relieved that she kept it clean. Although she had no dirt under her nails, she still wiped her hands on her clothes before shaking hands with Yan Adong. Su Jing, holding the baby, smiled gently. "Hello, Grandma. I'm Su Jing, little Bao's mother. You can call me Xiao Jing." Grandma Shin, initially intimidated by Yan Aidong's presence, hadn't noticed Su Jing was holding a baby until now. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "What a cute little baby. Can this old lady hold him?" Since she was the grandmother of the child who saved her own, and despite her patched but clean clothes, Su Jing willingly handed the baby to Grandma Shin. Little Bao, just waking up, was startled by the unfamiliar grandmother and pouted, about to cry. Su Jing comforted him. "Don't cry, Bao. Mommy is here. This is your Grandma Shin, not just anyone." Little Bao seemed to understand and stopped crying, though he still looked grumpy. Grandma Shin adored him. Older people often love cuddly babies. While pointing the way, Grandma Shin played with the baby and started chatting with Su Jing. The reason she didn't talk much with Yan Adong was that she felt a bit intimidated. Both Su Jing and Grandma Shin were from the countryside, so they had plenty to discuss about rural life. As they talked, Grandma Shin learned how her granddaughter had saved the child from human traffickers. Grandma Shin was furious. Those scoundrels! How could they target such a small child? They deserve to be punished. Traffickers might dare to abduct children elsewhere, but not in their village. Grandma Shin was confident they would deal with them harshly if they tried. Thinking back to the days when her son was missing, Su Jing felt a shiver run down her spine and wiped away a tear. Yes, they deserve punishment. If little Bao had fallen into the hands of those traffickers, I can't even imagine what would have happened. He is my precious child, born after so much struggle. If he were lost, I wouldn't be able to go on living. Grandma, your granddaughter saved our family. From now on, Shinshi will be like my sister. When the child grows up, I will teach him to honor her like a mother. In the county, Shinshiyu had no idea she had gained a good big brother. She was currently riding her bike home from the city. Oh, dear, that's not necessary. My granddaughter saved the child out of kindness and never expected anything in return, Grandma Shin replied. Su Jing didn't argue further. She had already made up her mind that when little Bao grew up, he would honor Shin as a mother. When they arrived at the Shin family home, Lu Panting heard the commotion and came out. Seeing her mother-in-law getting out of the car, she quickly went to help her. Be careful, Mom. Don't trip. As Grandma Shin got out, Lu Panting quietly asked, Mom, does Jiandong have visitors again? Last time, Jiang Ziqiang visited them in a car, so she guessed that her mother-in-law had come from a similar visit. However, this car looked different from the last one. Old Lady Shin said, They came to see my dear. Yan Adong and Su Jing got out of the car, and Old Lady Shin warmly invited the three of them inside. Lu Pantai didn't know who they were or why they were looking for Shinshiyu, but that didn't stop her from being friendly. They arrived in a car, so their status must be significant. Lu Pantai couldn't flatter them, but she also couldn't show them any disrespect. She smiled and said, Come in, come in. Yan Adong and Su Jing entered the yard first, while the driver, Shaoli, opened the trunk and brought out the prepared gifts. There were many gifts, and Shaoli made 3 trips to carry them all in. Lu Pantai was amazed by the number of gifts and thought to herself how much money all this must have cost. The table was piled high. Old Lady Shin was also taken aback by the gifts. They came all this way to thank us. This is quite sincere. Why bring so many things? Auntie, no gift can compare to the great kindness Shiyu has shown our family. This is just a small token. Please don't mind it. What could she possibly mind? With so many gifts, Lu Pantai felt uneasy about keeping them. Once they left, she would have to return half of them. Lu Pantai thought, did Shinshiyu save this family's life with all these gifts? Lu Pantai poured some sweet soup, while Old Lady Shun went to get some seeds, peanuts, candy, and cookies to treat the 3 guests. Old Man Shin and Yan Adong chatted away, 2 old men discussing various topics and getting along well. Not long after they sat down, the baby in Su Jing's arms started crying. Su Jing stood up and patted the baby's back, soothing him. Annie, do you have hot water at home? The baby is hungry. I need to prepare some formula. Yes, yes. They had a kettle with hot water at home, and Old Lady Shin brought it out. Old Lady Shin helped hold the baby while Su Jing prepared the formula. Lu Pantai watched from the side. The formula smelled good, and just standing there made her swallow several times. She had only heard about formula before and didn't know what it tasted like, but today she finally got a whiff of it. It smelled really nice. Every mother wants to give their child the best. Seeing the formula made Lu Pantai curious, so she asked Su Jing how much a bag of formula costs and if it was easy to find. Upon hearing the price, Lu Pantai felt hopeless. Her son couldn't afford it. Su Jing said, I don't have milk, so I have to give the baby formula. Otherwise, I wouldn't spend so much on it. Breast milk is still the best for babies. Her family could afford formula, but they had always lived frugally. Su Jing also thought formula was too expensive. If it weren't for her lack of milk, she wouldn't spend that money. Hearing Su Jing say this made Lu Pantai feel better. Look, they could afford so many gifts but still thought formula was expensive. So, why should she worry about buying formula? When her son was born, he could just drink milk. As soon as the baby got the formula, he stopped crying and happily drank in Su Jing's arms. Lu Pantai looked at the baby, who was clean and had big round eyes, and her heart softened. This child is really well behaved. Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia were outside. When they heard guests had arrived, the 2 sisters-in-law came home. Even though they lived separately, they still helped entertain guests. The sisters-in-law chatted with Su Jing for a while, played with the baby, and then joined Shin Chunling in the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shin Shi returned just in time for dinner and was surprised to see a car parked at the entrance. "Dear, you're back. Come, greet your Grandpa Yen and Sister Jing. They came all the way from Kyoto to thank you for saving Xiaobao." Shin Shi parked her bicycle and entered the living room, where she saw Grandpa Yen happily chatting with her grandfather and Su Jing surrounded by her aunts and the baby. Yen Adong had a serious face. Even when he smiled, he still looked stern. Seeing him was like seeing the school principal. Shin Shiyu politely greeted him. "Grandpa Yen, hello, I am Shin Shiyu." Good. Child, Grandpa Yen wants to thank you for saving our Xiaobao. Your kindness will be remembered by our Yen family for a lifetime. I may not have great power, but I have some connections. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. With his daughter-in-law having a grandson, who might not be able to have more children, Yen Adong valued this grandson greatly. If the grandson were to be kidnapped, his family could fall apart. In these times, the situation was unstable. Even if he had some influence, he couldn't guarantee he could get his grandson back if he were taken. The chances of finding a kidnapped child were very slim. Once a child fell into the hands of traffickers and passed through several buyers, it would be hard to know where to start looking. Even if he could find his grandson, he couldn't guarantee the child would still be alive. It could be said that the grandson was lucky to have met Shin Shiyu. When the child was on the train, he had been drugged. If it weren't for this child noticing something was wrong and exposing the trafficker, turning him over to the police would have sent the child for treatment before his family arrived. His grandson might have been left in a dazed state. "Shiyu, thank you. Thank you for saving our Xiaobao and our family's life." As Su Jing spoke, she was about to kneel down to express her gratitude to Shin Shiyu. Shin Shiyu quickly supported her. "Sister Jing, please don't do that. I appreciate your thanks. Let's sit down and talk." Shin Shiyu hadn't done much. She just did what she should have. She couldn't accept Su Jing kneeling down. Yen Adong spoke up. "Xiao Jing, sit down." Kneeling was no longer in fashion. If others saw it and it got out, it could cause trouble for the Shin family. Su Jing didn't mean anything by it. She just wanted to express her gratitude sincerely. Once her father-in-law spoke, she calmed down. She realized she had been foolish. If she had knelt, it would have reflected poorly on Shin Shiyu's reputation. Su Jing sat down, and Shin Shiyu took a seat beside her. "Grandpa Yen, Sister Jing, anyone in your position would have done the same. You don't need to worry about it." Doing good deeds without expecting anything in return, Shin Shiyu hadn't thought about receiving anything from the child's family when she saved him. Knowing the trafficker was caught and the child was sent to the hospital, and that the police would take care of the child until his family arrived, Shin Shiyu felt relieved. After returning to her seat and taking a nap, she put the incident out of her mind. "No, you saved Xiaobao's life. You are a benefactor to our Yen family, and we cannot forget that. When the child grows up, I will make sure he treats you like his own mother." Shin Shiyu already has a big son, Gu Jiandong, and doesn't want another one. She keeps telling Su Jing that the child doesn't need to be filial to her. Su Jing is set in her ways and can't be persuaded. Although she pretends to listen to Shiyu, her intention for her son to treat Shiyu like a second mother remains unchanged. Shiyu saved her son, giving him a new lease on life. Such a great kindness must always be remembered, and she teaches her son not to be ungrateful. Shin Shiyu is unaware of Su Jing's thoughts. At this moment, she is holding little Bao and making him laugh. After a while, Shiyu realizes that little Bao's laughter seems to come from him, not just her teasing. The moment she got close to him, he opened his big, dark eyes, looked at her and smiled widely. Little Bao is soft, chubby, and sweet-smelling. Shiyu can't bear to let him go, especially since he keeps smiling at her and occasionally blows bubbles. Her heart is truly melted by this little one. "Shiyu, look how much little Bao likes you." His little mouth keeps smiling, Su Jing says. Little Bao is like his grandfather. When I hold him, he rarely laughs, let alone when others hold him. The first time he saw you, he smiled. You two really have a connection. Su Jing seems to be right. Little Bao waves his hands and babbles happily. Shen Xiu also feels a bond with the little guy, who stays in her arms. Gu Jiandong comes back only when it gets dark. Even in the cold weather, he still goes swimming by the river, returning with a long string of fish hanging from his and the dog's neck. The Shun family is used to this. Bai Luobua, the dog, notices two new people in the house, circles around them, sniffs, and sensing no ill will, returns to Gu Jiandong's side. Yan Adong and Su Jing see the fish hanging from the necks of both the man and the dog, covered in mud, and the scene looks quite funny. Yan Adong speaks up, "Are there really that many fish in the river? You caught a whole string." Old Shen chuckles, "It's not that there are many fish in the river. It's just that Jiandong is lucky. When we want to catch a fish to eat, we don't even see a shadow of one." Gu Jiandong comes back from the river, looking like he rolled in the mud, with dirt all over his face and body. Even his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Hearing Old Shen call him Jiandong, Yan Adong asks, "Jiandong? What's his last name?"
Gu.
His full name is Gu Jiandong. His dad and my fourth son were brothers in the army. Jiandong is living at home now. He was a soldier too, but got injured on a mission and retired. Now he's back to his childhood, acting very innocent. Although Adong never revealed what he did, Old Shen isn't foolish. Anyone can see that Adong has a significant background. Jiandong speaks directly, and Adong worries he might say something that would upset others. He explains Jiandong's situation, thinking that if the child says something inappropriate, Adong wouldn't hold it against a kid. Gu Jiandong? Isn't his dad named Gu Chongfeng? Old Shen nods. Yes, his dad is Gu Chongfeng. Adong, do you know him? I do. Not just know him. Adong arranged for Gu Chongfeng to join the army. They often hear Jiandong's name, as he was born to serve the country. Every mission he undertook was successful, except for the last one. Is Comrade Gu Jiandong adapting well in the countryside? Is anyone bothering him? He's adapting well, climbing trees for bird eggs, fishing in the river, playing in the mud, and having a great time. He's charming and has the village women wrapped around his finger. No one bothers him. The two old men are chatting in the main room while Gu Jiandong puts the fish in a bucket and goes to wash up. When he's dirty, he avoids getting close to Shen Xiu, fearing she might dislike him for being dirty. He always wants to be clean and fragrant before standing in front of Xiu. Bai Luobua does the same, sitting in its tub, waiting for Gu Jiandong to wash it. After Gu Jiandong finishes bathing, he grumbles while washing Bai Luobua. Bai Luobua, you're really getting fat, even fatter than little fatty. You're so dark. Without night light, I can't see you. You're so silly that you can't even take a bath. No one will like a clumsy dog like you. Only me and Xiu. Bai Luobua, if you could talk, just say something. Yan Adong. He didn't know Gu Jiandong was so chatty. Gu Jiandong finishes washing Bai Luobua, rubs it down with a towel until its fur isn't dripping, and leaves it to dry in a dry tub. He comes over to Shen Xiu and says, "Xiu, the old man sitting next to Grandpa Shen keeps looking at me. He must think I'm cute and wants to take me home." Yan Adong. Once he's cleaned up, he really wants to take him back to the army. Shen Xiu, now focused on little Bao, assures him, "No, Grandpa Yan is a good person." Seeing her coaxing the little one who is blowing bubbles, Gu Jiandong feels unhappy. He reaches out and gently tickles little Bao's feet. Little Bao feels ticklish, kicks his legs, and cries. When he cries, Shen Xiu comforts him. After she calms him down, Gu Jiandong quietly tickles him again, causing little Bao to cry once more. After a few rounds, little Bao's eyes are red from crying. Shen Xiu thinks her way of holding him might be uncomfortable, so she hands him back to Su Jing. Not holding the baby anymore, Gu Jiandong pulls Shen Xiu aside. "Xiu, I'm tired. I want to sleep. Can you read me a story to help me sleep?" Shen Xiu laughs. "You haven't even eaten yet. You can sleep after dinner." Realizing that Gu Jiandong might be feeling neglected, she remembers that many experts say when a second child arrives, you should pay attention to the first child's feelings. Today, with little Bao at home, she overlooked Gu Jiandong. No wonder the child is unhappy. Shen Xiu pats his head and says, "Gu Jiandong, You don't need to worry.
You are the most important to me.
Little Bao can't replace you. You wanted to play cards, right? After dinner, I'll play cards with you. Gu Jiandong feels happy from Shen Shi's words, grinning widely. He even generously goes over to play with Little Bao, who is blowing bubbles. He has never held a little one before, so he politely asks Su Jing if he can hold him. After a moment of thought, Su Jing agrees. As soon as Little Bao is in Gu Jiandong's arms, before he can even feel happy, Little Bao pees all over him. The little one let it go, sucking on his fingers with innocent eyes. Gu Jiandong, usually a clean person, felt a warm stream on himself. When he looked down, he got angry. He handed the child to Su Jing and pinched his damp clothes. Shu Yu, this little bubble-blowing cutie, is bullying me. Come and spank him. Su Jing looked apologetically at Gu Jiandong. Comrade Gu, I'm sorry. Their son's bottom was a bit red. Once they arrived at the Shin family, Su Jing took off her son's diaper. She occasionally helped him go to the bathroom, and when she handed him to Comrade Gu, he peed again. Shin Shiyu came over to comfort Gu Jiandong. It's okay, you go change your clothes. Gu Jiandong glanced at the grinning little one. You need to help me spank him. He's naughty. Okay. Gu Jiandong was coaxed into changing his clothes. After changing, he still felt smelly, so he took another shower and came out smelling nice. When he came out, he asked Shin Shiyu if she had spanked the little one.
Shin Shiyu said she had.
Seeing the little one's red bottom from the open crotch pants, Gu Jiandong believed her and made a funny face at the little one. The little one cried loudly. Shin Shiyu quickly pulled him aside. Gu Jiandong, help me move your table. It's time to eat. Dinner was already prepared. Gu Jiandong returned with some fish. Grandma Shen instructed her daughter and daughter-in-law to handle the two fish for making sauerkraut fish and braised fish. They had come from far away, and Grandma Shen put a lot of thought into the meal, preparing authentic local dishes. There were 6 dishes and a soup, with plenty of vegetables and meat, making it quite a feast. Yan Adong saw so many dishes and thought that the Shin family must have used up all their New Year food for this visit. He realized he should have brought some grains and vegetables with him. Shun Erju arrived just in time. As they were about to sit down, he came in with a bottle of wine. I came at the right time. Although he didn't have to work, as the team leader, Shin Erju was never idle, always busy with something or attending meetings. When he got home, his wife told him that his older brother wanted him to come for dinner, so he brought the wine. Erju is here. Sit down. We've been waiting for you. With so many people, they had to sit at 2 tables, men at one and women at the other. Lu Panting looked at the dishes and thought it would be great if guests came often, so they could eat with their in-laws and enjoy some meat. Even though they had to contribute food with so many dishes, she felt she benefited too, especially with the fish and meat. Grandma Shin called out to Su Jing, Xiao Jing, eat more. You've been on the road for a long time and must be tired. Shun Shiyu said, Sister Jing, try this sauerkraut fish my second aunt made. It's really good. Su Jing loved sour and spicy food. After tasting a piece of sauerkraut fish, her eyes lit up. It's delicious. How do you make this sauerkraut fish? While eating, Shin Aunt explained the recipe for sauerkraut fish. The women were happily chatting, while the old man at the other table was also engaged in lively conversation. When Shun Erju sat down, he learned that his niece had caught 2 kidnappers during an outing. Truly, she was a remarkable child from the Shun family. Yan Adong hadn't had liquor in a long time. After a bowl, he became more talkative, patting the old man's shoulder. Brother Shun, you really raised a good granddaughter. Those 2 kidnappers pretended to be the child's parents, and no one on the train noticed anything wrong except for Shiyu. That child has great observation skills, and even some tricks. She's strong too. Why not recommend her for the army? Yan Adong had observed that Shin Shiyu would make a good soldier. His professional instincts kicked in. He wanted to bring anyone suitable for the army back. Old man Shin took a sip of wine, smiling. This child is usually carefree. It was just luck that she saved the little one this time. She's delicate, can't carry heavy things, and doesn't have any special skills. How could she join the army? I appreciate your good intentions, but If someone else's child got recommended for the army, the whole family would be thrilled. They would even secretly burn paper at the ancestors' graves at night. But old man Shin didn't want his granddaughter to go to the army. He already had one son there who would never return. They didn't expect much from their granddaughter. He and his wife just wanted her to be happy in life. Yen Adong understood old man Shin's feelings and didn't bring it up again. The Shin family enjoyed their meal, while Zhou Jingchen and Shin Shui were struggling with tasteless steamed buns, finding it hard to swallow. Jingchen, I want to eat pig trotters. Can you get some money for me? I'll go early tomorrow to see if I can buy some. Zhou Jingchen had little money left. Most of it went into building this house. These local workers were just trying to rip him off. A shabby mud house with peeling walls cost him over $30, and the heating was extra, leaving his pockets empty. Shin Shui still wanted to ask him for money to buy pig trotters, as if he were a money tree. Xiaoxue, pig trotters are hard to find. The good meat gets snatched up by city folks as soon as it hits the market. There won't be any left for us. Besides, you need to leave early, and there are no ox carts going out of the village right now. You'll have to walk, and it's a long way. I don't want you to tire yourself out. When it gets close to New Year, the team will be slaughtering pigs. Just wait until then. I'll buy you 2 trotters. He gently patted Shin Shui's head. Xiaoxiu, don't worry. I won't let you suffer. He heard from villagers that someone with a car came looking for your sister. Your family has guests now, and they should be having dinner. If you're not full from the steamed buns, why not go back home and help entertain the guests? I heard the guest is a leader with a driver, so they must be important. Your family might not know how to treat guests properly, and it wouldn't be good if they miss something. But you're different. You have a high school education, are well-mannered, and can help entertain the guests perfectly. After you're done, just eat over there. No need to bring food back for me. How could her Jingchen be so good, always thinking of her and her family? Clearly, her family didn't think much of him. Shin Shui wanted to go back, but she couldn't find an excuse. Now that Zhou Jingchen had given her one, she immediately stood up. Jingchen, you make a good point. I'll go back and help entertain the guests. Once I'm done, I'll pack some food for you. With my grandma's hospitality, tonight's meal will definitely have meat, so get ready to eat. Shin Shui ran back to the Shin family. When she reached the door, she was stunned to see it closed.
Who are they protecting against?
I am family with Xu Yu, and I will always live with her. Lu Panting intentionally closed the door. That girl often comes over, and if she saw them enjoying such a nice meal tonight, she might bring her own bowl and chopsticks and start eating without a care. Her daughter is even bolder than she is. If she came in to eat, it would definitely ruin the mood for Grandma and Shin Shuyu. Her husband would also be unhappy. If these 3 are upset, she might end up with no food. Not letting her eat all this delicious food would be worse than hitting Lu Panting. Lu Panting quickly decided to close the door to solve the problem at its source. With Shin Shui unable to come in, it wouldn't affect their meal anymore. Outside, Shin Shui could hear the laughter and joy from inside, along with the delicious smell of food wafting through the door. She took a deep breath of the fragrant air, and her stomach growled. She kicked the Shin family door, thinking about how her so-called relatives were inside enjoying themselves without a thought for her. She didn't marry far away. She married someone from the same village, just a 10-minute walk apart. So close, and they didn't even invite her to eat. She had never seen such a dismissive family. It was all because they looked down on her and Jing Chen. Once she and Jing Chen returned to the capital, those so-called relatives would want to get close to her, and she would definitely give them a piece of her mind. They would regret their actions. The Shin family had no idea Shin Shui was right outside, and were happily enjoying their meal. Yen Adong said he was full and planned to stay at the guest house in the city for a night before heading home tomorrow. Since they were already at the Shin family's house, there was no need for them to stay at a guest house. Old man Shin said, "Brother, if you don't mind, you can stay here. We have everything you need. It's convenient." Little Bao was asleep. The child had been with the traffickers for a few days and could easily get scared. The bumpy ride to the city would wake him up, and once he was awake, it would be hard to get him back to sleep. Su Jing suggested, "Dad, why don't we stay at Aunt Shin's house tonight? Yen Adong and old man Shin said, "Brother Shin, we'll be bothering you for a night." "Brother, don't say that." There were no empty rooms in the house, but the two grandsons weren't married yet, so they could squeeze together and free up a room. Yen Adong and driver Xiao Li would sleep in Shinwei's room, while Su Jing would share a room with Little Bao and Shin Shuyu. Gu Jiandong was unhappy about Little Bao sleeping with Shin Shuyu. He pouted so much it seemed like his lips were almost touching the sky. He didn't want Little Bao to sleep with Shin Shuyu and even generously offered, "I don't mind this little one. He can sleep with me." A little child couldn't leave his mother, and besides, Gu Jiandong was sleeping with Bai Luobua, so he couldn't let a breastfeeding baby sleep with him. Shin Shi spent half an hour coaxing Gu Jiandong back to bed. Before sleeping, Gu Jiandong said, "Shuyu, that little one who bubbles will wet himself.
He's not very neat.
When he sleeps, just put him on the desk. He's so small anyway. Shuyu, that bubbling little one doesn't look like a good child. Don't hold him. Shuyu, that bubbling little one is bald and ugly. He's not as good-looking as me." Gu Jiandong had a lot to say about Little Bao's flaws. Shin Shuyu replied, "Okay, I won't hold him or look at him. You're the best-looking. Now, let's go to sleep." Gu Jiandong kept rambling until he made himself sleepy and finally closed his eyes. When Shin Shuyu returned to the room, Su Jing smiled. "Comrade Gu is very cute." Shin Shuyu, he is really cute sometimes, but he can also be quite annoying when he's in a mood. After sitting in the car for so long, Su Jing was tired too. She took a shower and lay down, falling asleep quickly. Shin Shuyu wasn't used to sharing a bed, so she lay on the Kong counting sheep. After more than 2 hours, she finally started yawning. The next morning, when she opened her eyes, Su Jing was already gone, but Little Bao was lying on the edge of the Kong, staring at Gu Jiandong. Bai Luobua barked a couple of times to alert Gu Jiandong that she was awake. Gu Jiandong looked up. "Shuyu, you're awake. Quick, look at the little one. He seems like he wants to cry." Gu Jiandong had been staring at him. Little Bao had wanted to cry for a while but hadn't seen anyone familiar. When Shin Shuyu came over, Little Bao saw his favorite sister and immediately burst into tears, looking very pitiful. Shin Shuyu picked Little Bao up to comfort him, thinking he might be hungry. She took him outside. "Sister Jing, can you check if the baby is hungry?" Once outside, Little Bao's crying stopped. But as soon as Gu Jiandong got close, he started wailing again. Shin Shuyu moved a bit further away from Gu Jiandong, and Little Bao stopped crying. "Gu Jiandong, is the baby scared of you? Did you bully him?" Shin Shuyu ignored him and immediately picked up the little one. Gu Jiandong was also getting upset. He sat on the ground, lifted his legs, and swung them back and forth. "You only like the little one now and don't like me anymore. I'm really upset." With the owner rolling on the ground, Bai Luobua, being a good dog, joined in and rolled around too. When Shin Shuyu turned to see the two of them rolling on the ground, she suddenly felt a headache coming on. She handed Little Bao to Su Jing and went to comfort Gu Jiandong. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You definitely didn't bully Little Bao. I still like you the most. Little Bao is just a bonus. You come first." After spending so much time with Gu Jiandong, Shin Shuyu felt like a child herself, easily expressing her feelings. "Really? You like me the most?" "The most, Gu Jiandong. Children don't think like adults. They only care if their family loves them." After getting Shin Shuyu's repeated assurances, Gu Jiandong got up and sat cross-legged on the ground. "Then you can't hold the little one anymore. He's big enough to walk by himself." 5-month-old Little Bao. Yen Adong had things to do. After breakfast, he said goodbye to the Shin family and left the Shin family's team. Before leaving, Yen Adong gave Shin Shuyu a number and repeatedly told her to call him if she needed anything. Fortunately, Grandma Shin had prepared a return gift the night before and had driver Xiao Li open the trunk to put the items inside. Otherwise, if they left in such a hurry, they wouldn't have been able to fit everything in the car. They brought so many gifts, it wouldn't be right not to send something back. "Shuyu, why is the little one leaving? Isn't he staying with us?" "He's not part of our family. He's not staying with us." Gu Jiandong stood next to Shin Shuyu, smiling brightly. I am family with Shuyu, and I will always live with her. Shin Shiyu thought to herself, once you're better, you'll leave. For some reason, the thought of Gu Jiandong getting better and leaving Shenjiaba made her feel a bit empty inside. Gu Jiandong poked her. Shiyu, you haven't gone up the mountain with me in a long time. Let's go play in the mountains today. Okay. The two of them took their backpacks and headed out. Shin Xiao, feeling bored at home, grabbed her backpack and ran after them. Elder sister, Jiandong, wait for us. Shin Joe and Jiagwa picked up a yoke and some vines, thinking they would bring back more firewood. The firewood at home was enough for the winter, but the brothers still went up the mountain to gather more. Shin Jiabao and Yang Fongfong had gone back to her family, leaving the house quiet without children. Lu Panting cautiously asked, Mom, is there anything for us in that pile of gifts in the hall? Old Lady Shin shot a glance at her third daughter-in-law. What are you thinking? Those things are for my precious treasure to regain her health. You only know that you saved someone's child and got all these things. You don't think about how dangerous it was for my precious treasure to fight with the kidnappers to save that child. Those kidnappers are ruthless, willing to risk their lives to snatch children. If my precious treasure didn't have some skills, she could have been in danger. She may not have been physically hurt, but she was deeply wounded emotionally. These gifts are to help her recover. You greedy one. Do you want to take my precious treasure's gifts for her health? Can't you stand to see her do well? Shin Samba came out with a dark face. Lu Panting, what are you doing? At your age, you still want to take Shiyu's things? Have you become too comfortable and bold? If that's the case, I'll pack your things and send you back to the Lu family to work like a horse. Lu Panting wanted to slap herself. How did she let her true feelings slip out? If she hadn't said anything, maybe her mother-in-law would have shared something with them. Now that she spoke up, both her mother-in-law and the men were angry. Mom, I'm not trying to take Shiyu's things. I was just asking. If there's nothing for us, I can help you carry it back inside. Xiangxi, don't take me back to my family. I don't want to go back. Then you cook and sweep the yard too. This woman had been sitting around doing nothing for a while. If she didn't move now, how would she have the strength to give birth later? Zhang Tsuetsue smiled and asked her mother-in-law, Mom, should we move those things inside? Me and Saixia can help you. Yes, move them. You can pick some things you want. No tickets needed, just pay the price according to the supply and marketing cooperative. Hearing this, Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Saixia were happy. No tickets meant it was a good deal. They noticed that among those items, there seemed to be brown sugar, white sugar, and malt milk powder. These three items were hard to find at the cooperative, and they didn't have tickets to buy them. Now that tickets weren't needed, they naturally wanted to buy. The two sisters-in-law went over to pick. Lu Panting also went over and took a bag of malt milk powder and a bag of brown sugar, which seemed to weigh about a pound. Xiangxi, give the money to Mom. Seeing that she didn't take anything unnecessary and only got health supplements, Shin Samba didn't say anything and went inside to get money for old lady Shin. The eldest son had married, and half of the family's money was spent. They didn't have much left in the big house. Zhang Tsuetsue also took a bag of brown sugar. The eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant and occasionally drank brown sugar water, which was good for her health. Li Saixia took brown sugar too, but she also got 2 bags of malt milk powder. Are you done picking? Yes, we're done. After the daughters-in-law paid, old lady Shin didn't immediately let them move everything into her room. She took a sip of water and said, Since you took my precious treasure's things, you must remember her kindness. Zhang Tsuetsue, Li Saixia, and Lu Panting thought, Is Grandma starting again? The 3 sisters-in-law didn't want to hear their mother-in-law's nagging. Once she started, it could go on for an hour. In unison they said, Mom, don't worry. We will always remember Shiyu's goodness. After hearing the 3 daughters-in-law, old lady Shin showed no signs of stopping. She took another sip of water and continued, My precious treasure has always been sincere to you uncles and aunts. Originally, she wanted you to pick 1 or 2 things without paying, but I said that even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Besides, you uncles and aunts are not the kind of people who take advantage of a niece. If I let you take things for free, you wouldn't feel right about it either. If you give gifts, it should be from you as uncles and aunts to your niece. I had to persuade her to agree to let you take things without tickets. Just pay according to the cooperative's prices. Even so, she is still being considerate of you. Think about it, if she exchanged these things for money, she would get much more than this. Sigh, my precious treasure is just like her parents, always giving silently. I'm just afraid some people won't remember her goodness. Lu Panting thought, is Grandma hinting at her? Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Saixia said, we will remember Shiyu's goodness. If anyone outside says anything bad about her, we will be the first to argue with them. Oldest and second daughters-in-law's words made old lady Shin believe them because she had seen them defend her precious treasure before. When someone had said her precious treasure spent money recklessly and wouldn't be able to manage a household, the two daughters-in-law had rolled up their sleeves and fought with those gossiping women. Lu Panting said, Mom, you know me. I've always treated Shiyu like my own daughter. Don't worry, we won't forget her goodness. When her little brother is born, I'll tell him every day to protect his sister. Shin Samba said, Mom, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully my niece. Okay, that's better. Now, let's move everything into my room. On the mountain. Shin Shiyu and Shin Qiu walked behind while Gu Jiandong and a group of kids ran ahead, their laughter filling the forest. Shin Qiu said she hadn't seen her sister hunt anything yet and pulled Shin Shiyu to look for signs of wild animals. At this time, wild animals were mostly not out. They walked a long way in the forest without seeing any signs of wildlife. Shin Qiu sighed, Sister, is it because I'm following you that no wild animals are coming out? Shin Shiyu laughed. Do you think wild animals in the mountains are like big cabbages in the fields, just there whenever you want? I don't catch wild animals every time I go up the mountain. At this time, they usually don't come out unless we're lucky. Whether the sisters were lucky or not was uncertain, but Gu Jiandong's luck was through the roof. Shun Jinbao ran over, panting, Sister Shiyu, it's not good. We encountered a wild boar, and it's been chasing Jiandong. Wild boars are very fierce. Shin Shiyu has powers and skills, so she has been avoiding them since she arrived here. When she heard Shin Jinbao say that Gu Jiandong was being chased by a wild boar, Shin Shiyu rushed over to find him. Shin Qiu blinked and noticed her older sister was gone. She shouted, Sister, be careful. I'm going down the mountain to find someone. Knowing she couldn't help, Shin Qiu didn't follow her sister to look for Gu Jiandong. Instead, she went with Shin Jinbao to find the little kids scattered around and take them down the mountain quickly to call for help. When Shin Qiu was around 11 or 12, she saw someone from the village get gored by a wild boar. That person was sent to the hospital but passed away a few days later. Shin Qiu had nightmares for half a month after that. Just hearing the words wild boar scared Shin Qiu. She feared for her sister and Gu Jiandong's safety. When she got home, Shin Qiu anxiously said, Hurry, go up the mountain. My sister and Gu Jiandong encountered a wild boar. Old man Shin dropped his smoking pipe in shock. Eldest, second, third, Jiaobao, Jiagua, Joe, grab your tools and head up the mountain. The wild boar's skin is tough, and bare hands can't hurt it. Uncle Shun and Jiaobao reacted quickly, grabbing hoes and knives. The family took all the farming tools they could find. Zhang Tsuetsue had to grab a handy shoulder pole and said, Xiangdong, you all hurry up the mountain. Run as fast as you can. Li Saixia walked around the yard and picked up a larger stick. 7 men from the Shin family ran out with their tools, while the women followed behind with long sticks. Everyone thought something serious had happened. What's going on? Why the rush? Are we going to fight? Shin Chunling quickly explained. Shiyu and Jiandong encountered a wild boar in the mountains. Encountered a wild boar? Oh no. You all hurry up there. We'll go back to get the men and boys to grab their tools and follow you. The Shin family went up the mountain first, while Shin Jinbao, Dog Egg, and Black Egg rushed down to find their parents and call them for help. Soon, Shin Datian, Dog Egg, Black Egg's father, and uncles came out, all armed with tools. Old Lady Shin was worried about the 2 kids and ran quickly, while Lu Panting kept shouting, Mom, slow down. The mountain path is rocky and hard to walk on. Watch your step. Shin Shiyu didn't know that her family and villagers were rushing to help. At that moment, she and Gu Jiandong were back to back, cautiously circling around the wild boar. When she arrived, Gu Jiandong was already fighting the wild boar. He had no weapons and could only use his bare hands. If it were just one wild boar, he could handle it. Gu Jiandong had been a soldier, and even if he seemed foolish, his training would kick in when his life was at risk. He was holding his own against one wild boar, but soon, two more appeared. Seeing their companion being overpowered, the two wild boars charged at Gu Jiandong, ready to bite him. If Shin Shiyu hadn't rushed in just in time, Gu Jiandong might have been hurt. The wild boar's tusks are sharp, and a single bite could cause a serious injury. Now, they faced three wild boars, each weighing over 200 pounds, much heavier than the pigs in the village. The wild boars lost patience and charged at Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong, baring their teeth. Shiyu, these three ugly pigs are fierce. I'll carry you up a tree, and you stay there while I lead them away. If she climbed the tree, Gu Jiandong would be the target of the wild boars. They were fast, and he wouldn't have time to climb. Gu Jiandong didn't want her to get hurt, and Shin Shiyu didn't want him to get hurt either. Gu Jiandong, I'll distract them. You find a chance to climb the tree. She had a space ability. She could use it in a critical moment. Wait, she could use her space to trap the wild boars. That way, they wouldn't have to run. Shin Shiyu slapped her forehead, realizing how confused she was. But if she trapped the wild boars in her space, when Gu Jiandong regained his senses, he would remember this strange event, three wild boars suddenly disappearing in front of him. It would be hard to explain. Unless absolutely necessary, Shin Shiyu didn't want to reveal her secret. Her mind raced, but she couldn't think of a safe plan. Forget it. She'd act according to the situation. Winning the lottery and not claiming the prize was already frustrating enough. If she got killed by wild boars after arriving here with her powers, it would be unbearable. Today, only the wild boars would die. I won't. I want to protect you, Gu Jiandong insisted, refusing to climb the tree. His eyes, usually innocent, now showed a fierce determination. His unwavering words moved Shin Shiyu. The child had grown up and wanted to protect his mother. But facing the three wild boars, Shin Shiyu didn't have time to be touched. She and Gu Jiandong worked together, defending and attacking the boars. Their teamwork was effective. The wild boars couldn't harm them at all. The two male boars, frustrated by being outsmarted, became enraged and charged at them. One jumped while the other turned, and with a loud crash, the two boars collided and stumbled to the ground. The remaining boar, seeing its companion down, circled around before launching a fierce attack on the two. Now that only one boar was left, they weren't afraid. Shin Shiyu jumped onto the wild boar, gripping its ear tightly with her right hand while punching its head with her left. The wild boar wouldn't just let her ride it. With each punch, it became angrier, shaking its body and trying to throw her off by crashing into trees. It couldn't knock Shin Shiyu off, but it injured itself instead. Gu Jiandong seized the opportunity and suddenly pulled out a military knife, stabbing the wild boar's head. He stabbed several times, but the wild boar still moved. Shin Shiyu kept punching down. She was naturally stronger than others, and with all her might, she created a large dent in the wild boar's head. After 2 minutes, it finally collapsed. Before they could catch their breath, one of the two wild boars that had just collided stood up. Sensing the smell of blood in the air and seeing its injured companion on the ground, it charged at Shin Shiyu like a mad beast. Feeling the wild boar's fury, Shin Shiyu became alert and instinctively shielded Gu Jiandong behind her. Her focus was entirely on the wild boar, unaware that Gu Jiandong was also protecting her from behind. At the moment the wild boar charged, the two worked together. The boar became furious, and its fighting power increased significantly. Several times, Gu Jiandong and Shin Shiyu were almost injured by the boar. The two fought fiercely against the raging boar. Not far away, Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen hid behind a rock, watching the brutal scene. They were scared. After all, it was a wild boar. Zhou Jingchen had been attacked by a boar before and knew how fierce they could be. He was shocked to see Shen Shiu's punch actually dent the boar's head. In the past, when Shen Shui said Shen Shiu was strong, Zhou Jingchen didn't take it seriously. After witnessing this scene, he was glad he never tried to provoke her. A woman like her was not someone he could handle. If he married her, and she got angry, one punch could end his life. The fool was no better, stabbing the boar in the head. Blood splattered everywhere, and he didn't even blink. The murderous look in his eyes was chilling, especially when the boar aimed to attack Shen Shiu. The fool's gaze was like that of a king of hell. Zhou Jingchen's legs felt weak. Xiao Xue, Shen Shiu is your older sister, and Gu Jiqing is my comrade from the countryside development. We can't just watch them in danger. Let's go down and call for help. Staying here, Zhou Jingchen feared that if the boar charged out, his life would be in danger. Shen Shui looked at the bloody duo across from her, feeling both fear and a desire for them to be killed by the boar. However, she pretended to be worried, saying, Jingchen, if anything happens to my sister, I can rush over to help her. I need to protect her. Zhou Jingchen thought to himself, I've never seen someone who can pretend better than Shen Shui. He rolled his eyes, thinking how he had learned the ways of the countryside women, but not the farming skills. He cursed in his heart, feeling he had married a woman who looked kind but was as venomous as a snake. If you want to help them, why not just rush over instead of hiding behind a rock? He thought. Xiao Xue, you're too kind. Your sister treats you like that, and in a dangerous moment, you still want to help her. You're such a silly girl. If you don't go back, then I won't either. I'll stay here with you. If you're in danger, I can protect you first. Zhou Jingchen didn't care about Gu Jiandong and Shen Shi's lives. He had been attacked by a boar before and nearly lost his life without timely medical attention. He wanted others to experience that despair too. Once they fell, he would show up, take them to the hospital, and become their savior. The Shen and Gu families would owe him for life. He could occasionally make requests, and they would have to comply. Shen Shui hoped the wild boar would kill Shen Shiyu and Gu Jiandong, so everything would belong to her, and she wouldn't have to see that annoying fool again. Even if they survived, it didn't matter. When they were about to kill the boar, she could step out and throw a few stones, and she and Jingchen would be seen as heroes, getting more boar meat when it was taken back. Staying here, it seemed like a good deal. The two hiding behind the rock had their own thoughts. After a fierce struggle, Shen Shiyu and Gu Jiandong finally brought down the enraged boar. Once they confirmed it was dead, Shen Shiyu's tense expression relaxed. Gu Jiandong patted Shen Shiyu's back. Shiyu, don't be afraid. The boar is dead. Once we carry it back, we can cook this annoying boar. Okay. Once we carry it back, we can make delicious braised pork for you, Shen Shiyu replied, checking for any injuries on him. Gu Jiandong sometimes cooled off in the yard after a shower, and Shen Shiyu had seen his bare upper body before. She didn't have romantic feelings for him, so she checked without hesitation. Gu Jiandong raised his arms, showing off his muscles with a big grin. I'm Fini. These silly black pigs can't hurt me. Seeing that they had killed the boar and were still lively, Shen Shiyu even flirted with the fool. In broad daylight, she was lifting his shirt and taking advantage of him, which was quite shameless. Shen Shui felt furious. Not even 3 fierce wild boars could take their lives. Heaven was truly protecting them. Shen Shui stood up and rushed over. Sister, are you okay? Holding a stone, she approached the boar and smashed it hard. Sister, don't worry. I won't let the boar hurt you. Shen Shiyu had known they were hiding behind the rock all along, but didn't bother with them while dealing with the boar. Now that they had finished, it was no surprise to see Shen Shui and Zhou Jingchen appear. They were the main characters of this story. Although many plot points changed after her arrival, the main storyline wouldn't differ too much. The main characters were meant to show up at the right time to take advantage. In the original plot, the protagonist also encountered a wild boar in the mountains, with Shen Shui and Zhou Jingchen hiding nearby. When the protagonist killed the boar, they would appear and claim they helped, and the protagonist, who loved Zhou Jingchen, wouldn't mind, silently accepting it. The boar would be taken back to the village, and Zhou Jingchen and Shin Shui would get a lot of pork. Now that she was here, Shin Shiyu was a flaw in the plot. She wouldn't follow the original storyline, and they wouldn't gain anything today. They might even get hurt. Zhou Jingchen followed Shin Shui, picking up stones to throw at the boar. They were indeed about to get hurt. Just as Zhou Jingchen's stone was about to hit, the boar moved beneath him. Shin Shi smirked and climbed a tree with Gu Jiandong. The boar, having collided with its companions, was not dead. It had been dazed for a while but opened its eyes to see both companions dead. Seeing Zhou Jingchen and Shin Shui, it thought they had killed its friends. With red eyes, it roared and charged, knocking Zhou Jingchen away. When Shin Shui saw the boar stand up, she was stunned. Hadn't it been killed by Shin Shiyu and the fool? How could it still be alive? Zhou Jingchen was sent flying far away, and only then did Shin Shui realize she needed to run. But she couldn't outrun the boar. After knocking Zhou Jingchen away, the boar charged at Shin Shui, sending her flying 3 meters away. The wild boar was raging. Zhou Jingchen and Shin Shui were knocked down by it, lying on the ground and spitting out blood. Both had injuries to their abdomen and chest. Before getting hurt, neither of them could outrun the boar, and now it was even harder. Shin Shui watched as the boar approached her, ready to attack again. Panicking, Shin Shui scooted back slowly, saying, "Darn beast, don't come closer, don't come closer. Jingchen, help me." Zhou Jingchen, who had been thrown by the boar, was struggling to breathe and couldn't help her. In his heart, he was cursing Shin Shui, blaming her for insisting on staying there, which led to his injuries. He couldn't run away. He feared that after attacking Shin Shui, the boar would come for him next, leaving him to wait for death. He looked up at Shin Shiyu, who was watching from a tree. "Sister, Shin Shui and I are your cousins. You wouldn't just stand by and watch us get killed by a boar, would you? Please come down and save us." Shin Shui also looked up at Shin Shiyu. "Sister, please help us. If you save us, Jingchen and I will repay you for life." Their promise was to offer her their lives, which Shin Shiyu didn't want. Sitting in the tree, Shin Shiyu casually ate sunflower seeds, ignoring their pleas. Why would she go down to save them? If she did, she would just become a pawn, and they might even betray her while she fought the boar. As they continued to call for her, Shin Shiyu didn't even glance their way. The boar had now reached Shin Shui and bit down on her thigh. "Ah!" Shin Shui screamed and fainted. Seeing her motionless, the boar moved closer to Zhou Jingchen, its tusks stained with blood. To him, the boar looked like a man-eating monster. Filled with panic and trembling, he gripped a stone, trying to scare the boar away. A piercing scream echoed, and Zhou Jingchen fainted from the pain. The arriving Shin family members and villagers heard the scream and turned pale. Old Lady Shin could barely stand. If anything happened to her precious child, how could she face the fourth son and his wife? If something happened to Jiandong, how would she explain it to his parents? "Oldest, second, third, hurry up. They're just ahead." Li Saixia quickly supported her mother-in-law. "Don't worry, Shiyu and Jiandong will be fine." Though she tried to comfort her, her voice trembled with worry for the two kids. A large group rushed toward the source of the scream. Hearing the footsteps, Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong came down and worked together to deal with the last wild boar. If they didn't take care of it, the boar would attack anyone who approached. Zhou Jingchen and Shin Shui were the main characters in the story and had a protective aura. Even after being thrown and bitten by the boar, they still showed strong vitality. The supporting characters, however, were not so lucky. A single attack from the boar could be fatal. When Old Man Shin and the others arrived, they saw the two bloodied figures sitting next to the dead boar, and Old Man Shin nearly collapsed. Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong had killed the boar and were just catching their breath when they noticed a crowd approaching. Leading the way were her grandparents, looking worried and a bit unsteady. Shin Shiyu was afraid they might fall, so she stood up. "Grandpa, Grandma, take it slow. There are branches everywhere. Don't trip." Seeing their granddaughter, smiling reassured them a little as they approached. "Precious, are you okay? Did the boar hurt you?" Shin Shi spun around. I'm fine. Not a single hair was harmed by the boar. What about Jiandong? Is he hurt? Gu Jiandong patted his chest. Nope, I'm tough. The Shin family gathered around, their faces filled with concern, and they confirmed the kids were unharmed before feeling relieved. Seeing the kids were fine made everyone happy, and they turned to look at the boar lying on the ground. They noticed the deep dent in its head and the various wounds, and everyone fell silent. Their worries had been unnecessary. The kids were fiercer than the boar. Look at that. The boar's head was nearly crushed, and one of its tusks had been pulled out. At that moment, everyone looked at Shin Shiyu with a mix of surprise. They knew she was strong, but they didn't realize she was this strong. She could dent a boar's head, probably stronger than the oxen they kept. With such strength, it was a shame she wasn't out plowing the fields. She was clearly a hard worker. These strong men thought about it but knew Shin Shiyu was the apple of her grandparents' eye. They wouldn't even let her pull weeds. Ah, Shin Shui, what are you doing here? Why are you lying on the ground without moving? Don't scare Aunt Lu. Shin Shui lay in the grass, and everyone noticed the boar first, not realizing Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen were there until Lu Panting looked around and found Shin Shui. Her sharp scream made everyone rush over. Lu Panting kept slapping Shin Shui's face, trying to wake her up. After a long time, Shin Shui remained still, and Lu Panting, panicked, checked for her breath. Thankfully, Shin Shui was still breathing, which eased Lu Panting's worries. Uncle Shun and Lu Panting claimed not to recognize Shin Shui, but they couldn't help but feel concerned. Shin Shui was their first child, the girl they had cared for since she was little. Seeing her lying silently in the grass, they couldn't remain indifferent. Uncle Shun, overly worried, didn't know what to do until old lady Shin said, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and carry Shin Shui down the mountain to the hospital." Lu Panting felt reassured. Yes. We need to take Shin Shui to the hospital. We can't just watch her get hurt. Shin Xiu pointed to the other side. Grandma, the useless Zhou Jingchen was also attacked by the boar. Others rushed over and found it was indeed Zhou Jingchen. Life was precious, and even though they usually criticized him for not working hard, they had to help him now, at least get him to the hospital. Uncle Shun and 3 strong villagers hurriedly carried Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen down the mountain. As they watched the two being taken away, someone said, "No wonder we heard screams when we arrived." Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong were unharmed, yet they had heard the screams and found it strange that Zhou Jingchen and Shin Shui were involved. The injuries were quite serious, and it was uncertain if these two would survive after being taken to the hospital. In the past, the old man Yen from the village was gored by a wild boar and passed away just a few days after being hospitalized. Just moments ago, they saw that the injuries of the two were worse than old man Yan's. The eldest granddaughter was unharmed, but the estranged second granddaughter was injured. The feelings of old man Shen and old lady Shen were mixed. "Sweetheart, what happened? Why are Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen here too?" Gu Jiandong huffed unhappily. "They're bad. When Shiyu and I were fighting the wild boar, they hid behind a rock, watching us get attacked without helping. Only when we knocked the boar down did they rush out. One boar wasn't dead yet, got back up, and then bam. It knocked them away. The boar was hungry and even bit them a couple of times. They smelled bad, and the boar spat at them in disgust." Gu Jiandong's words sounded a bit childish, but everyone understood. These two got gored by the boar because they brought it upon themselves. When they saw Shin Shui lying on the ground, the Shin family felt uneasy, but after hearing Gu Jiandong's words, their discomfort vanished. When Shin Shi learned about the wild boar, she ran to find Gu Jiandong, while Shin Xiu and the children hurried down the mountain to get help. Meanwhile, Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen were still hiding behind the rock, watching the fight without doing anything. They just stood there, staring. There were 3 wild boars, all big and strong. If it weren't for this kid's bravery and ability to protect himself, he might not have made it. Even if Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen couldn't fight the boars, they could have at least called for help. But they did nothing. Old lady Shin asked her eldest granddaughter, "Sweetheart, is what Jiandong said true?" Yes, from the moment the 3 wild boars appeared, they hid behind the rock. They only showed up when we brought the boars down, hoping to take advantage. Shin Chunling was genuinely angry with Shin Shui. How could she be so cruel? This child wasn't like this before. She was always well-behaved and sensible. Chunling had liked her second niece. After returning to her family, she heard that Shin Shui was causing trouble to be with Zhou Jiqing, disregarding her dignity by doing things with him in a broken shack. Chunling was shocked. Now, hearing this, she realized she didn't know this niece she had watched grow up at all. Old Lady Shen's face darkened. Let's go back. Shin Shui got hurt by the boar. It's her own fault. The third couple has already cut ties with her. Whether she lives or dies depends on her luck. Our Shin family won't take care of her. Li Saixia told her daughter, they say bad deeds last 1,000 years. I don't think Shin Shui will die. That girl has a wicked heart. From now on, stay away from her. Shin Xiu was someone who listened to advice. The school teacher said it was better to offend a gentleman than a villain. She believed Shin Shui was a villain and decided to keep her distance. The actions of Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen were infuriating. Looking down at the 3 wild boars lying on the ground, everyone smiled again. The boars were all fat, and if they carried them back, the whole team would get plenty of meat. It was like sitting at home while the heavens delivered meat right to their mouths. Free meat. The strong laborers came up, and since the 3 wild boars were dead, everyone just had to happily carry the boars down the mountain. The boars were passed down the mountain one by one, and the Shin family walked in the middle. Everyone in the village knew that Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong had encountered the wild boars. The village aunts and older women were waiting at the village entrance for news, worried about Jiandong. That's why Jiandong was the village's favorite. In the past, when someone brought back a wild boar, the village women would gather around, excitedly discussing how to cook the meat. But today was different. The 3 plump wild boars were in front of the aunts and older women, and they only glanced at them. They immediately asked the men carrying the boars, Go Sheng, you're back. Where's Jiandong? Is he okay? Gu Jiandong appeared with a smile in front of the aunts and older women. 3rd aunt, 7th aunt, 8th aunt. I'm here. A group of aunts and older women surrounded Gu Jiandong, looking at him with the same warmth as if he were their own child, genuinely concerned. Oh no, you're covered in blood. Where are you hurt? Tell us, my son-in-law's brother's son is a security guard at the hospital. We can get you the best doctor to check you.
I'm Fine.
This isn't my blood. It's the boar's blood. Shiyu and I took down the boar. I knew Jiandong was amazing. Shin Shi thought. Jiandong clearly said they took down the boar together. Why is no one praising her? Standing next to Jiandong, Shin Shiyu felt pushed aside by the aunts and older women, who were too focused on Jiandong. When Jiandong noticed Shiyu was no longer beside him, he pulled her back and insisted that the aunts and older women praise her. Seeing Jiandong's insistence, the aunts and older women gave her a few perfunctory compliments before returning to their concern for Jiandong. Shin Shi thought. Why didn't these aunts and older women pay more attention to her, a lovely girl? She was a local, while Jiandong had only been in the countryside for a short time. Gu Jiandong animatedly recounted their dangerous encounter with the wild boars on the mountain, occasionally brandishing his military knife to show off. The aunts and older women were very supportive, either praising him or applauding, some even wiping away tears. How dangerous it was with 3 wild boars. Thankfully, Jiandong was so capable. He truly was a soldier. He risked his life for the country, and heaven favored him, not letting him get hurt by the boars at all. The laborers carrying the boars didn't notice the village women following behind and joked, young guys are really favored by these older women. They don't even care about the meat anymore. If you looked as good as Jiandong, they would care about you too. Just looking good isn't enough. You also need to be sweet-talking like Jiandong, caring about others. Last time my mom got cut by a sickle, Jiandong was so thoughtful. He found herbs to stop the bleeding for her and even helped finish her chores, always calling her auntie and reminding her to take care of her wound. When my mom came back, she scolded me, saying raising a useless son like me wasn't as good as raising Jiandong. The laborers joked and laughed as they carried the boars to the drying yard. Gu Jiandong chatted away, sharing the exciting story of how he and Shiyu fought the boars, waved goodbye to the aunts and older women, and went home with Shin Shiyu to take a bath. Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong returned home covered in blood. Bai Luobua, not feeling well these past few days, had been lying around the house instead of going out with Gu Jiandong. At the door, it lay down and saw its two owners covered in blood, which made the dog very worried. It kept circling around them, barking with tears in its eyes. Shin Shiyu squatted down and said, "Bai Luobua, don't worry, this isn't our blood." Gu Jiandong patted its head and added, "Bai Luobua, we're not hurt. We encountered a wild boar in the mountains, and this is its blood. We killed it." Bai Luobua calmed down a bit, but was still worried about its owners. It went out to find some herbs. When Shin Shiyu came out after her shower, she found many herbs in the yard, all brought back by Bai Luobua. It sat next to the herbs, nudging them with its paws, urging Shin Shiyu to sit down and eat. Shin Shiyu thought, these herbs shouldn't be eaten raw, and besides, they weren't injured, so they didn't need them. But she couldn't let Bai Luobua's hard work go to waste. She picked up the herbs and placed them in a basket to dry and store. Seeing that she wasn't eating, Bai Luobua became unhappy and started rolling on the ground. Shin Shiyu went inside and brought out a piece of jerky to cheer it up, patiently explaining, "Bai Luobua, Gu Jiandong, and I are fine. We don't need the herbs right now." After her shower and changing clothes, Bai Luobua sniffed and didn't smell blood anymore. It believed her, and the dog that had just been rolling around was now sitting properly, slowly chewing the jerky Shin Shiyu gave it. Gu Jiandong came out after his shower, washing the bloodied clothes. After finishing the jerky, Bai Luobua went over to cause a little trouble. After fighting 3 wild boars, Shin Shiyu felt completely exhausted. She just wanted to lie down like a lazy fish. "Gu Jiandong, I'm going to take a nap." "Go ahead," he replied. At the county hospital, Shin Sanbua, Lu Panting, and a few strong men hurriedly brought Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen to the hospital. When the doctor saw their severe injuries, he immediately took them into the emergency room. The villagers who brought them to the hospital left, still thinking about the 3 wild boars. Lu Panting stood at the emergency room door, feeling helpless. "Xiangxi, do you think Shin Shui will be okay?" Shin Sanbua looked at the operating room and patted Lu Panting's hand. "She'll be fine. You're pregnant, so you can't get too upset." "Right, I can't get too upset," Lu Panting kept repeating in her mind, telling herself Shin Shui would be fine. A nurse came over and asked if they were family. Shin Sanbua instinctively opened his mouth to say they were the children's parents, but Lu Panting spoke first. "We're from the same village. We've watched her grow up. That young man is a rural teacher, and they got married. They need surgery. Since you're from the same village, would you be willing to help cover their surgery costs?" Lu Panting looked at her husband, while Shin Sanbua felt his pockets, asking the nurse, "How much will the surgery cost?" "About 200 for both." Lu Panting gasped. 200? They couldn't come up with that much money even if they sold everything they had. She knew their family barely had 20 to spare. Shin Sanbua fell silent. He only had 10 yuan in his pocket. 200 was impossible for him. "We're just from the same village. For their surgery and medical expenses, you can ask them for money when they wake up. That young teacher has money." If it weren't so much, Lu Panting would have been willing to help Shin Shui, but where would they get that kind of money? Lu Panting told the nurse Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen's identities and mentioned they had work to do, pulling Shin Sanbua away. They had to leave. If they stayed, the hospital would insist they pay before doing the surgery, and they couldn't come up with that much money. Once they left, the patients were taken into the operating room. The hospital couldn't refuse to help them, right? Lu Panting had been worried about Shin Shui's life, but after hearing the nurse mention the surgery costs, she felt relieved for being clever enough not to claim they were Shin Shui's parents. If they had admitted it, the nurse would have definitely asked them for money. "Xiangxi, I was smart, right? Good thing we didn't say we were Shin Shui's parents, or we wouldn't have been able to leave." Shin Sanbua didn't respond, and Lu Panting comforted him. "Don't worry about that girl. She's strong. Now that she's in the hospital, the doctors will save her." She might be out in a couple of days. The couple returned to the Shin family village, where there was wild boar meat to share. The village was bustling, almost like a festival. 3 big wild boars weighed over 600 pounds. Everyone in the Shin family village, young and old, wore smiles. Lu Panting was worried they might get less meat during the distribution, so she dragged Shin Sanbua to the threshing ground. The wild boars were killed by Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong, and thanks to them, everyone in the village could enjoy the meat. People suggested the 2 kids say a few words, and Shun Erju thought it was a good idea. The kids had contributed so much, so they should come up and speak. He discussed it with his older brother and sister-in-law, and Shun Laotu and Shun Laotai agreed it was a matter of pride. Previously, people thought their kids were lazy and spoiled, but after the wild boar incident, who would dare to say that again? Without their kids, the villagers wouldn't have had wild boar meat. Shun Laotai rushed home to pull Shin Shiyu, who was dreaming, off the bed. Shin Shiyu was in a deep sleep and didn't realize she was being carried to the threshing ground. It was so lively there, with many women talking loudly. Only then did she slowly wake up, looking down to see a big red flower pinned to her chest. Looking up, she saw everyone around her, and Gu Jiandong beside her also had a big red flower on his chest. What was happening? Shun Shiyu pinched her face, thinking she was still dreaming. After a moment, she opened her eyes again and the scene hadn't changed. The big red flowers were still there. This looked so much like a wedding scene. Seeing her granddaughter opening and closing her eyes and pinching her fair face, Shin Laotai thought her precious girl was confused. She pulled over her second grandson. Precious, wake up. Oh no, don't hit your own face. Your second brother has thick skin. If you want to hit someone, hit him instead. It won't matter if his face gets swollen. He won't marry anyone anyway. Shun Jiawei, pulled over by his grandmother. What? Is he an adopted grandson? The granddaughter is a treasure, and he's just grass? Shin Qiu saw her older sister looking half asleep and approached her, saying, Sister, you and brother Jiandong are the heroes for hunting the wild boars. Everyone is grateful to you, so you should say a few words. Say a few words? Wearing a big red flower means we have to speak.
Exactly.
Shin Qiu thought, wearing a big red flower and speaking? I thought she and Gu Jiandong were getting married. That scared me. Just waking up, Shin Shiyu's mind felt foggy. She stood with Gu Jiandong at the highest point of the drying field, holding a megaphone, and began her speech. Actually, Shin Shiyu didn't even know what she was saying. When she heard the applause below, she finished and handed the megaphone to Gu Jiandong. The megaphone often made noise, and Gu Jiandong found it annoying. After shouting a few hellos, he decided to step down as well. Shen Erju had already organized the distribution of the wild boar meat. 3 wild boars were placed on a wooden platform. 3 older men stood in front of the platform, sharpening their knives. Once the knives were shiny, they began to cut and bleed the meat. Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong had made several holes in the heads and necks of the wild boars, causing them to bleed a lot on the mountain. Now, after bleeding, each boar had only about half a bucket of blood left. Everyone felt it was a shame that they couldn't collect the spilled blood. Boar blood is tasty and good for replenishing energy. These days, people really lacked meat. Some families only had meat to eat a couple of times a year. During busy farming times, any meat they had was saved for the laborers and children at home. The idea of indulging in a feast was just a dream. Now that Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong had killed 3 wild boars, every household could get a good amount of meat. Everyone in the team was excited. At that moment, the villagers looked at Shin Shiyu with warm eyes. As for Gu Jiandong, he was well-liked in the Shin family brigade. The aunts often had snacks for him. Shin Shiyu couldn't handle the affectionate gazes and found a corner in the drying field to take a nap. She really hadn't slept enough. The meat wasn't fully cut yet, but people were already lining up in an orderly manner, forming 3 lines. Gu Jiandong thought distributing the meat was fun. He stood in a row with the older men, holding his military knife, saying he wanted to help. Since the wild boars were killed by him, he wanted to play. The older men let him, reminding him to be careful with the knife and not cut himself, and made space for him. Gu Jiandong skillfully cut the meat, making each piece look good. He found the older men a bit in the way and pushed them aside to cut the meat himself. The older men were happy about it. Distributing meat is not an easy task. If someone gets too much or too little, the experienced women can be quite demanding. The meat was divided based on the number of people in each household. Gu Jiandong cut the meat while Shun Debo weighed it. In Gu Jiandong's line, no one was unhappy. Everyone left happily with their meat. The other two lines were not as fortunate. The older men were a bit slow, and several women complained. Everyone wanted the fatty meat. There was only so much fatty meat, and it was mixed with lean meat. Some wanted all the fatty meat and wouldn't leave until they got it. Fortunately, Shunerju was there to manage the unruly women. The meat was distributed amidst the noise, and everyone left with smiles, carrying their meat home. There were still 50 pounds of meat left, which was for Gu Jiandong and Shin Shiyu. The two kids had risked their lives to kill the wild boars, so it wouldn't be fair if they got the same amount as everyone else. Shunerju told everyone that they would reserve 50 pounds for each child. Everyone agreed, knowing that without the two kids, they wouldn't have any meat at all. 50 pounds of wild boar meat for each child was reasonable. Each boar weighed over 200 pounds, so they were only getting half a boar. Dividing 50 pounds of wild boar meat meant the two kids would get over 100 pounds, which seemed excessive. Shun Laotu and Shun Laotai decided that 25 pounds each would be enough. It was too much otherwise, and they wouldn't finish it. Saying they wouldn't finish, it was just an excuse. Some families could only get 4 or 5 pounds of meat. Their family, Shin Xiao and Jiandong, could get so much meat. It wouldn't be eaten all at once, and they might finish their own meat and then think about theirs. They might come over to complain, saying their family members were unwell and needed meat to recover, asking to borrow a pound or two. Being neighbors, how could they refuse? If they didn't lend it, others would feel bad seeing the Shin family eat so well and might spread rumors about them having dozens of pounds of meat, attracting unwanted attention. These days, the temptation of meat is much greater than money. You can have money but no way to buy things. Holding money feels pointless, but meat is something you can eat. If you lend it, it's like giving away meat without getting anything back. Taking too much meat can lead to trouble, so Shun Laotu and Shin Laotai decided not to take so much. Everyone wanted more meat, but the old couple from the Shin family said they only needed 50 pounds. When others heard this, they thought the couple was quite wise. No wonder they raised such an excellent son like Shun Laosi. Lu Panting thought her in-laws were foolish. With so much meat available, they said they didn't want it. She had never seen anyone so silly. If her granddaughter had killed 3 wild boars, she would have demanded 1 whole boar. Seeing only 50 pounds of meat left, she pinched Shinsamba's arm and whispered, "Look how foolish our parents are. They could have taken over 100 pounds but only want 50. If they can't finish it, they could give it to us. We are their own children, and they don't think of us. It's such a waste." Shinsamba shot her a cold look. "Want to go back to your parents' house?" Lu Panting. "You always use that against me." "Okay, I was wrong. I just spoke without thinking. Our parents aren't foolish. I am. When we get home, I'll cut half a pound of pork to honor them. Just don't let me go back to my parents' house. I'll cut half a pound of pork." Usually, he didn't have anything to honor his parents with, but now that they had wild boar meat, he needed to show his appreciation. Lu Panting felt a pang of regret. Their family was small, and based on the number of people, they would only get a pound of meat. Out of that pound, she would have to give half a pound to her in-laws. She really shouldn't have mentioned cutting half a pound for her in-laws. The meat was divided, and the threshing yard was still lively. After the meat was shared, the children chattered and begged the adults to cook meat for dinner. Some adults laughed and agreed, while others wanted to save it for the new year and didn't agree. The children started rolling on the ground and crying loudly. Shin Shiyu was awakened by the children's cries. Gu Jiandong wiped his military knife clean with a cloth and happily ran over. "Shiyu, the meat is divided. Let's go home." After waking up from leaning against the wall, Shin Shiyu felt a bit stiff in her neck. She twisted it a little and felt better before getting up. She looked at the military knife in his hand. Gu Jiandong, where did you get this knife? When they were hunting wild boars, Gu Jiandong suddenly took out the knife, and Shin Shiyu found it strange, since she had never seen him with one before. Also, his movements, techniques, and expressions while hunting didn't seem like those of a fool. After drinking the spiritual spring water for so long, could he have really recovered? Shin Shiyu stared at Gu Jiandong, trying to find something unusual about him. Gu Jiandong grinned and touched his face. Shiyu, why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm too cute and want to take me home? You don't need to take me. If you call me, I'll just come back. This knife was found by bailing in my bag. I thought it was fun, so I brought it with me this morning. Shin Shiyu looked at Gu Jiandong for a long time and saw nothing wrong. She thought she was overthinking it. If he had really recovered, he would definitely tell her and wouldn't need to pretend to be foolish. This knife is too sharp. It's not safe for a kid like you to have it. Give it to me, and I'll keep it safe for you. Gu Jiandong tightly gripped the knife's handle and put his hand behind his back. No, I like this knife. I want to keep it myself. He wouldn't give it to her, and Shin Shiyu couldn't do anything about it. If he suddenly sat on the ground and rolled around, the ants might look at her strangely. You can keep it, but be careful. Don't hurt yourself or anyone else. Everyone in the family was back, and Uncle Shun had started cooking the wild boar meat. The Shin family was watching the fire in the kitchen. Li Caixia was holding a large piece of meat, feeling conflicted about how much to cook for dinner. If she cooked too much, it felt extravagant, but if she cooked too little, it wouldn't be enough. Shun Qiu looked at the sky. If her mother kept worrying like this, it would be dark before their family had any meat to eat. Unable to stand it, Shin Qiu took a kitchen knife and cut out about half a pound of meat. Mom, we'll eat this much tonight. Save the rest for the new year. Compared to the cheerful cooking in the first and second households, Lu Panting from the third household couldn't manage a smile. She stood in front of the cutting board, looking at the small amount of wild boar meat with a bitter expression. As she cut the meat, she began chopping it angrily, as if she wanted to chop someone. Shin Shiyu sat in the yard, cracking sunflower seeds, and asked her second aunt, what's wrong with third aunt? She got meat but is still unhappy and looks so angry. That shouldn't be the case. Your third uncle cut half a pound of meat to honor your grandparents, and your third aunt is upset. Cutting half a pound of wild boar meat feels like losing 10 pounds to her. She can't take it out on your third uncle or be angry with her in-laws, so she's venting by chopping meat. Shen Chunling didn't know what to say about her third sister-in-law's stinginess. Before they split the family, her parents treated her well. Both the first and second brothers had cut half a pound of pork for their parents. The daughters-in-law didn't seem upset and even thought the meat given was too little, wanting to cut more. Old Lady Shin snorted, "Sweetheart, we don't need to mind her. It's natural for sons to honor their parents. They raised him, and taking half a pound of meat from him doesn't make her feel guilty. Let me tell you something. The wild boar was hunted by you and Jiandong. The team originally planned to give you and Jiandong 50 pounds of meat each, but your grandpa and I thought that was too much and might attract attention, so we only took 50 pounds. Shin Shiyu smiled. Grandma, 50 pounds of meat is enough for our family for a long time. Shin Shiyu understood her grandmother's meaning. Everyone was grateful to her and Gu Jiandong for the meat, but once they finished eating, some might have bad thoughts about how much meat her family received and might say something. Getting 20 pounds each for her and Gu Jiandong was just right, neither too much nor too little. If the meat ran out, she could just go back to the mountain. With her around, her grandparents wouldn't lack meat. Old Lady Shin smiled. My sweet child understands. This child's cleverness is just like hers. Shin Shiyu, feeling tired from working, thought about how hard it was to kill the 3 wild boars. Their skin was thick, and they were strong fighters. If it weren't for her endless strength and Gu Jiandong not being weak either, they wouldn't have managed to kill the boars. Although they killed the wild boars, Shin Shiyu felt drained, very sleepy. Before going to sleep, she casually asked Grandma, "Wasn't I sleeping at home? How did I end up in the threshing yard? Who carried me here?" "Oh, everyone said they wanted you to come up for a bit, so I came back and carried you out from the bed." Old Lady Shin moved her arms and waved her hands. Old ladies usually get weaker as they age, but at my age, I feel stronger than your 3 uncles. Shun Chunling said, Mom, it's because you eat well that you have strength. With 2 kids at home, if they didn't use enough oil, they wouldn't eat their vegetables. She and her mother usually used more oil than other families when cooking. Eating more oil gives them energy, and her niece sometimes brings back game, while Jiandong often catches fish. Her mother occasionally brews a cup of milk powder. With good food and drink every day, they naturally have energy. While Shin Chunling and Old Lady Shin thought they used enough oil, Shin Shiyu felt they only used a drop more than her aunt, making the dishes barely taste oily. But in this era, getting Old Lady Shin and Shin Chunling to use a little more oil was a change for them. Seeing her grandmother's energy, Shin Shiyu thought her spiritual spring water wasn't wasted. Look, the old lady could carry her to the threshing yard without stopping. Old Man Shin often smoked and occasionally coughed, but after drinking the spiritual spring water for a while, Shin Shiyu hadn't heard him cough again. Gu Jiandong was giving the white radish a bath when Shin Shiyu poured a bowl of water and told him to wait a moment before turning to go back inside to sleep. It wasn't even evening yet and the weather was not hot, so Shin Shiyu chose to sleep on the Kong instead of going into the space. Grandma Shin was still worried about Shin Shue's condition and called for Uncle Shin San. San, Shin Shue has been taken to the hospital. Did the doctors say what her condition is? The doctors said she needs surgery. The surgery for her and Zhou Jingchen will cost over 200. When Pan Ti heard this, she dragged me out of the hospital, and now I don't know what her situation is. I was thinking of bringing some food to the hospital to see her tomorrow. Grandma Shin nodded. Go ahead. If her son were truly heartless, Grandma Shin would be disappointed in her 3rd son. Uncle Shun San returned to the kitchen, where Lu Panty was guarding the half a pound of pork in the pot. You're not planning to take the meat to see Shin Shue tomorrow, are you? There's only this little bit left. If you take it, what will my son and I eat? Besides, Shin Shue is injured and had surgery. She can't eat meat. Just cook some corn porridge to take to her. I'll take it instead. Shin Shue has a way with words and can easily trick you. I'm afraid you'll end up giving away all our savings. The little money from the division of the family had already been spent on the kitchen and buying pots. Just buying 1 pot costs a lot, and she also bought cotton, fabric, sugar, and malted milk, which was another big expense. Even though she didn't handle the money, she knew their family didn't have much left. Once her son came out, there would be many more expenses, so they had to save. Uncle Shun San thought to himself that he had no intention of taking meat to Shin Shue. As Lu Pandy said, she couldn't eat meat after surgery, and he didn't even know if she would wake up tomorrow or if the surgery would go well. Then you should cook a bowl of corn porridge to take to her tomorrow. Okay, I know. The meat is almost done. Hurry up and serve the porridge. All 4 kitchens in the house were stewing meat. Shin Shi woke up to the delicious smell of meat. She stepped outside, and Shin Chunling was just coming out of the kitchen with meat. Shiyu, you're awake. Quickly wash your face. Dinner is ready. Wild boar meat can be tough, and if not cooked well, it's hard to chew. Since Grandpa Shin and Grandma Shin were older and their teeth weren't as strong as younger people, Shin Chunling cooked the wild boar until it was tender enough to fall apart with a bite, and to avoid the gamey taste, she added spices, eliminating any odor. Shin Shi didn't usually like wild boar meat, but this time, her second aunt's cooking made it taste really good, and she ate 4 or 5 pieces. Gu Jiandong gave a thumbs up, saying Shin's second aunt's cooking was delicious. The child ate a big bowl of meat and hardly touched the flatbreads, filling up on meat instead. He didn't forget to feed the white radish while eating. The white radish sat at his feet, and he occasionally sneaked it a piece of meat. Grandpa Shen, Grandma Shen, and Shin Chunling all saw him feeding the dog, but pretended not to notice. As long as the child was happy, it didn't matter if he fed the dog a piece or 2. The meat wasn't free. The white radish was useful. It would pick up fallen leaves in the yard and even fetch firewood when the kitchen ran out. Most importantly, this dog was smart and knew how to protect the family and the 2 children. So, Gu Jiandong and Shin Shiyu, giving the white radish some treats, went unnoticed by the old couple. As night fell, it got colder. A gust of cold wind blew into the hall, making Shin Shiyu shiver. Gu Jiandong noticed and quickly went back inside to get her coat. Shin Shiyu smiled brightly at him, mimicking his usual manner. Gu Jiandong, you're so nice. Gu Jiandong grinned. If Shiyu is good to me, I will be good to her too. After Gu Jiandong finished eating, he sat for a while before picking up a bucket to get water for a bath. It was already winter, and he was filling it with cold water. Shin Shiyu worried he might catch a cold from the cold water and called out to him, Gu Jiandong, there's a big pot of hot water in the kitchen. Go get hot water for your bath. You can't use cold water. Gu Jiandong didn't like bathing with hot water. He moved slowly, hoping Shin Shiyu would go back inside so he could sneak in cold water for his bath. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes and seeing Shin Shiyu still watching him from the hall, he gently kicked the white radish and started pretending to hit it with the pot. White radish, I told you I want to bathe in hot water, but you insisted on cold water. Who bathes in cold water in this freezing weather? You're such a silly dog. What if I catch a cold from bathing in cold water? He grumbled as he went to the kitchen to fill the bucket with hot water. After filling it, he smiled sweetly at Shin Shiyu. Shiyu, I didn't listen to the white radish. I only listened to you. I got hot water. The white radish was used to having pots dropped on its head every day. It could only bare its teeth at Gu Jiandong, having no other way to express itself since it was a dog that couldn't speak. Go wash up quickly. The water will get cold soon. Gu Jiandong went to the bathing room. Shin Shiyu washed the wooden basin and took it inside, then went to the kitchen to fill it with hot water, as she also wanted to bathe inside. The bathing room was drafty and cold, so Shin Shiyu couldn't stand it and decided to bathe inside where it was warm. After soaking for half an hour, Shin Shiyu opened the door and saw Shin Chiu sitting outside her room. Chiu, what are you doing sitting here? Shin Chiu, holding her clothes, smiled mischievously. Sister, can I bathe in your room? The bathing room is too cold. I don't want to go in there. Actually, Shin Chiu could have sent her brother out and used his room to bathe, but she disliked the smell of salted fish in Shin Jagua's room. It didn't smell as nice as her sister's room, so she came to ask Shin Shiyu. Of course. Where's your bucket? I'll help you bring water in. I already filled it. Shin Chiu didn't want her sister to tire herself out. She called for her brother, and Shin Jagua quickly came out of the kitchen with a water bucket. Coming. While Shin Chiu bathed in her sister's room, Shin Shiyu went to Gu Jiandong's room to read him a story and help him sleep. Gu Jiandong was harder to coax tonight. Shin Shiyu finished reading a whole story, but he was still wide awake, blinking at her. She took a sip of water and read for another half hour, but Gu Jiandong still showed no signs of sleepiness. He was playing with the white radish's tail and suddenly asked, Shiyu, if I weren't like this anymore, would you still like me? If not like this, then what could he be? Shin Shiyu patted his head, knowing how to comfort children well. She smiled and said, as long as you are Gu Jiandong, no matter how you change, I will always like you. Gu Jiandong blinked his innocent eyes. This is what Shiyu said. You can't go back on your word. I said it, and I won't go back on it. Now go to sleep. At the moment Shin Shiyu turned to close the door, Gu Jiandong's eyelids opened, and the innocent expression vanished, revealing a depth of emotion in his dark eyes that was hard to understand, along with a tenderness he himself was unaware of. The dog was more sensitive than a person. Bai Luobua sensed Gu Jiandong's change and tapped him with its paw, asking for attention. Gu Jiandong ignored it, patted its head, and kicked Bai Luobua out of the room. He wasn't a child. He didn't need a dog to sleep with him. If this got back to the army, where would Gu Jiandong's pride go? He had no pride left. When Jiang Ziqiang returned to the army, he shouted through a loudspeaker about how Gu Jiandong needed someone to coax him to sleep and how the dog kept him company. In the countryside, Jiang Ziqiang could talk endlessly, sharing all the embarrassing stories like a chatterbox, even more than a radio on repeat. In the army, Gu Jiandong was like a rare flower, admired by his brothers and subordinates. Hearing Jiang Ziqiang say this, They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Gu Jiandong had no idea that Jiang Ziqiang's big mouth had already spread all his embarrassing moments throughout the entire unit. Now, he sat on the bed, expressionless, holding his head, letting his mind uncontrollably replay the silly things he had done and said when he felt foolish. His toes were almost tearing the mat apart. At that moment, he wished he hadn't recovered. Or rather, he wished he had recovered but didn't remember those foolish days in the countryside. No. If he forgot those days, he would also forget Shuyu. That couldn't happen. Those were his happy, precious memories with Shuyu in the countryside. Gu Jiandong recalled all the childish things he had done and, while awkwardly scratching the mat with his toes, convinced himself that these weren't embarrassing moments, but rather joyful times with Shuyu. He pulled out a photo from his pocket. In it, a chubby little girl with 2 braids smiled brightly. If Grandma Shin saw it, she would definitely recognize it as her precious granddaughter at 5 years old. Gu Jiandong looked at the photo, his eyes warm like the sun. Shin Shuyu had a good night's sleep. When she opened her eyes today, she didn't see Gu Jiandong or Bai Luobo in her room. She got up to check his room and found he was still in bed. Shin Shuyu smiled. It was rare to see Gu Jiandong sleeping in. Seeing how deeply he slept, she didn't wake him. She washed her face, brushed her teeth, and went to the kitchen to warm up by the fire with Grandma Shin. Grandma Shin poked the fire with tongs and pulled out 2 blackened potatoes. Precious, if you're hungry, eat these roasted potatoes first. Breakfast can wait a bit. Grandma Shin then pulled out 2 sweet potatoes from another stove. We have sweet potatoes too. Do you want roasted potatoes, sweet potatoes, or both? If you want both, your second aunt can peel them for you. Shin Chunling took the pancakes out of the pan and, hearing her mother, quickly put down the spatula to help her niece peel the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Shin Shuyu was no longer a child. She didn't need anyone to peel her food. Grandma, second aunt, I can peel them myself. It tastes better when I do it. Grandma Shin always respected her granddaughter's wishes. Chunling, you don't need to peel them. Precious can do it herself. You focus on making breakfast. Shin Chunling got up to continue cooking. Shin Shuyu ate 1 potato and 1 sweet potato, feeling full. She got up to wash her hands and check if Gu Jiandong was awake. Gu Jiandong's door was open, and he was already awake, sitting on the edge of the bed shaving. Seeing him shave didn't surprise Shin Shuyu. What surprised her was how neatly he had folded his army green blanket. Gu Jiandong had never folded his blanket before. Why was he doing it today? As Shin Shuyu entered, Gu Jiandong put down his razor and greeted her. Shuyu, good morning. Noticing her gaze on his blanket, Gu Jiandong proudly lifted his chin. Shuyu, I folded the blanket. Is it pretty? It was indeed very neat, perfectly folded like a block of tofu. Shin Shuyu couldn't fold it that well. It's beautiful. You're really impressive, Gu Jiandong. Shin Shuyu then noticed a big hole in his mat and asked, Gu Jiandong, how did your mat get torn? Wasn't it fine last night? It was Bai Luobo's paw. It scratched it while I was sleeping. Bai Luobo, who had just peeked into the room, thought, what's going on? Is there trouble for me again today? Not wanting to take the blame, Bai Luobo turned to leave. Gu Jiandong understood its intention, walked to the door, grabbed Bai Luobo by the ear, and pulled it back inside. Bai Luobo, what's wrong? Didn't I tell you not to scratch the mat? Look, you've made a big hole. Oh, so you think you can bully me because I can't talk, huh? If you keep this up, I'll run away tomorrow and see who you blame then. Bai Luobo was furious, ready to bite Gu Jiandong, muttering angrily. However, Shin Shuyu couldn't understand Bai Luobo's words. Since Gu Jiandong said it was Bai Luobo's fault, she didn't doubt it. Dogs often scratch and bite things. She patted the dog's head. It's okay if you tore it. After breakfast, let my grandpa fix it. Bai Luobo thought I didn't scratch it, it was Gu Jiandong. This wasn't the first time Bai Luobo had been blamed, but today it was particularly upset because Gu Jiandong hadn't let it sleep inside last night. It was cold, and Bai Luobo had to sleep in the living room. Bai Luobo always followed Gu Jiandong, mimicking his temper and habits. It was used to sleeping on the bed, and sleeping outside made it restless. Now, being blamed again, the dog's emotions were getting out of control. Usually, Grandpa Shin doted on Bai Luobwa. It tucked its tail and hid under Grandpa Shin's feet. When Gu Jiandong looked at it, Bai Luobwa shivered. Grandpa Shin smiled and said, Jiandong, are you bullying Bai Luobwa? It's just a dog. It doesn't understand anything. You need to be a little kinder to it. Gu Jiandong. If he hadn't recovered, Bai Luobwa would have made him roll on the ground from anger. But now that he had recovered, even if he pretended, he found it hard to roll on the ground. Gu Jiandong pouted, looking like he was about to cry, more aggrieved and scared than Bai Luobwa. Grandpa Shen, Bai Luobwa ruined my mat. I scolded it a bit, and it barked at me. It even wanted to bite me. Old Man Shen looked at the black dog at his feet and then at the aggrieved Gu Jiandong, both of whom needed some coaxing. Old Man Shen casually mentioned white radishes and said a few words to Gu Jiandong, skillfully smoothing things over to make the two boys reconcile. When Gu Jiandong's mat got torn, Old Man Shen couldn't sit still. He immediately took out a mat to fix it for him. Shin Shiyu felt that something was off about Gu Jiandong today, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. As usual, she poured a cup of spring water for Gu Jiandong and watched him drink it before heading to the kitchen to chat with her grandmother. Gu Jiandong knew how serious his head injury was. He survived because his comrades risked their lives to drag him from the battlefield to safety, and the rescue was timely. The doctors at the military hospital were skilled, and his father had a century-old ginseng. He truly had the luck of heaven, earth, and people on his side. Now that he was better, he remembered what the doctors had told his parents. His brain injury couldn't be treated with current medical conditions, meaning he would remain foolish for life. Because of this, his parents arranged for him to go to the countryside, where the Shin family would look after him. In less than half a year in the countryside, his mind suddenly returned to normal, which Gu Jiandong found hard to believe. He stared at the ceramic cup, feeling a bit suspicious. After breakfast, Gu Jiandong pushed his bicycle and cheerfully said he wanted to go out to play. Shun Shiyu didn't think much of it. He often went out like that. However, instead of looking for his friends as usual, Gu Jiandong went to the county town. At the post office, he called the military's communication room. The staff quickly called Jiang Ziqiang. When Jiang Ziqiang heard his voice, he was shocked. Jiandong? It's me. What's the situation with my parents in the northwest? You have their contact address, right?
Please tell me.
Jiang Ziqiang closed his mouth in surprise. Hearing Gu Jiandong's calm voice, he uncertainly asked, Jiandong, is your mind better?
Yeah.
Really better?
Yeah.
How did that happen? I got bumped by a wild boar, and it fixed me. Jiang Ziqiang, holding the phone in the communication room, was amazed and said, a wild boar has that effect. My brain isn't very sharp right now. Should I try finding a wild boar to kick my head? No, it seems our wild boars don't have that effect. I should go to the Shenjiaba team and find one there. It's safer. By the way, the wild boars there wouldn't be reincarnated Huatua, would they? Last time I saw you, you were still a 3-year-old. How did one kick from a wild boar fix you? That's a medical miracle. Those wild boars are so powerful. We should bring them back to the army. The more Jiang Ziqiang talked, the more off-topic he got. Gu Jiandong coldly interrupted, let's talk about serious matters. Jiang Ziqiang jumped up on the other end of the phone. Are you being fierce with me? You weren't like this when I visited Shenjiaba. Gu Jiandong. Jiang Ziqiang, when I return to the army, let's spar a bit. Jiang Ziqiang stopped rambling and quickly gave Gu Jiandong his parents' address and phone number. He must have been foolish to think they could spar. His brother in the army had the title of the strongest soldier. Sparring with him would just be asking for a beating. After hanging up with Jiang Ziqiang, Gu Jiandong dialed the number he was given several times, but it didn't go through. He asked a staff member for paper and a pen and wrote a letter, hello, comrade. I want to send a letter. He handed the letter to the staff member, paid the fee, and saw several new stamps in their hand. He bought them all, remembering that she liked pretty stamps. At the county hospital, Lu Panting got up early to cook corn porridge, put it in a bowl, and took a basket to the hospital. Both of their injuries were very serious, The doctors had been in surgery for a day and night, and they were still in the operating room, in a critical condition. Lu Panting couldn't see Shin Shui. She sat in the hospital for half a day, asking doctors and nurses several times if she could see Shin Shui, but the answer was always no. She couldn't sit still. Being there made her uneasy. After finishing the corn porridge she brought, she left the hospital and, on her way home, ran into Gu Jiandong riding his bicycle. She waved, "Jiandong, give your aunt a ride." Gu Jiandong, still a bit foolish, ignored Lu Panting. Now that he was recovering, he paid even less attention to her. He pedaled straight past her, going so fast that he kicked up a cloud of dust, covering Lu Panting's face. When Gu Jiandong got home, he proudly showed the stamps he bought to Shin Shiyu. "Tada. Shiyu, look at what this is." Shin Shiyu picked up the colorful stamps, her eyes filled with joy. "So many stamps. Who gave these to you?" Gu Jiandong tugged at the dog's tail, absent-mindedly pulling its fur. "I bought them. I went to the county town and saw pretty stamps, so I bought them." Shin Shiyu frowned. "Why didn't you call me when you went to the county? It's dangerous for a child like you to go out alone. There are many kidnappers outside who target cute kids like you." This child had always played in the village and had never gone to the county alone. What if he ran into bad people? Shin Shiyu worried about him, so her tone was stern. When she looked up, she saw Gu Jiandong's tears falling like rain. Shin Shiyu panicked and took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. "Gu Jiandong, please don't cry. I wasn't trying to scold you. I was just worried you might get taken away. You're so cute, and if you disappeared, I would be sad."
I'm sorry. I apologize.
As she wiped his tears, she stuffed him with candy, giving him 5 or 6 pieces before stopping. Gu Jiandong's mouth was full of candy, his cheeks puffed out. With so much candy, it made his teeth ache. Shin Shiyu didn't know, he found it overwhelming. In the past, when he cried, she always comforted him this way. If he didn't have enough candy, he would be unhappy. Seeing he was still crying, Shin Shiyu stuffed him with 3 more pieces of candy. Gu Jiandong. Fearing more candy, Gu Jiandong stopped crying, his tears and sobs ceased. He wanted to speak, but his mouth was full of candy. Gu Jiandong opened his mouth and gave up. Shin Shiyu put the stamps away. "Gu Jiandong, there's brown sugar cake in the pot. Take some when you want to eat." Now that it was cold, Shin Shiyu didn't want to move. She just wanted to snuggle on the bed, eat sunflower seeds, and read comic books. With no phone to scroll through, Shin Shiyu could only read comic books to pass the time. Gu Jiandong, with candy in his mouth, spoke unclearly. He decided not to talk and noticed there was still yarn in Shin Shiyu's cabinet. He went to his room to get a needle and sat next to Shin Shiyu, crocheting a sweater for her. Gu Jiandong had already crocheted 2 sweaters for Shin Shiyu. She was afraid he would make another for her, so she poked him. "Gu Jiandong, I have enough sweaters. Don't make me another one. Make one for yourself." Gu Jiandong was more focused on knitting a sweater for Shin Shiyu than he was during military training. He sat by the Kong knitting, while Shin Shiyu lay next to him reading a comic book with the dog's head resting on his leg. This scene looked so warm and cozy. Shin Shiyu wanted to join her sister on the Kong to read comics, but when she reached her sister's door, she saw the harmonious atmosphere inside and couldn't bring herself to interrupt. So, she turned and went to visit Grandma Shin instead. Gu Jiandong kept his eyes on Shin Shiyu as he knitted. If she looked up, she would surely see the deep warmth hidden in his gaze. Shin Shiyu had collected many comic books from the recycling station and was reading one after another. The stories in the comics were quite enjoyable. She had been reading for quite a while, and Gu Jiandong, worried about her eyes, took the comic book from her hands. "Shiyu, I want to eat roasted chestnuts." Shin Shiyu got up. "I'll roast them for you." There were several bags of chestnuts at home, which were filling food. Every year when chestnuts ripened, her grandmother would go up the mountain to collect them. This year, her second aunt had gathered quite a few, and whenever she and Gu Jiandong went to the mountains, they would pick some up too. They had plenty of chestnuts at home. Shin Shiyu went to the kitchen, placed an iron mesh over the stove, and spread the chestnuts on it. She was about to start a fire when Gu Jiandong came over and pulled her down to sit. Shuyu, I'll start the fire. In no time, Gu Jiandong had the fire going. Shin Shiyu went to the cellar and brought back several sweet potatoes and potatoes to roast alongside the chestnuts. Shun Jiabao, Jiagua, Jiawei, Shin Xiao, and Yang Fongfong saw them roasting sweet potatoes and chestnuts in the kitchen. They each took some to sit together and chat, enjoying the moment. Gu Jiandong had just gone back to get honey when he found Shin Jiagua sitting in his spot. He showed no sign of displeasure on his face and slowly squeezed Shin Jiagua out of the way. Shin Jiagua, who was pushed out unexpectedly, didn't react right away. Shin Xiao leaned over to whisper in her brother's ear, "Third brother, you're in the wrong spot. Only Gu Jiandong can sit next to eldest sister. If you sit there, Gu Jiandong might get jealous." Shin Jiagua. Fine, he wouldn't argue with a kid. After pushing Shin Jiagua out, Gu Jiandong couldn't hide his smug expression. Shin Shi saw him like that and spoiled him by taking out several pieces of jerky from her pocket. "Gu Jiandong, the chestnuts won't be ready right away. Eat some jerky first. Once you finish, I'll go back to get you some canned food." There were only a few pieces of jerky left, and Shin Shi gave them all to Gu Jiandong. She then took out some sunflower seeds she had prepared and shared them with Shin Jiabao and the others. Gu Jiandong had gained some weight from being in the countryside, and it was because Shin Shiyu was always feeding him. Gu Jiandong looked like a happy little dog as he happily accepted the jerky. Shiyu should eat too. He had so much jerky in his hands that he generously shared one piece with each of Shin Jiabao and the others. The group in the kitchen munched on jerky and sunflower seeds while listening to Shin Xiao gossip about the village. Lu Pantai had walked home from the county town for most of the day and finally arrived home. As she entered the yard, she heard Gu Jiandong's laughter. Peeking into the kitchen, she saw several kids roasting sweet potatoes and chestnuts, enjoying their little life. Thinking about how she had asked Gu Jiandong to give her a ride and he ignored her, making her walk for so long, her anger flared up. Gu Jiandong was so foolish, always annoying her with his words and actions, and with his in-laws and Shin Shiyu protecting him. She didn't confront him, but went inside to complain to Uncle Shin. "This kid Gu Jiandong doesn't treat me like an elder at all. When I saw him in the county, I asked him for a ride, and he completely ignored me, zooming past on his bike." Uncle Shun was cleaning the house when she entered. He put down the broom. "He rides his bike like he's flying. If he gave you a ride, would you dare to sit? Aren't you afraid he'd take you into a ditch?" Lu Pantai remembered how Gu Jiandong rode his bike and shook her head. "I wouldn't dare." She was pregnant, and if Gu Jiandong took her into a ditch, her baby would be lost. If she lost her baby, she wouldn't have any hope left in life. "How is Shun Shui doing?" Uncle Shun hadn't been to the hospital, but he was still concerned about Shin Shui at home. After all, they were father and daughter, and he couldn't be cold-hearted. "She just finished surgery. The doctor said she needs to be observed and won't let me see her. But I think it's not a big deal. With the doctor there, Shin Shui should be able to run and jump in a month or two. What about the corn porridge you brought?" "I traveled a long way to see her, and not long after arriving at the hospital, I got hungry, so I drank all the porridge." Uncle Shun. Shin Shiyu could eat, and Gu Jiandong had honey, sweet potatoes, and chestnuts. Shin Shiyu even brushed a layer of honey on the sweet potatoes. The sweet smell wafted from the kitchen, and Lu Pantai, with her keen nose, sniffed and realized the delicious aroma was coming from her mother-in-law's kitchen. She tugged at Uncle Shun's sleeve. "Shin Shiyu and the others are roasting food in the kitchen. Go ask them for something to bring back." Uncle Shin couldn't bring himself to ask his nieces and nephews for food. "There's rock candy in the cupboard. If you're craving something, I'll get you a couple of pieces. Don't think about what those kids are eating. Besides, they're roasting sweet potatoes and chestnuts, and we have some at home. You can take some to roast in the kitchen." But it wasn't the same. The food from their own home wasn't as good as what they could get for free. "I want to eat the chestnuts they're roasting. Then I'll take a few pounds over and let them help roast them. Once they're done, I'll bring back half a pound." Take a few pounds over and bring back half a pound? That would just be giving those kids free chestnuts. They had worked hard to collect them, and there weren't many left at home. Fine, I won't eat anymore. That stubborn man didn't support her at all, and wasn't on her side. In the kitchen, Shinshiyu and the others enjoyed the steaming roasted sweet potatoes, feeling warm inside. Their taste buds were satisfied, especially with the sweet potatoes brushed with honey, which were truly sweet and fragrant. Shun Jiabao and the others were having such luxurious sweet potatoes for the first time. It was a real treat, as honey was rare, and no one else would be so generous as to serve it like Shinshiyu did. Gu Jiandong didn't eat much. He sat next to Shinshiyu. Whenever she wanted water, he poured it for her. If she wanted to eat chestnuts, he peeled them for her. If she wanted sweet potatoes, he peeled those too. The days were getting shorter, and by 6 o'clock, it was already dark. Shinshiyu had eaten a lot of sweet potatoes and chestnuts, skipped dinner, and after taking a bath, went back to read comics to Gu Jiandong until he fell asleep before she went to bed herself. The next day, when Shinshiyu opened her door, she saw the first snowfall of winter. The rooftops and yard were covered in a blanket of white. She reached out her hand, and a crystal-clear snowflake landed in her palm, cold and refreshing. Hey, sweetie, it's really cold outside. You need to put on your winter coat and gloves if you want to play in the snow. Seeing her granddaughter dressed too lightly, Grandma Shen pushed Shinshiyu back inside, opened her closet, and took out a winter coat and pants. Sweetie, come on, put these on. The coat and pants were green with colorful flowers. In this era, having a coat like this was a happy thing. Shinshiyu put them on calmly, tucked her hands into the sleeves, put on her winter boots, and opened the door again. Grandma Shin saw her granddaughter bundled up warmly and felt relieved. The snow had fallen last night, covering the roof with a thick layer. Grandpa Shun worried the weight might collapse the roof, so when the snow stopped, he called his 3 grandsons to go up and clear it. Gu Jiandong was up there too. Standing in the yard, Gu Jiandong shouted from the roof, "Shiyu, good morning." Shinshiyu tucked her hands in her sleeves and looked up at him. "Gu Jiandong, good morning. Be careful up there. It's slippery." I know. The 4 of them quickly cleared the snow from the roof. When Gu Jiandong came down, he jumped instead of using the ladder. Shinshiyu saw this and quickly ran over to catch him. Gu Jiandong landed in her arms like a princess Carrie. Fortunately, Shinshiyu was strong. Otherwise, she might not have caught him, and he could have fallen hard. After all, Gu Jiandong was quite tall at 1.89 meters. Without some strength, carrying him wouldn't be possible. Gu Jiandong was happily held in Shinshiyu's arms, blinking as his ears turned visibly red. As a grown man being held like this, he felt a bit shy, but was also very happy. He thought, Shiyu caught me. After a moment, Shinshiyu set him down, and his expression changed from happy to sad. Shinshiyu was genuinely angry now. Gu Jiandong, do you know how dangerous it is to jump down like that? It's so high, you could break your leg. If you break your leg, you won't be able to play outside every day. You'll have to stay home, and your leg will be all wrapped up and painful. As she described a broken leg, she humorously acted it out, dragging one leg behind her as if it were hard to walk. The others were also startled by Gu Jiandong's jump. Grandma Shun held her chest. "Jiandong, you can't do that again. It's too dangerous, and you scared me." Gu Jiandong realized he had frightened them. He looked down and said, "Grandma Shun, Shiyu, I'm sorry.
I'll use the ladder next time."
He trained every day in the army, and at that height, he could jump down with his eyes closed. It was just a reflex for him, but he forgot that to them, he was still a kid. Gu Jiandong's sincere apology made it hard for Shinshiyu to stay mad at him. When he looked at her with his sad eyes, she couldn't help but smile after a few seconds. "Next time, what if I hadn't caught you?" Even though there was a thick layer of snow on the ground, no one could guarantee they wouldn't get hurt falling from the roof. Unknowingly, Gu Jiandong had taken up a big space in Shinshiyu's heart. She didn't want him to get hurt at all. When Gu Jiandong smiled, revealing 2 dimples, he said, "Shiyu is amazing.
I knew you would catch me."
This was the first snow of the year, and the kids were excited, rushing to the Shun house to find their brother Jiandong. Shun Jinbao was the first to run in. "Brother Jiandong, Brother Jiandong, it's snowing. Let's build a snowman. Then Dog Egg and the others came in. Brother Jiandong, let's have a snowball fight. A dozen kids surrounded Gu Jiandong, and he felt overwhelmed. He hadn't noticed how noisy they were when he was silly, playing with them in the mud every day. Thinking back to those embarrassing moments made his head hurt. Seeing him holding his head, Shen Shiyu thought he was unwell. Gu Jiandong, what's wrong? Are you feeling sick? Drink some hot water to warm your stomach. She went inside to get him a cup of hot water. Gu Jiandong gulped it down, feeling a subtle change in his body, which made him more certain of his feelings. As the kids wanted to play snowball fights with Gu Jiandong, Shen Shiyu remembered there was a military green hat in his backpack. She went to his room to get it. Gu Jiandong, put on this hat. Gu Jiandong lowered his head, and Shen Shiyu helped him put it on. Black Egg sniffled, Sister Shiyu, come play snowball fights with us too. Shen Shiyu, being from the south and never having played in the snow before, wanted to experience the joy of a snowball fight. She happily agreed to Black Egg's invitation. Sure. Gu Jiandong initially wanted to send the kids home. He was a soldier, good at fighting, but not at playing childish games like snowball fights or building snowmen. However, since Shiyu agreed, he decided to make it fun for her and started rolling snowballs. His snowballs were bigger than sandbags. He threw one, and Shin Jinbao fell over. Brother Jiandong, that's not fair. Gu Jiandong didn't care about fairness. He just made big snowballs to throw at the kids who threw snowballs at Shin Shiyu. At first, Shen Jinbao and the others threw snowballs at each other, but soon they realized they were being treated differently. The kids began to team up against Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong. Dog Egg and the others were small, and their snowballs were only the size of fists, so getting hit by them didn't hurt. But Gu Jiandong's snowballs were big and heavy, hitting them with some force. One by one, they fell down, crying out, Brother Jiandong, you're not nice. The Shin family's 3 brothers and Shin Xiao saw them having fun and joined the snowball fight. Bai Luobo couldn't throw snowballs well, but he hopped around in the middle of Shin Shiyu and the others. The Shin yard was lively and joyful, with snowballs flying and children's laughter echoing. Grandma Shin watched the kids play happily from the kitchen. This was the first time Shin Shiyu felt the joy of a snowball fight. She played with the group of kids for the whole morning, and when they got tired, they all lay in the snow, laughing heartily. By noon, the kids went home for lunch. After eating, they rushed back, eager to build a snowman. Shin Shiyu, Gu Jiandong, and the group of children started building snowmen in the yard. The snow was cold, and the weather was chilly. Most of the kids' winter coats weren't warm enough, and half of them had runny noses, but they all smiled as they built the snowmen. Shin Shiyu wore gloves, so she didn't feel cold while building the snowmen, but her face turned rosy from the chill. Gu Jiandong, worried she might get cold, went inside to get her a scarf. When he wrapped it around her neck, it covered most of her face. A few adults and a group of children filled Shen's yard with snowmen of all sizes. Shin Shiyu even added eyes, noses, and mouths to them. They took off Gu Jiandong's hat and Shin Shiyu's scarf to put on the snowmen. They also built 2 snowmen taller than the kids at the entrance and made several snow dogs that looked like white radishes. From the yard to outside the door, there were over a dozen different snowmen and snow dogs. Shin Shiyu and the kids were very satisfied. If only they had a camera, Shin Shiyu thought. After a day of playing in the snow, she might have caught a chill. Before bed, she felt warm, and in the middle of the night, she felt like her body was on fire. She slept fitfully. In her dreams, she seemed to see Gu Jiandong. She was sick, and he was gently taking care of her, occasionally checking her forehead to see if her temperature changed. In her dream, Gu Jiandong was different from usual. His expression was serious, but when he looked at her, his eyes sparkled like stars. When Shin Shiyu opened her eyes, she saw Gu Jiandong sitting straight by her bed, propping his head up with his right hand. He was resting with his eyes closed. She touched the towel on her forehead and realized that she must have had a fever last night, and Gu Jiandong had taken care of her all night. Shin Shiyu no longer had a fever, but her head felt heavy. She pushed herself up. Gu Jiandong had just closed his eyes for a moment when he suddenly opened them. Shiyu, you're awake. He checked her forehead with the back of his hand, then checked his own. Seeing her temperature had gone down eased some of his worry. Shin Shiyu, still weak from her fever, said, Gu Jiandong, did you stay up all night taking care of me? I'm fine now, you should go rest. His dark circles were obvious, and Shin Shiyu could tell he hadn't slept all night. Gu Jiandong shook his head. I don't want to go back to sleep. I want to stay here and take care of you. Grandma Shin walked in, holding a bowl of porridge. Oh, my dear, you're awake. Are you feeling better? It's all my fault. I should have made you wear more clothes since I knew it was cold. You must be hungry. Drink some porridge first. Jiandong, you didn't eat breakfast. I made lean meat porridge. Go to the kitchen and get 2 bowls. After you drink the porridge, go back to sleep. Don't worry, I'll take care of my dear. Shin Shiyu rubbed his hand. Go drink the porridge. After you drink it, go sleep. If you don't listen, I'll be upset. Gu Jiandong went to get the porridge. He brought it back and they both drank it together. After drinking a bowl of porridge, Shin Shiyu felt stronger, and her head didn't feel as heavy. She poured herself a glass of water. She had added spring water to the water jug, and after drinking a glass, she felt much better. Grandma Shin touched her forehead. You don't have a fever anymore. Your second aunt made ginger soup. You both should drink a bowl, and tonight take a ginger bath. After they drank the porridge and a big bowl of ginger soup, Shin Shiyu's stomach felt full. Grandma, Gu Jiandong, I'm fine now. You both should go rest. Gu Jiandong didn't want to go back. He brought over 2 long benches and lay down straight on one, hands crossed over his belly, smiling at Shin Shiyu. Shiyu, I'm sleeping here. His legs were longer than the bench, and when he lay down, there was no room for them. He waved at Shin Shiyu, turned over, and curled up to sleep, looking quite uncomfortable. Shin Shiyu didn't plan to sleep. She got up and pulled Gu Jiandong up. Gu Jiandong, come sleep on my bed. I'm not sleeping. I'll sit at the desk and read. Grandma Shin couldn't bear to see him sleeping on the bench. Jiandong, get up and sleep on the bed. This boy was attached to her granddaughter, so Grandma Shin didn't intend to call him back to his own room. Gu Jiandong hesitated for a moment, then lay on Shin Shiyu's bed, which was already warm. He hadn't slept all night and was really tired. He fell asleep on the bed in no time. Shin Shiyu drank the porridge and several cups of spring water, and she no longer felt unwell. After reading for a while, Shin Shiyu put on her winter coat, scarf, and hat, wrapping herself up warmly. Grandma, second aunt, I'm going out for a bit. It started snowing again. Grandma Shin was worried since her granddaughter's fever had just gone down. Sweetheart, it's snowing outside. It might snow heavily soon. Don't go out. Wait until the snow stops before you go. Shin Shiyu wanted to take advantage of the snow, knowing that if everyone stayed inside, she could go to the cow shed. Grandma, I feel restless staying inside. I just want to go out for a bit. I'll be back quickly. Then put on 2 more sweaters. Grandma Shin was worried because her granddaughter was only wearing a long-sleeve shirt and a winter coat. Wearing so little could make her catch a cold. Shin Shiyu was already dressed warmly. Her coat was thick, and when her second aunt made it, she stuffed it with a lot of cotton. Just wearing one coat made her look like a ball. She understood what it felt like to be cold, as her grandma thought she was cold. If she didn't wear 2 more sweaters, Grandma Shin wouldn't let her go out. Shin Shiyu had no choice but to go back and put on 2 more sweaters, then showed her grandma. Grandma, look, I'm wearing the sweaters.
I'm going out now.
Come back early. Don't wander too long. It's cold outside. As she walked away, Grandma Shin told her daughter, in this cold weather, I don't know what's so interesting outside. Keep an eye on the time. If she doesn't come back soon, you go look for her. Shin Chunling laughed. Mom, Shiyu isn't a little kid anymore. She's grown up. She can go out for a bit without getting lost. I'm telling you to listen. No matter how grown up she is, she's still a child in my eyes, and children need to be watched. Yesterday, she had let her granddaughter play in the snow, and in a moment of carelessness, the child caught a cold and got a fever. When Shin Shiyu went out, the snow was getting heavier, and there were almost no people on the road. She walked alone, hands in pockets, with her neck pulled in. As she walked, Shinshi looked around and confirmed that no one was there before entering the cow shed. In winter, Yang Zhen and Liang Jun in the cow shed had it easier. Every day, they cleaned the cow dung and fed the cows, and they didn't have to do much else. When there was nothing to do, they just stayed inside. When she arrived, the three of them were eating. They had black bread. "Grandpa, Grandma, I brought white flour and cornmeal. Why are you eating this?" Liang Jun smiled and invited her to sit down. "Even with white flour and cornmeal, we can't eat it every day. There isn't much work to do now, so this is good enough for us." Having black bread in the cow shed was already quite good. Many of Yang's old friends, sent to other places, didn't even have black bread and were always hungry, feeling dizzy and weak, just trying to survive one day at a time. Here, they had their granddaughter secretly taking care of them. The village leader wouldn't randomly drag them out for criticism, and the villagers would never come to humiliate them. Although life in the cow shed was tough, compared to most people sent away, they were doing well. People should learn to be content and find joy. "I brought this food to make sure you eat better. If you eat well, you'll be healthy. You work hard every day, and if you don't get enough nutrition, your health will suffer. Tao Tao is still young. If you don't take care of yourselves, what will happen to him?" The white flour and cornmeal she brought were hardly cooked by her grandparents. When she saw them eating black bread or steamed buns, she felt concerned. They were already doing more work in the cow shed than the villagers, and they received the worst food. They had never done farm work before coming here, and with the heavy workload, they needed to eat better to stay healthy. Okay, starting tomorrow, we'll mix the white flour and cornmeal. You should also drink a cup of milk powder every day." Liang Jun felt warm inside. Their granddaughter was caring for them. "All right, we'll drink it every day from now on." Yang Zhen sat nearby, silent but smiling. "Are you cold at night? Don't be stingy with the firewood. If you run out, I'll bring more. We're not cold. The blankets you brought are thick, and we heat the Kong at night, so we're fine. We have everything we need. You don't need to bring anything else. It's cold now, and it's snowing. Just stay home, and don't come here." In this cold weather, Liang Jun really didn't want her granddaughter to come over. Shen Shiyu took out 2 baked sweet potatoes and 2 baked potatoes, chatted with them for a while, gave some milk candy to Tao Tao, and then went back. Her grandma was worried about her being outside, so she needed to hurry home. Otherwise, the old lady would get anxious if she couldn't find her. Indeed, Grandma Shen was worried. Shen Chunling searched around but couldn't find her niece. She went back to tell Grandma Shen, who hurried out to look for her, fearing that her granddaughter might get lost. Shen Shiyu saw her grandma rushing and called out, "Grandma, I'm over here." "Oh, dear. Where have you been? Your second aunt came looking for you and couldn't find you." "Grandma, I was just walking around here, checking for fish. If I found any, I would catch a couple to make fish soup at home. In this freezing weather, the river is frozen. There are no fish. Let's not catch fish. We have preserved meat at home. I'll make you stir-fried preserved meat." Grandma Shen chattered as she led her granddaughter home. When they got back, Gu Jiandong was still asleep, so Shen Shiyu didn't go in to disturb him. This snow lasted over a week. The first thing Shen Jiabao and Gu Jiandong did when they woke up was to clear the snow from the roof. After that, they went out to help the elderly villagers who didn't have strong laborers to clear the snow. The people in Shenjiaba village were simple and kind. If someone needed help, everyone would know and come forward without being asked. For example, when it came to clearing snow, whoever finished first would go help those in need in the village. Because of this, their village rarely had incidents of roofs collapsing and injuring people due to snow. In contrast, other villages weren't as united, and every year there were 1 or 2 cases of roofs collapsing because the snow wasn't cleared in time. Today, Li Tsaisha's family was looking for her to help because their roof had collapsed. Seeing her brother come to find her looking troubled, Li Tsaisha immediately felt anxious. "Big brother, what's wrong? Is there something at home?" Li Dagan handed a bag of cornmeal to his sister. "Sister, this is from Mom for you. There's nothing wrong at home, but last night's snow was too heavy. I overslept this morning and didn't clear the snow from the roof in time, so Mom's room collapsed.
What?
Mom's room collapsed. Is she okay?
She's fine.
At the time, she wasn't in the room. She was in the kitchen cooking. The roof collapsed, and I can't fix it alone with my wife. I thought I'd come to get Xiangnan and Jiagua to help me fix it. Li Saixia, worried about her family, called out for her husband and son. Xiangnan, Jiagua, get up and come with me to my family. Her urgent voice made the father and son hurry out, quickly dressing. They greeted Li Dagan, saying, Big brother, uncle, is here.
Li Dagan nodded.
Xiangnan, Jiagua, I need your help to go home today. As Li Saixia pushed her husband and son out the door, she explained, Mom's roof collapsed, and it needs to be fixed. The roof collapsed?
How is she?
She's fine, but the roof needs to be fixed quickly. Otherwise, it won't be livable. Her mother-in-law's family had always treated Shun Herbal well. Now that they needed help, he was eager to assist, fearing there wouldn't be enough hands. He also called Shin Debo and Shin Sambwa to join them, and they hurried to Li Saisha's family. They moved quickly, and Lu Panty wanted to stop her husband from going, but couldn't. She pouted, thinking, he just knows how to help his family. My mom has work to do, and he's so eager to go. She thought this and complained a bit to Grandma Shin. Mom, look at Xiangxi. Last time my mom called him to help cut wheat, he pretended not to hear and didn't respond at all.
He refused to go back to help my mom.
Now, when my sister-in-law's family needs him, he jumps right up. People might think the Li family is his in-laws. Grandma Shun replied with annoyance, How can you say that San doesn't help your family? When you go back, doesn't he always go with you? Once you get to your family, your parents and siblings don't even let him have a sip of water before piling work on him. He works from morning till dark without even getting a steamed bun. Once the work is done, they send him home and then complain that he acts like a lord at your family, not treating your parents as in-laws. But look at the Li family. Every time Air goes back, they treat him like a son-in-law, offering him the best things. They even make sure he doesn't come back empty-handed. This time, when Li's brother came to ask for help, he brought a bag of cornmeal. Both families are in-laws, but look at how the Li family treats him compared to your Lu family. You still dare to criticize my San? If it weren't for me raising him well, with a family like yours, he would have stopped recognizing you long ago. Lu Panting complained to her mother-in-law, hoping she would take her side and lecture her husband. After all, her husband listened to his mother, but to her surprise, her mother-in-law not only didn't support her but also scolded her. No matter how bad her mother was, she was still her family. How could her mother-in-law speak about her family like that? Mom, my family treats Xiangxi well, they just don't express it.
You know my family is struggling.
If they had better conditions, when Xiangxi and I go back, they would definitely treat him with good food and drinks. It's just that they can't. Old Mrs. Shen huffed, whose family isn't struggling these days. What? Is your family so poor that they can't even offer a glass of water to their son-in-law? Lu Panting wanted to defend herself, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't find the words. She pouted anyway. My family has never treated Xiangxi poorly. Whether they have or haven't, you know in your heart. If your own husband doesn't care about you, don't come to me complaining about my son or your family. I don't want to hear it, old Mrs. Shin said, not wanting to deal with Lu Panting anymore, and went back inside with her sewing. Lu Panting realized that her mother-in-law had issues with her family. No wonder her mother never found her home when she visited. It seemed she didn't like her family and didn't want to entertain them. Her husband also had issues with her family, as he hadn't taken her back home in years. The Shin family treated her like an outsider and viewed her family as outsiders too. She touched her round belly, straightened her back, and thought that once her son was born, she would rely on him and see who would dare to give her a hard time. Just as Lu Panting was about to turn and go back to sleep, she saw her mother walking in. Mom, what are you doing here? Lu's mother replied sharply, Aren't you pregnant? I came to see how you are. Hearing Lu's mother's voice, old Mrs. Shin quickly shut the door, not wanting to deal with her. Seeing the door slam shut, Lu Panting's smile froze. Lu's mother didn't notice her daughter's expression and thought Lu Panting was unhappy to see her. What's wrong? Now that you're pregnant, you think you don't need your family? You don't even welcome your own mother? Lu Panting quickly put on a smile. Mom, what are you talking about? You are my mother. How could I not welcome you? I'm happy to see you. In truth, Lu Panting didn't want her mother to come because every time she did, it was either asking for money or food. She had nothing to give and would get scolded for it, which was embarrassing. Lu's mother looked around the yard and saw no one, feeling quite dissatisfied. Why was there no one from the Shin family to welcome her? Where's your husband? Doesn't he know to greet his mother-in-law? He want to help someone fix their roof. He's eager to help others fix roofs, but he never goes to help his own father-in-law shovel snow. Your dad is getting old and still has to climb roofs to shovel snow. It's like having a son-in-law is the same as not having one. I feel like I raised you for nothing. Lu Panting felt uncomfortable hearing this. Her mother was indirectly criticizing her husband. Mom, what are my brother and younger brother doing? Aren't they grown men who can shovel snow? Besides, my nephews can help too. Why does it have to be my dad, an old man, going up there? We have hired help for that. Your brothers and nephews don't get up that early. Plus, the roof is slippery. What if he falls? You don't seem to care about your brothers and nephews at all. They have their own wives to care for them. As a married daughter, what can I do? My arms are too short. My sister-in-law and brother's wife might have something to say about it. Lu's mother brought up her husband shoveling snow to make Lu Panting feel guilty and to get her husband to help them out. After talking for a while, Lu Panting still didn't get the hint and seemed to blame her son and grandson for being useless. Lu's mother was very annoyed. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and get me a bowl of hot water. I came all this way in the cold, and I can't even have a sip of hot water? Do you want to freeze your own mother? Lu Panting slowly went to get a bowl of hot water. Remembering her mother-in-law's words, she asked, Mom, why doesn't anyone offer Xiangxi water or invite him to eat when he visits our family? Lu's mother realized her daughter was concerned for her husband. No wonder Lu Panting was indifferent to her this time. She pretended to wipe away a tear. Are you blaming your family for not treating your husband well? Did he say something to you? Oh, it's my fault. I didn't do well. I always thought of Xiangxi as part of our family, like a son. In our family, he is at home and can do whatever he wants, eat whatever he wants. I didn't mean for you to misunderstand. Lu Panting looked at her mother suspiciously. Mom, is that really how you think? You don't dislike Xiangxi? Why would I dislike him? He is my son-in-law. Hearing this made Lu Panting feel much better. Now she had a reason to argue back when her mother-in-law said her family treated Xiangxi poorly. Her parents treated Xiangxi like their own son. Mom, are you hungry? Let me get you something to eat. I am hungry. Just make something. Do we have eggs? Fry me a couple of eggs. Mom, we don't have eggs, just 2 sweet potatoes. You can eat sweet potatoes, they are good. Lu Panting wanted to make her mother something nice, but as she stepped out of the kitchen, she remembered she didn't have the key to the pantry. Without food, she couldn't make anything good. After coming all this way, her mother would be unhappy with just sweet potatoes. You don't still not have the key to the pantry, do you? Lu Panting nodded, not yet. Lu's mother was frustrated. Among her daughters, Lu Panting had married the best, yet she was the least capable, unable to even manage her husband. You're pregnant now. Can't you use the baby in your belly to control him? If he doesn't comply, can't you threaten to go back to your family and not let him have the baby's surname? Her son-in-law didn't acknowledge that girl, but now he cared a lot about the baby in Lu Panting's belly. She thought if Lu Panting said that, he would definitely listen to her. If only her man could be easily controlled by her. Lu Panting had a sad look on her face. Mom, Xiangxi can't be controlled at all. He even tells me every day to go back to my family and enjoy life. He says it's fine if I don't come back. He'll just have his mother find him a younger woman to have 10 or 8 sons. It's not that he can't live without her. It's that she can't live without him. Although he has a bad temper and often says things that upset her, he never hits her. If she doesn't act up, he spoils her and is responsible. Men like him are hard to find. If she leaves him, as an older woman, she won't find someone like him again. Lu's mother sighed. If I had known he was so hard to control, I shouldn't have let my daughter marry him. There's no man in this world that a woman can't control. If you're feeling so miserable, it's because you're not trying hard enough. If you put in some effort, wouldn't your son-in-law listen to you? Lu Panting retorted, "Aren't you also unable to control Dad?
He scolds you every day.
You're even worse than me. At least I'm not being hit by a man."
You.
Lu's mother was so angry that she trembled, wanting to hit Lu Panting with her shoe. But this was the old Shin family, so she held back her anger and forced a smile.
Let's not talk about that.
I heard that recently Shin Shiyu and that foolish youth caught 3 wild boars. Every household in the Shin family received a lot of wild boar meat. Where's the meat? You haven't eaten it all, have you? You're pregnant, so you shouldn't have to run back to your family. That would be too tiring. I'll come over to get it. Well, it's getting late. Go get the meat for me. I need to go home. Don't forget to bring Xiangxi back to visit your family on the 2nd day of the new year. Lu Panting couldn't produce any meat. She had eaten it all. Mom, it's all gone. We finished the meat.
What?
It's all gone? 3 wild boars, and each family got several pounds of meat. How could you eat it all? If you don't want to give meat to your parents, just say so. No need to lie to me. Mom, it's not that I don't want to honor you. There's really no meat left. The meat was divided by head count. In our family, there are only Xiangxi and me, so we only got 1 pound. Xiangxi even gave half a pound to my in-laws, leaving us with just half a pound, which isn't enough for both of us. You two are gluttons. You only got half a pound of meat and didn't think to save some for later? Your dad hasn't eaten meat in a long time. He dreams about it. Before I came here, I told them I was coming to get meat from you, and they were so happy. They even said they would save eggs for you during your confinement. They think of you while you're living so well in the old Shin family, enjoying life without thinking of your own family. Is this how you repay the old Lu family? Mom, why are you saying this? Is it wrong for me to eat my own family's meat? If you want meat, just buy it. Why come here to take things? Xiangxi is always on guard around me. I have no dignity left. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you still want your family? If someone bullies you, do you still want your family to help you? Now that Lu Panting was pregnant, she felt indifferent about her family. Her brother, her younger brother, and several nephews were so useless. If she were bullied, they probably wouldn't help her either. Mom, think what you want. I just don't have any meat to give you. Lu's mother sat down on the ground, ready to cry about Lu Panting's lack of gratitude. Zhang Tsuetsue came out with her hands on her hips and said, I say, Lu, if you want to cry, go back to your own family. Don't come here, making a scene. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, and your loud voice will scare her. My husband and son will come to your family to settle this. Zhang Tsuetsue was trying to sleep inside, but this old woman was giving her a headache, and she had no choice but to come out. Lu's mother, being someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong, couldn't be tough in front of Zhang Tsuetsue. She dragged Lu Panting outside, and when they reached the door, she wanted to cry again. Lu Panting held her belly and said, Mom, your voice is worse than a duck's. Stop crying. You'll scare my baby. If I had known raising a daughter would be so useless, I should have thrown you in a bucket of urine when you were born. Lu Panting had heard this 1,000 times and didn't feel hurt. Mom, now you realize raising a daughter is useless?
I've known that for a long time.
If she treats her badly, she wants her to empty her own home to support her useless family. What a dream. Lu Panting was pregnant now, and wasn't the same girl who could be easily fooled by her family's words. She had grown wiser. This stubborn girl was getting harder to control. No matter what was said, Lu's mother was very angry. If you don't have meat, your daughter must have some. Let's go to your daughter's place and have her give me some meat. Speaking of Shin Shui, Lu's mother was even angrier. That girl, who doesn't know how to enjoy her good fortune, didn't want to marry Chen Gosheng, and the next day she was with a youth. She had never seen anyone so shameless. She had promised Gosheng that she would introduce a beautiful and young wife for him, but instead, she ended up with a youth. Gosheng was furious at the time, and if someone hadn't stopped him, Lu's mother would have almost been beaten up, losing both the money and the gifts. Shen Shui was knocked up by a wild boar. She and her husband are in the hospital. Mom, if you want to find her, I'll go with you. When we get there, you can take some money to help Shen Shui pay for her hospital fees. You always say you care about her. Now is the time for you to show it. Shen Shui said her husband is from the capital, and her in-laws are officials with a monthly salary of over 100. They can't even spend all their money. If you go to take care of her, her in-laws will appreciate you and might let you live in a small apartment where you can eat big meat buns, drink milk, and wear nice clothes. Lu's mother rolled her eyes repeatedly. Do you think I'm foolish? That's your daughter, or rather, a daughter you don't recognize. Why should I go play the role of a nanny? Fine, I don't want the meat anymore. You can go back home. Am I foolish? She had asked around before coming. That pretty boy couldn't do anything and had to rely on Shen Shui. They still had to borrow food from the team. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like a wealthy family. Even if they were rich, they were probably not well regarded. This relative was poorer than the old Lu family. They couldn't get involved. Shen Shui was so thick-skinned. Once they got involved, they wouldn't be able to shake it off. Lu Laopa saw that she wouldn't gain anything, so she trudged back through the thick snow. She had to go back. If she stayed any longer, she feared Lu Panting would drag her to the hospital to pay for Shen Shui's hospital fees. Lu Panting watched her mother walk away with a proud strut, hands on her hips, head held high, like a victorious hen, feeling very pleased with herself. There was no way to take anything from Lu Panting. Tomorrow, she would have to return to her family to get some things. After so many years of marriage, she had taken quite a bit from her in-laws back to her family. Now that she had a son, she had to be careful with every expense. Otherwise, she couldn't support her child. She had to find a way to get back what she had taken home. With her big belly, she didn't believe her sister-in-law or a younger sister-in-law could bully her. If they dared to lay a hand on her, she would just lie down and pretend to have a stomachache, hoping to get a few eggs from them. The more she thought about it, the smarter she felt. These past few days, the milk powder she had been drinking was really paying off. Not only was it nutritious, but it also seemed to help her think better. She needed to go home and make herself another bowl. She wanted her baby to be healthy and chubby when born. Shen Chunling peeked out through the door. Mom, the third sister-in-law is back. She wasn't tricked by Lu Laopa. It was surprising that the third sister-in-law dared to stand up to her mother this time. It was quite heartening to see. The conversation between the mother and daughter was overheard by old lady Shen, who snorted. This time, she isn't foolish. She knows to think about her own family. Although the third son could manage his own family, having a daughter-in-law who always wanted to take everything from home meant he had to keep an eye on her. Over time, it wore on his heart, and as a mother, she felt sorry for her son. It seemed to snow almost every day. Every time Shen Shiyu opened the door, the cold wind would rush in, making her shiver. Originally, Shen Shiyu, who was quite lazy, found herself going to the bathroom less often. The cold wind was so biting that she couldn't bear to squat down. If she could avoid it, she would. If it weren't for the fear of her family noticing she wasn't using the bathroom, she would have preferred to take care of it in her space. These days, Shen Shiyu hardly went out. Every day was the same, either roasting sweet potatoes or chestnuts in the kitchen or staying cozy indoors. In contrast, Gu Jiandong seemed like a busy person lately. Every day, he would get up, eat breakfast, and happily ride his bike out to play, only returning home after dark. When she asked where he had been, he would dodge the question, skillfully avoiding telling her. Shen Shiyu thought to herself that this child must be growing up and keeping secrets from her now. Knowing he had a secret, she didn't press him for details. He was still young, and she needed to respect his privacy. Besides, a child who needed to be coaxed to sleep couldn't have any big secrets. It was probably just that he was playing treasure hunt with Dog Egg and Jean Bao, and came home late. Today, Gu Jiandong returned earlier than yesterday, coming back around 4 in the afternoon. As soon as he entered the yard and saw Shen Shiyu under the eaves, he beamed with a bright smile. Shiyu, I'm back. I brought you a gift today. He parked his bike and hurried to the kitchen. 2 minutes later, he came out and approached Shinshiyu. He lifted his military coat to reveal something he had hidden inside, a round flask. Shinshiyu couldn't immediately recall what it was. Shiyu, feel this. Shinshiyu reached out to touch the round flask in his arms. It was made of copper and felt warm, with a cap-like opening. Is this a hot water bottle? Gu Jiandong flashed a big smile. Yes. It's a hot water bottle. You fill it with hot water, and when you go outside, you can hold it so you won't feel cold. No matter how many layers she wore, Shinshiyu always felt cold when going outside. Perhaps she was a southerner in her past life and wasn't used to the northern chill. Gu Jiandong noticed this and made it a point to find a hot water bottle while he was out these past few days. It wasn't easy to find one, but he worked hard to get a usable hot water bottle. Shiyu, the hot water bottle is a bit hot. Wrap it in a cloth before you hold it. I'll go make it a cover. Gu Jiandong went into his room and quickly sewed a protective cover for the hot water bottle. In just 10 minutes, he finished. The fabric he chose was red, making the hot water bottle look festive. Shinshiyu hugged the hot water bottle. Gu Jiandong, where did you find this? It's so warm. Gu Jiandong replied. It fell from the sky, and I picked it up. Shinshiyu. This mischievous child was getting bolder, even joking with her. Having just returned, Gu Jiandong was still cold from the outside. He took off his military coat, shook off the snow, and brushed the snow from his hair with his hands. He even took a shower, smelling fresh before getting close to Shinshiyu. Shiyu, do I smell good? Yes. Shinshiyu found it strange. They used the same soap, but Gu Jiandong's soap seemed to smell better than hers. She wondered if it was just her imagination. She loved the scent on him, and every time he came out of the shower, she would inch closer. Gu Jiandong seemed to notice this too. He scrubbed the soap vigorously, wanting to smell good to attract Shinshiyu's attention. His soap had shrunk to half its size after just a week. Shinshiyu was surprised to see how small it had gotten. Soap usually lasts a long time. Hers had lasted over a month, and she remembered his had only been used for a week. Gu Jiandong, did you play with bubbles using the soap? Of course, Gu Jiandong wouldn't admit he had been scrubbing hard to attract Shinshiyu's attention. White Radish always wants to play with bubbles, so I scrubbed a bit more for him while bathing. Gu Jiandong realized it was nice to have White Radish around. He could blame everything on him. In the yard, White Radish was playing in the snow, looking confused with a big question mark on his head. When did he play with bubbles? White Radish tilted his head for a moment before realizing Gu Jiandong was passing the blame. The gentle and home-loving White Radish suddenly bared his teeth at Gu Jiandong, running up to him and digging in the snow, splattering snow all over Gu Jiandong. Gu Jiandong wiped the snow off his face and stood behind Shinshiyu, confidently complaining, Shiyu, look, White Radish is bullying me. Shinshiyu tried to hold back her laughter. Wait a moment, I'll talk to White Radish. You go back inside. It's cold out here. Gu Jiandong had just showered and was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, yet he stood outside for so long without feeling cold. Old Lady Shin came out and saw her dear granddaughter holding a round object. Dear, what are you holding? Shinshiyu handed the hot water bottle to Old Lady Shin. Grandma, this is a hot water bottle that Gu Jiandong brought back. This child is so thoughtful. With this hot water bottle, you won't feel cold when you go out. They used to have a hot water bottle at home, but it was no longer usable. Old Lady Shen had been thinking about getting a new one. Now she didn't need to look for one. Her granddaughter had brought a hot water bottle to keep her warm. Grandma, you can use this hot water bottle. I don't feel cold. As her own granddaughter, Old Lady Shen knew her best. When you were little, you fell into the river and caught a chill. You always feel colder than others in winter. How can you not feel cold? You should keep the hot water bottle for yourself. Grandma doesn't need it. Remembering the time her granddaughter fell into the river shortly after returning from the army, Old Lady Shin felt especially guilty. It was winter and the weather was freezing. Her dear granddaughter had been in the river for over 10 minutes before someone found her. When she was pulled out, her little face was pale, and she looked lifeless. If it weren't for the faint breath, they might have thought she wasn't breathing. Fortunately, the The village doctor was skilled and provided timely treatment. Her granddaughter stayed in the hospital for a few days, and aside from the chill, she was mostly fine. Grandma, I fell into the river when I was little? This was not in the original owner's memory. Yes, it was shortly after you returned from the army, in winter with snow falling. Your older brothers said they were going to catch fish for you. I didn't pay attention, and you secretly followed them. When they came back, you weren't with them. You were still playing by the river. You were so small and the riverbank was slippery. You fell in and were in the water for over 10 minutes. It was only when Ernio passed by that she saw you and called for help to pull you out. So it wasn't that she couldn't handle the cold. It was that the original owner had caught a chill, making her more sensitive to cold than others. Keep the hot water bottle. If it gets cold, ask your second aunt to refill it with hot water. Old Lady Shun went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She couldn't let the two children go hungry. Gu Jiandong came back wearing a military coat, holding his head and complaining of a headache. Shin Shiyu, believing that drinking hot water could cure anything, said, "Here, drink some hot water. It will help." She had added spring water to the hot water. Gu Jiandong drank the water quickly, suppressing his surprise. He planned to take things slowly with Shiyu. "Shiyu, I've been having many strange images in my head lately." "What kind of images?" "Many scenes keep flashing in my mind. In some, people call me deputy regiment leader. I run every morning and fight with people." Shin Shiyu understood. Gu Jiandong's memories were starting to return. With his memories coming back, his mind should be healing as well. It seemed that the spring water she had been giving him was helping a lot. She patted Gu Jiandong's shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay. You were hurt before and forgot many things. Now that you remember, it's a good thing." Gu Jiandong pouted and pinched her clothes. "Shiyu, if I remember things from the past and become different from now, will you still like me?" "Of course, as long as you are Gu Jiandong." "What if I deceive you? Will you be angry? Will you ignore me?" Shin Shiyu thought he was acting a bit strange today, asking such random questions. His expression was like a little dog that feared being abandoned, which was quite pitiful. Seeing him like this made her heart ache. She patted his head, giving him a sense of security. "I won't be angry, and I won't ignore you." "Then, let's make a promise." Shin Shiyu extended her hand, and they made a pinky promise. After pressing their fingerprints together, Gu Jiandong finally smiled. Recently, the white radish had been unhappy with Gu Jiandong because he didn't let it sleep on the bed at night, only allowing it to sleep on the floor. Seeing Gu Jiandong so happy now, it kept scratching at his pant leg until it made a big hole before stopping. Gu Jiandong was annoyed. Since there were no soldiers to train at Shin's house, he decided to train the white radish. He went inside to get a cookie to lure it. "White radish, sit." The white radish obediently sat down. "White radish, lie down." "White radish, jump over." Gu Jiandong understood how to train the white radish now. Shin Shiyu didn't find it strange and joined him in the yard to set up obstacles with chairs and bamboo rings. The white radish had drunk the spring water, making it smarter than most dogs. Gu Jiandong's commands were understood, and it followed them strictly. Shin Shiyu found an old piece of clothing that she didn't wear anymore, let the white radish sniff it, and then hid it in the snow for the white radish to find. The white radish sniffed around and quickly found the clothing hidden in the snow. The Shin family was amazed by this scene. "Why is this dog so smart?" Zhang Tsuetsue said, "If the white radish is this smart, could it become a military dog?" "Not just any dog can be a military dog. It's not that easy." During Shun Xiangbei's years in the army, he had talked about military dogs and what breeds could be trained. Old Lady Shin knew a little about it. The white radish proudly brought the clothing to Shin Shiyu, wanting praise. Shin Shiyu patted its black head. "You're amazing, white radish." The white radish smiled widely, looking very proud. Its little behavior was somewhat similar to Gu Jiandong's. Zhang Tsuetsue looked at the white radish and had an idea. She discussed it with Shin Shiyu. "Shiyu, can I ask the white radish to help find the hidden stash of money your uncle has?" Zhang Tsuetsue knew her husband had hidden money. Lu Panting listened and was eager, looking at the white radish with excitement. Old Lady Shen and Shin Shiu. Auntie, you can ask the white radish yourself. If it agrees, I have no objections. Zhang Tsuetsue called for the white radish, but it lay at Shin Shiu's feet, pretending not to hear. Zhang Tsuetsue. No matter how Zhang Tsuetsue coaxed the white radish, it remained indifferent, and she eventually gave up. Uncle Shen, third Uncle Shen, second Uncle Shen, and Li Saixia went to old Li's house to fix the roof and returned around 8 in the evening. When they came back, they were carrying a few sweet potatoes, not much, about 2 or 3 pounds each. Lu Panting was happy to see her husband return with something in his hands.
Did you eat?
Third Uncle Shen placed the sweet potatoes in the kitchen. We ate. The family of my second sister-in-law was very hospitable. Even when we said we wouldn't eat, they insisted we stay for dinner. That's only right. In this cold weather, you want to help them fix their roof. They should show some appreciation. They're all relatives. Helping to fix a roof doesn't require any special thanks.
Lu Panting didn't want to argue about that.
My mother came today. Third Uncle Shen paused while washing his face. What did your mother come for? She heard we got wild boar meat and came to ask for some. But I didn't give her any. I even scolded her, and she left angrily, heading west. Did I do the right thing today? Third Uncle Shen's lips twitched. That's fine. Keep it up. Feeling praised by her husband made Lu Panting happier than eating candy. She shared her plans with Third Uncle Shen. Now that we have a son to raise, I'm planning to go back to my parents' house tomorrow and ask them to return everything they took from me. Lu Panting woke up after a nap, and as dawn broke, she got up and prepared breakfast. She told Uncle Shen, I'm going back to my parent home. Uncle Shen knew the character of the Lu family. With her big belly, he was worried that she would go back and cause trouble with her family. You know what your family is like. You won't get anything good going back alone. Don't go. It's snowy outside, and the roads are bad. What if you slip and fall? I'm not the same Lu Panting as before. I have my own mind now.
Don't underestimate me.
Just wait for me to come back. I'll be quick. She had finally started to think for herself and was ignoring her family's advice. Uncle Shen was still very worried. Don't go. Stay home and be safe. Uncle Shen didn't let her leave. After she finished breakfast, he pulled her back inside, not allowing her to go out. Lu Panting thought, my husband is just a stumbling block on my path to success. He always tried to control her, not letting her do this or that. Lu Panting didn't give up on her plan to get things from her parents. Once Uncle Shen fell asleep, she dashed out of the house like a pig escaping from a pen. In the yard, Shen Chunling was washing clothes. She felt a shadow pass by and looked up, but the figure was gone. Cui Cui, did something just float past me? Zhang Cui Cui replied. That was Lu Panting. Shen Chunling was surprised. Why is she running so fast with a big belly? Worried about her, Shen Chunling put down her clothes and went outside to call her to slow down, but by the time she looked, Lu Panting had vanished. Thinking Lu Panting must have urgent business, she returned to the yard to continue washing clothes. Lu Panting had indeed started to think clearly. When she reached Lu family village, she didn't rush home, but went to the place where the villagers often gathered to chat. Wow, everyone is here warming up. Lu Panting is back. Why didn't your husband come with you? Your mom was just talking about you the other day. My husband is at home making a rocking chair for the baby. He knows my mom misses me, so he came back as soon as he could. Mom said she saved up 15 eggs for me to take home. Wow, your mom is really good to you. She's saving eggs for you even before you give birth. Lu Panting rubbed her belly and said, Auntie, I can't chat anymore. I'm heading home. Just as she took a couple of steps, an ant who had been warming herself by the wall stood up and said, Panting, with your big belly and the thick snow, it's still far from your home. We can't let you walk back alone. We'll escort you. Their concern was just an excuse. They mainly wanted to see if the Lu family would give Panting the eggs. The old lady Lu always bragged about how good she was to her daughters, but the villagers had never seen the Lu family give anything to their daughter. Instead, it was the daughters who often brought things back from their in-laws. That sounds great. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Panting and the group of aunties arrived at the Lu family home. Before she even entered, she shouted, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Silence filled the yard. No one came out to greet her. A kind-hearted aunt called out, "Lu Laos and Lu Posey, Panting is back to see you." After a while, there was movement inside, and the old lady Lu came out. Seeing a group of women in the yard, she felt something was off. Her gaze at Lu Panting was sharper than a knife, but it was only for a moment. The Lu family was known for cherishing their daughters in the village, so the old lady forced a smile. "Panting is back. Why didn't you let me know in advance? I could have sent your brother or your younger siblings to pick you up." Her mother could act, but Lu Panting was even better at it. "Mom, it's cold. I was worried you might catch a cold, so I came to see you. And to pick up the eggs you saved for me. This way, you won't have to bring them over in this cold weather." "Eggs? What eggs?" "Mom, you forgot? You said you saved 15 eggs for me." The old lady Lu understood now. This girl had come to ask for eggs. If she had come back on her own, she would have scolded Lu Panting and sent her away. But today, with a group of nosy aunties around, if she scolded Lu Panting and didn't give her the eggs, the villagers might gossip about the Lu family. The old lady didn't want to give away the eggs, but also didn't want the aunties to think she didn't care for her daughter. She forced a smile. "I just saved a few eggs recently. It's not even enough for a basket. Once I have enough, I'll bring them to you. A basket of eggs is heavy. I can't let you carry them all the way. I came back today, so I'll just take them with me." The old lady Lu insisted, "Your mother works every day and can carry a sack. What's heavy about a basket of eggs? You're just joking." "Mom, the eggs must be inside, right? I'm going in to get them." Lu Panting ignored her and entered her parents' room. Usually, no one dared to enter without permission, so their grain cabinet wasn't locked. When Lu Panting opened the cabinet, she saw a basket of eggs. She took it out directly. "Mom, I didn't expect you saved so many eggs for me. You're so good." The aunties who followed her also praised, "Old Lady Lu, it seems your family really loves their daughter. This basket of eggs must have at least 30. It's no wonder your daughter is so filial. You two treat her so well. It would be strange if she weren't." The aunties kept complimenting the old lady Lu, and she couldn't even get angry with Lu Panting. She could only maintain a smile. "As parents, we just want our children to eat well. Panting is getting older and pregnant, so she needs to eat better." The old lady held onto the basket of eggs tightly, unwilling to let go. "Panting, the eggs are heavy. I'll bring them to your home tomorrow." "Tomorrow? By then, there might not be a single eggshell left." Lu Panting discreetly pried her mother's hand away and strode out of the Lu family yard. "Mom, I'm leaving. I'll come back to see you another day." Worried her family might come after her for the eggs, Lu Panting hurried away. Just like that, a whole basket of eggs was taken by Lu Panting. The old lady Lu felt like her heart was bleeding. She had saved those eggs for over a month, planning to trade them for some oil and salt at the supply store for her son and grandson. She hadn't given them anything, and now a troublemaker had taken her eggs. Yet she couldn't be angry. The aunties were still there, and she had to deal with them. Watching Lu Panting's disappearing figure, the old lady Lu helplessly said, "Panting, this child, comes all the way back and doesn't even eat at home. She rushes off so quickly." "Really?" The curious women who came to watch were surprised to see that Lu's wife was really generous with the eggs, giving away a whole basket. They looked at the Lu couple with new respect. It seemed Lu's family was not lying. They truly cared for their daughter and were not the kind of people who exploited her. After chatting with Lu's wife for a while, everyone said they needed to go home for dinner, and the Lu courtyard fell silent. Once they left, Lu's eldest daughter-in-law, Huang Fingya, and second daughter-in-law, Chen Shimei, rushed out. "Mom, did you really let Lu Pantai take away such a big basket of eggs?" "Mom, how could you do this? Lu Pantai is a married daughter, like spilled water. You actually saved eggs for her to eat? She doesn't deserve to eat eggs." They saw Lu Pantai going into her in-laws' house to get the eggs, and they watched her carry the eggs out of the courtyard, feeling anxious like ants on a hot pan. These were eggs. They couldn't even have won, as their mother-in-law guarded the eggs like precious gems. She wouldn't let them eat, nor their husbands or sons, but allowed Lu Pantai, a married daughter, to take them. The two sisters-in-law were upset and looked at their mother-in-law with resentment. "Why are you angry with me? If you have the ability, go catch up and take the eggs back. If you can get them back, they are yours."
"I don't want any," said Lu's wife.
Really, a whole basket of eggs, more than 30. Did she really want to give them away? She hadn't let herself eat a single one, and letting Lu Pantai take them felt like a knife in her heart. Lu Pantai, that girl is getting bolder now that she's pregnant, daring to come back and steal eggs. "Next time she comes, I'll break her legs," Lu's wife cursed. Huang Fengya and Qin Shimei didn't have time to listen to their mother-in-law's complaints about Lu Pantai. They ran out to chase after her. Their mother-in-law said whoever brought the eggs back would keep them. With so many eggs, if they could get them back, they could eat eggs every day. Lu Pantai knew her family would definitely chase after her, so she ran fast. The sisters-in-law ran for half an hour, but didn't see her. "Sister-in-law, should we keep chasing?" In the cold weather, they were sweating from running after Lu Pantai. Qin Shimei was panting, filled with anger towards Lu Pantai. "Let's chase a little longer. She's pregnant, so she shouldn't be able to run fast. She might be just ahead." The two sisters-in-law kept running and chased for another 20 minutes. They were almost at the Shin family's village, but still hadn't seen Lu Pantai. "Sister-in-law, should we keep chasing?" Huang Fengya's eyes were bloodshot with anger. "What are we chasing for? We're almost at the Shin family's door. Are you brave enough to go in and ask Lu Pantai for the eggs?" Qin Shimei was not brave enough. The Shin family had strong laborers, and even the girls were tough. How could they go in and ask for eggs? The two sisters-in-law returned home like wilted eggplants. Lu's wife thought they would bring back the eggs, so she wasn't worried. But when they returned empty-handed, she jumped up in anger, pointing at them and scolding, "You two useless things. You only know how to eat. You couldn't even catch a pregnant woman to get the eggs back. I really don't know what to do with you." Huang Fengya and Qin Shimei were not the kind to let their mother-in-law scold them without a fight. They were not easy to deal with at home either. Their mother-in-law was angry, but they were angry too. If it weren't for their in-laws wanting to show off how much they cared for their daughter in front of others, Lu Pantai wouldn't have easily taken the eggs. Huang Fengya said, "Mom, how can you blame us? Lu Pantai took the eggs right in front of you. If you had stopped her, she wouldn't have been able to take them." Qin Shimei added, "Mom, are you doing this on purpose to let Lu Pantai take the eggs? I knew it. You only care about your daughter, not your sons or grandsons. If that's the case, you and Dad should just go live with her." She knew her sister-in-law wasn't good, and now she openly said she didn't want to take care of them anymore. Lu's wife rushed at Qin Shimei and pushed her down, slapping her. "Good for you, Qin Shimei. My husband and I can still move. You dare to say you don't want to take care of us? We can't afford a daughter-in-law like you. Tomorrow, I'll have my son divorce you." Lu's second son, who had just come out, said, "Mom, I like Shimei. I won't divorce her." After saying that, he ignored the fight between the two women in the snow. With the man standing up for her, Qin Shimei wasn't afraid of her mother-in-law anymore. She flipped over and pinned her mother-in-law down, scratching her face. "I, Qin Shimei, have given you 2 grandsons. You old hag want to send me back to my family? You're dreaming. If anyone goes back, it'll be you." Huang Fengya stood by, looking at her mother-in-law and then at her sister-in-law, hesitating whether to intervene. Seeing Huang Fengya's hesitation, Lu's wife yelled at her, "Huang Fengya, are you dead? Can't you see I'm being beaten by this crazy woman? Hurry up and pull her hair or slap her." Huang Fengya hesitantly tried to intervene but accidentally hit Lu's wife instead. Lu's wife shouted, "Tomorrow, I'll definitely make my eldest and second sons divorce you." Lu Pantai didn't know that while she left, her mother and sisters-in-law were fighting. At that moment, she was happily counting her eggs at home, still in the yard, saying as she counted, "These are the eggs my mom saved for me. My family loves me so much." The Shin family said, "Why don't they believe her? Lu Pantai counted the eggs 5 times in front of the Shin family, but not once did she count them correctly. Uncle Shen didn't want to say anything, thinking that when the baby was born, he definitely wouldn't let this woman teach his child to count. All right, hurry and take the eggs back inside. What are you showing off for in front of your parents and sisters-in-law? Do you want to share the eggs with them? Share the eggs? No way. She worked hard to get these eggs. Afraid Uncle Shen would make her take the eggs to honor her in-laws, Lu Pantai packed the eggs into a basket and went back inside. Grandma Shen was very curious. Third, go ask your wife how she managed to get so many eggs from Lu's family. Uncle Shen went inside to ask, and Lu Pantai pointed to her head, saying, "How did I get them back? With my brain. My parents care about their reputation and are afraid others will say they exploit their daughter. They keep bragging about how good they are to her in front of others. This time, I didn't just go into Lu's house alone. I called a group of women. With the women around, I said I was back to get eggs. My mom acted so kindly that she didn't dare chase me in front of everyone. Neither did my sister-in-law, nor my sister-in-law. Actually, her family wasn't as difficult as she thought." Lu Pantai had become smarter and could easily handle her family. Lu Pantai believed she was the smartest in the family. She touched her head, admired her own cleverness, and smiled widely. "Xiangxi, I really envy you for marrying such a smart wife." Shen Sanbua. Indeed smart, now she even praises herself. Worried that his wife might think she was too clever and quietly go back to her family to take things, he said, "You brought back so many eggs. Your family will surely be angry. Don't go back for a while. It's already great that you got so many eggs." I know. I'll wait until the new year to go back." There was nothing good left at her family home, so she didn't want to make a pointless trip. During the new year, her mother would cook fatty meat, and she would go back to enjoy it. Lu Pantai, happy with so many eggs, took 2 to the kitchen to fry. Shen Sanbua went out to tell his mother how Lu Pantai brought back the eggs. After hearing the whole story, Shen Laodai and the others looked at Lu Pantai with new respect. Feeling the different looks from her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law, Lu Pantai straightened her back and peeked out, saying, "Mom, elder sister, and second sister, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. I, Lu Pantai, have gotten smarter. My new brain is useful." Wow, she was so proud of herself. Shen Laodai and the others ignored her. They knew praising her would make her too proud. Lu Pantai wasn't angry that her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law ignored her. She was smart now, and they were probably feeling a bit jealous. She understood. Shin Shiyu hadn't been out for half a month. Stuck at home, she finally couldn't take it anymore. One morning, she saw light snow falling and wrapped herself up warmly, leaving only her eyes visible, and rode her bike to visit Shen Ernyang. Shen Ernyang was now quite far along in her pregnancy and sometimes needed help to get up. Seeing her sisters come to visit, she was visibly happy. "It's so cold today. How did you come? You must be freezing on the way. Come in and warm up." Shin Shiyu took off her shoes and got onto the bed. Noticing Shen Ernyang looked a bit pale, she asked, "Haven't you been sleeping well lately? Why do you look so tired?" "I haven't slept well. I've been overthinking things these days, and I can't sleep at night. I even cry a lot." "What are you thinking about? You can tell me." "You shouldn't keep things bottled up. It's not good for you or the baby." With her good friend there, Shen Ernyang finally had someone to talk to and shared everything on her mind. "My in-laws and husband treat me so well, but I feel like I don't deserve it. The better they treat me, the more guilty I feel. I worry about being a good mother and if the baby will like me." If Shen Ernyang had said this to someone else, they might think she was bragging. Many women would wish for the kindness of in-laws and husbands, especially in tough times when no one had the luxury to worry about love. Most couples were brought together by matchmakers, and if both families approved, they would prepare for the wedding the next day. In those times, couples often just got by, and a husband's care for his wife depended on his sense of responsibility. Marrying a man was like opening a mystery box. If you got a good one, you smiled, but if not, you had to endure and make the best of it. Not every parent, like Shin Laotai and Shin Laodai, could accept their daughter returning home after a divorce, facing gossip, and still protect her. Shun Eunyoung's marriage to the Su family was truly a good match. Her in-laws were kind, and her husband was responsible and caring, making it a wonderful marriage. With her in-laws and husband treating her so well, she felt burdened and worried. If the village women knew, they would think she was ungrateful. But Shun Shiyu understood why she felt this way. Shun Eunyoung was too kind, partly due to having a stepmother. She had never felt love in her original family, leading her to doubt her worthiness. After marrying into the Su family, Shin Eunyoung felt their kindness and care, which warmed her heart but also made her anxious. Plus, pregnant women tend to overthink, and her tears flowed like rain at night. Shin Shiyu smiled and reassured her repeatedly, "Eunyoung, you are wonderful. You deserve their kindness. They treat you well because you are worth it. You don't need to feel guilty. You are family, and family cares for each other from the heart. You shouldn't feel burdened." "I really am good?" Shun Eunyoung asked. "Yes, you are very good, and everyone likes you." The sisters talked openly in the room while Su Guoxing stayed out, cooking lunch. Zhao Meixiong brought out a bowl of dried wood ear mushrooms. "Shu Yu is here. Soak the mushrooms, slice some cured meat, and we'll have stir-fried mushrooms with cured meat for lunch." With Shu Yu here, Eunyoung finally has someone to talk to. They can chat, and Eunyoung will feel happier. It's hard for a pregnant wife, so you should pay more attention to her. Just listen to what she says. Eunyoung is a good girl. Their daughter-in-law was truly a blessing, even more filial than a biological daughter. Before her pregnancy, she managed everything at home and outside, and even now, she couldn't sit still and always found things to do. While she was a good daughter-in-law, she was always cautious at home, fearing they might get upset. That was something she needed to change. "Mom, Eunyoung is my wife. I know how to treat her well without you telling me. As long as you know, hurry up and cook." Shin Shiyu kept comforting her, and Shin Eunyoung felt lighter, letting go of the thoughts that made her unhappy. Jinbao said he and Jiandong hunted 3 wild boars recently. Yes, they caught 3. 2 of them were quite big. "By the way, I hung some meat on the bike, let me go get it." When she arrived, Shin Shiyu had hung 2 pounds of wild boar meat on the bike. The meat was frozen solid, so to eat it, they would need to thaw it in hot water. Shin Shiyu went out to bring back some wild boar meat to the kitchen for Su Guoxing, who didn't hesitate to say, "I'll make braised pork for you all later." The pot was still frying bacon, and Shin Shiyu pointed at it, saying, "Just eating bacon is fine. No need to make so many dishes." In those days, when guests came to a home, serving meat was considered the best hospitality. Making 2 meat dishes was too extravagant. During winter, people didn't work much, and everyone basically had 2 meals a day, eating thin porridge to save on grain. Some people only ate once a day, staying still on the Kong to avoid using energy, so their stomachs didn't feel too hungry. When she arrived, the Su family had to prepare a meal for her. Actually, Shin Shiyu didn't want to eat at the Su's. Every family had a limited amount of grain, and if she ate a meal, the Su family would have to save some of their grain. She didn't want to eat, but the Su family was too warm-hearted. As soon as she arrived, they busied themselves with cooking, and once it was ready, Shin Ernie pulled Shin Shiyu out to eat. So every time Shin Shiyu visited, she never came empty-handed. She didn't bring grain, but she brought other things to make up for what she ate. When Zhao Meixiong saw the piece of meat she brought in the kitchen, she thought this girl was too polite and really knew how to show gratitude. Even Shun Ernie's sister-in-law had nothing to say. Whenever someone came back, they either brought candy or meat. Since they hadn't split the family, this sister-in-law could still get a little something. She actually hoped that Shiyu would come to visit her brother and sister-in-law more often. Shin Ernie usually had nothing to do at home, either making clothes or shoes for the children. When Shin Shiyu came over, Shin Ernie showed her the little clothes and shoes she made for the kids, saying, "Look, aren't these clothes and shoes I made for the children nice?" Shin Ernie was skilled, and she put a lot of thought into making the clothes and shoes so they looked good. "They are beautiful. You are really talented." Especially the tiger head shoes she made, with delicate stitching and fine details. They were both exquisite and cute. No one dislikes being complimented. Shin Ernie smiled and said, "When you get married and have kids, I'll make clothes for your children too." No need, making clothes and shoes is a lot of work. Shin Ernie didn't argue with her. When her good friend had a baby, she would make them and bring them over directly.
Do you need anything?
If you do, let me know, and I'll bring it for you. I don't need anything. Just coming to see me makes me very happy. Do you have enough fabric for making clothes for the baby?
If not, I have some.
I have enough. Babies grow quickly, so I don't need to prepare too many clothes. 1 or 2 new outfits are fine. Since this was her first child, Shin Ernie would make new clothes. What about diapers? Do you have enough? I have diapers at home. My nephew has grown up and doesn't need them anymore, so I can use his old ones for the baby. My sister-in-law already gave them to me, and I've cleaned them and put them in the cupboard. If that's not enough, I can cut up a few of my and Gueshing's old clothes to make more diapers. Old diapers are better for babies. Shin Shiyu stayed at the Su family for the morning, but she still needed to go to the county town. After eating, she told Shin Ernie she was leaving and would come back to see her next time. As she rode her bicycle to the main road, she saw Shin Jinbao, whose cotton coat wasn't thick enough. He was walking while sniffing. When he saw her, he waved his chubby hand. "Sister Shiyu, did you just come from my sister's house?" Shin Shiyu turned her bike around and patted the back seat. "Yes, hop on. I'll give you a ride to your sister's house." "No need, it's not far. I can walk there in a couple of steps. You go on with your business, Sister Shiyu." He ran off. Shin Shiyu turned her bike back toward the county town. It was snowing, and she didn't see many people on the road. The snow made it harder to ride, and the bike wheels kept slipping. Several times she almost fell. Slowly, she made it to the county town and immediately went to the post office to check if she had any packages. When she said her name, the staff found 2 large packages. "Comrade Shin Shiyu, you have 2 packages." Shin Shiyu looked at the senders. One package was from her uncle in the army, and the other was from Su Jing, the mother of the child she saved on the train. She tied the packages to the back of her bike, thinking she would come back tomorrow. Her grandmother and second aunt had made some jerky today, and she planned to pack some to send to her uncle in the army. Su Jing also wanted to send her some. Shin Shiyu had run out of her snow cream, so she bought 2 bottles at the supply and marketing cooperative. When she came out, she saw Gu Jiandong by the roadside and wondered why he was in the county town. She called out Gu Jiandong. Hearing her voice, Gu Jiandong turned around. When he saw Shin Shiyu, he was stunned for a second. Shin Shiyu had mentioned going to find Shin Ernie to chat, and he didn't expect her to come to the county town. His previously expressionless face instantly turned innocent and silly as he strode over with long legs, swinging his arms, and ran up to Shin Shiyu. "Shiyu, are you here to pick me up?" "Pick him up?" She had no idea how he ended up in the county town. "Didn't you say you were building a snow house with Dog Dan and the others? Why are you here? It's dangerous for a kid like you to come so far alone. Didn't I tell you that there are kidnappers outside who target cute kids like you? If you get kidnapped, you'll be whipped every day, scolded and not given food, forced to work day and night, and not allowed to go home." People passing by heard her and turned their heads. Standing in front of her was a tall and handsome young man, which didn't match her description of a cute kid at all. Noticing the strange looks from those around her, Shin Shiyu pretended not to see. Teaching the child was more important. Gu Jiandong clutched Shin Shiyu's sleeve in fear. "Shiyu, I don't want to be taken by a kidnapper. I want to be with you every day." Seeing the child scared, Shin Shiyu decided to stop. If she said too much, she worried he might have nightmares. "If you don't want to be taken by a kidnapper, you can't come to the county town alone next time. If you want to come out to play, tell me, and I'll come with you." Gu Jiandong played with her braid. "Got it. Let's go home." Shin Shiyu took the packages off the back seat and placed them in the front basket. She got on her bike, swung her leg over, and steadied herself. Gu Jiandong stepped up and sat on the back seat. The road was covered in snow, making it hard to ride the bike, and with Gu Jiandong on the back, it was even more challenging for Shin Shiyu. Gu Jiandong kindly offered, Shiyu, I'll pedal, and you just steer. Shin Shiyu let go of the pedals, allowing Gu Jiandong to take over. The kid had a lot of energy, and his pedaling was so vigorous it felt like the bike was flying. Shin Shiyu found it exhilarating. They sped home, and Gu Jiandong shouted, Grandpa Shin, Grandma Shin, I'm back. Is the jerky ready? Old Lady Shin heard Gu Jiandong's voice and came out of the kitchen. The jerky is ready. I'm just waiting for Jiandong to come back. She looked at the package in the basket. Did Guai Bao go to the county? I just left Ernyo's house. Since it was still early, I went to the county and brought back a package. Old Lady Shin took the package down. This is from your uncles, right? I made jerky, and later, I'll pack some for you to send to them tomorrow. Guai Bao, your uncles care for you. We must remember their kindness. If we have a chance, we should repay them. They don't have to send you these things, but they are loyal and know your father worries about you. They treat you like their own niece. We can't take their generosity for granted. We must keep their kindness in our hearts. Old Fourth and his wife sacrifice themselves, and they receive a pension each month. They can earn food in the countryside, so even without these packages, Guai Bao would still be fine. Old Lady Shen has told Old Fourth's comrades many times not to send packages, but they still keep coming every few months. Nai, I will always remember my uncle's kindness. Old Lady Shin took the package back inside and opened it to see what was sent, so she could remember. Shin Shiyu came in and said, Nai, there's a package from Xiaobao's mother. Tomorrow, let's send some jerky to Xiaobao's mother. There isn't much to send, so jerky is all we have. Okay. Old Lady Shin opened the package from the army and found a thick military coat. No wonder the package was so big. Shin Shiyu tried it on. It fit her perfectly. Old Lady Shin opened another package and found another military coat. Besides that, there was a bottle of malted milk sent by Su Jing. Shin Shiyu now had 4 military coats, as she already had 2 in her wardrobe. Nai, I have 2 more military coats. You and Gu can wear these. These were meant for the eldest granddaughter, and they should be worn by her. No, Nai, I don't need it. Your father brought me a military coat back years ago, and it's still new in the cupboard. I have clothes to wear, and Gu just made a new cotton coat, so she has clothes too. You keep the 2 military coats and store them properly. You can change them out. Shun Xiu ran in. Nai, can I wear a military coat for a while? She had never worn one, and was eager to try. Shun Xiu handed her one. Go ahead. Old Lady Shin reminded her, Xiao Qiu, be careful not to get your sister's coat dirty. Without needing to be told, Shin Xiu was cautious, afraid of damaging or dirtying the coat. After carefully putting it on, she twirled in front of Old Lady Shin and Shin Xiu. Nai, Dajia, do I look good in the military coat? Old Lady Shin praised her. You look great. My granddaughter looks good in anything. Shin Xiu also complimented her. You look really good. Shin Xiu was delighted and went out to show Shin Laotu, Shin Erbua, and Li Caixia, who all praised her looks. Only Gu Jiandong didn't compliment her, which made her a bit unhappy. Jiandong, don't you think I look good in the military coat? Gu Jiandong was playing with the dog and glanced at her. Not really, she looks the best in it. Well, she thought it was pointless to ask Jiandong. If he thought it didn't look good, he just had no taste. Shin Xiu paraded around the house in the military coat, then carefully took it off in her Nai's room. She didn't want to wear it too long, fearing she might accidentally dirty it. Besides, it was new, and her sister hadn't worn it yet. Shin Xiu appreciated this about Shin Xiu. She knew how to be sensible and only wore it for a little while. Xiao Qiu, you can keep the military coat for a while. At this time, everyone loved military coats. Having one was something to show off. I'll wear it for a bit, but I don't feel comfortable in it. She wouldn't dare wear the new coat outside. If it got damaged or dirty, what would she do? Even if she had a military coat, she wouldn't want to wear it out. Lu Pantai came in. Shiyu, can you lend the military coat to Sanboma for a bit? As she entered her mother-in-law's room, Shin Sanbua followed her in. Shiyu, don't listen to your Sanboma. She has a cotton coat to wear. Saying this, he pulled Lu Pantai out. Old lady Shin told her eldest granddaughter, Guai Bao, don't mind her. Gu Jiandong had been training the dog White Radish these past few days. The dog was doing well. It learned quickly, surprising everyone in the Shin family. Gu Jiandong made a few small balls and threw them, letting White Radish fetch them back. He didn't always throw in the same direction, but White Radish was quick and responsive. When Shin Shiyu went out, Gu Jiandong had just thrown the ball, and White Radish jumped up, caught it in midair, and brought it back, placing it at Shin Shiyu's feet, looking for praise. Shin Shiyu patted the dog's head. White Radish is so good and smart. I'll cook sweet potato porridge for you later. With the promise of sweet potato porridge, White Radish wagged its tail even more happily. Gu Jiandong called it over, but White Radish ignored him. Tomorrow was Yang Fengfeng's brother's wedding, and the Shin family was going to celebrate. To remind everyone, Zhang Cuizue said, Dad, Mom, Erdi, Saixia, Sandi, Pantai, don't forget to take the kids to Fengfeng's house for the wedding tomorrow. No one would forget about the wedding. We won't forget. Li Saixia decided not to eat dinner tonight to save room for the feast tomorrow, and Lu Pantai had the same idea, so she didn't cook dinner. When Shun Sanhua checked the kitchen, he found it cold and empty. Shun Shiyu wasn't very interested in the feast, especially in winter. But Shun Qiu was excited. She loved feasts. She got up early and went to her sister's room. Dajia, let's go to Dasa's house now. I heard the bride is beautiful, a city girl with a face whiter than tofu. Shun Shiyu snuggled in bed, not wanting to get up. It's too early. We don't need to go yet. I'm not going. Shin Qiu bothered her sister for a while before heading to the Yang family. Not long after, she returned with a bowl, pulling the covers off Shin Shiyu. Dajia, I brought you meatballs. Get up and eat. They smell so good. Shin Qiu brought a meatball close to her older sister's mouth. Smelling the delicious aroma, Shin Shiyu's stomach growled, and she realized she couldn't sleep anymore because she was hungry. Shin Qiu ran quickly, holding the bowl close to her chest to keep the snow from getting in. When she returned, the meatballs were still warm. Shin Qiu got up, dressed, and went to wash up. After washing up, Shin Qiu handed her chopsticks and said, Sister, hurry and eat before it gets cold. Recently, the wild boar meat that the Yang family had saved was specially kept for the day the new bride entered the family, to make meatballs for her. There wasn't much meat, so there were only enough meatballs for the family. Shin Qiu went early, sweet-talking with her aunt and other relatives. As a result, Aunt Yang gave her 2 meatballs to bring back. Shin Qiu could hardly resist the urge to eat one on the way back, but she managed to hold off and ran back to give them to her sister. Her sister had let her wear the military coat yesterday, treating her well, so she wanted to return the favor. Shin Qiu ate 1 meatball and gave the other to Shin Qiu. As she tasted it, Shin Qiu's eyes squinted happily. It's so delicious. Aunt Yang makes the best meatballs. Shin Qiu agreed. The wild boar meat made such tasty meatballs, and she thought Aunt Yang was impressive. When the new year comes, I'll ask Grandma to make more meatballs so you can eat as many as you want. After they split up, with Grandma and Grandpa around, the whole family would still sit together for a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve. Even though Shin Qiu was clearly craving the meatballs, she still brought some back for her sister, which warmed Shin Shiyu's heart. Shin Qiu smiled. Sister, you really are the best sister. When her sister spoke, Grandma would surely make more meatballs, and then she could eat one after another. Shin Qiu mentioned that the Yang family was lively and urged Shin Shiyu to put on her shoes and come play with her. Shin Shiyu glanced outside at the falling snow and didn't feel like going out yet. You go ahead. I'll come over when it's time to eat. Okay, I'll come back to see you after the feast. After Shin Qiu left, Shin Shiyu went to the kitchen to find something to eat. There was millet porridge in the pot, and she drank a bowl. The house was quiet. Everyone was probably at the Yang family helping out. Shin Shiyu returned to her room, closed the door, and entered her space. She hadn't been in her space for several days and had only checked it with her mind. Inside the space, the crops were still growing well. The bok choy, carrots, cucumbers, and tomatoes she planted looked great. Shin Shiyu picked a cucumber, took a bite, and while it tasted like a cucumber, the ones grown in her space were much tastier than those from her family's garden. No wonder they were watered with spring water. Shen Xiu thought she should find an excuse to take some out. There was no reason her grandparents shouldn't enjoy the vegetables she grew. She walked around her space, eating as she went, snacking on wild grapes and tomatoes, her stomach getting round. After eating, she felt sleepy and wanted to lie down. Shen Xiu exited the space and lay on the warm Kong, enjoying her cozy life. At 3 in the afternoon, Shen Xiu returned. "Sister, get up. It's time to eat." She closed the door, and Shen Xiu couldn't get in, so she knocked from outside. Shen Xiu woke up to the sound of knocking, groggily got up to open the door, and as soon as she did, the cold wind rushed in, waking her up instantly. She quickly dressed and bundled up before heading to the Yang family with Shen Xiu. The Yang family had invited many relatives and friends, setting up 6 tables for the feast. They arrived just in time as the dishes were being prepared to serve. Shen Xiu quickly pulled her sister to sit down, eager to start eating. They had to be quick. If they sat down slowly, the aunts and older women would have already taken all the food. As Shen Xiu sat down, she noticed Gu Jiandong at the next table. He had been assigned to the children's table by Yang Fangfang. The kids at that table got their food first, and they were all taking care of him. "Eat, brother Jiandong. Don't just sit there. After we finish, let's go make a snowman." Gu Jiandong thought it was nice to be taken care of by the kids, but it was tiring to play with a bunch of little ones. Seeing Gu Jiandong enjoying his meal, Shen Xiu didn't bother him. Their table was about to be served as well. She picked up her chopsticks, ready to compete with the aunts and older women. She didn't believe she couldn't grab food faster than them. As soon as the dishes were served, many hands moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, only a few scraps were left in the bowls. Shen Xiu thought, well, when it came to speed and grabbing food, she really couldn't compete with the aunts and older women. Shen Xiu also gathered a lot of food. Her bowl was nearly overflowing. She pushed half of it to her sister. "Sister, hurry and eat." Shen Xiu knew her sister wouldn't be able to grab food as quickly as the aunts and older women, so she worked fast, grabbing food for both of them. Otherwise, her sister wouldn't get any food at all. While grabbing food, no one had time to talk. Once the food was in their bowls, the aunts and older women started chatting happily. Shen Xiu listened to their gossip while eating. "Guozhu really knows how to choose a bride. I just saw her and she's really something special." Guozhu was Yang Fangfang's brother and the groom today. "I saw her too. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good dowry, 2 quilts and a bicycle. I heard there's even some cash. Wow, the bride's family really gave a lot. Guozhu has married a real gem." When a new bride comes in with a generous dowry, no mother-in-law dislikes it. It shows that their son is excellent. Only if the son is good will the bride's family prepare so much for their daughter. Of course, it's also because the bride's family cares for their daughter, giving her a good dowry so she feels secure in her new home. What's the use of a big dowry? The girls from the city probably can't even sweep the floor. The Yang family will have to take care of this new city bride. What are you saying? We're here to celebrate their wedding, and you say that about the new bride? If the village secretary hears you, they won't be happy. The aunt who commented on the Yang family's new bride fell silent, realizing she had misspoken. But seeing that the Yang family's son married such a good wife made her envious. Her second son was the same age as the Yang family son, and he still didn't have a wife. Her gaze shifted to Shen Xiu and Shen Xiu, and she felt better knowing that the Shen family also had 2 sons who weren't married yet. When someone said the new bride was beautiful, another aunt disagreed. No matter how pretty she is, can she be prettier than Shen Shui? If they were talking about the prettiest bride in their village, it was still Shen Shui. Unfortunately, she had a strange taste and had fallen for the most useless educated youth. As the topic shifted to Shen Shui, someone asked, "By the way, how is Shen Shui doing after being attacked by the wild boar with that little spicy pepper Zhou Ji?" Since Shen Shui and Zhou Jingchen were attacked by a wild boar and sent to the hospital, there has been no news about them. No one knows how serious their injuries are, and the ants are quite curious since they have been in the hospital for over a week. The ants, unsure of the situation, asked Shin Shuyu, "Shuyu, you were with them on the mountain. You know best. Are Shin Shui and Zhou Jiqing's injuries serious? After being attacked by a wild boar and bitten, it would be strange if their injuries weren't serious. Ant, the situation was dangerous, and I was scared myself, so I'm not sure how badly they were hurt," Shin Shuyu replied. The ants didn't believe her at all. They thought she was just trying to calm them down. What was she afraid of? With just her fists, she could crush a wild boar's head. Her courage must be greater than a leopard's. Seeing that she didn't want to say more, the ants lost interest and turned to Shin Qiu, asking, "Xiao Qiu, do you know how your second sister and brother-in-law are doing? Have your third uncle and aunt visited them?" "I don't know. My third uncle and aunt don't recognize Shin Shui anymore. They're not my sister and brother-in-law. If you want to know, you can go to the county hospital to see them another day." Visit Shin Shui and Zhou Jiqing in the hospital? They wouldn't go. It was much better to sit at home by the warm stove than to brave the snow to go to the hospital. Not getting any information from the sisters, they changed the subject and chatted about other things. They really didn't treat each other as outsiders, discussing any topic without restraint. Shun Shi listened with great interest, and so did Shin Qiu. After eating, Shin Shuyu and Shin Qiu went inside to take a look at the bride. Today, the bride had put on lipstick and powder, looking truly beautiful. Yang Fongfong was inside with her sister-in-law and saw the two sisters at the door. "Shuyu, Xiao Qiu, come in and sit." Once inside, Yang Fongfong introduced, "This is my sister-in-law, Huang Yinglan." Then she introduced Huang Yinglan, "This is my husband's sister. The older sister is Shin Shuyu, and the younger sister is Shin Qiu." Shin Shuyu and Shin Qiu greeted Huang Yinglan with smiles, and she shyly smiled back. After chatting with the bride for a while, Shin Qiu noticed the snow was getting heavier and started to feel a bit sleepy, so she decided to go home first. In winter, Shin Qiu felt like she needed to hibernate like a salted fish, feeling especially lazy to move. She was even too lazy to sell the food in her space at the black market. Now she considered herself quite wealthy. She could afford to take a break from making money. Speaking of money, Shin Qiu remembered she had made so many trips to the black market and hadn't counted how much she had saved. When trading with Scar and the others, she would just put the money directly into her pocket and then use her mind to transfer it into her space. Now the money was all stored in a wooden box in her space, but she hadn't counted the exact amount yet. As soon as she got home, Shin Qiu went into her space, opened the wooden box, and poured out the money. She counted it one by one, and when she finished, her eyes widened. In just a few months, she had earned over 1,500. In these times, a worker's monthly salary was generally around 30 yuan, and she had earned several years' worth of wages in just a few months. No wonder people risked everything to work in the black market. As long as you had the courage and goods to sell, you could really make money. Especially for someone like Shin Qiu, who directly traded with the black market boss, it was mainly because the goods in her hands were in high demand. The money she earned in the black market, combined with what her grandmother saved for her and what she scraped from her daily life, totaled over 6,900, not including the little yellow fish. Shin Qiu neatly stacked the money and put it back in the wooden box, then started organizing her tickets. She had all kinds of tickets, but there were so many that some were about to expire. If she didn't use them soon, they would be worthless. She took out the tickets that were close to expiring and put them in her pocket, planning to ask her grandmother later if there was anything to buy. She would go to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow to use those tickets. After organizing the tickets, Shen Xiu opened the box with the little yellow fish and took them out to play with. In her past life, her mother would buy gold bars, necklaces, and bracelets every month, saying she was saving them as her dowry. By the time she graduated from college, her mother had saved over 800 grams of gold, excitedly saying she was just waiting for her to get married. Unfortunately, before she could get married and receive the gold her mother saved for her, she had crossed over. Her parents only had her as a daughter, and she wondered if they could accept the fact that she was no longer there. Thinking of her parents, Tears streamed down Shinshiyu's face uncontrollably. She missed them. Hearing a noise outside the door, Shinshiyu composed herself, wiped her tears, and left the space. Gu Jiandong called, "Shiyu, are you inside?" Shinshiyu opened the door, and Gu Jiandong and Bai Luobo walked in. He was carrying a basket, and Shinshiyu curiously asked, "What do you have in your hand?" Gu Jiandong lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing its contents. "Shiyu, look, this is the ice sculpture I carved." Shinshiyu looked down and saw 3 ice sculptures in the basket, crystal clear. Upon closer inspection, she saw they were carved representations of her, him, and Bai Luobo. They were carved so vividly that Shinshiyu instantly liked them. "Gu Jiandong, how can you do this? It's amazing." Gu Jiandong raised his chin, looking proud. "Shiyu, what else do you want me to carve?" "I'll do it for you."
I want a fish.
"I'll carve it for you in a bit." Shinshiyu remembered to ask him, "Gu Jiandong, did you go to the riverbank?" At this time, the river was frozen, and some kids wanted to go play on the ice, but the ice wasn't thick enough. Adults were worried about their children playing there, fearing the ice might crack suddenly and someone could fall in. So, they were not allowed to play there. Gu Jiandong scratched his head. "I just went there to cut ice. I wasn't playing on the ice." Cutting ice isn't safe either. What if the ice suddenly cracks where you're standing? You could fall in and drown. Then I won't go again. Shinshiyu peeled a milk candy for him. "Good boy. That's what a good child does." "Jiandong, what are you doing at home? Why not go out and play?" Outside the yard, she could hear Jinbao and the others chattering away, which made it clear there was a group of kids outside. Gu Jiandong could carve ice sculptures, making him a big brother in the eyes of the little kids. When he was carving the sculptures of himself, Shinshiyu and Bai Luobo, Jinbao, and the others kept pestering him to carve one for them. Gu Jiandong didn't agree and ran back home. Now, the little kids had come to find someone. Gu Jiandong didn't want to go out and play with them. It was too tiring to deal with a bunch of little troublemakers. He stepped outside and said, "You guys play. She won't let me go out."
Shinshiyu. She didn't say that.
She said not to let him go ice fishing or play on the river. Jinbao didn't believe it. Sister Shiyu usually cares for Jiandong a lot. Whatever Jiandong wants to do, Sister Shiyu lets him. He ran in and said, "Sister Shiyu, Jiandong said you won't let him go out to play." Shinshiyu replied, "It looks like it's going to snow heavily. It's cold, so you all should go home. You can come back to play with Gu Jiandong tomorrow." Jinbao and the others refused to leave. Since Jiandong couldn't go out to play, they stayed to keep him company. "Jiandong, we'll play with you at home." Gu Jiandong. He really didn't want to play with the little kids. Pulled out of the yard by Jinbao and the others, Gu Jiandong wanted to say that he was fine now, his mind was clear, and he wasn't the same 3-year-old Gu anymore. Seeing them with runny noses, some even wearing shoes with big holes, Shinshiyu felt sorry. The shoes didn't keep them warm, and their feet were frostbitten, which was painful to look at. Shinshiyu called them over. "Come here for a moment." The little kids entered Shunshiyu's room. "Sister Shiyu, is there something you need us to do?" Shinshiyu opened a drawer and took out 2 tubes of ointment. "This is for frostbite. If you apply it, your feet won't hurt or itch anymore. Help each other apply it." None of the kids took it, shaking their heads vigorously. "Sister Shiyu, this medicine is expensive. You should keep it for yourself. We're used to it. We can just bear it." Shinshiyu frowned. "Take it and apply it. If you don't, I'll be angry." The kids looked at each other and finally, Jinbao took the ointment. "Let's use Sister Shiyu's medicine, and in the summer, we'll bring her some sweet fruits." Shinshiyu asked them to sit on the Kong to apply the ointment, but they all refused, saying their clothes and feet were dirty and would mess up her Kong. Gu Jiandong brought over some benches. Seeing the cracks on their feet and hands made him feel bad. Being in this place, Shinshiyu truly felt what it was like to live in hard times. Just think about winter. Many people wear stiff cotton clothes that have been worn for years, and the cotton inside has clumped together, providing no warmth. When going out, they can only layer on whatever clothes they have. Adults are better off. They at least have one decent outfit to wear outside. But for little kids, Going out in winter means they have to take turns. Family planning hasn't started yet, and most families have 3 or 4 kids, with some having 7 or 8. They can barely fill their stomachs, let alone have extra money to buy cotton clothes for the kids. Even if they had money, they didn't have cotton tickets. To make cotton clothes, they had to wait for the team to distribute cotton, saving up year after year until they had enough for one outfit. In the countryside, most families only have one set of cotton clothes and pants that the kids can wear. With many children, the oldest wears it today, the second tomorrow, and the third the day after. The clothes are made for the oldest, so the youngest wears them baggy, needing to hold up the waistband and pant legs while walking. Shoes are the same, they are handmade and need to be made a size bigger. It's hard for kids to find clothes and shoes that fit well unless they are the favored child who can persuade the family to make something that fits. For example, Haydn has never worn clothes or shoes that fit him. He looked at Shin Jinbao, who wore perfectly fitting cotton clothes and shoes, with envy. Jinbao, how come your clothes and shoes are so small? My mom says kids grow fast, so clothes and shoes should be made bigger. Shin Jinbao took off his cloth shoes to apply the ointment. His shoes were thick, but he also had frostbite. My mom says clothes and shoes should fit well. If I grow taller, we can adjust them next year. It's just more work.
My mom doesn't have that kind of time.
Shen Xiu comforted Haydn. Jinbao is the only child in his family. Even if she adjusts clothes and shoes, she only has to do it for one person. You have 6 kids. If your mom makes clothes and shoes for everyone, she'll be busy all the time. Haydn smiled. Sister Xiu, I know. My mom is always busy, like a spinning top. Applying the ointment stung a little, and the kids all winced. Be gentle. Don't press on the wounds. If you don't press on them, it won't hurt as much. After applying the ointment, Dogdan said, Sister Xiu, this medicine is really good. As soon as I put it on, it stopped itching and hurting. This is much better than my mom boiling radish leaves for my brother, sister, and me to soak our feet. Dogdan, that's obvious. Medicine is bought with money, so of course, it's better than soaking in radish leaves. At home, when kids or adults have frostbite, no one wants to spend money on medicine. They usually soak their feet and hands in boiled radish leaves, which works but slowly. Some people even use rice straw to soak their feet to relieve frostbite pain, which also works but takes time. These methods are free, and as long as they work, they are more cost-effective than buying medicine. Last year, when her grandmother had frostbite, she didn't want to use medicine either and just soaked in radish leaves. When the kids applied the ointment, they squeezed out just a tiny bit. Shin Xiu said, use more. If you apply enough on your hands and feet, they won't hurt. Don't worry about the ointment. It's meant to be used. Shen Jinbao, who was originally stingy, listened to Sister Xiu and squeezed out a bit more, slowly applying it to his feet. That really was just a tiny bit. If Shen Xiu squeezed, she wouldn't be able to get any out because she didn't have the technique. Dogdan squeezed out only a little too, showing a pained expression. Shen Xiu. One by one, they were learning how to save.
Her ointment was being saved up by them.
Gu Jiandong couldn't watch any longer. He took the ointment and squeezed out a big glob to apply on the kids. His actions shocked the little kids, who looked at him with disbelief, shouting, Jiandong, squeeze less. This medicine is expensive. If you use so much, how will we get by? This ointment can last 2 or 3 years. Gu Jiandong, stop complaining and hurry up. Once we're done, we can go out and have a snowball fight. Once the ointment was applied, half of the 2 tubes were left. The kids were worried, constantly saying, Jiandong, you're so wasteful. You don't know how to save. Gu Jiandong. Shin Xiu held back her laughter as the kids put on their shoes and went outside to build a snowman. A few days ago, the snowmen they built were still in the yard, untouched. Today, they came back and built 3 more, so now the Shin family has over 10 snowmen lined up by the wall. Shen Xiu decorated the snowmen, and when she stepped outside and saw these cute snowmen, her mood brightened. Yang Fongfong returned home around 8 in the evening, bringing a thermos and some candy. She said her sister-in-law gave her the thermos, and she shared the candy with her family. Shin Shiyu held 3 pieces of candy and casually stuffed them into Gu Jiandong's pocket. She didn't like candy, but this boy loved it. Shiyu, my sister-in-law said she really liked the red quilt cover I gave her. I told her you brought it back from Harbin, and she liked it even more. My sister-in-law should thank you. If you hadn't helped bring it back, I wouldn't have known what to give them for my brother's wedding. The items from the supply and marketing cooperative were limited. She couldn't afford anything too expensive, and anything too cheap wouldn't be suitable. After all, it was her younger brother, and her sister-in-law was from the city. The gift had to be meaningful. The red quilt cover brought back by her older sister was just perfect for her brother and sister-in-law, and the whole family praised how nice it looked. No need to thank me, we're all family. Zhang Cuizue said exactly, we're family. No need for such polite words. Your older sister's kindness is something you and your husband should remember.
Yang Fang Fang nodded repeatedly.
With her brother getting married today, the main topic of discussion was the dowry her sister-in-law brought. Li Caixia asked Fang Fang, how much did your family give as a bride price for your brother? 50 yuan, plus a watch. Lu Panting's eyes widened. What? That's so much. A watch alone would cost at least 130 yuan. Without the watch, it would still be over 100 yuan. Just for the watch, it would cost several hundred yuan. This wasn't just marrying a wife. It was like bringing home a treasure. Lu Panting rubbed her belly, hoping for a son, but then thought about the hard work needed to save money for his future wife, and she wished for a daughter instead. It is a bit much. To marry off my brother, my parents emptied their savings. Li Caixia and Zhang Cuizue didn't expect that marrying a city girl would cost so much. The Yang family was really willing to spend. Your parents must really like your sister-in-law, seeing how they couldn't stop smiling today. If my brother likes her, then my parents will too. Implying that since the daughter-in-law was already in the family, there was no choice but to accept her. Yang Fangfang didn't fully agree with emptying their savings for her brother, but as a married woman, she had no say. If she spoke up, her brother and sister-in-law might hold it against her. Since it was her parents' decision, she chose to remain silent and avoid being bothersome. The 3 sisters-in-law smiled. Now that your brother is married, there will be someone to help take care of your parents. That's true. While the Yang family sons were all getting married, the Shin family's Wei and Jiagua were still single, and they couldn't escape being reminded by Shin Laotai and the others. Zhang Cuizue said, Jiwei, there's just over a month until the new year. After the new year, you'll be a year older, and soon you'll be in your 30s. Where's your wife? Li Caixia added, Jiagua, with your good health, don't just stay home sleeping all day. Go out and do some good deeds. Maybe a girl will take notice of you. Shen Xiao said to her mother, Mom, actually there is a girl who likes Sanga. Everyone looked at Shen Xiao, and Shin Jiagua was confused. A girl liked him? How did he not know? Which girl? Not from our side, but a rural educated youth Wei. She often sneaks glances at Sango while working. She even gave me candy and wanted to ask about him, but I didn't take it. Upon hearing it was a female educated youth, Shun Laotai and the others lost interest. It wasn't that they had a prejudice against educated youths, but they had lost trust in them. They knew of young men who married educated girls and ended up in tough situations, with complaints about their in-laws or the girls being picky and not doing any housework. Li Caixia asked her son, What do you think? Do you really want to marry an educated youth? If her son truly wanted to marry one, she would let him go and live his own life. She wouldn't take care of a daughter-in-law. Shin Jiagua. Why was the topic suddenly about him? Mom, I don't even know that Wei educated youth. Why would I marry her? Let's talk about marriage in a few years. Shin Jiagua really didn't want to marry. He didn't want to be nagged by a wife every day. Li Caixia hit him lightly. What are you saying? Do you really plan to be a bachelor? Shin Xiao laughed at her brother getting hit. Sanga, don't forget. That way, educated youth worked with you. She was slow at cutting wheat, and you helped her. Shin Jiagua remembered. Oh, her? I just wanted to finish work early, and she slowed me down, so I helped her. Li Caixia was a bit suspicious of her son. She remembered that way educated youth. She wasn't very skilled, but she had a good attitude and seemed better than other educated youths. Are you really not interested in her? Shin Jagwa felt like hitting his sister. Why was she bringing up that educated youth? Now their mom might think he was interested in her. I'm not interested. I don't even remember what she looks like. Li Saixia sighed in relief. As long as you're not interested. Those city-educated youths are out of our league. Mom should ask around and find you a capable and sensible daughter-in-law. These days, mothers looking for daughters-in-law wanted someone capable and sensible. A capable and sensible girl was highly sought after, and marrying one was a privilege. Girls like Shin Shiyu, who were not particularly skilled but strong-willed, would require a lot of money for a matchmaker. Only with a generous gift would the matchmaker use her charm to promote them. Of course, Shin Shiyu didn't need a matchmaker. She was looking for a husband. She wasn't in a hurry, and neither was her family. Mom, you don't need to worry about my marriage. If I want to marry, I'll find someone myself. With that, she received a slap from Li Saixia. The eldest son was already married, and his wife was pregnant. The second son didn't even have a girlfriend, and Zhang Tsuetsue was worried for him. Mom, you know many people. Why not ask your old friends if they know any suitable girls for Jiwei and Jagua? They don't understand the importance of settling down, and we, as elders, need to be concerned for them. Shun Laotai looked at her two quail-like grandsons and felt that if this continued, they would really become old bachelors. She said, I'll ask them later. Shin Joe and Jagua. Grandma, didn't you say you wouldn't rush us to get married? I'm not rushing you. You can marry whenever you want. I just want to help you find someone suitable. You should get to know the girls first. Getting to know them? Isn't that still rushing us? Whenever marriage is mentioned, the two brothers look unhappy, like they've eaten something bitter. Grandpa, you tell Grandma. Old man Shin. It's your grandma who makes the decisions at home. I'm just a laborer, I have no say. Shin Joe and Jagua. They almost believed him. Uncle Shun and second uncle didn't understand why the brothers were so unwilling to talk about marriage. When they were young, they couldn't wait to impress the girls when their mother mentioned marriage. Once Grandma Shin and the others went back inside, Shin Joe and Jagua pulled Shin Shiyu aside. Big sister, second brother, and third brother want to talk to you. Shin Shiyu. What do you want to say, second brother and third brother? You should talk to Grandma for us, and convince her to wait a couple of years before arranging our marriages. Shun Shiyu teased her brothers, no way. In 2 years, you'll be old bachelors and no girl will want you. The brothers looked pitiful. Big sister. Okay, I'll talk to Grandma and tell her not to rush. With her words, the brothers smiled. She mentioned sending dried meat to Uncle and Su Jing. Since she didn't go to the banquet today, and it was dark now, she would go to the county town tomorrow. Grandma, have you sorted the dried meat? I'll send it tomorrow. I have some tickets that are about to expire. Is there anything else we need at home? I can bring it back. What tickets do you have? Let me see. Shin Shiyu took out the tickets, and Grandma Shin exclaimed, Wow, there are quite a few. You have cake tickets too. Sweetheart, you have 2 pounds of cake tickets. Go buy 2 pounds of cake to save for the new year. Also buy some brown sugar. It lasts long, and drinking brown sugar water is good for your health. If there's meat to buy, get 2 pounds to make meatballs for you.
Give the rest to Grandma.
She'll ask around if anyone wants them. If they do, trade for some grain. Tickets are never a problem. As long as they're not expired, many people will trade for them. Zhang Tsuetsue, who was in the yard, heard Grandma Shin talking about trading tickets for grain. She walked over. Mom, what tickets do we have? Do we have cloth tickets or hot water kettle tickets? We have those. Do you want to trade? Yes, I'll go home and get some grain. Zhang Tsuetsue measured out the grain according to the prices. Knowing that her mother-in-law had tickets to trade, Li Saixia also came over. Mom, do you have any hot water kettle tickets left? None left, but we have cloth tickets and soap tickets. I want those. Li Saixia went back to get some grain. Behind her, Lu Panting asked, Mom, what other tickets do we have? Do we have meat tickets? I want to eat meat. No meat tickets, only 1 oil ticket left. I want the oil ticket too. Soon, Shun Sanbo came over with some grain. Knowing that Shin Shiyu was going to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow, Zhang Tsuetsue gave her some money. Shiyu, please bring back 5 feet of colorful cloth for me. I want bright colors and also a hot water kettle. The tickets were about to expire, and in this cold weather, Li Saixia didn't want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Shiyu, please bring back a piece of 5-foot yellow cotton cloth for me and buy a bar of soap. The soap was for Shinxiu, as girls love nice scents. Li Saixia wanted her daughter to have soap too, but she hadn't had any soap tickets before, so she couldn't buy it. Shinxiu knew her mother wanted to buy her soap, so she held her mother's hand, saying sweet things. I knew my mom was the best. When I have money, I'll buy you meat and little shoes. Li Saixia tapped her daughter's forehead. When you have money.
Who knows when that will be?
I'm not counting on you. Lu Panting didn't ask Shinxiu to buy anything because she was also going to the county town tomorrow. Shinxue had been in the hospital for so long, and she wanted to check on her since they lived in the same village. After Shinxiu took a nap, she opened her eyes to see Gu Jiandong and Bai Luobua. They hadn't gone out to play that morning and came to her room instead. Gu Jiandong, have you eaten? Gu Jiandong brought a comb and mirror. Yes, Grandma Shin made sweet steamed cake. It's delicious. At home, Shinxiu didn't need to comb her hair herself. She sat on the edge of the Kong and let Gu Jiandong do it for her. Gu Jiandong was quick and made her hairstyle look nice in less than 2 minutes. Jiandong, I'm going to the county town today. Are you coming? I'm not going. I'll wait for you at home. Shinxiu ate a piece of sweet steamed cake, took the package her grandma prepared, and rode her bicycle out. On the way, she met Lu Panting. Lu Panting initially wanted to offer her a ride, but seeing Shinxiu riding so fast, she opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it. Shinxiu rode quickly, and just as she reached the county town, her bicycle slipped, and she fell. Luckily, she was dressed warmly and fell on the snow, so it didn't hurt much. She headed straight to the post office, handed the package to the staff, filled out the address, paid, and was about to leave when she heard the staff mumble. Why is it so heavy? How could it not be heavy? Besides the dried meat, Shinxiu had taken out a lot of things from her space, divided them into 2 portions, and stuffed them into the package. At the supply and marketing cooperative, she first bought the items her grandma wanted. Then she went to the fabric counter to buy cloth for her aunts. There was only 1 bar of soap left, and it was a defective one. During transport, it had been pressed down a bit, but it was still usable and 3 cents cheaper than usual, so Shinxiu bought it. There was only 1 hot water kettle left, which was green. Shinxiu asked the price, and it matched the money her aunt gave her exactly, indicating her aunt had checked the price beforehand. At the hospital, Lu Panting went straight upstairs to Shinxue's room. Zhou Jingchen and Shinxue were in the same room. When she entered, the first person she saw was Zhou Jingchen. He was awake, weakly leaning against the head of the bed. When he saw someone come in, he blinked and called out softly, Aunt Lu. But his voice was too low, and Lu Panting didn't hear him. She didn't look at him and went straight to Shinxue's bedside. Shinxue, are you still sleeping? It's already this late. Get up and move around. Aunt Lu is here to see you. Shinxue lay on the hospital bed and didn't move. Lu Panting thought about waking Shinxue up. She came all this way to see her, and Shinxue was still sleeping. It was really unacceptable. This lady, what are you doing? The patient hasn't woken up yet. You can't shake her. It could hurt her wound. Lu Panting, if she hasn't woken up, I'll just call her. I'm her neighbor, Aunt Lu. I wouldn't harm her. Nurse, what I mean is that you can't force her to wake up. You have to wait for her to wake up naturally. I don't understand what you're saying. I came to see her, so she should open her eyes to see me. Nurse. Zhou Jingchen. Lu Pantai looked at Shinxue, who was still asleep. She wanted to manually pry open Shinxue's eyes to make her look at her. The nurse was confused by the unreasonable woman in front of her. She had seen many rude people, but never someone so speechless. Ma'am, she's a patient. You can't do that. If you keep this up, I will call for help. Go ahead and call. In such a big hospital, can you really bully a pregnant woman like me? If I get upset and something happens to my baby, the nurse. Seeing the nurse in a difficult position, Zhou Jingchen raised his hand to call the nurse over. He whispered, "Comrade, you don't need to worry about her. This lady is Shen Shue's mother. She won't harm her. But she says she's just a villager from your village, just an ant from your village," the nurse said skeptically. A mother wouldn't act like this, trying to force the patient to wake up and look at her. What could Zhou Jingchen say? He couldn't tell her that Shen Shue's parents disapproved of him as a son-in-law and didn't recognize their daughter to avoid her coming home for things. My wife had a little argument with her mother. The nurse looked again at the woman and the patient. Upon closer inspection, they did share some resemblance. Half convinced, she changed their medication and before leaving, she told the lady, "Ma'am, the patient hasn't woken up yet. You can't shout or try to wake her violently." Lu Pantai replied impatiently, I know. Once the nurse left and closed the door, Lu Pantai poked Shen Shue's hand. "Shen Shue, wake up. Lu Auntie brought you corn porridge." Zhou Jingchen. Honestly, he had never seen a mother like this. "You lazy girl. Always sleeping in. If you don't drink it, Lu Auntie will." After calling several times with no response, Lu Pantai took out the corn porridge she brought, sat beside the bed, and started drinking it until the bowl was empty. Zhou Jingchen watched her finish the porridge without leaving any for him, his eyes wide open. Weakly, he asked Annie Lu, "Didn't you bring me anything to eat?" After all, he was her son-in-law, and he came all the way from the capital. Even if his mother-in-law didn't like him, he was injured and visiting them. Surely she wouldn't bring nothing for him. Lu Pantai shot him a sideways glance. "Bring you food? Why should I? Who do you think you are? If I have food, I'd rather feed a radish than you." When Zhou Jingchen first came to the countryside, he looked down on people. Shen Shue worked hard for him all day, and he still held himself high. Now, lying on the bed looking half dead, Lu Pantai stood up, tilted her head back, and looked down at him. Her words and attitude almost made Zhou Jingchen spit blood. He was a young intellectual from the capital, yet he was looked down upon by a village woman. To make matters worse, she dared to look down her nose at him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he ended up spitting blood. Already seriously injured, Zhou Jingchen's face turned even paler, looking like he could pass out at any moment. If it were someone else, they would be terrified. But Lu Pantai wasn't scared. She was no longer the old Lu Pantai. Now, she was the smartest person in the Shin family. She patted her chest and glared at him. "Oh, so you can spit blood? Does that mean you have a lot of blood?" Lu Pantai went out to borrow a basin, then returned and placed it in front of Zhou Jingchen. "Go ahead, spit. Don't you love to spit blood?" Zhou Jingchen silently clenched his fists, his voice weak. "Get out. Get out. Not a chance. I'm staying here to take care of Shen Shue and to annoy you." This brat, relying on his pretty face, led Shen Shue astray, making her and her man the laughingstock of the village. They got their marriage certificate without a dowry or a wedding, and he kept encouraging Shen Shue to come home for food. Thinking of all this made her angrier. She accidentally sat on Zhou Jingchen's bandaged leg and bumped into his foreneedle, causing him pain and making his vision go dark. Several times, he felt like he saw his great-grandfather beckoning him to join him. Zhou Jingchen used all his strength to squeeze out the words, "Auntie Lu, please let me go." After saying that, he spat blood and fainted. Lu Pantai. She knew Zhou Jingchen was weak. She hadn't even said much yet. With no one to talk to and Shen Shue still sleeping, Lu Pantai felt bored. After sitting for a while, she picked up her basket and went out, telling the nurse, "This child, Zhou Jingchen, loves to spit blood." He spat several times before falling asleep. "I've never seen someone who sleeps while spitting blood." The nurse paused for a moment and called Zhou Jingchen's doctor, Dr. Zhang. "There's a situation in bed 3. Lu Pantai ignored the chaos behind her with the doctors and nurses and left the hospital at her own pace. She wasn't worried at all that Zhou Jingchen would die from anger. When Shen Shue found him on the mountain, he was injured even worse than now. After lying in the hospital for a while and then going home, He went to the countryside as a young intellectual. After going to the countryside, he learned that it was Shin Shue's family who saved him, yet he showed no gratitude and expected them to take care of him. How shameless! Thinking of how Shin Shiyu saved a child, the child's parents knew who saved their kid and even sent a truckload of gifts to thank them. And Zhou Jingchen? Not only did he not express gratitude, but he also felt that Shin Shue's family owed him and should be responsible for him. Just this lack of gratitude made Lu Pantai realize that Shin Shue wouldn't have a good life with him. Yet, the girl was stubborn, as if she had been kicked by a donkey, insisting on being with him. As Lu Pantai walked home, she cursed Zhou Jingchen in her mind. When she arrived home, Uncle Shin asked, "How is Shin Shue?" "She's fine. She hasn't woken up yet. I went to see her, and she wouldn't even open her eyes to look at me." Uncle Shin looked worried. "Is it possible she can't wake up? What did the doctor say? How could she not wake up? She just wants to sleep in." The nurse said, "She doesn't want to wake up yet." Uncle Shin's gaze fell on the empty bowl in the basket. "What about the corn porridge? Did you drink it all?" "I walked all the way to the hospital, cold and tired. By the time I got there, I was starving, so I finished the porridge in one go." Uncle Shin thought that if he asked her to bring something for Shin Shue to eat, there was a 90% chance Shin Shue wouldn't get it, as she would eat it all on the way. "Go see Shin Shue tomorrow and bring her a boiled egg to eat."
Sure.
She was planning to go tomorrow anyway. It was a great opportunity to annoy Zhou Jingchen. For the next few days, Lu Panting went to the hospital almost every day, regardless of whether Shin Shue was awake. At the hospital, she would talk to Shin Shue for a while and eat the food she brought from home. Then she would start to annoy Zhou Jingchen. It was obvious that Zhou Jingchen was losing weight from being bothered by Lu Panting every day. He was already thin, not eating well in the hospital, and recovering from a serious injury. No one was taking care of him, and on top of that, he was being driven to the point of vomiting blood by her. His injuries were worsening. "Aunt Lu, I'll give you money. Just go home and stop tormenting me, okay?" Lu Panting's eyes sparkled. "I'm not the kind of person who can be bought off with money." Zhou Jingchen weakly replied, $2. $10. She was really bold. Zhou Jingchen said, $5. "That's all I have."
Fine.
Zhou Jingchen thought he might as well extend his life a little. He shakily took $5 from his pocket to give to Lu Panting. Otherwise, he couldn't handle her tormenting him every day. Lu Panting happily accepted the money. She hadn't expected to get paid for annoying Zhou Jingchen. It was a pleasant surprise. She could really make money. Just as Lu Panting was putting the money in her pocket, Shin Shue woke up, cough, cough, cough. Lu Panting turned around. "You little brat, you finally woke up." Good. My back is a bit sore. You get up and let me rest for a while." Shin Shue had just woken up and was still confused when Lu Panting pulled her up to sit on the caregiver's chair, while Lu Panting lay down on the hospital bed. "No wonder you didn't want to wake up. This bed is quite soft, much better than sitting on a chair." "Shin Shue, why are you just staring? Hurry up and get me a glass of water. You have no sense at all. It's freezing outside, and I could be at home on a warm bed, but I came through the heavy snow to see you. My shoes are filled with snow. If it weren't for being from the same village, I wouldn't have bothered coming to see you." Lu Panting rambled on, but Shin Shue, sitting on the caregiver's chair, didn't hear a word. Her mind was in a jumble. During her time in the hospital, she had a long, vivid dream. In the dream, she was the glamorous mayor's wife, the top graduate from university, with a respectable job, a loving husband, and well-behaved, successful children. She lived in a spacious and bright apartment, with a maid to clean and servants to attend to her. She had a private car to take her wherever she wanted. Whatever trendy clothes, shoes, or cosmetics she wanted from the department store were delivered right to her home. She didn't have to do anything. She had everything she desired and could eat whatever she wanted. In her dream, she was very happy, but her family didn't appreciate her. Instead of flattering her, they opposed her for Shin Shiyu's sake. That wretched Shin Shiyu was always eyeing her man. She deserved to die. In the dream, she accidentally pushed Shin Shiyu off a cliff. The wind was strong, and the road was slippery. It was an accident, not intentional. Yet, her family blamed her for everything, saying she harmed Shinshiyu and demanding she confess and apologize at Shinshiyu's grave. How ridiculous. She was the mayor's wife. How could she apologize to an orphan like Shinshiyu? It wasn't her fault. Shinshiyu lost her balance and fell because of a gentle push. It had nothing to do with her. She refused to confess or apologize. Her so-called family began to oppose her at every turn, standing against her. Whatever she wanted to do, they would jump in to sabotage her, causing her husband Jingchen to miss promotions and her business to nearly go bankrupt. She endured for the sake of family, but they kept pushing, wanting revenge for Shinshiyu, even though she was their granddaughter, niece, sister. In their eyes, there was only Shinshiyu. There was no recognition of her, Shunshui. Since that was the case, she would have to take them down with her. She thought no one would disturb her and Jingchen's happy life again, but in the second year after Shinshiyu's death, a mysterious person appeared, opposing them at every turn. Jingchen fell from his position as mayor and was sentenced to prison, and that person didn't spare her either. She and Jingchen met in prison, living a dark and hopeless life. Not only that, but they were also dragged out every month to confess at Shinshiyu's grave and the graves of her family. After confessing, they were tied up and forced to stand at the edge of a cliff, pushed down and pulled back up repeatedly. It was a bottomless abyss, and that mysterious person was very cruel. They were tortured in every way possible. They wanted to die, but he wouldn't let them. Shinshui was lost in the memories of her dream. Lu Panting called her name several times without a response. Lu Panting became unhappy. She had come a long way to see her, and it was hard work. Now that this girl was awake, she was just staring off into space and ignoring her. Lu Panting reached out and pinched Shinshui's arm. Shinshui, what are you daydreaming about? I'm talking to you, are you listening? She pinched hard, and Shinshui's arm turned red. The pain jolted Shinshui back to reality. Ouch, that hurts. Mom, why are you pinching me? Lu Panting slapped her arm again. How many times do I have to say it? Call me Aunt Lu, Aunt Lu. This is a hospital. What if the doctors or nurses hear you and think we're mother and daughter? Shinshui had just woken up and was being pinched and slapped by her mother. She felt wronged. Mom, I'm seriously injured, and you're treating me like this. Do you even care? Lu Panting glanced at her, took out an egg from her pocket, peeled it, and ate it quickly. After drinking a glass of water, she said, I'm not your mother. I'm just Aunt Lu from the village. Aunt Lu doesn't have a heart. She only has a smart brain. Shinshui looked at her mother and began to drift back into the fragments of her dream. In her dream, her mother was selfish, but when she learned that she and Jingchen wanted to eliminate the rest of the Shin family, she was the first to rush out to protect them, trying to use her life to threaten her not to harm the others. She couldn't protect them, nor could she threaten her daughter. Except for the three of them, everyone in the Shin family was dead. Clearly, her parents had such an outstanding daughter who could live a life others dreamed of. Yet they were completely ungrateful. When the Shin family was gone, they didn't hesitate to take a knife to their own throats. Shinshui can still clearly remember the complex emotions in her parents' eyes when they looked at her before they took their lives: pain, regret, and reluctance. Shinshui didn't understand why, despite having a good life and not wanting to leave her, they still chose to follow the Shin family down that path. She used to have hope for her parents, but now she realized they were never truly on her side. In critical moments, they only cared about protecting the Shin family. They were good children to the old Shins, but not good parents to her. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lu Pantai asked, slapping Shinshui when she seemed lost in thought. Shinshui barely reacted. Lu Pantai held up her hand. How many fingers do I have? Shinshui still didn't respond much. Was her soul scared away by a wild boar? This was not good. Her mind was already not very sharp, and if her soul was gone, she would be a fool, making it easy for Zhou Jingchen to control her. Being from the same village, Lu Pantai couldn't bear to see this girl being manipulated by Zhou Jingchen. Thinking this, Lu Pantai turned her anger towards Zhou Jingchen. She jumped from Shin Shue's bed to his, kicking him off. If Uncle Shin were here, he would be shocked to see her, heavily pregnant, jumping onto someone else's bed like a monkey. Zhou Jingchen, lying weakly on the bed, never expected Lu Pantai to suddenly leap onto his bed and kick him off. Zhou Jingchen fell to the ground in pain, his legs and abdomen injured, struggling to lean against the bed. Now on the floor, curled up in pain, he couldn't even cry out. Lu Pantai didn't care about him, sitting cross-legged on his bed, spitting. "What are you pretending for? You think you're the star of the show?" He lay silently on the ground, and Lu Pantai was not satisfied. She got down to adjust him. 5 seconds later, she dragged Zhou Jingchen by his collar to the wall, where he sat against it, barely managing to stay upright. Lu Pantai returned to sit on the bed, looking down at him with her legs crossed. "It's all your fault, you star of misfortune. You made Shin Shue foolish. She used to be such a clever girl, and now she can't even tell one from two. You owe her money." Before Shin Shue got married, she would go up the mountain every day to gather wild vegetables without even seeing wild boar tracks. Since meeting Zhou Jingchen, this star of misfortune, who not only pursued Shin Shue but also attracted wild boars, it was because of him that Shin Shue got hurt. Zhou Jingchen thought to himself, "I must have done something terrible in my past life to end up with this mother-daughter pair." Lu Pantai raised her fist. "Star of misfortune, pay up." Zhou Jingchen didn't want to give her money, but if he didn't, Lu Pantai would hit him, and with his injuries, he couldn't take a beating. With no other choice, he handed her 5 yuan. Lu Pantai took the money, drank some water, then suddenly clutched her stomach, pointing at Zhou Jingchen and continuing to scold him. "I told you you're a star of misfortune. I just got here, and my stomach already hurts because of you. Ouch, it hurts." Zhou Jingchen closed his eyes, trying to ease his pain, and gritted his teeth. "Aunt Lu, how much do you want this time?" "What kind of question is that? Do I look like someone who extorts money? My stomach hurts because of you, so you owe me compensation. Understand?" She stretched out her hand. 5 yuan. Zhou Jingchen. He pulled out another 5 yuan. Once his injuries healed, he would make sure Lu Pantai returned this money. His money wasn't easy to get. In a short while, he had given her 10 yuan, and Lu Pantai felt very pleased. She was really good at making money. Her husband would surely praise her when she got home. As Lu Pantai's mind raced to find more excuses to blame Zhou Jingchen, Shin Shue spoke up. "Mom, why did you push Jingchen down? And you're extorting money from him? That's not right. Do you know who he is? He will be someone you can't afford to offend in the future." "Bah, what big shot is he? He's just a star of misfortune." That silly girl pretended to be clueless when talking to her. Now, just because she made Zhou Jingchen bleed a little, Shin Shue got anxious. This made Lu Pantai uncomfortable. She had braved the biting cold to come see her daughter, and instead of being grateful, Shin Shue scolded her. Feeling uneasy, Lu Pantai didn't want Zhou Jingchen and Shin Shue to feel comfortable either. She went down and slapped Zhou Jingchen several times, making his head buzz and his consciousness start to fade. Shin Shue felt heartbroken. Her mother hitting her man hurt her more than if she were the one being hit. She wanted to protect Zhou Jingchen, but her injuries made it impossible to move. Even wiggling her fingers was hard. All she could do was cry out, "Mom, please stop. If you're angry, just hit me instead." Lu Pantai, annoyed by her crying, finally let Zhou Jingchen go. All right, stop crying. I'm telling you, you're in this state because of him. I'm just helping you vent, understand? You ungrateful girl. I see you're okay now. It's getting dark. I should head back, or your uncle will worry." Shin Shue clutched her stomach. "Mom, I'm really hungry. Can you get some food from the hospital cafeteria before you go back?" Lu Pantai replied, "There's corn porridge. You can eat that." "Mom, I want eggs." It was winter and the corn porridge was cold. Shin Shue didn't want it. She wanted something better. "That's all there is. If you don't want it, I'll drink it all myself." She wasn't going to indulge her. Shin Shue was very hungry, and since Lu Pantai wouldn't get her food, she finished the cold corn porridge. After she finished, Lu Pantai pulled out 2 eggs. Just when Xin Shui thought her mother was going to peel one for her, Lu Pantai popped the peeled egg into her own mouth. Xin Shui. Mom, you have 2 eggs. Why won't you share one with me? Lu Pantai replied, Silly child, your mother would share, but Aunt Lu won't. Lu Panting wanted to go home, so she pushed Xin Shui back onto the hospital bed. As for Zhou Jingchen, he liked sleeping on the floor, so she didn't need to bother with him. When she left, she told the nurse, Zhou Jingchen is really hard to take care of. He has a soft bed but prefers to sleep on the floor. He sleeps so deeply that no matter how much you call him, he doesn't respond. The nurse quickly shouted for the doctor. Dr. Zhang, there's a situation with bed 3. The doctor and nurse rushed around, while Lu Panting happily headed home with her basket. Shangxi, I want to show you something. Uncle Shen was in the kitchen preparing a stroller for the unborn baby. He looked up and asked, What is it? Lu Panting took out 15 yuan from her pocket. Look, this is what I earned today. Seeing so much money in her hand, Uncle Shen quickly put down his hammer and stood up. Did you go robbing? After she went out and came back with this much money, Uncle Shen couldn't think of any other way she could have earned it. Lu Panting, are you out of your mind?
How could you do something like that?
Robbing means you could end up in jail. Who did you rob? We need to return the money and apologize to get forgiveness. Lu Panting was using her cleverness to earn money, but in his words, it sounded like robbery. She rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? I earned this honestly. I've been taking care of Xin Shui and Zhou Jingchen at the hospital. Zhou Jingchen felt bad and gave me 15 yuan as a thank you for my hard work. You know I'm not greedy. I said no, but he insisted, saying he was comfortable at the hospital because of me. I couldn't refuse, or he would feel guilty. Uncle Shin knew her well and looked into her eyes. Did Zhou Jingchen really give this to you willingly? Lu Panting straightened her back and glanced at the ceiling. Of course.
Okay.
Uncle Shin reached out and took the money from her hand. Lu Panting was unhappy. Why did you take my money? I just got it. I don't trust you with money. If you need it for something, just tell me. If the money stayed with her, it would probably be gone in less than a week. Uncle Shin wouldn't let her keep it. Just take it. I don't care about money anyway. She said this, but her eyes never left the money he took. This was money she earned with her brain, and her husband took it all away. She wished she hadn't shown it. Xiangxi, am I amazing? I went out and earned so much for our family. Yes, you are. In a few days, when the team slaughters the pig, I'll buy you a big pork knuckle. With Uncle Shun's words, Lu Panting felt happy. She loved eating pork knuckles. That sounds good. How is Shun Shui? Uncle Shun asked. She's doing well. She woke up today and can run and jump. I said a few things to Zhou Jingchen and she didn't like it. She even had the energy to argue with me. Uncle Shun felt relieved, as long as she's okay. When you visit her tomorrow, bring 2 boiled eggs to help her recover.
Okay.
The next day, Lu Panting boiled eggs and went to the hospital to see Xin Shui. At the entrance, a nurse stopped her. Ma'am, the patient needs to rest. You can't go in and disturb them. Why can't I go in? She's my niece from the same village. What more could they say? If they let her in, Zhou would probably be in danger. No matter how Lu Panting protested, the nurse wouldn't let her in, so she had to turn around and go home. I won't go to the hospital to take care of them anymore. Zhou Jingchen and Xin Shui are ungrateful and told the hospital staff bad things about me. They won't let me into the ward. She was very angry and Uncle Shin tried to calm her down. It's better not to go. It's cold outside. It's warmer at home. Lu Panting had been going out early and coming back late every day. Zhang Cuizue and Li Saixia wanted to ask about Xin Shui and Zhou Jingchen but had no chance. Today, she returned early, and Zhang Cuizue called her over. Sister-in-law, come over here to warm up. Yang Fongfong brought back half a pound of rice cakes from her family. The kitchen was lively, with everyone in the big house roasting rice cakes. I'm coming. She had been wanting to eat roasted rice cakes. Uncle Shin opened the grain cabinet. Wait, take some sweet potatoes and chestnuts to roast. Lu Panting took a small basket of sweet potatoes and chestnuts over. Zhang Tsuetsue moved her stool to make room for her to sit. The roasted rice cakes were delicious, especially with the sauce made by Shin Shiyu. Even old man Shin ate several pieces. By the time Lu Panting arrived, there wasn't much left. After all, it was only half a pound of rice cakes, and with so many people in the Shin family, there wouldn't be much for each person. Li Tsaixia handed her a piece of roasted rice cake. Sister-in-law, eat this.
Thank you, second sister-in-law.
Lu Panting hadn't eaten such delicious rice cakes before, and she was almost moved to tears. It's so good. Second sister-in-law, is there any more? There's none left, just a tiny piece. Lu Panting felt a bit unsatisfied and wished she hadn't gone out in the morning. Sister-in-law, you go to the hospital every day. How are Zhou Jingchen and Shin Shui doing now? Without rice cakes to eat, there were plenty of roasted chestnuts. Lu Panting didn't mind the heat and kept peeling and eating them. They're fine in the hospital with doctors and nurses. Shin Shui is a bit dazed and looks strange, but that should be Zhou Jingchen's fault. Once she's discharged, I'll teach her to give Zhou Jingchen a few punches, and that'll be that. The Shun family. They've been in the hospital for so long. It must have cost a lot. Li Tsaixia was most concerned about this. They couldn't end up without money, or the hospital would come to their team leader for payment. It did cost a lot. Just their surgery fees were over 200, not counting the medical and hospitalization fees. After Zhou Jingchen woke up, he called the nurse to help him make a call, and his family sent 400 yuan. He has money. Zhou Jingchen can stay in the hospital as long as he wants. Then Shin Shui really didn't choose the wrong person. Zhou Jingchen's parents are well off. They can send 400 yuan just like that. Lu Panting frowned. What good is being well off if his parents don't care about him? He told the nurse that if they didn't send money, he would discharge himself and let them take care of him for life. His parents were afraid he would really leave, so they gritted their teeth and sent the money, constantly reminding him to behave in the countryside. When Lu Panchi heard the nurse at the hospital say that Zhou Jingchen's parents sent over 400 yuan, she thought Shin Shui had really found a wealthy husband. But after asking around, she learned that his parents sent the money to cut ties with him. No wonder he went to the countryside and stayed there for so long without receiving any packages. It turns out he really isn't favored by his family. Shin Shui is still hoping for a good life with Zhou Jingchen, but they can't even afford wild vegetables. Are the Zhou family planning to stop caring for Zhou Jingchen? That's the implication. Zhang Tsuetsue truly didn't expect that the man Shin Shui carefully chose was actually a discarded son. Life for the young people sent to the countryside is already tough, and if their family doesn't care for them, it's easy to imagine how hard it will be. Moreover, Zhou Jingchen is a pretty useless pretty boy who relies entirely on Shin Shui. Shin Shui isn't getting married. She's taking on the role of a caregiver. Li Tsaixia lectured her daughter, Xiao Qiu, when looking for a man, you need to be careful. Don't be like Shin Shui, searching for a man in a pile of dirt. If a woman marries the wrong man, her life can be ruined. Shin Qiu, holding a grilled sweet potato, turned her head when she heard her mother speak. Mom, I know. I'll find the kind of man you want me to. Li Tsaixia smiled when she saw her daughter's eating habits. At her age, most girls would blush and look down when talking about marriage, but her daughter was cheerful and unashamed. Shin Shiyu, eating the chestnuts that Gu Jiandong had peeled, was deep in thought. Her aunt mentioned that Shin Shui seemed a bit off after waking up, which could mean she had been reborn. The original story didn't mention Shin Shui being reborn, but since she could travel through time and change many plot points, it's likely Shin Shui also experienced some changes. Worried she might be missing something, Shin Shiyu kept thinking about the original plot. Gu Jiandong noticed her frowning and resting her chin on her hand and leaned over. Shiyu, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you paying attention to me? Shin Shiyu shook her head. It's nothing. The family had plenty of chestnuts, so they didn't hesitate to roast them. The rack was filled with chestnuts, and Shin Shiyu was already full, but Gu Jiandong kept peeling them for her. Gu Jiandong, you eat too. I'm full. Gu Jiandong was already full himself. He just enjoyed peeling chestnuts for Shin Shiyu. Now that she was full, he handed the peeled chestnuts to Shun Laotu and Shun Laotai. Grandpa Shin, Grandma Shin, you eat. The elderly couple smiled widely at him. Oh, what a good child. The chestnuts were soft and delicious, and although Shin Laotu and Shun Laotai liked them, they always saved them for the children. After roasting so many, they hardly ate any themselves, just sitting by the fire, happy to see the kids enjoying their food. Now that Gu Jiandong was giving them peeled chestnuts, the old couple couldn't stop smiling. Seeing this, Shun Jiabao, Jiwei, and Jiagua also peeled chestnuts for their grandparents, keeping the smiles on the old couple's faces. Winter was like this. With nothing much to do at home, they roasted mountain goods by the fire, chatted, and the day passed quickly. Once outside, it was very cold, and no one wanted to go out. Most stayed cozy at home. Shin Shiyu spent her days in the kitchen, with the whole family gathered around the fire, gossiping and enjoying chestnuts, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. After eating well, there was no need to cook dinner. As the new year approached, Shun Laotai and the others discussed what to prepare for the holiday. Shin Xiu was the first to speak. Grandma, I want to eat meatballs and fried dough twists. Shun Jiabao said, I want meatballs too. The children loved meatballs, and Shun Laotai happily agreed. Then I'll make more this year. Lu Panchi added, can we make some rice cakes? Your little grandson wants to eat them. Shun Laotai shot a glance at her third daughter-in-law. I think it's you who wants to eat them. The family didn't have glutinous rice. If you can bring some glutinous rice, I'll make them for you. Making rice cakes requires both regular and glutinous rice, which are both fine grains. What kind of family are they to afford rice cakes? With so many family members, even a little wouldn't be enough. Making rice cakes was out of the question. Lu Panchi, having tasted rice cakes, was truly craving them. Mom, if we all contribute a bit of glutinous rice and regular rice, we can make rice cakes, right? Sisters-in-law, don't you think so? Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Caixia were speechless. When rice cakes were mentioned, Shin Jiabao and Shin Xiu also craved them, pestering Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Caixia. Mom, I think Aunt 3 is right. Grandma, I want to eat rice cakes. Shin Shiyu also liked rice cakes, whether stir-fried or grilled. They were delicious. Grandma, how about we make some this year? All the children wanted to eat them, and Shun Laotu finally spoke. Wife, if the kids want to eat, let's make some. As the third child suggested, everyone can contribute some glutinous rice and regular rice. Rice cakes are made from fine grains. Who wouldn't want to eat them? Shun Laotai thought about saying they didn't need to make any since they had all eaten rice cakes before, but seeing her grandchildren's eager eyes, she thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's make some. When they divided the family, each of the 3 families received a pound of glutinous rice and a pound of regular rice, which they had saved for the new year to make dumplings and steam rice for a special meal. Now that they decided to make rice cakes, Zhang Tsuetsue and the others each brought out half a pound of glutinous rice and half a pound of regular rice. Shun Chunling, following her mother's wishes, brought out a pound of glutinous rice and a pound of regular rice. Once they decided to make them, the mothers and daughters got busy. Shin Shuyu and the others didn't need to help. Shin Jiabao said they needed to do a big cleanup, so Shin Shuyu went to clean her own room. Just as she picked up a broom, Gu Jiandong took it from her. Shiyu, you go sit in my room. I'll clean up here. So Shin Shiyu was pushed out, while Gu Jiandong swept and wiped her room. To keep her from getting bored, Gu Jiandong sent White Radish to play with Shin Shiyu. White Radish, holding its little ball, tapped Shin Shiyu's leg with its paw, signaling her to play fetch. Shin Shiyu played with White Radish for half an hour, getting quite tired, just as Gu Jiandong finished cleaning her room. When Shin Shiyu returned, she found her room spotless. Gu Jiandong had cleaned every corner, and the windows sparkled. He even folded her blankets neatly. With the household chores taken care of, Shin Shiyu felt justified in relaxing, drifting off to dreamland. That evening, she was awakened by Shun Chunling. Shiyu, the rice cakes are ready. Grandma fried some rice cakes. Get up and eat. Shun Jiabao and the others were already eating. When they saw Shin Shiyu come out, they called out with their mouths full. Big sister, come quickly. There weren't many rice cakes, as they were saved for the new year. If they ate them all now, there wouldn't be any left for the holiday. Shun Laotai had only fried half a pound, so everyone could have a piece to taste. Shin Shiyu took a bite, and her eyes lit up. "Grandma, it's really delicious." The eldest granddaughter said the food was delicious, and Grandma Shin smiled with squinted eyes, frying another plate of rice cakes for her. Shin Shiyu really ate until she was full, and after finishing, she kept burping. Lu Pan also ate too much, and went back to the house to tell Uncle Shin, "The rice cakes are really good. We should ask Mom to make them again next year. As long as it's made from fine grains, everyone loves it." Uncle Shin responded with a smile, "Then you need to work hard. Otherwise, there won't be any glutinous rice or white rice to make rice cakes for you." "Do I need you to tell me that?" Next year, when her son is born, she will have to work not just hard but also with all her might. Around 10 o'clock at night, Shin Shiyu went to the cow shed. Luckily, she came tonight, otherwise, she wouldn't have known that Tao Tao had a fever. When their grandson had a fever, the couple was anxious and was thinking of finding the team leader to get permission to see the village doctor. Shun Shiyu arrived and Liang Jun spoke urgently, "Shiyu, Tao Tao has a fever." The child's face was flushed. Shun Shiyu touched his forehead, which was very hot. "When did Tao Tao start having a fever?" "In the morning, I gave him a bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar, and his temperature went down. But after dinner, it rose again." Shun Shiyu picked up Tao Tao. "I'll take him to the village doctor." Yang Zhen and Liang Jun wanted to follow, but thinking of their current status, they worried the village doctor might not want to help their grandson. They exchanged glances and decided to stay behind. Shin Shiyu ran to find the village doctor with Tao Tao in her arms. On the way, she gave him 2 drops of spring water, which was more effective than any medicine. She wasn't worried about Tao Tao, but since he had a high fever, it was safer to see the doctor. This made her feel better, as well as his grandparents. It was already past 10, and Dr. Su had gone to bed. Shin Shiyu knocked for a while before he opened the door. Seeing her with a child, he was taken aback. "Dr. Su, please check this child. He has a fever." Once inside, Dr. Su took a closer look. "Is this the child from the cowshed?" He knew all the village children, and even though this child didn't often appear in public, Dr. Su recognized him. "Yes, he's from the cowshed. I passed by and heard crying. When I checked, I realized he had a fever. His grandparents were very worried, so I brought him to you." Dr. Su had 2 little ones at home himself. As a parent, he couldn't bear to see a child suffer. He took Tao Tao's temperature and then prepared a packet of medicine. "Take this home and let his grandparents boil it down to 1 bowl from 3 bowls of water. After he takes the medicine, he should be fine by midnight." Shin Shiyu felt Tao Tao's forehead again. After drinking the spring water, it wasn't as hot, and the redness on his face had faded a bit. After getting the medicine, Shin Shiyu carried Tao Tao back to the cow shed. It was cold, and she wrapped him tightly in her military coat to keep him warm. "Grandpa, Grandma Liang, don't worry. Dr. Su gave Tao Tao medicine. Just boil this packet and let him drink it. He should be fine." Yang Zhen took the medicine and started preparing it. Shin Shiyu had already found a clay pot for them, making it easier to boil the medicine. "Just keep an eye on the fire." Shin Shiyu needed to talk to her second grandpa about taking Tao Tao to the village doctor tonight. "Grandpa, Grandma Liang, I need to go to my second grandpa's house for a bit. I'll be back later." It was late, and it was snowing heavily. Liang Jun said, "Child, you don't need to come over anymore." The village doctor said Tao Tao will be fine after taking the medicine. Shin Shiyu went to her second grandpa's house, where Grandma Shin opened the door. Seeing her at this hour, Grandma Shin thought something was wrong with her older brother or sister-in-law. "Shiyu, why are you here so late? Come in and tell me." Shin Erju was still awake and saw his granddaughter. "What brings you here, Shiyu?" "Second grandpa, I came to tell you that the child from the cow shed has a fever, and I helped take him to see the village doctor." "He has a fever?" "Yes, it's a high fever. He was so hot he seemed confused, but he didn't cry at all." "You did the right thing. I understand. You should go home and rest now." Not wanting his granddaughter to go back alone, Shin called his grandson out. Jijun, you take your big sister home. Shiyu, from now on, don't go out alone at night. It's not safe. Grandma Shin added, yes, it's not safe for a girl to be out at night. You mustn't do this again. Shan Jijun thought to himself that their big sister could smash a wild boar's head with her fists, so what was unsafe about her being out? Shin Shiyu was escorted home by her cousin. Actually, when she left her second grandpa's house, she told him it wasn't necessary, but Shin Jejun insisted on taking her home to report back. Shin Shiyu had sneaked out by climbing over the wall, and she naturally climbed back in the same way. Shin Jejun watched her smoothly climb over the wall and couldn't help but smile. Not long after Shin Shiyu entered the house, Gu Jiandong climbed over the wall and quietly returned home. The next morning, Shin Shiyu was woken up early by Shin Qiu. Big sister, the new year is coming soon. We need to go out early, or there won't be anything left at the supply and marketing cooperative. Shin Shiyu got up and put on her clothes one by one, finally putting on her military coat and hat before heading out. For the New Year shopping, everyone except the 3 Shin men was going. Since the ox cart was hard to use, they took a sled to the supply and marketing cooperative. There were too many people to fit, so Grandpa Shin found an old dog sled and attached it to a white radish. Gu Jiandong and Shin Shiyu rode on the sled pulled by the radish. Shin Shiyu had never ridden a dog sled before and found it very exciting. Once she sat down, she started calling out to the radish, "Radish, go." The radish galloped quickly, leaving Grandma Shin and the others behind. Shin Qiu thought the dog sled was very cool and urged the big yellow cow, "Ah Huang, catch up with the radish." The big yellow cow started working hard and quickly caught up with the radish. The radish didn't want to be overtaken, so it pulled Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong even faster. Riding the dog sled was thrilling, but the radish was running too fast. Shin Shiyu and Gu Jiandong sat on the sled, and as soon as they opened their mouths, the cold wind rushed in, and the snow hit their faces. Shin Shiyu tried to talk to Gu Jiandong, but he couldn't hear her over the sound of the wind. Don't underestimate the white radish. Even though it's a local dog, it's smarter and sturdier than other dogs, likely because it drinks from the magical spring and eats well. She and Gu Jiandong often secretly fed the white radish, and so did her grandparents. They would say they only needed to give it a little food, but when no one was home, the old couple would sneak food to the white radish. Even Lu Pantai had secretly fed the white radish, showing how much it was cherished at home. Sitting on the dog sled, the two raced to the supply and marketing cooperative. The old yellow cow tried to overtake the white radish along the way, but failed. When the white radish stopped, it looked quite proud, giving the old yellow cow a disdainful glance. The gentle Ah Huang was so annoyed that he wanted to kick the show-off dog. With the New Year approaching, everyone took out the tickets and money they usually saved to buy New Year goods at the cooperative. During this time, the cooperative was especially lively, packed with people. Seeing the crowd, Grandma Shin worried about the old yellow cow and said, "Who'll stay at the door to watch the cow and the dog?" Gu Jiandong didn't want to go inside due to the crowd and said, "Grandma Shin, I'll keep an eye on them here." Grandma Shin was still worried. With so many people, what if someone lured the child away? Jiandong was so precious. "You're a good boy. Okay, you stay here." She then told her eldest grandson, "Jiabao, you stay here with Jiandong." "Got it." Shin Shiyu took out some candy from her pocket and gave it to Gu Jiandong. "Be good and stay here with your brother. Don't run off. If someone talks to you, just ignore them." Gu Jiandong put the candy in his pocket and nodded obediently. "Okay." Lu Pantai was eager to enter the cooperative, but was suddenly pulled back by Grandma Shin. "Mom, why are you holding me? There are so many people today. If we don't go in soon, the good stuff will be sold out. It's too crowded inside. You should wait here. If you want to buy something, give me your money and tickets, and I'll help you." During the New Year shopping, it's all about pushing and shouting. It's normal. What if someone from the third family gets pushed down? "Mom, don't worry. I can handle myself. No one can push me around." If she didn't go into the cooperative to buy New Year goods, why even come? Ignoring her mother-in-law's advice, Lu Pantai rushed into the cooperative first. Grandma Shin didn't know what to say and could only tell her daughters-in-law, "Let's keep an eye on her. We can't let her get pushed around." Pregnant women shouldn't be so reckless. With her big belly, Lu Pantai had Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia standing beside her, making sure no one bumped into her. Shen Shiyu really didn't expect there to be so many people at the cooperative today. Her shoes were almost stepped on. Big sister, stand steady. Don't get knocked over. If someone pushes you, just push back like this. Just then, a woman kept pushing Shen Xiu. Shen Xiu huffed, slightly stuck out her bottom, and pushed the woman away. The woman, pushed aside, was speechless. She had never seen a girl like that. Shen Xiu learned from this, but she was strong. If someone pushed her, she could easily push them back. The supplies at the cooperative were limited and they arrived late, so Grandma Shin couldn't find what she wanted. After a long search, only Zhang Tsuetsue managed to grab a piece of cloth. Lu Pantai wanted to buy some brown sugar but couldn't find any, and the canned goods she wanted were also sold out. They left empty-handed, with one shoe missing, feeling disappointed after entering excitedly. The basket was empty, containing only a piece of cloth. Shinchio was quite happy, though. She bought 2 red hair ties. Li Tsaixia said, if we had known, we should have come a few days earlier to buy New Year goods. Now, there's nothing left. It was still early, so Shinshi suggested, Grandma, Auntie, let's go to the city's cooperative and see if they have anything. They could take the sled and it wouldn't take long to get there. Lu Pantai's eyes lit up. Going to the city is a good idea. The cooperative there is bigger, and they must have more stuff. Mom, sister-in-law, let's go to the city. She had never been to the city before, and with the sled, they wouldn't have to walk. Shen Shi wanted to go to the city's cooperative to buy things and also take Gu Jiandong for another checkup at the hospital. Then let's go to the city. After an hour on the sled, they arrived at the city's cooperative. Grandma Shen and the others had never been there before and felt a bit shy when they entered. The city cooperative was also crowded, and many items were already sold out. Shen Shiyu let them browse while she took Gu Jiandong to the hospital for a checkup. At first, Gu Jiandong didn't know where Shiyu was taking him, but when they reached the hospital, he refused to go in. He looked pitiful and said, Shiyu, I don't want to go in. I don't like hospitals. I want to go to the cooperative to buy kin food. If he went in, the doctor would find out everything. He liked his current life and wanted to stay with Shiyu. Right now, he was carefree, able to act spoiled with Shiyu. If she knew he was better, their relationship wouldn't be the same. Most importantly, the hidden troubles hadn't surfaced yet and he couldn't tell Shiyu about his recovery. Be good, let's just get a quick checkup.
No.
If you make me go in, I'll roll on the ground and won't get up. The white radish rolled its eyes at him. What a show-off. If the dog could talk, it would be the first to expose him. Shen Shiyu was at a loss. The child was throwing a tantrum and wouldn't go in. She couldn't just carry him inside. She could carry him, but that would only make him angry. Shen Shiyu cared about his feelings, and since he was particularly resistant to the hospital today, she had to give in. Let's not go to the hospital. We'll go to the cooperative and find Grandma to buy you kin food. Gu Jiandong cheered up, showing off his cute dimples, eager to avoid the hospital. He quickly sat on the sled and helped Shen Shi sit down. White Radish, let's go. The White Radish, usually playing in the village, was also excited to be out today. It pulled the sled quickly, running as fast as it could. With Shen Shiyu sitting on the sled, all she felt was thrilling. How could it not be thrilling? The White Radish ran like the wind, and Shen Shiyu could see its 4 legs moving in a blur. Before long, they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. Grandma Shen and the others had bought their things. It wasn't a full load, but they had bought enough. The 3 Shin brothers showed off their new cloth shoes to Shen Shiyu and Gu Jiandong. Big sister, Jiandong, do you think our new shoes look good? Every year before the new year, Grandma Shen would buy new shoes for her grandchildren. This year, since they had split up, the shoes were bought by Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia for their sons. Making cloth shoes at home is the most economical, but they wanted to make their sons happy. After all, bought shoes feel different from handmade ones, so Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia gritted their teeth and bought them. Lu Panting usually envied her sisters-in-law for having sons, but seeing them struggle to spend money on shoes, She felt a bit relieved that her son was still in her belly. The shoes were black cloth shoes with a square opening, quite durable. They look good. My brother looks good in anything. Gu Jiandong replied dismissively, they're okay, but they don't look as good as mine. Look at this kid, always so cheeky. But the Shun brothers were used to it. He could be quite annoying sometimes. Since they all had new shoes, Grandma Shun also bought a pair for Gu Jiandong. Jiandong, Grandma Shun bought you new shoes too. Try them on. If they don't fit, we can return them here. The shoes were bought in Gu Jiandong's size, so they fit perfectly. He put on the cloth shoes and walked a few steps. They fit. Grandma Shun's shoes are really comfortable. Grandma Shun smiled. You know how to make Grandma happy. Today, Gu Jiandong was wearing liberation shoes. The three brothers wanted to wear liberation shoes too, but those were issued by the army, and they couldn't buy them unless someone in the family was in the military. Shun Jagua asked, Jiandong, are liberation shoes comfortable? This time, Gu Jiandong's response was much cuter. If you want to wear them, when we get home, I'll lend them to you. Shun Jagua grinned and put his arm around him. Jiandong, we really didn't spoil you for nothing. Gu Jiandong. The Shun brothers were just showing off their new shoes to Shin Shuyu and Gu Jiandong. They didn't want to wear them yet, planning to wait until the new year. They took off their new shoes and put on their old ones. Didn't you say you were taking Jiandong for a checkup? Why are you back so soon? What did the doctor say? Is his brain injury getting better? Did the blood clot pressing on the nerve go away? The eldest granddaughter said Jiandong had a chance to recover. Grandma Shin treated Gu Jiandong like her own grandson and always hoped he would get better. She and her husband were getting old and didn't know how many more years they had left. Once they were gone, no one would care for and love the children like they did. If the child recovered, she wouldn't have to worry about these things anymore. We didn't go in for the checkup. Gu Jiandong threw a tantrum and didn't want to go to the hospital. As she said this, she looked at Gu Jiandong, who was standing behind Grandpa Shin, with his head down and lips pouted, clearly unhappy. Grandma Shin couldn't stand to see him like that. If Jiandong doesn't want to be checked, then we won't check. When it's time for him to get better, he will naturally recover. Gu Jiandong, right, that's how it is. It was past 1 o'clock, and Shin Shi wanted to take her grandma to the state-run restaurant for a nice meal, so she suggested going there. Grandma Shin shook her head. You and Jiandong are hungry. You can go eat. We'll wait for you here. With so many people, eating at the state-run restaurant would cost a lot, and Grandma Shin didn't want to spend that money. Lu Panting didn't say anything either. She wanted to go, but she had no food coupons. With her mother-in-law around, she knew her mother-in-law wouldn't let her take advantage of her niece. Besides, Shun Shi wouldn't let her take advantage either, so she kept quiet to avoid upsetting her mother-in-law. No matter how they tried to persuade Grandma Shin, she wouldn't go to the state-run restaurant. Shin Shiyu had no choice. No matter how much she spent, Grandma Shin didn't mind, but she wouldn't spend money on herself. Grandma, shall we go home then? Good child. You and Jiandong go eat. Your aunt and I brought some pancakes. Grandma, Gu Jiandong and I aren't hungry. Let's go home. Really not hungry? Really not hungry. Riding on the sled was quick and fun. Shin Shiyu felt like they had just sat down when they arrived home. Not long after getting home, the little kids, Dog Egg, Black Egg, and Shin Jinbao, came to play with Gu Jiandong. They learned that white radishes could pull sleds and started lining up to ride. Outside, the children's laughter filled the air. Grandma Shin and the others organized the things they bought. Hearing the children's joyful voices made her happy. Their home had no little kids before. It used to be quiet. Since Jiandong came, the house was much livelier. Most of the things were bought by the three daughters-in-law. Grandma Shin only bought 2 jars of canned food. They were Gu Jiandong's favorite canned peaches. Not long after returning, the loudspeaker in the team announced that tomorrow they would slaughter the New Year pig and distribute grain. Everyone was told to go to the threshing ground to line up for pork and grain. With this announcement, the whole family was excited. After a year of hard work, the happiest day was the one when they received grain and slaughtered the pig. Even Shun Xiu was calculating how much grain their family would get this year. However, She wasn't very good at math and couldn't figure it out, drawing lines in the snow with a stick. From time to time, she would ask her father, "Dad, am I calculating this right?" Uncle Shin couldn't take it anymore. "Daughter, if you can't calculate, just stop. Your constant mumbling is giving me a headache. The accountant has already tallied the work points. Tomorrow, you'll see the accountant's ledger and know." Not being able to do math, Uncle Shin wondered how his daughter got into high school. He thought this and asked, "How did you get into high school?" Usually, Uncle Shin just worked hard, doing whatever his parents and wife asked. He didn't pay much attention to his daughter's schooling, so he didn't know how she did on her exams. Shun Xiao chuckled, "I almost didn't make it. I was lucky to just pass." Uncle Shun. Well, good luck counts as a skill. Tomorrow they would slaughter the New Year pig and distribute grain. Shin Shiyu told Grandma Shin, "Grandma, the team is slaughtering the pig. Let's buy 3 pounds of ribs and 3 pounds of lean meat. We don't have much fine grain left, so let's buy some fine grain too." Everyone didn't really care for ribs and lean meat. They all wanted fatty meat. Grandma Shin wasn't too supportive of her granddaughter wanting to buy so much. "Good child, just buy a pound of ribs and a pound of lean meat. Ribs don't have much meat. It's not worth spending money on. Lean meat has no fat. How can it compare to fatty meat? A bite of fatty meat is juicy and delicious. Grandma, rib soup is tasty. I want ribs, and we can stir-fry the lean meat. It's delicious." All right, if you want to buy them, we'll buy them. We'll do as you say." On the day of slaughtering the New Year pig and distributing food, everyone was in high spirits. As soon as it got light, everyone gathered at the grain drying area. It was very cold, but everyone's hearts were warm. Groups of people huddled together, discussing how much food and money they would get. After a year of hard work, everyone had a rough idea of how many work points they had earned and could estimate how much food and money they would receive. I think the Shin family earned more work points. They have so many strong workers, and they are all hardworking people. They may have earned a lot of points, but they have a big family. Who knows if it will be enough to eat? That girl Shiyu eats fine grains every few days, and she might even need to spend money on it. Don't you think, Shudi? Standing nearby, Lu Shudi said, "My niece is weak. What's wrong with spending a little money on fine grains?" Everyone replied, "The Shin family keeps saying that Shiyu is weak, but who knows where she is weak? She can knock down a wild pig with her fists. How can she be weak?" While they chatted, a few strong workers brought a pig out of the pen. Shun Shiyu helped, but it was difficult to catch the pig as it was restless. Shun Erju remembered his niece's strength and asked his sister-in-law to wake her up from the warm bed. It was warm inside, and sleeping in during winter was the most comfortable. Shun Shiyu usually got up around noon. Before 7, Grandma Shin entered the room to call her granddaughter. Naturally, Shin Shiyu did not wake up. Grandma had no choice but to lift her granddaughter, put a military coat on her, dress her in cotton shoes, put on a hat, wrap her in a towel, and carry her out of the house. At her age, she was still so strong, carrying her 100-pound granddaughter on her shoulder without even breathing hard. Everyone praised her strength. Shun Ernai's eyes widened. His sister-in-law was older than her, and she struggled to lift 50 pounds, yet his sister-in-law could carry her granddaughter. That was impressive. Today, snowflakes fell like goose feathers, and a few landed on Shin Shiyu's face, making her feel cold. She woke up and saw 2 pigs looking back at her. Shun Shiyu rubbed her eyes and looked around, realizing she was at the grain drying area. Grandma Shin was smiling at her, and she knew she had been carried out of bed again. Shun Erju said, "Shiyu is awake. Good. Come help us by stunning these 2 pigs." Shun Shiyu. With a determined fist, Shun Shiyu knocked one pig out cold with a punch, then did the same to the other pig. Shun Erju always knew his niece was strong, but seeing her knock out a pig with her fist was something else. Shin Shiyu had a look of peace and stability. In fact, several young men in the village liked her, but they were too shy to approach her. They usually watched her from a distance. When they heard Shin Shiyu was looking for a husband, they shared their thoughts with their families, but their families strongly opposed it. So, they kept their feelings hidden, hoping for a chance someday. After seeing her knock out a pig, they lost all hope. A girl with such strength was intimidating. What if they got into an argument one day? Shin Jiabao and the others looked on proudly, thinking, look at our big sister. She's amazing. Shin Shiyu was unaware of their thoughts. After knocking out the wild pigs, she felt sleepy again, her head drooping, but she didn't want to go home. Gu Jiandong called for a sled, which had a blanket on it. Shiyu, sit on the sled and let the dog pull you around a couple of times. You'll feel awake afterward. Shin Shiyu thought it was a good idea. She sat on the sled and invited Shin Xiu to join her. The sisters took a couple of laps around the grain drying area. Shin Shiyu felt wide awake now. As they began slaughtering the pigs, Shin Shiyu and Shin Xiu approached. The slaughter was done by Grandpa Chen, who specialized in pig slaughtering, and everyone called him Old Chen. Grandpa Chen sharpened his knife, working quickly and skillfully. The pigs didn't even react before he bled them and began cutting the meat, neatly arranging the pieces on the table. Once it looked about right, Shan Erju organized everyone into a line. The accountant stood beside the team leader with the work points ledger. The meat was distributed based on work points and the number of people. Some families received a lot, while others got less. Those who received more meat smiled, while those who got less complained and blamed their family members for being lazy. Shin Shiyu's family received their share. They calculated their work points and divided them into 4 parts, which meant they barely had enough to eat for the year, receiving only about a pound of meat. The meat was cut evenly, half fat and half lean, with no choice in the matter. This year, the pigs were quite fat, each weighing around 130 pounds, totaling over 260 pounds for the 2 pigs. However, half of the meat had to be given to the commune. In those days, a pig weighing 130 pounds was considered fat. Some pigs in the village were thin due to lack of food, with only 100 pounds being a good weight. Grandma Shin noticed there were 3 or 4 pounds of lard on the cutting board, and their supply at home was running low. She decided to buy some pork and lard, and of course, she didn't forget to buy ribs and lean meat that her granddaughter wanted. Shin Shiyu thought that buying 3 pounds of ribs and 3 pounds of lean meat wouldn't be enough. They would finish it in 2 meals. But buying too much would attract attention, so she only asked her grandma to buy that much. No one wanted the pig stomach and offal. Shin Shiyu saw them and asked her grandma to buy them. Shin Chunling told her niece, Shiyu, these are things no one wants. Why spend money on them? Buying these was worse than buying ribs or lean meat. The stomach and offal could be smelly and unappetizing. Even someone as undemanding as her thought they were hard to eat. Second aunt, if the stomach and offal are cleaned well and cooked, they can be delicious. I'll make them for you when we get home. Since her granddaughter said they could be tasty, Grandma Shin immediately took out money to buy them. Lu Pandai rolled her eyes, thinking her mother-in-law spoiled Shin Shiyu too much, buying whatever she wanted. A daughter-in-law trying to stir trouble said, Pandai, look at your mother-in-law. She buys whatever she wants. At her age, she should know better. With that money, she could save it for your baby. Lu Pandai rolled her eyes again. It's none of your business. My mom can buy whatever she wants. She's not spending your money, so why do you care? Honestly, her mother-in-law only listened to her, and this woman had no right to criticize her mother-in-law. After distributing the pork, they began to distribute the grain. Everyone lined up in an orderly manner. Gu Jiandong was called by Shan Erju to help carry bags of grain out of the granary. This year's harvest was quite good. To encourage everyone to work harder next year, Shan Erju discussed with other leaders and decided that each member of the team could receive an extra pound of wheat. An extra pound of wheat for each household was significant, especially since there were many families in their team. When this was announced, everyone applauded, praising their team leader's good leadership and the hard work of the team officials. Shan Erju happily spoke for half an hour through a loudspeaker, encouraging everyone to work together next year to increase production and aim for the title of advanced team. As the saying goes, if you don't want to be advanced, you're not a good team. Shan Erju diligently led everyone in production to earn that title. Not only did he want it, but everyone else did too. Being recognized as an advanced team brought many benefits. Not only were work points valuable, but having that title made it easier for their sons and daughters to find partners. When they mentioned their team was advanced, others would look at them more favorably. So, everyone responded enthusiastically to Shunerju's words. Next spring, let's work hard to increase production. Next spring, let's work hard to increase production. Next spring, let's work hard to increase production. Their voices were loud. Shunshu stood in the crowd, feeling her ears buzz from the excitement. What could Shunshu do? She joined in the shouting. The grain yield now was not as high as in later years. At this time, after paying taxes, they could only say they wouldn't starve, but being full was a distant thought, unless they ate one meal and didn't need the next. Thinking about the grain yield, Shunshu pondered. Few families had split up. Most still lived together, sharing meals from one pot. When it came time to collect grain, the whole family would go, and they didn't even need a cart. Each person could carry a bag back home. But by the time it was Shunshu's family's turn, it was already noon. Shin Chunling had returned home after her divorce and was now contributing a full day's work, which increased their work points significantly. In addition to grain, they also received 10 yuan. The first house received 26 yuan and the second house got 23 yuan. The third house received less, with only Shin Sanbua and Lu Panting working. Even if they worked hard, one person couldn't do the work of three, so they only got 17 yuan. Lu Panting held the 17 yuan in her hand, feeling exhausted. After splitting up, she worked hard but only earned 17 yuan. Next year, with another mouth to feed, she would have to work even harder. Before, the whole family's work points were combined, and they could receive 70 or 80 yuan in addition to grain, which felt like a lot at the time. Now that they had split up, not only could they not slack off, but they also earned less money. How would they live like this? She hesitantly said she wanted to live with her in-laws, but Shun Sambua didn't want to engage with her. Now that they had split up, she still mentioned this. Fine, let's wait 10 years. After 10 years, I'll tell my parents to live with us. Lu Panting felt choked. She was talking about now. In 10 years, her parents might not be able to work anymore and would need to rely on their son and daughter-in-law. When the man said this, it meant they would have to take care of their in-laws. Lu Panting glared at him. I just said that casually, don't take it seriously. Shin Sanbua, you don't want to live with your parents anymore? No, I don't. We've split up, and eating together wouldn't be fair to the first and second houses. What was she thinking? She wanted to eat with her in-laws now, hoping they could help, but the man said to wait 10 years. What was she thinking? Zhang Tsuetsue couldn't help but laugh, noting that the third brother could handle his sister-in-law. Zhang Tsuetsue was quite satisfied with the money they received. Although it wasn't much, they could still live well by budgeting carefully. With grain and money, life was much better than during the famine years. At least no one would starve, and they could occasionally have meat and sugar. Li Saixia was also content. The money was in her hands, and with hard work next year, they would save money and build a foundation for their second house. Since Gu Jiandong came to the countryside, he had been earning full work points and received 3 yuan in addition to the grain. He hadn't been in the countryside long, and getting 3 yuan was quite good. The educated youth who finished receiving their grain didn't return to the dormitory. Seeing how much grain and money they got made the other educated youth envious. They couldn't even think about receiving money. They were just trying to break even. Among the educated youth who came down with Gu Jiandong, 2 female educated youth and 1 male educated youth had to pay the team because their work points weren't enough to cover the grain they had borrowed earlier. Actually, if Shun Shi's family budgeted carefully, they could manage without buying extra grain. But Grandpa Shun and Grandma Shun wanted their granddaughter to eat well and be full, so they still needed to buy grain. After the grain was distributed, Grandma Shun took out money to buy 100 pounds of sweet potatoes, 50 pounds of potatoes, 100 pounds of corn, and 50 pounds of wheat. Not only Grandma Shun bought grain, but Grandma Shun also bought some. She had a daughter married to the city who worked and ate commercial grain. However, commercial grain was limited, and with several children at home, that little bit of commercial grain wasn't enough. Buying grain from the grain station required ration tickets and wasn't cheap. Since her family was from the countryside, Every year when grain was distributed, Grandma Shin's daughter would ask her mother to buy some coarse grain. Few villagers bought grain. They worked every day and earned enough to eat. More educated youth bought grain, but not much. 50 pounds was the most they could manage. They wanted to buy more, but they didn't have enough money. One male educated youth even wanted to borrow money from Gu Jiandong, but Gu Jiandong was very stingy with outsiders. Moreover, this guy had a sneaky look and even threw a flirtatious glance at Shin Shiyu. There was no way he would lend money. It was already good that he didn't lose his temper. "I won't lend." As he said this, the white radish rushed over and knocked down the male educated youth who had asked to borrow money. After knocking him down, it rolled its eyes and wiggled its rear at the educated youth. Everyone was carrying meat and grain, smiling widely with joy. After receiving the grain, the snow fell heavier, and everyone hurried home, without chatting. The Shin family had a cart, and the grain from the first, second, and third houses was loaded onto it. The three Shin brothers pushed the cart home together. Grandma Shin, along with her daughter and daughter-in-law, followed behind the cart. Shin Shiyu and Shin Xiu rode on a dog sled, making a stylish return home. As for Gu Jiandong, he wanted to play outside and didn't want to go home. Shin Shiyu didn't mind him. Once home, Shin Shiyu and Grandma Shin organized the grain, putting some in the cellar and some in the grain cabinet. This year, they had plenty of grain left over. Grandma Shin's room couldn't hold it all, so they stored the grain they received and bought in Shin Chunling's room. Grandpa Shin and Grandma Shin looked at the bags of grain with smiles on their faces. Having experienced famine, they knew what it was like to be hungry. They had even eaten dirt during tough times. Surviving the famine was truly a blessing. For the elderly couple, having extra grain meant no worries. Compared to money, the bags of grain in front of them brought them more peace of mind. "Husband, don't we have some wood left to make a cabinet? You should make a big grain cabinet for Chunling's room tomorrow." Without a cabinet, anyone entering their daughter's room would see the old grain, so it was better to have one.
"I'll make it right now."
When Grandma Shin asked Grandpa Shin to do something, he never procrastinated. He would start immediately. Shin Shiyu thought that a man with such strong execution skills would be hard to find in the 21st century. While organizing things at home, half a day passed quickly. Grandpa Shin was in the yard, hammering away at the cabinet with his eldest son. The cabinet he made wasn't as finely crafted as one made by an old carpenter, but it was functional. Shin Chunling didn't know how to cook the pig's stomach and offal, so they had been left untouched in the kitchen. Shin Shiyu rolled up her sleeves, planning to clean them. Shin Chunling came out of the house and saw her niece working on the offal. She hurried over to the kitchen. "Shiyu, it's cold. Just sit by the stove and warm up. Let me handle this." These things smelled awful. How could she let her niece wash them? Besides, this girl had never done any work, so how could she wash them? Shin Shiyu was pushed to the stove by her second aunt, while Shin Chunling scooped some wood ash into a basin and started cleaning the pig's stomach and offal. At this time, no one would waste precious flour to wash these stinky items. They all used wood ash, which effectively removed odors and cleaned well. Shin Shiyu watched her second aunt clean, and after 2 washes, everything was already very clean, with no smell left. "Shiyu, it's clean now. What should we do next?" Shin Shiyu planned to make soup with the pig's stomach. In this weather, a bowl of pig stomach soup was perfect for warming the stomach and was good for health.
"Aunt, you don't need to worry. Just leave the next steps to me. I'll cook dinner for you tonight."
Excited, Shin Chunling smiled. "Then I'll wait to eat." Shin Shiyu went back to the house and took out a few red dates. The ingredients were limited. She didn't have yam or lotus seeds, just red dates and a bit of pepper. She blanched the pig's stomach, took it out, cut it into strips, and put it in a pot to stir-fry. Then she placed it in a clay pot to simmer slowly, adding a few red dates and some pepper. After that, she didn't need to worry about it anymore. Shin Shiyu had bought some seasoning, which Grandma Shin usually didn't use. For the offal, she blanched it, cleaned it again, filled a pot with water, added the offal, seasoning, salt, and soy sauce, and tossed in a handful of dried chilies. She let it simmer on low heat for about an hour. Shiyu, is that it? That's it, Aunt. Just let it simmer on low heat for an hour, and it will be ready to eat. Then go play. I'll watch the fire. Today, everyone received meat. The first, second, and third houses were either stewing or frying meat, filling the yard with delicious smells. Uncle Shun kept his promise and bought a pig's trotter for Lu Pantai from the team that slaughtered the pig. Worried that others wouldn't know her husband bought it for her, she carried the pig's trotter around the village, telling everyone her husband got it for her and just returned. When she came back, the pig's trotter was hanging around her neck, and she made sure to show it off in front of Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia. Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, my neck is heavy. Can you see if there's something on my neck? Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia. What could it be? It's the pig's trotter she's hanging. While others wear necklaces, she wears a pig's trotter. What a unique choice. She wanted her two sisters-in-law to praise her, but they both knew what she was up to and refused to compliment her, looking left and right but ignoring the pig's trotter around her neck. Liu Bantai, who is Lu Pantai. When Xin Shui was lying in the hospital with her eyes closed, she would force her to open her eyes to look at her. Now that she had a pig's trotter hanging around her neck, her two sisters-in-law had to look at it. She cupped Zhang Tsuetsue's face with her hands. Big sister-in-law, look here. My husband bought me a pig's trotter. Zhang Tsuetsue. What can you say about a sister-in-law like this? With her face held, Zhang Tsuetsue couldn't turn away. What could she do but praise the pig's trotter? Oh, what's hanging around your neck? Oh, it's a pig's trotter. Your brother really loves you. This pig's trotter looks great. It will surely make a delicious soup. Lu Pantai was satisfied and released her sister-in-law. Big sister-in-law, later I'll share some soup with you. She turned her gaze to Li Tsaixia, who was about to leave, but Lu Pantai grabbed her and held her face. Second sister-in-law, my neck is heavy. Can you see if there's something on my neck? Li Kashia. Why is she forcing people to praise her? Li Tsaixia. There is something, a pig's trotter, plump and white. I'm really envious of you for having such a big pig's trotter. Lu Pantai grinned. Second sister-in-law, your eyesight is great. How did you notice the pig's trotter hanging around my neck? Li Kashia. Xin Shiyu was in the main room drinking water, and she was so amused by her aunt's antics that she almost choked. Uncle Shin covered his face, unable to bear to look at her. Buying a pig's trotter is not the same as buying a whole pig. This woman really knows how to show off. Lu Pantai, come here. Lu Pantai. Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, I won't chat with you anymore. I want to eat the pig's trotter that my husband is cooking. Zhang Tsuetsue and Li Tsaixia, who was chatting with her. Lu Panting was so happy today. She never expected her man would actually buy pig trotters for her. These trotters are really expensive. Even her mother-in-law didn't buy them for Xin Shiyu, but her man did. She took the trotters down and said, Xiangxi, chop the trotters. Tonight, we'll have pig trotter soup. You drink the soup, and I'll eat the meat. Shen Sambwa. Shen Sambwa used fire to singe off the hair from the trotters, then cleaned them and chopped them into small pieces. They had shiitake mushrooms at home, so Lu Panting took a handful and added some beans, putting them in the pot to stew with the trotters. The trotters wouldn't be ready quickly. Shen Sambwa noticed she looked a bit tired. Pregnant women tend to be sleepy, and he knew that. He called her to go back and rest. Lu Panting refused. I want to watch the trotters. They're stewing in the pot. They won't run away. I'm afraid you'll sneak a taste. Shen Sambwa. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that this was the wife he foolishly married years ago, and he had to endure. Grandpa, uncle. A young voice came from outside the door. The Shen family turned to look. It was Shen Chunling's 3 children. Shen Chunling recognized her children's voices well. As soon as Wu Yongjun spoke, she knew it was her eldest son, even without coming out of the kitchen. When the 3 children entered the house, Shen Laotu only glanced at them and ignored them. To him, if his daughter acknowledged them, they were his grandchildren. If she didn't, they were nothing. Shen Dabo had a cold attitude towards the siblings. What are you doing here? Wu Xiaofan clutched her clothes, her voice trembling. Uncle, I, along with my older brother and second brother, Miss Mom. Shin Chunling walked to the door, her face devoid of any smile, looking at them as if they were strangers. I've said before, we don't want you anymore. You're not my children, so don't call me Mom. Wu Yongjun and his siblings thought that after a few months, their mother's anger would have faded. They were surprised by her attitude and spoke in unison, Mom, we miss you. Don't you miss us? Lu Panting rushed to the door. Stop calling her Mom. From now on, call me second aunt. She was very familiar with this. These three siblings were even more ungrateful than Shin Shui. They shouldn't be spoiled. She told Shin Chunling, second sister, you're no longer their mother. You should refer to yourself as second aunt, and always remember that. Shin Chunling looked at the three siblings. Did you hear that? From now on, call me second aunt. Their mother looked at them with no affection at all. Wu Xiaofan panicked. Mom, we are your children. How can you speak so harshly? Wu Yongjun clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Shin Chunling. Mom, we didn't do anything wrong. Even if we did, we can apologize. Why can't you forgive us? Listen to that. How infuriating and heartless. Lu Panting felt angry just hearing such ungrateful words. She spat at Wu Yongjun. How did the Wu family raise you? How can you speak to your aunt like that? The spit hit Wu Yongjun's face, turning his face green with anger. He clenched his fists again. Mom, look at third aunt. She's gone too far. Shin Chunling was afraid Wu Yongjun would lose his temper and do something to Lu Panting, so she pulled Lu Panting back a couple of steps. Lu Panting was used to listening to advice. She was also afraid of being hurt by this little brat. These three children were just like their father. Whenever Shin Chunling thought of that scoundrel man and how the children reacted when they found out, they didn't feel sorry for her as their mother or get angry for her. Instead, they cared about their father's misdeeds and blamed her for making a fuss. Thinking about this made her heart ache. Stop calling me Mom. I, Shin Chunling, have no children. Wu Yongjun looked at the new cotton jacket on his mother and then at the jackets of his siblings, feeling wronged. Mom, please don't be angry. We know we were wrong, really. We will be good to you from now on. Mom, let us move in with you. We don't want to stay at the Wu family anymore. Grandpa and Grandma treat us terribly. They make us do all the chores and don't let us warm up in winter. We can't even wash dishes with hot water, and our jackets were taken by our second and third uncles. Without Shin Chunling, the Wu family was truly a mess. When the Wu family was beaten by the Shin family, the old couple could only get out of bed now. In the past, the old couple treated their eldest and second grandsons well, but since their eldest son was sent away for re-education, the eldest daughter-in-law returned to her family. The old couple looked at their eldest grandson and granddaughter with disdain, either scolding or hitting them, or speaking ill of Shin Chunling. In short, the three siblings had no good days. In winter, they weren't even given a proper jacket to wear. Now the three siblings were wearing only two patched-up, thin long sleeves, shivering all over, with frostbite on their hands and feet, and their lips turning purple. You are from the Wu family. If you feel wronged, go back to your Wu family to complain. Don't say it here with me. Seeing them like this, Shin Chunling actually felt bad. These three children were born after 10 months of pregnancy, carefully nurtured and raised. As a mother, seeing her children like this made her heart ache. But she knew she couldn't soften her heart. If she felt sorry for the three children, the Wu family would take advantage of her. It would be fine if the three children were sensible and obedient, but they didn't deserve her sympathy. Wu Xiaofan hugged Shin Chunling's arm tightly. Mom, you must be saying this out of anger. You wouldn't really abandon us, right? Mom, we truly can't stay at the Wu family anymore. My older brother, second brother, and I work like oxen every day without rest, and yet Grandpa and Grandma are still not satisfied. In this heavy snow, Grandma even made me break ice to fish for her. If I can't catch any, she won't let us go back. Call me Aunt. Stop calling her Mom. What if outsiders misunderstand? Lu Panting thought this sounded so familiar. Seeing Shin Chunling's heartless expression, Woo Yongjun walked over to Shin Laotu. Grandma, can you talk to Mom? We really know we were wrong, and we will be doubly good to her from now on, and we will be good to you and Grandpa too. Shin Laotu, if you really want to be good, then go back. Don't disturb my daughter anymore. She is not your mother. She only has one identity, and that is my daughter. Remember that? Grandma, we are her children. There is no such thing as a mother who abandons her children. Since she gave birth to them, she should raise them and protect them from suffering. Shin Laotu snorted coldly. There is also no such thing as children who watch their mother suffer, be bullied, and deceived without protecting their mother. Grandma, aren't you afraid that we won't take care of Mom when she's old? When parents worry about their children not supporting them in the future, he can't believe Grandma isn't concerned about Mom being left alone. Don't worry, my daughter will have plenty of nephews and nieces to take care of her when she's old. Shan Jiabao, Jiwei, and Jiabwa chimed in. That's right, we will take care of our second aunt. Woo Yongjun's expression changed. My mom is just a divorced old woman that nobody wants. You all have your own parents to take care of. How can you care for her? Shun Jiabao kicked Woo Yongjun, having never seen a son speak so poorly of his own mother. Second aunt is our family. As long as we have food to eat, we will never neglect her. We three brothers are not as heartless as you siblings. Hearing her eldest son say this, Shun Chunling felt even colder inside. Li Saixia was also angry and spat at Woo Yongjun. Our second sister is not unwanted. There are plenty of men lining up to marry her. If she agrees, she could marry a good man, better than your father by 100 times. If she really wants to marry, she can have as many children as she wants. Wu Xiaofan didn't believe it. My mom is too old to have more kids. Lu Pandy pointed at her belly. I'm older than your mom by a year, and I can have kids. Why can't your aunt? She can have 8 at once. Shun Chunling. Living in the Shin family, Shun Chunling eats well, sleeps well, and enjoys life, looking younger and healthier. Seeing their mother living so well in the Shin family, with new cotton clothes and shoes, the three siblings compared themselves, wearing ragged clothes that offered no warmth. Their fingers and toes were frozen stiff, making it hard to move. She lived so well yet abandoned them. A mother like that didn't deserve to be called their mother. Thinking this, she put on a guilty face and admitted her mistake. Mom, we really know we were wrong. From now on, we won't listen to Grandma and Grandpa. We will only listen to you and be filial to you. The Wu family didn't want to go back. Life in the Shin family was better, and the three siblings wanted to stay and enjoy it. Shin Shiu couldn't bear to listen anymore and came out with a blank expression. Lu Pandy noticed her and called out, "Close the door and let Shiu out to bite them." Shin Shiu. Does she look like a radish? Shun Sanbua actually went to close the door, but Shin Shiu spoke up, "Uncle, don't close the door yet." She needed to throw them out first. Shin Shiu coldly looked at them. I've told you many times not to disturb my second aunt. With that, she punched each of the three siblings, and in no time, they were all on the ground crying out in pain. Shin Qiu had just returned from visiting and saw the three siblings lying on the ground. Excited, she rubbed her hands and took out her shoehorn to poke them in the butt. Wu Yongjun and the others screamed even louder. Mom, make Shin Qiu stop. It hurts. Shin Chunling had already gone inside when her niece came out. As long as she didn't see her, her heart wouldn't soften. Her family treated her so well. She couldn't be the one who didn't understand. Li Saixia worried that her daughter would hurt them too badly, so she called out, Xiao Qiu, that's enough. Got it, Mom. Shin Qiu poked them 2 more times before stopping. The three siblings couldn't get up from the ground. Shin Shiu lifted Wu Yongjun and Yongjia with one hand and Wu Xiaofan with the other, dragging them to the village entrance. Shin Shiu returned and told Shin Jiwei, "Second brother, ride your bike to the Wu family and tell them to come pick up the three siblings. If they don't come, they'll freeze to death." Shin Jiwei rode his bike to the Wu family, and they cursed as they brought a cart to take the kids back. The arrival of the three siblings was just a small episode. It didn't affect the mood of the Shin family at all. For the Shin family, eating meat was the most important thing. At this time, All 4 families had their meat stewing. Shin Shiyu had marinated pig offal, and the strong aroma filled the air. Shun Xiu couldn't stop drooling. Eldest sister, what are you cooking? It smells so good.
I'm marinating pig offal.
It's ready. I'll get some for you to try. Eldest sister, you're the best. My mom makes braised pork. I'll give you some later. The smell of Shin Shiyu's pig offal made Lu Panty feel that her pig trotters didn't smell as good anymore. She suggested, Shiyu, can we trade a bowl of pig trotter soup for a bowl of meat later? My soup is nutritious and delicious. I even added beans and mushrooms.
Sure.
This girl seemed quite pleasant today. Shun Shiyu checked the kitchen. The pig offal was ready, and the pig stomach soup was done. Old Shun was watching the fire in the kitchen. Shin Shiyu served him some. Grandpa, try this. It's my marinated pig offal. Let me know if you like it. Old Shin smiled. Whatever my precious grandchild makes, I love it. After tasting a piece of pig liver, his eyes lit up. Delicious. This goes great with some liquor. I'll ask your grandma if we can have a little drink tonight. Since her grandpa liked it, Shin Shiyu filled a bowl for him. She took another bowl outside, letting everyone from the first, second, and third households try a small piece. Everyone from the third household said it was delicious. Lu Panty's pig trotter soup was ready. Shun Samba served a few pieces of trotters and 2 bowls of soup for his parents. Lu Panty said to let Zhang Cui and Li Caixia have a sip of the soup, which was barely a mouthful. Zhang Cui and Li Caixia thought it was unfair to their 3 siblings, noting how precisely the soup was served. Old Lady Shin looked at the clock on the wall and muttered, "It's already past 6. Where is Jiandong? Why hasn't he come back yet?" Hearing this, Shun Shiyu went out to look for him. However, she couldn't find him in the village. At that moment, Gu Jiandong was in the police chief's office, making a phone call. On the other end, Jiandong, you haven't told the people from Shenjiaba Brigade that your mind is back to normal, right? Gu Jiandong stood straight, looking serious. I haven't told anyone. Not even the Shin family.
Right.
It's better that they don't know. I've received news that there are a few spies hiding in your area, but we don't know their identities yet. An investigation is underway, and we should have results soon. Those people are after you. As long as you act foolish, the people from Shenjiaba Brigade will be safe. I understand. When he was on a mission, there was a traitor in their team, which led to his ambush and injury. The traitor was dead, but the higher-ups were never found. As long as they remained unfound, he would still be in danger. The current situation in Huagua was unstable, with both internal and external threats. Spies were everywhere. With his rank and combat experience, he could be considered an elite in the army. If he were eliminated, it would be like losing a battle hero for Huagua. When he was sent to the countryside, he was just a fool who couldn't contribute anything to Huagua. There was no need to risk exposing his identity to eliminate him. If he recovered, he would be an asset to Huagua, and those people would naturally want to get rid of him. Now that Gu Jiandong's mind was back to normal, the first thing he thought of was the hidden danger lurking in the shadows. Until that danger was eliminated, he couldn't be honest with the people from Shenjiaba Brigade, including his family, about his recovery. Only those closest to him could believe he was still a fool. The hidden dangers would then believe it too. Aside from wanting to stay close to Shiyu, that was the most important reason. Since Du Changtian took office, he had been told by the former leader not to visit his good friend unless necessary. Although he missed his friend, he never went to see him. It wasn't until today that his friend came to find him, and he learned that his friend was back to normal. He was still in shock. Gu Jiandong hung up the phone and didn't say much. He just said, "I'm going back," and was about to leave because Grandma Shin and the others were waiting for him to eat. Du Changtian blocked the door and said, "We haven't seen each other in so long. Don't you want to chat with me? Let's talk another day. I need to go home for dinner now." Du Changtian and Jiang Ziqiang could talk for hours, but Gu Jiandong didn't have time to listen to his friend ramble on like a nagging mother. Du Changtian pretended to be heartbroken, saying, "Just go. Don't come looking for me again." Gu Jiandong frowned and was about to kick him, saying, "Be normal. You're being dramatic." Du Changtian dodged the kick and, no longer smiling, patted his friend on the shoulder.
Be safe.
If you need anything, just let me know.
Okay.
Gu Jiandong walked home, and by the time he arrived, it was already past 8, and it was dark outside. Bai Luobua sensed his presence and wagged its tail to greet him. Following behind were Shin Shiyu and Grandma Shin. Shin Shiyu rushed over, circling him and feeling relieved to see him safe. Gu Jiandong, where have you been? Why are you back so late? She had searched nearly every corner of the village and was almost frantic. When people are anxious, they tend to speak harshly. The Shin family was also worried and almost called the whole village to look for him. To prevent Shin Shiyu from scaring the child, Grandma Shin smiled and patted her granddaughter. Shiyu, Jiandong is back. Let's eat first and we can talk about the child afterward. Shin Shiyu thought that once they ate, her anger would fade and she wouldn't want to scold him. Gu Jiandong knew he had worried the Shin family by coming home late.
Grandpa Shen, Grandma Shen, Shiyu, I'm sorry.
I won't play around anymore. Where did you go? I went to the county. No wonder she couldn't find him. He had been sneaking off to the county lately. Shen Shi looked at him closely, trying to figure something out. Gu Jiandong was a soldier, having faced countless missions and dealt with various enemies. If anyone could read his face for clues, he wouldn't have survived so many times. He had been foolish before, and his every move was ingrained in his muscle memory. Shin Shi wouldn't be able to see anything. Plus, she treated Gu Jiandong like family. Everyone has a filter for their loved ones, so she wouldn't think too much. From now on, you need to tell your family where you're going. Otherwise, we'll worry if we can't find you. I know. Let's eat. Since Gu Jiandong hadn't come home, Grandma Shen and the others hadn't eaten. Now that he was back, Grandpa Shen happily poured some wine and called his son and grandson to join him. Shen Shi's braised pig offal was just a Grandpa Shen's taste. He enjoyed a piece of meat with a sip of wine, feeling like he could wake up smiling from a dream. Gu Jiandong was also hungry. He drank 2 big bowls of pig stomach soup and filled a bowl with rice, enjoying it with the braised meat. Shin Shiyu didn't expect her braised pig offal to taste so good. Although it wasn't made traditionally, she guessed it was because she secretly added some spring water. Since the family loved it, she thought she would go to the county early tomorrow to buy more meat for braising. This weather was perfect for it. Grandma Shin didn't eat much, but was happy to see the 2 kids enjoying their food. The 3 siblings came over to find Shin Chunling. She had been feeling emotional and had cried for a long time. Now, at dinner, her eyes were still red. Good food can heal everything. As they ate, Shin Chunling's mood improved and she started smiling. After eating, Gu Jiandong began shoveling snow from the yard. Once he finished, he cleaned the kitchen, then went to chop firewood. After that, he carried a bucket of water outside. He was so busy that Shin Shi told him to take a break, but he wouldn't stop. Could Gu Jiandong rest? Absolutely not. Being at the Shin family's home, where Grandma Shin and Shiyu fed him, he had gained 10 pounds. Even if he was full and had nothing to do, he couldn't just sit still. He did all the chores around the house, even filling the water tanks in the main, second, and third houses. When he ran out of things to do, he started training Bai Luobua. Bai Luobua wasn't very active, but lately, Gu Jiandong had been training him. While training, Bai Luobua grumbled and complained about Gu Jiandong. Gu Jiandong understood what Bai Luobua was saying. He called Bai Luobua back inside and patted the dog's head. I won't always be at Shenjiaba. When I leave, you need to be strong enough to protect Shiyu. You wouldn't want Shiyu to be in danger, right? Or Grandma Shen and the others. You wouldn't want to be unable to help, would you? Bai Luobua quieted down, transforming from a fierce dog into a gentle one, nuzzling Gu Jiandong affectionately. Woof woof woof. The dog wanted to train. Gu Jiandong occasionally visited the military dog training base and interacted with the dogs there. He wasn't a professional, but he had seen how the trainers worked. Training Bai Luobua was enough for now. Bai Luobua was smart and obedient, with a keen sense of smell. He was strong, and if danger arose, he could help. Gu Jiandong, it's time for a shower. Gu Jiandong lost track of time while training Bai Luobua. When he looked at the clock, it was already past 10. At this hour, Grandma Shin and the others were already asleep, and the house was quiet, except for Shin Shiyu, who was still awake. After taking a shower, Gu Jiandong found Shin Shiyu with a storybook, ready to read him a story. He shook his head. "Shiyu, go to bed. I can put myself to sleep." Shin Shiyu thought the child was becoming more sensible every day. He hadn't asked her to read him a story lately, saying he could sleep on his own. "Then I'll go to my room. Don't kick off the covers while you sleep." Before entering her room, Shin Shiyu worried that the bed might be too cold for him, so she added a few pieces of firewood. In less than 2 minutes, Gu Jiandong felt his backside getting hot, the kind of heat that could cook it. Bai Luobo felt it too, shifting its legs restlessly. Eventually, it couldn't take it anymore, jumped down, and lay on the ground to sleep. Gu Jiandong couldn't stand it either. When he checked the stove, it was stuffed with wood, which explained why his bed was so hot. He took out a few pieces of firewood, realizing he couldn't sleep because the bed was too hot. He practiced military punches in the room for over 2 hours before finally going to bed. The day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Grandma Shin got up early to chop meat and prepare to fry meatballs. She promised the children to make more meatballs this year, and she thought that 5 pounds of meat would be enough. The meatballs are for several families to share. The first, second, and third families each have to contribute a pound of meat. 5 pounds of meat won't make many meatballs, especially since their family is large, and meatballs are a favorite dish. Once fried, if everyone has 2, there won't be any left by New Year's Eve. Shin Shi got up early. Today, she was lucky to find 3 pounds of lean meat, a pair of pig ears, half a pig's trotters, and 6 pounds of bones and ribs at the meat stall. She also bought a piece of pig's blood. With a wave of her hand, Shin Shiyu took out her money and bought everything. The butcher was surprised by her generosity. Not many people buy meat like she does. Most buy only a pound or half a pound, and many buy just a few ounces. The butcher weighed the meat, calculated the price, and put the meat and bones into Shin Shiyu's basket. Shin Shiyu thought this meat wasn't enough, so she went to the black market and bought 2 more pig trotters and 5 pounds of pork belly. Seeing her granddaughter bring back so much meat, Grandma Shin didn't say anything about buying too much. She smiled and told her daughter to hang the meat up to enjoy slowly. Meat isn't always easy to buy. Today, her precious granddaughter was lucky to get so much. In this weather, the meat can last for months. When they want to eat, they can just cut a little off anytime. The bones and ribs don't have much meat left. The butcher had already cleaned them off. They are good for making soup, but if you want to chew on the ribs, there's hardly any meat. Shin Shiyu loves the soup made from bones and ribs, especially when she adds 2 white radishes and some mushrooms. The soup smells wonderful. "Grandma, I want to drink rib soup tonight." "Okay." The meatballs were already frying, and the delicious smell filled the air. Today, Shin Shiyu didn't go visiting. She stood by the kitchen door, waiting to eat the meatballs she had been craving. A group of children, including Dog Egg, came to play with their brother Jiandong. When they smelled the delicious aroma, they couldn't leave, rubbing their hands together and sniffing the air. Frying meatballs uses a lot of meat and firewood. Even with everyone having meat from the New Year pig, not many families are willing to make them. If it weren't for the children's cravings, Grandma Shin wouldn't want to make them either. It really uses a lot of oil. She fried while holding her chest, feeling the pain in her heart. Shin Shiyu entered the kitchen and said to her grandma, "Grandma, how about frying some twisted dough sticks? I want to eat those." There were no twisted dough sticks for sale at the supply and marketing cooperative, so if she wanted them, she had to make them herself. Shun Xiao also chimed in, "Grandma, I want to eat twisted dough sticks. I haven't had them in years." Lu Panting added, "Mom, your little grandson wants twisted dough sticks." Since the meatballs were already fried, it wouldn't hurt to fry some twisted dough sticks too. The oil was already in the pot. You all are such greedy cats. Fine, I'll make some twisted dough sticks. You all go back and bring me a pound of flour. The dough would be shared among 4 families, so naturally, each family would contribute a little. It was fair for each family to bring some flour. The first, second, and third families happily went back to get their flour. During the new year, everyone should enjoy good food. Life should get better day by day, and year by year. While Grandma Shun fried the meatballs, Shin Chunling and her 3 younger siblings started kneading the dough. Shin Shiyu and Shin Xiu watched, and Gu Jiandong and the radish also came in. Shin Chunling found the 3 kids a nuisance and gave each of them a small piece of dough, sending them outside to play. She reminded them, "Go play, but remember to come back with the dough later. You can make several twisted dough sticks with that." Shin Shiyu wasn't interested in playing with the dough, so she returned it to her second aunt and went outside to have a snowball fight with Dog Egg and the others. Shin Xiu also thought it wasn't fun. She had outgrown playing with dough. Her second aunt still treated them like little kids. Gu Jiandong happily squished the dough in his hands, shaping it into various forms, sometimes a rabbit, sometimes a puppy. Grandma Shun and the others cheered him on. Our Jiandong is so clever. He can make so many shapes with the dough. Later, when the dough is ready, you can shape it however you like, and Grandma Shun will fry it for you. Lu Panting thought that Grandma really treated Gu Jiandong like her own grandson. Once Grandma Shun finished frying the meatballs, she called Shin Qiu in. "Little Qiu, take this bowl of meatballs outside for the kids playing in the yard to taste." Though it was called a bowl, there were only 3 meatballs. Grandma Shin cut the meatballs into small pieces so the kids could each have a taste. It wasn't that Grandma Shin was stingy. The conditions just didn't allow for more. Giving 3 meatballs for the kids to taste made Dog Egg and the others smile brightly. After they finished the meatballs, they all ran home and soon returned with things in their hands. Some brought homemade soybean paste, some brought dried beans, and some brought homemade pancakes. Shin Jinbao, the honest child, brought over the family's only big goose, saying in an adult tone, "Annie, I ate your meatballs, so this big goose is my little gift for you.
Please take it."
This made Shin Shiyu and the others laugh endlessly. Grandma Shin tried to hold back her laughter, but seeing the goose he was holding made her laugh out loud. Good, Jinbao, I appreciate your kindness. Now take the goose back home." This honest child needed to take it back. Otherwise, Shin Datian would come with a whip. No wonder Shin Shiyu liked these kids. Their innocence often healed her. Just like the last time she applied frostbite medicine for them, they returned home and brought their parents to thank her. Each of them was a thoughtful and grateful child. Shin Jinbao was persuaded to take the big goose home. The things the kids brought made Grandma Shin smile as she accepted them. In the countryside, there was no need to be so polite. Seeing that it was almost mealtime, the kids rushed out of Shun's house to play elsewhere. The radish also ran out to play with the kids. Shin Xiu ate a meatball and then went out to visit. She couldn't stay home. Half an hour later, she rushed back in a panic. Grandma, Grandpa, Dog Egg fell into the river. Their home was relatively close to the river. When Shin Xiu saw Dog Egg fall into the water, she immediately ran home to call for her family. Shin Xiu couldn't swim, and in this cold weather, falling into the river while wearing a cotton coat meant she couldn't pull Dog Egg out by herself. She could only run home quickly. Hearing Shin Xiu's words, the Shun family rushed out. Gu Jiandong grabbed a stick from the corner and was the first to run out. Shin Shiyu followed him. In this weather, even washing vegetables could make your hands turn red. Falling into the river was unbearable for anyone, let alone a child. The two quickly reached the river. The surface was frozen, but someone had made a large hole in the ice, and Dog Egg had fallen through it. Not only was Dog Egg in the water, but White Radish was too. The moment Dog Egg fell in, White Radish jumped in after him, biting onto Dog Egg's clothes and refusing to let go, trying to pull him up. As Dog Egg fell into the icy water, a chilling sensation rushed through his body. His mind went blank, and his consciousness started to fade. His instinct for survival made him cling to White Radish's hind leg as if it were a lifeline. Wearing a cotton coat, Dog Egg became heavier as it soaked. White Radish managed to hold on, slowing his descent, but soon, it too began to struggle. Seeing this, Gu Jiandong took off his military coat and cotton shoes and jumped in with a splash, grabbing both Dog Egg and White Radish. When White Radish saw Gu Jiandong, it finally let go. "White Radish, hold on to my clothes," Gu Jiandong said. With only 2 hands, he couldn't hold both Dog Egg and White Radish. White Radish was reaching its limit. Without help, it would sink. Hearing Gu Jiandong's words, White Radish bit onto the hem of his pants. Shen Shi lowered the stick, saying, Gu Jiandong, grab the stick. With Shen Shi's strength, when Gu Jiandong grabbed the stick, they all got pulled up from the river. Shen Shi first pulled Dog Egg up, then White Radish. Gu Jiandong managed to climb up without needing Shen Shi's help. Dog Egg and White Radish were both shivering from the cold, and Dog Egg's face was extremely pale. Shen Shi checked and found that Dog Egg's breathing and pulse were steady, and he still had some awareness, weakly calling her sister Shiyu. In this situation, artificial respiration wasn't necessary. He just needed to warm up. As long as his body temperature returned to normal, a few doses of medicine from the village doctor should be fine. Of course, this was assuming he drank her spring water. Shen Shi took off Dog Egg's wet clothes and wrapped him tightly in her military coat, while White Radish was also bundled up in Gu Jiandong's coat. When Grandma Shen and the others arrived, they saw the scene. Seeing Gu Jiandong soaked, it was clear he had rescued Dog Egg. Grandma Shen hurriedly said, Jiwei, quickly get a military coat for Jiandong to put on. When they left, Grandma Shen sent her second grandson into Gu Jiandong's house to bring out an extra military coat, which they used right away. They only brought one coat, so Shinjagwa took off his cotton coat and draped it over his younger sister. Once the cotton coat was on, it helped reduce the cold. Shen Shi said, Second brother, you take Gu Jiandong and White Radish home first and warm up the Kong. Shen Jiwei carried White Radish in one arm and pulled Gu Jiandong with the other, heading home. It was so cold that they could still hear White Radish whimpering from a distance. Not long after Gu Jiandong left, Dog Egg's parents arrived. Seeing their son's pale face, Dog Egg's mother cried loudly, fearing she would lose her child. My son, how could you leave us? You're still so young, and we haven't even found you a wife yet. Dog Egg's father silently wiped away his tears, blaming himself for not watching his son closely. Shin Shiyu felt increasingly uneasy. Uncle Dakian, Aunt Dakian, Dog Egg is fine. Stop crying and quickly take him home to warm up. Dog Egg's mother's crying suddenly stopped as she hurriedly picked him up and ran home, with Dog Egg's father following behind. Sweetheart, do you want to go see? No need, she replied. Dog Egg was their son, and his parents were more worried and knew how to care for him. Shin Shiyu was concerned about Gu Jiandong and White Radish. Grandpa, Grandma, let's go home. Shin Shiyu's clothes were also wet, so as soon as they got home, she changed. After changing, she went to check on Gu Jiandong and White Radish. The calm was warm, and their body temperatures had already risen. Shin Jiwei even gave them ginger syrup, so they felt comfortable and didn't experience any discomfort. As she entered, Gu Jiandong smiled at her. Shiyu, did they take Dog Egg home? Yes, his parents took him home. Seeing her sit down, White Radish shifted closer and snuggled in Shin Shiyu's lap. Shin Shiyu patted White Radish's head. White Radish, you were really brave today. You saved someone. If White Radish hadn't held onto Dog Egg's clothes, he would have sunk. Although the surface was frozen, the current below was strong. If Dog Egg had sunk, the rushing water would have swept him away, making it very difficult to find him again. Even if he could be found, he might. Even someone as strong as Gu Jiandong couldn't last more than 2 or 3 minutes in the water, let alone a small child. White Radish proudly lifted its head. Woof, 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 woof. The dog was the best. Gu Jiandong also reached out to pat White Radish's head. They didn't say much, just sat on the Kong, stroking White Radish's fur. White Radish nudged against Shin Shiyu, then Gu Jiandong, clearly happy. Grandma Shin, worried that her granddaughter might catch a cold after taking off her military coat, brought in a large bowl of ginger syrup that her second grandson had made. Sweetheart, drink this ginger syrup. The bowl was indeed large. After finishing it, Shin Shiyu burped, thinking she wouldn't need dinner. After a while, Grandma Shun called out, Jiandong, Grandma made a pot of ginger bathwater for you. Take a bath to drive out the cold. Since he jumped into the river to save Dog Egg, he needed a ginger bath, otherwise he might catch a cold. Gu Jiandong, being obedient, agreed, and went to the kitchen to fill a bucket with water, pouring it into the bathing tub. While he was bathing, Shin Shiyu went to find her grandmother. The fried dough twists were ready, and she hadn't had any yet. She grabbed one, took a bite, and it was crispy. How could it not be delicious? Grandma Shin had listened to her granddaughter and coated them in sugar. The next day, Dog Egg's parents brought a big goose to thank Shin Xiu, Gu Jiandong, Shin Shiyu, and White Radish. "Aunt, you must accept this. If it weren't for these kids, my Dog Egg might have drowned without anyone noticing." When Dog Egg spoke without trembling, his parents asked how he ended up in the river. It turned out that he heard his sister wanted to eat fish, and while playing with friends, he ran to the river. He saw a hole someone had made and rushed over, where a fish popped its head up, and it was a decent size. The child didn't think much. He just wanted to catch the fish. He crouched down, reached for it, slipped, and fell in. If it weren't for little Chio and the others, in the middle of winter when hardly anyone was outside, if no one had found him, Dog Egg's mother shuddered at the thought. In the countryside, giving a goose is a very big gift. Every family raises geese and usually doesn't want to kill them, only doing so for the new year or when important guests arrive. Old Lady Shin pushed Dog Egg's mother's hand. "Take it back. Keep it for your Dog Egg. He was in the river for so long. He needs to be well fed. We can't accept this goose. We're all from the same village, and anyone would have saved a child." Dog Egg's father said, "Aunt, if you don't accept it, we won't be able to sleep tonight. The kids saved my Dog Egg's life, and no amount of geese could repay that kindness." Their family was struggling, and the goose was all they could offer. Seeing they wouldn't take no for an answer, Old Lady Shin had to accept it. Once Dog Egg's parents saw Old Lady Shin accept it, they felt relieved. Dog Egg's mother squatted down, looking at White Radish like he was her own child, and even put a big red flower on him. "White Radish, I have to thank you. It's all thanks to you that you saved my Dog Egg. Here's some food I made for you." She sincerely thanked White Radish with sweet potato porridge, which was thick and had a small piece of meat. White Radish politely declined a few times, wearing the big red flower and grinning, then walked around the family before starting to eat the sweet potato porridge heartily. Dog Egg's mother held Shin Shiyu and Shun Qiu's hands, continuously thanking the two sisters. Of course, she didn't forget Gu Jiandong, who jumped in to save their Dog Egg without hesitation in the cold. Dog Egg's father said with a simple smile, "Jiandong, from now on, you are like Dog Egg's big brother. Whatever you want to play or do, just tell Dog Egg. If you say go east, he won't dare go west." Whenever someone came to express thanks, Lu Pantai would think of the ungrateful Zhou Jingchen. Look, anyone with a heart knows to show gratitude for saving a life. As for Zhou Jingchen, he came to thank them, but his attitude and demeanor were so unpleasant, showing no gratitude at all. Not only did Shin Shui save him, but she also had to serve him, which made Lu Pantai feel increasingly frustrated. No, once Zhou Jingchen is discharged, she needs to find an excuse to teach him a lesson. Dog Egg still needed care, so Dog Egg's parents expressed their gratitude and didn't stay long at the Shins. Old Lady Shin packed some meatballs and fried dough twists for them to take home for the kids. "We have food at home. No need," they insisted, as they were there to thank her, not to take her precious food. Old Lady Shin genuinely wanted to give it, and they couldn't refuse her, so they ended up taking the food home. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and they could occasionally hear firecrackers outside, set off by the kids. Shin Shiyu suddenly remembered she hadn't bought firecrackers for Gu Jiandong. No wonder he was so quiet. She rode her bike out and bought 2 boxes of firecrackers, 2 boxes of jumping crackers, 1 box of 2-legged kicks, and 2 boxes of scratch crackers. Only Shin Shiyu would spoil the kids like this. Others wouldn't buy so many firecrackers since they can't be eaten or used for anything other than making noise, which seems like a waste of money. After buying the firecrackers, she returned and took out the boxes. "Gu Jiandong, these are all for you. Are you happy?" Gu Jiandong's eyes lit up with joy, happy. Not just Gu Jiandong was happy. Shin Jiabao and the others were thrilled to see so many firecrackers and immediately said they wanted to go blow up cow dung. They invited Shin Shiyu to join, but she politely declined, fearing she might get splattered with cow dung. As soon as they left, the house became much quieter. Shun Shiyu craved braised pig's trotters, so she went to the kitchen to prepare 2 trotters. Outside the village, Gu Jiandong and Xin Jiabao were playing with firecrackers. Not far away, 5 men were chatting. These men were not from their Shenjiaba team. Gu Jiandong knew everyone in the village. These 5 had been hanging around near Shenjiaba for half a month. Whenever he appeared, their eyes were always on him. Gu Jiandong smiled innocently. Jiabao, Joey Jiagua, there are 2 piles of cow dung over there. Let's go blow them up. The 3 Shin brothers thought it was a great idea. Playing with firecrackers without blowing up cow dung didn't seem as fun. The 5 men saw Gu Jiandong and the others approaching, and one uncertainly spoke up. Big brother, they're coming over. Do you think they've discovered us? Huang Xian scolded quietly. Why are you panicking? We're just chatting here. We're not bothering anyone. Don't act like you're stealing chickens, sneaking around like this. It just makes people suspicious. Huang Xian didn't understand why the higher-ups sent these fools for such an important task. The 4 reached the spot Gu Jiandong pointed to. Sure enough, there were 2 piles of cow dung. Normally, people with cows would clean it up, but these 2 piles must have been missed. Shan Jiagua crouched down, stuck 2 scratch crackers into the dung, lit them with a match, and then ran far away. 10 seconds later, there was a loud bang, and the cow dung exploded, splattering everywhere, hitting the 5 men perfectly. Gu Jiandong smirked slightly, lit 5 scratch crackers, tossed them casually, and a gust of wind blew them onto the men's clothes. With a series of bangs, the men's clothes were blown into big holes, and their faces were covered in powder. The 5 men on lookout. They touched the cow dung on their faces and clothes, then looked down at their outfits. One angry younger brother immediately wanted to confront them. Huang Xian, fearing too much trouble would expose their identities, grabbed the furious younger brother. Let's go home and eat. Shun Jiabao and the others thought the 5 men were coming to confront them since they had blown up cow dung and accidentally ruined their clothes, leaving them covered in gunpowder. In the end, the 5 uncles left without saying a word, which puzzled Shin Jiabao and the others. Shun Jiagua muttered, why didn't the older brothers come to settle the score with us? After all, that cotton coat seemed quite new, and the cow dung, while not smelly, had gotten all over them, so they should be quite angry. Shun Jiabao and Joey thought for a moment, maybe they are kinder and don't want to argue with us younger ones. Gu Jiandong watched their backs, his lowered eyelashes hiding the coldness in his eyes. Huang Xian and his 4 little brothers walked for a while, and when they saw no one around, they stopped by a big tree. Little brother Liuzi said, Big brother, why did you pull me? Our clothes got ruined by their firecrackers. They should pay us. The people who came were stingy. They only gave them 1 cotton coat and didn't give them a dime, making them figure out their own food and drink. Now that the coat was ruined, these grown men had to patch it up themselves, which felt too frustrating. If I don't pull you, are you going to wait for them to come home and bring money for you? Even though they were villagers, they were cautious. What if an old lady came and asked them questions, and these fools gave the wrong answers and got caught? What if they ran into a troublesome old lady who lay down on the ground and claimed they pushed her, trying to extort money? They couldn't get involved with these people or resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Big brother, why are we watching a fool? What's so interesting about a fool? In this cold weather, they were hanging around here every day, freezing like fools, and hadn't seen anything wrong with the fool. Why ask so many questions? We just do what we're told. We can't show our faces for a few days. We'll wait a few days before coming back to watch. Huang Xian and his 4 little brothers returned to their hideout and began writing letters to report to their superiors about what they had seen while watching. They wrote 5 full pages, detailing everything Gu Jiandong did in a day, including his tone, actions, and expressions. Guessing that these 5 people were targeting him, Gu Jiandong didn't act recklessly. Outside, he played with the firecrackers with Shun Jiabao and the others, each carrying 2 fish as they headed home. Lu Panty, who was in the kitchen eating fried dough twists, saw the fish they were carrying and quickly ran over. Wow, how did you catch so many fish? Shun Jiabao scratched his head. We caught them with firecrackers. Oh wow, you guys are really skilled. Lu Panty smiled brightly. They had eaten together on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, and now the family had more fish for the celebration. She was pregnant now, and eating fish and drinking fish soup would be good for the baby. If she ate well, the child would surely be healthy and chubby. Previously, the fish gu jiandong caught had been made into salted and cured fish by Grandma Shen. They had fish at home, but fresh food was always better. Tonight, they already had pork rib soup, and Shin Shiyu had also braised 2 pig's trotters. The dishes were already plentiful, and they planned to eat the fish tomorrow on New Year's Eve. Outside was like a refrigerator. The fish could be placed in an empty bucket in the yard, and they would freeze soon. Yang Fongfong quietly asked, Mom, can I take a fish back to my family? Zhang Tsuetsue looked at her mother-in-law, and Grandma Shen smiled. There are so many fish, and some were caught by Jiabao and Joey. Just take one. You don't need to ask this old lady. Yang Fongfong picked a smaller fish. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Mom. I'm going back to my family now. Her family lived nearby, and they treated her well. Yang Fongfong often went back to visit them. She got along well with her sister-in-law, who had mentioned wanting fish soup. Her brother had gone out to catch a fish but hadn't succeeded, so when she saw her husband and his brothers bringing back so many fish, she took the chance to ask. Zhang Tsuetsue didn't mind her daughter-in-law going back to her family and taking things. Her daughter-in-law wasn't unreasonable, and her in-laws weren't the type to take advantage. Every time her daughter-in-law took something back, her in-laws made sure she didn't return empty-handed. Now that it was New Year, Zhou Jingchen and Xin Shui, who had spent over half a month in the hospital, decided not to lie down anymore. Jingchen, let's check out of the hospital. The New Year is coming. We can't stay here, Xin Shui said. After lying in the hospital every day, Xin Shui felt her injuries weren't that serious. The more she lay down, the worse she felt. Check out? How do we get home? Zhou Jingchen wanted to leave the hospital even more than Xin Shui did. While it was comfortable to lie there, it cost money. The longer they stayed, the more they had to pay for the hospital stay. They had no one to take care of them. Both were seriously injured and had to hire hospital aides, which added to the expenses. Thinking about it made his heart ache. The 400 yuan sent from home had already been spent on 300. He only had 100 left. His parents wouldn't let him withdraw from the hospital. They just wanted to pay him off with money. It seemed his parents really didn't care about him anymore. Did that mean he had to stay in the countryside forever? The thought of life in the countryside gave Zhou Jingchen a headache. Being forced to deal with country bumpkins for the rest of his life, scraping by in the fields, was unacceptable to him. It was all Xin Shui's fault. If she hadn't insisted on going down the mountain and recklessly charged at the wild boar, they wouldn't have been in this mess. She had the ability to provoke the wild boar, but not to kill it. He had never seen a woman so useless, even more so than him. They were both granddaughters of the Shin family. Xin Shiyu could knock down a wild boar, while Xin Shui could only scream. If Xin Shui had listened to him and called for help, they could have at least saved someone, and the Shin family would have been grateful to him. But this foolish woman wouldn't listen to him. Marrying such a woman was truly unfortunate for him. Xin Shui didn't know Zhou Jingchen was blaming her in his heart. With the help of the aide, she slowly got up. Jingchen, let's first handle the discharge procedures. Once we're discharged, there should be a sled outside to take us home. She didn't know what her mother was doing. When she was unconscious, her mother came to the hospital every day, but now that she was awake, she didn't come at all. She really didn't care about her daughter at all. When her Jingchen became the mayor, and she became the mayor's wife, she wouldn't treat her mother as kindly as in her dreams. You go handle it. Zhou Jingchen didn't want to move. He still needed help to walk. Without support, he couldn't walk at all. Xin Shui quickly completed the discharge procedures and even got 30 yuan back from the hospital fee, which she pocketed without planning to give to Zhou Jingchen. Her Jingchen didn't need that little bit of money. They were husband and wife. Jingchen's money was her money. If she gave it to him, he would just give it back to her, so there was no need to go through the trouble. Zhou Jingchen had no idea what she was thinking. If he knew she took his money without returning it, he would definitely demand it back from Shin Shui. Zhou Jingchen was annoyed. He didn't expect there would be leftover money from the hospital bill. When Shen Shui returned and asked him to pack up, he didn't move. You go find a ride. Call me when you find one. He didn't know if there would be a ride back to the village. If not, he would have to wait, possibly for half a day, with no sled in sight. Zhou Jingchen didn't want to go out and freeze. Seeing his attitude, Shen Shui felt wronged. In her dreams, he was always gentle with her, not like this. Shen Shui wanted him to comfort her, so she leaned in and said, Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen turned his face away. It's daytime. Stop acting silly. He thought he looked good, but with his face wrapped in bandages and messy hair, he didn't want to see himself. Go find a ride. I want to go home. Now that she had been discharged, the nurse wouldn't let him stay much longer. Finding a ride was the priority. This wasn't the time for affection. Zhou Jingchen ignored her, so Shen Shui had to lean on her crutch and slowly make her way outside. When she went down the stairs, a nurse helped her. Shen Shui's coat was thin and not warm. As she stepped outside, a cold wind nearly knocked her over. Shivering, Shen Shui moved slowly outside. After wandering by the roadside for over an hour, she finally spotted a sled. The sled was pulled by a cow, and the driver was an elderly man in his 60s. When Shen Shui asked, she learned he was from the neighboring village. She handed him 2 candies. Sir, I'm from Shenjiaba team. Could you take me and my husband? The old man looked at her, noticing her bandaged face and that she needed a crutch to walk. He thought it wouldn't be right to make her walk back. She might faint halfway, especially if it snowed again. It's on my way. Get in, girl. He looked behind her. Where's your husband? My husband is still in the hospital. His injuries are worse than mine. Sir, could you please make a detour to pick him up?
All right.
When they arrived at the hospital, Shen Shui got off the sled and struggled to climb the stairs to the 2nd floor. Jingchen, I found a ride. Let's go. Zhou Jingchen didn't move. You go call the nurse to help me down the stairs. With no choice, Shen Shui called the nurse, who helped Zhou Jingchen down to the 1st floor. Seeing Shen Shui struggling, the nurse went back to assist her. Zhou Jingchen had never been on a sled before and thought it looked worse than a bull cart. He stopped and shot a disapproving look at Shen Shui. Shen Shui, nearly blinded by the wind, didn't notice his gaze. Jingchen, get in. After finally finding a sled, she didn't want to keep the driver waiting. I can't get in without help. He looked at the old man holding the cow's reins. The old man, having seen many people in his lifetime, thought Zhou Jingchen's appearance was pitiful. If it were any other time, he would have just left. But seeing him injured, the old man kindly helped him onto the sled. The old man didn't put any blankets on the sled, so it was uncomfortable for both Zhou Jingchen and Shen Shui. Zhou Jingchen nudged Shen Shui with his elbow, urging her to think of a solution. But what could she do? Just getting a ride home was good enough. She couldn't ask for more. If the old man got annoyed and kicked them off, they wouldn't be able to walk back in their condition. The old man pulled the reins and asked Shen Shui, Girl, you both look unwell. Why didn't anyone come to pick you up from the hospital? Lucky for you to run into me. What would you have done if you hadn't? Shen Shui felt hurt by the question. My parents only care about my cousins. They treat me like I'm adopted. They never look after me. Whenever there's good food, they give it all to my cousins, leaving nothing for me. I don't know what it feels like to be full. My home isn't really my home. I grew up in a shed. My parents aren't my real parents. When my cousins bully me, they protect them and scold me. The old man wiped away a tear as he listened to Shen Shui's story. Poor child. At least you married a good man now. In Shen Shui's words, her family was terrible, but her husband was her only light. The old man's gaze toward Zhou Jingchen softened. Zhou Jingchen, hearing Shen Shui's exaggerated tales, rolled his eyes. He used to think she was kind and innocent, but now, he didn't want to say more. Being pregnant sometimes made her feel nauseous just looking at her husband. Lu Panting, who didn't want to see her husband at home, happened to spot Shen Shui and Zhou Jingchen returning on the sled. She felt a bit happy. The weather was nice, perfect for teasing Zhou Jingchen. Xin Shui also saw her mother and smiled at the old man. Actually, my mom is quite nice. She guessed I would be discharged today and came to pick me up. Is that person ahead your mom?
Yes.
As the sled stopped, Lu Panting approached. The old man, noticing her disheveled appearance, couldn't help but defend Xin Shui. What's wrong with you? Your daughter and son-in-law are seriously injured, and you didn't even come to the hospital? Luckily, you ran into me.
What would they have done without me?
A daughter is closer than any niece or nephew. Lu Panting was taken aback by the old man's sudden outburst. Sir, are you talking about me? The old man replied. Who else could it be? Lu Panting's mind raced, and she suddenly realized something. She looked at Xin Shui, who was staring at the ground, not daring to meet her gaze. Lu Panting understood. She must have been slandering me with this old man. Only Lu Panting was allowed to gossip. She wouldn't let anyone else do it. Angered, she pulled Xin Shui off the sled, making her fall into the snow, then yanked Zhou Jingchen down too. She even stomped on Zhou Jingchen's feet twice. Xin Shui, who cared deeply for Zhou Jingchen, felt the pain in her heart. What's wrong with you? They can't handle being treated like this in their condition. After kicking Zhou Jingchen, Lu Panting felt better and quickly wiped her tears. The old man was confused. He had been happy just moments ago. Why was she crying now? Sir, did this girl tell you I'm her mother? The old man replied. Yes, she did. Lu Panting wiped her tears again. Actually, she lied. I'm not her real mother. I'm just Aunt Lu from the same village. Her real mother. On a hot summer afternoon, Lu Panting seemed to remember something sad and choked up a bit. Her mother left on a hot summer day to save her. The old man was stunned. Not only was the old man stunned, but Xin Shui was also frozen in shock. Zhou Jingchen's expression was like this. The old man asked then, how can this girl say you are her mother? Lu Panting wiped her tears with a handkerchief, calmed herself down, and pointed to her head. She got kicked by a donkey and became silly, often mistaking me for her mother. When she talks about her mother, she really was a great mom, managing everything at home and outside. The villagers speak highly of her. Her family was poor, often going hungry. To save food for her daughter, she would only eat half a steamed bun a day, preferring to let her daughter eat well. When her daughter casually mentioned wanting sweet fruits, she would search all over the mountains for them, getting hurt by thorns on her hands and feet, but she didn't care. All the village kids wore patched clothes, but little Shui had none. Her mother wore patched clothes too, with not a single decent outfit. All the fabric she saved was used to make clothes for little Shui. She thought only of her child, doing her best to give her the best, swallowing all her grievances and hardships. I've never seen such a foolish woman or such a good mother. Unfortunately, good people don't live long. Little Shui got kicked by a donkey while trying to pull its hair. Her mother couldn't just watch her daughter get trampled, so she rushed in like a protective hen, shielding her daughter with her body. Lu Panting continued to wipe her tears. She was foolish enough to give her life for her daughter. She protected her daughter, but...
Sigh.
After her mother passed, little Shui was traumatized and got kicked in the head, sometimes being clear-headed and sometimes confused. Speaking of which, I, Aunt Lu, am kind-hearted too. We are from the same village, and I couldn't bear to see this child alone. Whenever she has difficulties, I help as much as I can. If I can't help, I just talk to her and encourage her. This child calls me Mom because she was touched by my kindness and truly sees me as her mother. She is a good child. It's a pity her judgment isn't great. She chose such a man. Xin Shui. She wanted to explain, but when she spoke, Lu Panting and the old man couldn't hear her over the wind. The old man was moved and wiped a tear, glancing at the young man lying in the snow, and quietly asked, "What's wrong with this man?" This girl said he was quite good. Lu Panting showed a complicated expression. This good-for-nothing is living off her. They say a life saved should be repaid with gratitude. Little Shui saved his life, and this scoundrel not only didn't repay her, but also tricked her with sweet words. Little Shui, confused, was deceived into marrying him, with no bride price, and he doesn't work, just lies around all day. Little Shui comes home from work and has to take care of this old man. Lu Panting went on and on about Zhou Jingchen's faults, even mentioning that he had no leg hair. The old man was shocked. I could tell right away this young man is no good. After saying that, the old man shot Zhou Jingchen a disdainful look. Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen watched Lu Panting slander him, wanting to argue back, but the wind was too loud. He was injured, and speaking made his wounds hurt more. He wanted to stand up and explain to the old man, but after being kicked by Lu Panting, he couldn't even crawl. He could only listen helplessly and frustrated as Lu Panting made up stories about him, feeling so stifled that he coughed up blood. Xin Shui, sitting across from him, looked worried. Jingchen, why are you spitting blood? Are you okay? Zhou Jingchen thought, how could she ask that? He was spitting blood. How could he be fine? This mother-daughter pair was so ridiculous. Having met these two, Zhou Jingchen felt he must have done something terrible in his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered them. They seemed to be here just to torment him. He thought this mother and daughter were born in the wrong era. If they lived in ancient times, they could have made a living just by telling tall tales. He had never seen anyone who could talk so much nonsense. The old man stepped back several meters. Your bleeding is none of my business. Lu Panting saw him spit blood and was completely unfazed. Uncle, it's fine. This person just likes to spit blood when he's not feeling well. If he doesn't spit, he feels uncomfortable. Young people are full of energy. Spitting a little blood isn't a big deal. The old man looked at Zhou Jingchen's pale face and thought it was a big deal. He looked like he could pass out at any moment. He decided he had heard enough gossip and needed to go home for dinner. If he stayed any longer, he might get into trouble. The old man hurried away with his ox cart. Xin Shui angrily kicked her mother. Mom, why are you talking nonsense? I'm your own daughter. What good does it do to slander me? Can't you bear to see me doing well? If that's the case, I won't live anymore. She didn't expect her mother to make up such ridiculous stories that even she got lost in them. And to slander her Jingchen, her mother was getting more shameless. Lu Panting loosened her belt. You don't want to live, huh? Then strangle yourself. I just want to eat, she added, and take your man with you. He annoys me. Xin Shui trembled, unsure if it was from the cold or anger. The belt was in front of her, and she didn't know whether to take it or leave it. While mothers worry about their children wanting to end their lives, her mother not only wasn't afraid of her wanting to die, but also handed her the belt, as if she was hoping she would. With a mother like this, Xin Shui felt like the most unfortunate person in the world. Lu Panting asked, are you going to die or not? Xin Shui. Mom, I want to go home. Can you help us get home, please? Sitting in the snow, she was freezing, and her fingers couldn't even bend. Honestly, if you don't want me to eat, don't say such things next time. It makes me happy for nothing. She reached out. I can help you go back, but it'll cost you $10 and Zhou Jingchen just 1 cent. Mom, you're robbing me. I'm your own daughter, and Jingchen is your son-in-law. What's wrong with you helping us a little? Why do you charge me so much, and only 1 cent for Jingchen? Is her mother out of her mind? Lu Panting made a face of disdain. That good-for-nothing Zhou Jingchen is cheap. He's only worth 1 cent. Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen didn't know whether to be happy or angry. After Xin Shui haggled, Lu Panting, being kind-hearted, agreed to charge her $9.99, while the price for helping Zhou Jingchen remained 1 cent. When Xin Shui took out $10 to give her mother, it hurt her heart. That amount could buy her so many things. As they walked, they were unsteady, and Lu Pantai asked for patience. Lu Pantai took the money and smiled as she helped Xin Shui and Zhou Jingchen back. However, she struggled to support Zhou Jingchen, who kept falling into the snow.
I'm sorry, Zhou Jingchen.
Aunt Lu is a bit unsteady while walking, so please bear with it. This wasn't just unsteadiness. It was clear that the village woman had a grudge against him and was doing it on purpose. Zhou Jingchen felt angry, but didn't show it on his face. He was worried that Lu Pantai's unsteadiness would cause him to fall. After falling several times, Lu Pantai finally helped him to their home. It had been a while since anyone lived there, so the house was quite dirty and no one had heated it, making it colder inside than outside. It was Lu Pantai's first time at their home. Zhou Jingchen had built a small adobe house with a straw shed outside for cooking. The room was really small. With a kong, a traditional heated bed, set up, there was barely enough space for one person to walk. Lu Pantai had to be careful not to bump her belly against the wall. Wow. Shen Shui, is this the big house your husband promised you? This place is smaller than my firewood shed. There's not even a cabinet. Oh, I forgot, you both only have 2 sets of clothes, so you don't need a cabinet. Lu Pantai was always complaining. This girl could have had a comfortable life but chose to marry Zhou Jingchen, living a life where they barely had enough to eat and no cooking pots. She must have lost her mind. If it weren't for needing her help to get inside, Shen Shui wouldn't want her mother in the house at all. She knew her mother would complain. Zhou Jingchen also looked unhappy. What was that expression on Lu Pantai's face? Was she blaming him for not providing Shen Shui with a bigger house? He managed to build an adobe house. What more could Lu Pantai want? If it weren't for wanting Shen Shui to have a better place, he would have built a thatched hut. Mom, this is just temporary. Zhou will be successful in the future, and I will live in a big building, with a car to take me around. Lu Pantai replied, Yes, Aunt Lu understands. Lu Pantai's dismissive attitude made Shen Shui feel frustrated. She glanced outside to see no one was around, then closed the door and mysteriously told Lu Pantai, Mom, I have a secret. I dreamed that Zhou would become the mayor. Zhou is the mayor, and I am the glamorous mayor's wife.
Liu Pantai responded, Aunt Liu understands.
In dreams, anything is possible. Now that we are home, you should lie down and sleep. In your dreams, you can be any kind of wife you want. Mom, even though it's a dream, I have a feeling it will come true. The images in her dream felt so real. Shen Shui believed it wholeheartedly. She knew she had chosen the right man. Lu Pantai replied dismissively, Sure, your husband is amazing and will shine. Don't just say mayor. He could be a high-ranking official. I won't disturb you, the mayor's wife, from dreaming. I'm leaving now. Mom, I'm not done yet. If Zhou becomes the mayor, you will be the mayor's mother-in-law. Just think about it. In the entire Shenjiaba village, you could walk around with pride. Even the county head would have to give you some respect. Imagine that life. Everyone would want to please you, and with just a glance, they would bow down to shine your shoes. This girl really thought she could charm her mother with such talk. Mayor? She was bold to think and say that. So, what do you want Aunt Lu to do? Shen Shui. Why was her mother not excited at all? Mom, don't you know what a mayor does? The position is very important and the salary is high. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Aunt Lu wants to go home and eat meatballs. Lu Pantai had just eaten a meatball before coming out, and Shen Shui could smell it. She was already craving it. Mom, please take some meatballs home for me and Zhou to eat. Once Zhou becomes the mayor and is successful, he won't forget his mother-in-law. After spinning such a tale, she was trying to trick her into bringing meatballs over. They didn't even have enough for their own family. 1 meatball costs 1 yuan. Mom, are you obsessed with money? Why do you keep talking about money? I'm your daughter. I'm injured. So shouldn't you bring me some good food? 1 yuan could buy over a pound of meat. Lu Pantai smiled kindly. Silly child, you forgot. Your mother went out to save you, and is now Aunt Lu. You can only maintain a relationship with Aunt Lu through money, understand? It was colder inside than outside, and without heating, they couldn't stay. Shen Shui pulled her mother. Mom, please help me heat the kong. Once it's warm, you can leave if you want. I won't even ask for meatballs anymore. Heating the kong costs 20 cents. Shen Shui. Shen Shui felt like she might faint from anger. Money, money, money. All her mother thought about was money, with no concern for her own daughter. Here you go. Lu Pantai held out 20 cents, smiling widely. She heated the kong for them, then left, saying, If you need help in the future, remember to find Aunt Lu. As soon as Lu Pantai left, Zhou Jingchen quickly shut the door with a loud bang. Lu Pantai didn't mind at all. Zhang Tsuetsue saw her come back with a smile and joked, "Oh, did you find money?" "I did find money." The money she got from Shin Shui was like finding money. Zhang Tsuetsue thought she was joking. These days, finding money was harder than dreaming. This time, Lu Pantai was clever. When she got home, she only took out 8 yuan, saying, "Here, this is what I earned today." "Did you trick Zhou Jingchen out of money again?" "I, Lu Pantai, am an honest person. I didn't do that." Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen came back, and they needed help walking. Kind-hearted Aunt Lu helped them and took them home, even heating their Kong. They appreciated me, but they didn't have much to give, so they used the simplest way to show their gratitude. Lu Pantai thought they still had money, so she planned to visit them more often. Shin Sanbua didn't say anything but looked at her pocket. He pulled out the remaining 2 yuan and 20 cents, handing her 2 dimes. "This is yours." She earned 10 yuan and 20 cents, and this man only left her with 20 cents. Lu Pantai instantly became unhappy. "That's too little. I want to buy some snow cream." Shin Sanbua would never give her money. This woman had money and was probably trying to trade it for tickets to buy what she wanted, spending without any sense. "I'll buy it for you."
Fine.
On Shin Shui's side, the Kong was heated and the room was warm. They felt comfortable lying down, but it wasn't long before they were both hungry and thirsty. In the hospital, they could call for help to get food, but now both were injured and found it hard to walk even a few steps. Neither wanted to move. Zhou Jingchen was really hungry and urged Shin Shui, "Shui, I'm starving. Please make something to eat." "Jingchen, you should start a fire. The water tank at home is frozen, and I need to get some water from next door." Shin Shui was not in a condition to carry water, and the well was quite far. Even if she got to the well, she wouldn't have the strength to draw water. She could only ask Aunt Yungui next door for some water. When Aunt Yungui saw her, she realized that the couple had been discharged from the hospital. Seeing her like this, Aunt Yungui filled a bucket of water for her and even helped carry it back. "They distributed grain at the team, so your family has to pay some money." That light remark hit Shin Shui like a stone. She grew up in the countryside, and after a year of hard work, not only did she not receive any money, but now she had to pay. It felt embarrassing to admit. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingchen didn't move at all on the Kong. Even when Shin Shui asked him to start a fire, he didn't. She felt wronged, but thinking about the scenes from her dreams quickly made her feel better. Jingchen was a person of great importance, someone who should be a mayor. He wasn't suited for these small tasks. She could handle them. With little food at home, Shin Shui boiled 2 sweet potatoes and 2 potatoes. That was their meal. When Zhou Jingchen opened his eyes and saw the sweet potatoes and potatoes, he felt annoyed. "Can't we have something else to eat? Why do we always have sweet potatoes and potatoes?" "Jingchen, this is all we have left, and this is what we eat in the countryside." Eating sweet potatoes and potatoes made Shin Shui feel full, but it was also because there was nothing else to eat. If they had fine grains or meat, she wouldn't settle for just these 2. It was a matter of choice. Go next door and trade for some eggs. If there's meat and white flour, get some too. The new year is coming. We should have something nice to eat. Shin Shui agreed, but didn't move, waiting for him to give her money. Zhou Jingchen knew she was waiting for him to pay, but he didn't want to talk about money. He noticed that Shin Shui still had money in her pocket. Go quickly. Ideally, Shin Shui's hospital expenses should have been covered by her parents, but they didn't care about her. He paid for her medical bills because they were married, and now he was down to very little money. He wanted to save. There was no way he would pay. He had no intention of spending money. Shin Shui, feeling wronged, took her cane and went next door to trade. Half an hour later, she returned with 10 eggs, half a pound of flour, and a little bit of meat. Zhou Jingchen was quite satisfied. Make a bowl of noodles and fry an egg. He needed to eat well to recover quickly from his injury. If he healed, he wouldn't be pushed around by Lu Pan anymore, which made him furious. "Jingchen, we've eaten enough. Let's save some for tomorrow. It's New Year's Eve." With the new year approaching, The sound of firecrackers could be heard. Shin Shui looked around their bare home and felt a moment of sadness. Every family was bustling with preparations for the new year, but this year she only had Jing Chen. Their house was quiet and empty, lacking any festive atmosphere. Jing Chen still had this attitude towards her. I want to eat now. A grown man couldn't be satisfied with just 2 sweet potatoes and potatoes. This woman just didn't want him to eat well. He wanted noodles, and Shin Shui wanted to eat too. She used the half-pound of flour. She just got to make 2 big bowls of noodles and fried 2 eggs. Why did you use all the flour? What will I eat tomorrow? He had just said he was full, yet she still cooked for herself. This woman was really something. Shin Shui replied casually, if you're hungry tomorrow, just go outside and eat some snow. Zhou Jingchen. Shin Shiyu, feeling full, took the opportunity to visit the cattle shed while everyone else was inside. Aunt Liang was busy making steamed buns, preparing to put them in the pot. When Shin Shiyu entered, she said, Aunt Liang, let's skip the steamed buns tonight and have meat buns instead. They had cooked pork rib soup at home. Shin Shiyu filled 3 bowls with hot water, ready to drink. Tao Tao hugged his sister's leg, his eyes sparkling. Sister is so nice. When I grow up, I'll buy meat buns for you too. Shin Shiyu handed a meatball to Tao Tao. He took it but didn't eat it right away. Instead, he split the meat bun in half and gave it to his grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, you eat first. Aunt Liang and Yang Zhen looked pleased, but at the same time, they felt guilty for burdening the child. Their little grandson was in a lively age, but because of their situation, he was sent here and had to stay in this smelly cattle shed every day. Seeing other children playing in groups, he could only watch from afar. Shin Shiyu took out a tin frog from her backpack. Tao Tao, look what this is. A frog. Yes, it's a frog. I bought it just for you. You're the only one in Shenjiaba Brigade who has this toy. She bought it at the supply and marketing cooperative, thinking Tao Tao would like it. Tao Tao indeed liked it. He held it for a while, then started playing with it on the Kong. What child doesn't love toys? Sister, this frog is so pretty. I like it. I'll buy you more toys next time I see them. The couple enjoyed their buns, smiling. Only when Shin Shiyu was around did the cattle shed have a brief moment of joy. Usually, the couple wore worried faces because of their son and daughter-in-law. Shin Shiyu often asked about Tao Tao's parents, but whenever she did, the couple would quickly change the subject to avoid the question. They never mentioned it, as they wanted to protect their granddaughter. If they talked about it, she might find a way to investigate which would draw attention. Whenever she asked, they silently agreed not to say much and repeatedly reminded their grandson not to talk about his parents. With the new year coming, they should eat well. Shin Shiyu brought over some meatballs and fried dough from home, along with 2 pounds of noodles and meat. Grandpa, Aunt Liang, please eat these first. Don't hesitate. If you finish, I'll bring more. Okay, this is enough for a week. We won't have to come to the cattle shed for a few days.
Got it.
It's cold, so make sure to keep the Kong warm. Don't be stingy with the firewood. Drink more ginger tea with brown sugar. It will warm you up. On New Year's Eve, the Shun family woke up early. Outside, it was lively, with children occasionally setting off firecrackers. The festive atmosphere was strong, unlike the quietness of the 21st century, where firecrackers had to be lit in designated areas. Old Man Shin took out red paper and spread it on the 8 immortals table. Come here, sweetheart. It's time to write couplets. Shin Shiyu didn't realize she could write in calligraphy until she remembered that the original owner could. In previous years, she had written the couplets. I'm coming. Now, the couplets needed to express positive sentiments. After thinking for a moment, Shin Shiyu dipped her brush in ink and swiftly wrote the couplets and the horizontal inscription. Her calligraphy was a beautiful blend of strength and grace, pleasing to the eye. The whole family gathered to admire her work, praising it. Lu Panting, who couldn't read, picked up the couplets and nodded seriously. These couplets are well written and meaningful. Uncle Shin asked, Can you read what's written? Lu Panting. Shin Shiyu was quite satisfied with her couplets, which her grandfather had taught her to write. Her grandmother even said that while Xin Shui and Xin Xiu were also in high school, they couldn't write, constantly praising her granddaughter's intelligence. After finishing their couplets, Old Man Shin called his eldest and second grandsons to take them outside and hang them up. Gu Jiandong, being taller, was assigned the task of putting up the couplets. Old Man Shin and the others stood in the middle, checking if they were straight. Shun Jiabao said, Jiandong, it's crooked. Move it a bit to the right. Shun Jiwei added, no, it should go a little more to the right. Gu Jiandong kept adjusting the couplets according to their instructions. Old Man Shin tapped the two grandsons with his smoking pipe. You two fools, do you know you're standing crooked? If you're looking at the couplets at an angle, how can they be straight? Step aside and stop causing trouble. The brothers chuckled and scratched their heads. We won't say anything. We won't say anything. Old Man Shin squinted. Jiandong, move the couplets a tiny bit to the right. Yes, just like that. Under Old Man Shin's careful guidance, Gu Jiandong successfully hung the couplets. Before long, Grandma Shen came over with more red paper. Shiyu, help Grandma write a couplet for her house. Writing one couplet was fine and writing two was also fine. Following Grandma Shen's request, Shin Shiyu waved her hand and quickly wrote on the red paper. 2 minutes later, Grandma Shin's couplets were finished. After the ink dried, she folded them and took them home to hang up. Just as Grandma Shen returned home, 2 more aunts came over with red paper, asking Shin Shiyu for help with their couplets. It was a simple task, and since they were neighbors, Shin Shiyu gladly helped. Shin Shiyu thought only 4 or 5 would ask for help, but soon over 10 aunts came, and she realized the situation was serious. Seeing her sister seem to have lost the joy of writing calligraphy, Shin Xiu brought her a glass of water. Sister, are you tired?
Take a break.
With everyone coming to the house for her to write couplets, the yard was bustling. Shin Xiu asked Shin Xiu to count how many more couplets she had to write. Sister, no need to count. You'll finish by 6 in the afternoon, just like every year. Finish by 6? Am I writing couplets for the whole village? Yes, sister. Don't you remember? Every year it's like this. Everyone comes to you because you write such beautiful calligraphy. Shun Qiu truly envied her sister. She could do everything, even write calligraphy, while she struggled. After a month of trying to learn from her sister, her own writing looked terrible. Shin Shi recalled that indeed, in previous years, everyone had asked her to write their couplets, and this year was no different. Actually, there were others in the village who could write couplets, including a couple of educated youth in the commune. Initially, many villagers sought them out, but the educated youth had a bit of arrogance, thinking they were more cultured, and their couplets weren't that great. They charged a high price, asking for an egg to write. Once people learned that the Shun family's eldest daughter could write well, they stopped asking the educated youth for help. It was better to let their own people earn the eggs. The Shin family was very friendly. Whether or not they received eggs didn't matter. They were happy to accept some homemade pickles or soy sauce in exchange. If only 1 or 2 people came to ask for their granddaughter's help, Old Man Shin and Grandma Shin wouldn't accept anything. But if the whole village came, they couldn't refuse. It was tiring for their sweetheart to write so many couplets. With so many couplets to write, Shin Shiyu felt like a robot, continuously writing. When her wrist finally ached, she completed the last couplet. The final aunt thanked her with a smile and took the couplets home to hang up. Shinshio came over. Sister, let me massage your arms and hands. This girl was very considerate. After her massage, Shinshiyu felt her hands were less tired. While Shinshiyu was busy writing couplets until her hands hurt, Gu Jiandong was also busy hanging red paper, killing geese, plucking feathers, kneading dough, and fetching water. To have a good new year and a hearty meal, there was a lot of work to do. Everyone in the Shin family had tasks. Even the little ones had to watch the fire by the stove. The little one was really clever. When the firewood in the stove was about to fall out, it would use its paws to push it back in. If the fire was about to go out, it would carry firewood in its mouth and put it in the stove. Shun Chunling said small fire, and it would take out a piece of wood. When she said big fire, it would put one in. Everyone in the family cherished its cleverness. While the Shin family was bustling, Shen Shui and Zhou Jingchen's side was eerily quiet. Shen Shui nudged Zhou Jingchen, who was sleeping soundly beside her. Jingchen, we haven't written our couplets yet. Can you wake up and write one? Zhou Jingchen didn't know how to write couplets, but as a young intellectual sent to the countryside, he thought that admitting he couldn't write would make him seem ignorant. He said, "My hand is injured right now. I can't even hold a pen. Just ask someone else to write." Who could write? That useless Shen Shui could. Asking her to write was worse than hitting her. Jingchen, your hand looks like it's better. Get up and try writing. There aren't many words in the couplets. You can finish it quickly. Zhou Jingchen's calligraphy would definitely be better than Shen Shui's. She could show it off and everyone would come to ask him for help, so they wouldn't have to worry about eggs. What kind of talk was that? Looks like it's better? Zhou Jingchen sighed. Shui, look at my hand. I can't even lift it, let alone write. Just let someone else write the couplets this year. Next year, I'll write them myself.
Well,
okay then. Shen Shui leaned on her cane and went next door to ask if there was any extra red paper. Aunt Yun Gui had bought some, but her son didn't know and bought more, so there was enough to exchange with Aunt Yun Gui. Shen Shui then went to the youth dormitory to ask an old youth for help with writing. She had to give an egg, which made Shen Shui feel a bit pained. The couplet wasn't very good, and she felt that giving away the egg wasn't worth it at all. But there was no choice. She couldn't write it herself, and Jing Chun was still injured. On her way back, Shen Shui unconsciously took a different route. When passing the Shen family's house, she heard laughter and joy from inside, which felt a bit harsh to her. Really, it was just the new year. Was it necessary to be so happy? She paused, thought about going in, but was afraid they would say something cold to her. Leaning on her cane, she slowly made her way to Shun Erju's house. Second grandpa, we haven't picked up our grain yet. Can you ask fourth brother to help bring it to our house? Seeing her like this, Shun Erju naturally agreed. Grandma Shin even brought out a bowl of fried peanuts, saying, I just fried these. They're still warm.
Take them home to eat.
Shen Shui sniffed the aroma coming from the kitchen. Grandma, is there meat stewing in the kitchen? Can you pack some for me? This girl really had thick skin. Who would dare to ask for meat like that? There's only a little meat in the kitchen, not enough for our family. Just take the peanuts home. Fourth brother will bring your grain later. Wait a minute, you need to pay back the money your family owes the team. Second grandpa, we're in a tough spot. Shen Shui tried to delay, but Shun Erju interrupted her. Aunt Lu said you two have money. Shen Shui. Honestly, she had never seen such a mother. Shun Erju calculated the amount, and reluctantly, Shen Shui took out the money. Every household had put up couplets, but her family hadn't yet. When she got home, she called for Zhou Jingchen to get up. Jingchen, I had someone write the couplets. Get up and put them up. Jingchen got up reluctantly to put up the couplets, but they were crooked, looking quite off. Jingchen, the couplets are crooked. Can you fix them? After much effort, Jingchen finally got the couplets up, but he wasn't willing to redo it. Weakly, he said, Shui, my wound hurts and I have a headache. I need to rest for a bit. Why don't you do it yourself? Shen Shui had walked a long way, and her wounds hurt badly too. Climbing the ladder was difficult, and she couldn't stand steadily. What if she fell? Actually, it's not that crooked. Let's leave it like this. When Shun Jiejun brought the grain over, he saw the crooked couplets, and his expression was hard to describe. Shui, do you want me to fix your couplets? Yes, please. Thank you, fourth brother. Shun Jiejun fixed the couplets and was about to go home when Shen Shui stopped him. Fourth brother, can you help us carry 2 buckets of water? Jing Chun and I are injured and can't do it. Shun Jiejun went to fetch water and filled their water tank. Shen Shui stopped him again. Fourth brother, our roof hasn't been cleared of snow for days. I'm worried it might collapse from the weight. Shun Jiejun looked at the roof and saw a thick layer of snow. He borrowed a ladder from next door and climbed up to help clear it. After clearing the snow from the roof, Shen Shui asked him to clear the snow from the yard too. Shun Jiejun. Seeing they were injured, he agreed and borrowed a shovel to clear the snow from the yard. Fourth brother, you're so nice. You're the only one who treats me like a sister. Unlike eldest brother, second brother, and third brother, they're as cold as the winter snow. When I ask them for help, they ignore me. You're the best. Shun Jiejun glanced at her. Don't talk bad about them behind their backs. They've helped you a lot. Shun Shui. After clearing the yard, Shun Shui still wanted him to chop firewood. He had a lot to do at home, so Shin Jiejun had to prioritize his own tasks. I have things to do at home. I'll come help you chop wood another time. What does come help you another time even mean? She was clearly their sister, yet none of them treated her like one. They wouldn't even help her with a little work. People say that when you marry, your family supports you, but her family was just nearby, and it felt like they didn't exist. Her relatives didn't treat her like family. Once Jing Chun became the mayor and she became the mayor's wife, these people would come to her, and she wouldn't pay them any attention. Sweetheart, get some flour out.
Got it.
Tonight, they were making dumplings. Grandma Shun felt they were making too few. Just her sweetheart could eat over 20, and Jiandong could eat 30 or more. Calculating like this, it wouldn't be enough. Shun Shiyu brought out 2 pounds of flour. Grandma, is this enough? Enough. Today, Zhang Cui and her sisters-in-law had smiles on their faces. This year, their mother-in-law was really generous, making so many dumplings that they could all eat their fill. The dumplings were being made in the living room, with the whole family gathered around the 8 immortals table, working together. Everyone had different ways of making dumplings, and there were all sorts of shapes, which was quite cheerful to see. Once the dumplings were in the pot, the plump, white dumplings floated in the water. Lu Pan-tai kept staring at the dumplings, wanting to sneak one when Grandma wasn't looking. Grandma Shin shooed her out of the kitchen. Go wait outside to eat. She wanted to take them out before they were cooked, not caring about getting a stomachache. Lu Pan-tai didn't want to go out. With her sisters-in-law there, what if Grandma favored them and gave them extra dumplings? She pushed the radish away from the fire and sat by the stove, claiming she was watching the fire, but her eyes were fixed on the dumplings in the pot. Once the dumplings were done, she immediately stood up. Mom, let me serve the dumplings. You and my sisters-in-law can wait outside. If she served, she could use her own big bowl for her share. Grandma Shin knew her well and held onto the ladle. Get out of the way, don't make a mess. Don't think Lu Pan-tai is bad at counting other things. She was very precise when it came to food. Mom, you put 2 extra dumplings in this bowl. Grandma Shin, this bowl is for your dad. What? Can I have 2 extra dumplings? Of course, you can eat as many as you want. Mom, you put 3 extra dumplings in this bowl. Grandma Shin, this is for your dad. With so many dumplings, Grandma Shin was too lazy to count, just watching as they were served. With Lu Pan-tai around, if there was 1 extra or 1 less, she would speak up. Grandma Shin distributed each bowl evenly. Seeing that Grandma Shin didn't give her brothers and sisters-in-law extra dumplings, each bowl was the same. She couldn't stop smiling. Mom, I'll serve the soup later. She was very precise when serving soup. There was a big pot of soup, and you could drink as much as you wanted, but this woman insisted on sharing. Grandma Shin divided the dumplings and handed her a spoon. Lu Pan-tai held the spoon like she had great power, filling a big bowl of soup for herself and her man. Uncle Shin said, "Did you just take all the soup from the pot? This is our soup, hurry and drink it. It's really good." Uncle Shin didn't want to drink the soup, he wanted to eat dumplings first. If he filled up on soup, how could he eat dumplings later? Tonight, there was not only soup but also fish and stewed goose. Lu Pan-tai drank 2 big bowls of soup by herself. Grandma Shin said, "Let's eat," and after burping, she realized she shouldn't have drunk so much soup. Having filled up on soup, how could she eat meat and dumplings? She pinched Uncle Shin. Shin Xiangxi, why didn't you stop me from drinking the dumpling soup? I couldn't stop you. If I did, you would say I was not letting you and our son eat well. Liu Bandai. Lu Pan-tai was annoyed. Sitting down, looking at the delicious dishes on the table, she wanted to eat, but her stomach was full of soup and couldn't hold anything else. Shin Shiyu took a bite of a dumpling filled with chives and eggs, which she loved. The dumplings were chewy, homemade, and had a taste of home and happiness. Shin Shiyu ate 10 dumplings in one go. Gu Jiandong, sitting next to her, occasionally served her meat and watched her with a smile in his eyes. The stewed goose was from the goose brought by Dog Egg's parents, cooked with dried beans, potatoes, and vermicelli. Half was taken out for Shin Jiagua to bring to Dog Egg's house. The other half was for their family.
With so many people, just 2 pieces of meat each would be gone.
Shin Shiyu enjoyed the goose meat, and at home, there was still a big goose. In a few days, she would ask her grandma to stew another one. This meal was the best of the year, with fish, goose, and dumplings. Zhang Tsuetsue and the others were too busy eating to talk. Grandma Shin looked at her third daughter-in-law. Why are you sitting there so quietly? Why aren't you eating? Usually, when there's something good to eat, her hands are the fastest, and before she finishes chewing, she's already thinking about getting more. Mom, I'm full from the soup and can't eat anymore. Lu Pantai touched her uncooperative stomach, wondering why it could hold so little. With such delicious food in front of her, she couldn't eat, and it felt terrible. Uncle Shin ate dumplings heartily, Mom. Don't worry about her. She almost drank all the soup from the pot. It's no wonder she's not hungry. Shin Chunling, Zhang Tsuetsue, and Li Caixia all laughed. Shin Xiu laughed heartily. Third aunt, you really love dumpling soup, don't you? Ignoring the dumplings and so much food to fill up on soup was too funny. What could Lu Pantai say? She couldn't admit she was greedy. Seeing them eat so happily, she went back to her room. The family sat around the 8 immortals table, chatting and laughing, as it started to snow again. Shin Shiyu, feeling full, moved a stool outside, holding the soup pot, sitting under the eaves, looking up at the sky. After midnight, it was the first day of the new year. In the blink of an eye, she had been in this era for half a year, and she had gotten used to this life. From the bottom of her heart, she considered this her home. But late at night, Shin Shiyu still wanted to go back to the 21st century. She missed her parents and wondered what they were doing. Without her, they must be crying while holding her photo. In the 21st century, in a villa, a middle-aged couple looked at a photo, sometimes crying, sometimes smiling. Dad Shin looked up, trying not to let his tears fall, patting his wife's shoulder. Don't cry. Xiaoyu is lucky. She must be doing well where we can't see her. We just need to take care of ourselves so she won't worry. Mom Shun held a jewelry box. Why did she leave so quickly, without a word? We didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. The gold I saved for her, I haven't even given it to her yet. Her dad was a fortune teller, and when she was born, he did a reading and immediately told them with a serious face that their daughter didn't belong here. Mom Shin thought he was just being superstitious and didn't take it seriously. Their daughter was born from her. How could she not belong here? Until 6 months ago, when they couldn't contact their daughter and couldn't find her in her room. After checking the surveillance, they saw her come home from work and never come out again. There were no signs of anyone else entering the house. They reported it to the police, but the police couldn't find anything. A living person just disappeared after entering the house. The couple drove back to their hometown overnight and asked the old man who lived in the mountains. He said, it was time. Xiaoyu returned to her world. Dad and Mom Shin were confused and couldn't accept it. This was too strange. Their daughter was born and raised by them. How could she not belong here? Mom Shin cried, begging the old man to find a way to bring their daughter back. The old man sighed, saying it was fate and he couldn't change anything. At his age, he still had to comfort his daughter and son-in-law. Over time, the couple accepted the fact that their daughter had gone to another world, but they often asked the old man if she was doing well. The answer was always positive, and the couple felt less sad. As long as their daughter was happy, what did it matter if she was with them or not? Maybe one day they would meet again. Shiyu, what are you thinking about? Gu Jiandong's voice pulled Shin Shiyu back to reality. She shook her head and smiled. Gu Jiandong, are you happy for the new year? Gu Jiandong shook his head and nodded. I'm happy and not happy. I'm happy to be with you, but I'm not happy that my parents aren't here. When I get the chance, I'll take you to meet your parents. Tonight was New Year's Eve. Shun Jiabao, Jiai, Jiagua, and Gu Jiandong made several ice lanterns. Now that it was dark in New Year's, they took out candles and placed them inside the carved hollows, lighting the candles. It made for a beautiful ice lantern. Gu Jiandong could carve, and the ice lantern he made looked like a white radish. The white radish circled the ice lantern, sniffing and touching it with its paws, spinning around for a long time. Now there were no colored lights. Just putting candles inside made the ice lantern look great. With the ice lanterns, the yard was quite bright. Shin Xiu rode her bike around the yard for a while, then brought out the dog sled, harnessing it to the white radish, sitting on the sled and spinning around in the yard, filling the yard with their laughter. Shin Xiu thought she really needed a camera. If she had one to capture this moment, when she got older, she could look back at the photos and remember. The family stayed up until midnight. Grandpa Shun and Grandma Shun happily took out the prepared red envelopes for the children. Come here, everyone. Take your red envelopes. In the new year, I wish you all a better life, good food, good drinks, and no worries. Uncle Shun and Zhang Tsuetsue said in unison, Happy New Year, Mom and Dad. We wish you good health. Shin Shiyu and Shun Jiabao added, Happy New Year, Grandpa and Grandma. We wish you long life and happiness as vast as the East Sea. Seeing the children in front of them offering blessings, the elderly couple smiled so much that their wrinkles piled up. Surrounded by their children and grandchildren, this was their happiness. After giving out the red envelopes, it was Uncle Shin and Zhang Tsuetsue's turn. By the end of the round, Shin Shiyu had received 6 red envelopes. Gu Jiandong received his red envelope and gave all of it to Shin Shiyu. Shin Xiu looked at her brother, hoping he would share his red envelope with her. Shun Jiagua also wanted to save some money, but he pretended not to see his sister's obvious hint. Shin Xiu, holding her red envelope, grinned widely and pulled Shin Shiyu back to their room to open the envelopes. Grandpa Shun and Grandma Shun gave 50 cents, which was quite generous in the countryside at that time, especially since their family was large. The red envelopes from the first, second, and third families, as well as from Shun Chunling, were only 10 cents. Shun Tro opened her red envelope, counted the money, put it back, and happily stuffed it into her pocket, thinking about how to spend it. Shin Shiyu enjoyed the process of opening red envelopes. With Gu Jiandong giving her his share, she had 12 envelopes to open, satisfying her craving for the activity. After opening the envelopes, Shin Shiyu felt a bit sleepy. Having gotten used to sleeping early since coming here, it was already past 1 o'clock, and she needed to sleep. Seeing her older sister was tired, Shin Shiyu wisely went out and even closed the door behind her. Gu Jiandong didn't need her to read stories to help her sleep. When Shun Shiyu covered herself with the blanket, she opened her eyes to find it was New Year's Day. Outside, the sound of firecrackers filled the air. Shun Shiyu didn't find it noisy at all. In fact, she loved the sound of firecrackers. Happy New Year, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt. Good morning, dear. Happy New Year. Grandma Shin and the others were warming themselves in the kitchen. After washing up, Shin Shiyu joined them to warm up. Gu Jiandong and the radish were not home, so Shin Shiyu asked, Where did Gu Jiandong go? Jin Bao came to find Jiandong. The 2 kids went out visiting. Just before breakfast, Gu Jiandong returned, carrying a bulging cloth bag. When Shin Shiyu saw it was full of food, including peanuts and sunflower seeds, she was surprised. Lu Pantai's eyes widened. So much food. The villagers were really generous to this child. Other kids wouldn't receive so much when visiting. Shin Shiyu thought it was a lot. That big bag of food could last them half a month. Gu Jiandong hung the cloth bag around Shin Shiyu's neck, saying, Shiyu, you eat. Shin Shiyu took out a few peanuts. You should keep it in your room and eat it when you want. Gu Jiandong's room was never short of food. His cupboard was full of snacks that Shin Shiyu had bought for him. Shin Shiyu genuinely worried about the child going hungry. Whenever she saw food at the supply store or on the black market, she would buy it to keep at home. Not long after he returned, some little kids came to say good luck. Grandma Shun had prepared plenty of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and hard candies. When the kids came over, she would grab a handful of these treats for them. New Year was the happiest time for little kids. They had good food, received red envelopes, and the adults at home wouldn't scold them for making mistakes, which made them very happy. Knowing that Jiandong had firecrackers to play with, a group of kids pulled him outside before they even had breakfast. Gu Jiandong wasn't just playing with these energetic kids. He was quietly observing if there were any suspicious people around Shenjiaba. The 5 people hadn't come back. He hadn't seen them in the past few days. At noon, Gu Jiandong went to the police station. He didn't enter through the front door, but climbed through the window into Du Chongtian's office. Du Chongtian wasn't surprised to see him. This was how he had entered last time. Gu Jiandong made a call to the military, and after finishing, he wished Du Chongtian a happy new year. He came quietly and left quietly. On New Year's Day, everyone was happy, except for Xin Shui and Zhou Jingchen. In the past, when Xin Shui was at home, she didn't have to do much work. During the new year, she received red envelopes, and the house was lively with lots of good food. She didn't have to worry about anything. Today, she and Zhou Jingchen were in the house, feeling lonely. The new year felt just like any other day, but there was a difference. Both of them were disabled and struggled to walk. Even thinking about making something to eat was difficult. Zhou Jingchen heard the sound of firecrackers outside and found it annoying. Seeing Shen Shui cooking sweet potatoes and potatoes made him even more frustrated. Eating these things on New Year's Day would make him a laughingstock. Shui, it's New Year. We should at least visit Grandpa and Grandma and say some good wishes. Let me accompany you back to your family. Jingchen, let's go tomorrow. We'll visit on the second day. My parents will definitely be happy. Shen Shui thought that visiting on the second day was their custom. They would go, and her parents wouldn't turn them away. On New Year's, everyone welcomed visitors. After eating sweet potatoes and potatoes, they lay on the Kong. On the morning of the second day of the new year, they struggled with their canes to walk to Shun's house. Lu Pantai looked at them with surprise. Oh my, why are you two here? Do you know what day it is today? It's the day for daughters to visit their families. Why are you at my house? Don't you have your own family? Mom, Happy New Year. You kids. Why do you call me Mom as soon as your lips touch? Although Aunt Lu is kind and smart and speaks nicely, it's not surprising you want to call me your real mother. But Aunt Lu has principles. I won't be a mother I shouldn't be. Xin Shui. Zhou Jingchen had brought something this time. He had brought the meat that Xin Shui exchanged with Aunt Yin Gui from next door. Aunt Lu, this is the meat that Shui and I specially bought for you and Uncle. Zhou Jingchen didn't dare to call Lu Pantai Mom, nor did he want to. A village woman wasn't worthy of that title. Lu Pantai frowned at the small piece of meat, clearly displeased. Although life was tough, no one brought such a small amount of meat to her house. Take this little bit of meat back. I can't accept it. Mom, this is our gift to you. Oh, dear. I can't accept your kindness. Take it back. While they were talking at the door, Uncle Shin Sen came out. What are you two doing here? Shin Shui's eyes were red. Dad, Jingchen and I have come to wish you and Mom a Happy New Year. I wish you both good health and all the best. Uncle Shin looked at the door and then around. Who are you calling Dad? Don't go around claiming relatives. Call me Uncle. I, Shin Xiangxi, am just an ordinary person and can't be your dad. It must be said, sharing a bed, their words were quite similar. Lu Pantai wanted them to go back, but the two had no intention of leaving and hobbled in with their canes. It was New Year's, so they couldn't say anything rude. Uncle Shun and Lu Pantai let them in. Having been in the hospital for so long, this was the first time Xin Shi saw them after they were discharged. Both had their heads wrapped in bandages and were shaking with their canes, looking like elderly people in their 80s. No wonder they were the main characters in the original story. Their strong will to live was impressive. If 2 wild boars attacked them, they would likely end up in the hospital for a month and come out as good as new. Seeing Xin Shi dressed warmly in a military coat, with a hat on and thick cotton shoes, Xin Shui felt jealous. Compared to Xin Shiyu, she looked like a beggar. Li Saixia didn't recognize them at first and thought they were relatives from someone else's family, greeting them warmly to come inside. Shin Xiu said, "Mom, this is Zhou Jingchen and Shin Shui." Li Saixia smiled. "Oh, it's Zhou and Shun. Have you eaten? If not, go home and eat." Zhou Jingchen. What kind of hospitality was this? He thought Li Saixia would invite them to stay for a meal. In the main room, there were peanuts, sunflower seeds, and dried sweet potatoes. The sunflower seeds were roasted and smelled good. Shin Shui grabbed a handful of seeds as soon as she entered, while Zhou Jingchen ate peanuts. Old Shin and Old Lady Shin thought guests had come, but when they saw it was just Shin Shui and her husband, they said nothing. Seeing her grandparents, Shin Shui stood up shakily. "Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year. Jingchen and I have come to wish you a Happy New Year." Old Shin replied calmly, Happy New Year. At least her grandpa acknowledged her, which made Shin Shui quite happy. "Grandpa, Jingchen and I will keep you company for lunch." Old Shin. "We already ate. Then we'll keep you company for dinner." After all, she and Jingchen were going to eat here, and no one could drive them away. The Shun family. The Shin family couldn't be bothered to deal with them and returned to their rooms, preferring not to see or hear them. Only Lu Pantai remained in the main room. Seeing Shin Shui munching on the seeds so happily, she realized Shin Shui hadn't eaten enough at home. "What's wrong? Your husband is so capable. Yet he didn't fill you up?" "I ate enough, but I like the sunflower seeds from home."
You can tell they are roasted by you.
Lu Pantai replied. These were roasted by Gu Jiandong. Shin Shui. She stopped eating the seeds, fearing that the fool would go crazy if he found out she ate his roasted seeds. Lu Pantai was going back to her family today and didn't have time to chat with Shin Shui. "Aunt Lu is going back to her family today, so I won't stay here to listen to your stories. I'm leaving now." "Mom, why would you go back to the Lu family? They're just a bunch of leeches." Bringing things back to her family was not as good as giving them to her daughter. She couldn't understand why her mother willingly took things back to the Lu family while ignoring her own daughter, always referring to Lu auntie and distancing herself. Her mother was the one who had lost her mind. Lu Pantai put her hands on her hips. "I'm not the same Lu Pantai as before. I've grown a new brain. I can tell what the people across from me are up to. Who dares to suck my blood?" Uncle Shun came out with 2 red envelopes for Shin Shui, each containing a small amount of money, just 10 cents. The red envelopes symbolize good luck. In the new year, Uncle Shun hoped Shin Shui would do well. "The life you have now is your own choice. If you live well, Aunt Lu and I won't cling to you. If you don't, we won't interfere. Just take care of yourself." Shin Shui held the red envelopes, feeling a bit touched.
"Dad."
This girl really knew how to sweet talk. Lu Pantai worried her husband would be fooled by Shin Shui and pulled him out the door. "Dad and Mom, Jingchen and I have come to wish you a Happy New Year." In previous years, on the second day of the new year, when the Lu family heard Lu Pantai and her husband had returned, everyone would come out smiling to greet them. This year, when the Lu family heard Lu Pantai's voice, no one moved. Since Lu Pantai got pregnant, she had changed, speaking sharply and making everyone uneasy. Out of 10 times they asked her for something, 9 times she would refuse. The Lu family thought she wouldn't come back this year. Her husband came along, but they showed no sign of acknowledgement to their father-in-law and mother-in-law. If word got out, others would think the Lu family was rude. Old Lu nudged Old Lady Lu. "Go out and greet them with a smile. At least offer a glass of water to our son-in-law and let him sit for a bit before asking him to chop wood and fetch water." Old Lady Lu went out with a slight smile. "Pantai, Xiangxi, you're back. Have you eaten? If not, I'll cook for you." In the past, Lu Pantai would have said they had eaten to avoid making her mother busy, but this year was different. She came home to eat. "Mom, neither Jingchen nor I have eaten. Do we have any meat at home? Please cook us a couple of meat dishes. You know the conditions at home. Where's the meat? There are only 2 steamed buns left in the pot. You can have those, and later when you go back, you can cook for yourselves." Lu Pantai sat in the main room, poured herself a bowl of hot water, and then poured a bowl for Uncle Shin. "Mom, don't fool me. I know if there's meat at home. I walked around the village, and everyone knows Jingchen and I are here to wish you a happy new year. They said when they killed the New Year pig, our family got 2 pounds of meat, and Dad even hunted 2 rabbits. In a family that cares for their daughter like ours, if the daughter returns home on the second day of the new year without any meat dishes to welcome her and her husband, people will laugh at us behind our backs. This girl knows everything, Old Lady Lu thought angrily.
Cook you meat?
Why should I? Old Lady Lu reached for the gifts they brought, lifting the black cloth covering them to find 3 medium-sized stones inside. Pantai, where's the stuff? Why did you fill the basket with stones? Are you just being silly? Lu Pantai leaned back on the bench. I didn't bring anything. The stones are to show everyone that I'm a dutiful daughter, bringing a heavy basket of things to see you and Dad. Hearing her words, Lu's wife was so angry she almost jumped up, and Lu's husband was so furious his hand shook while holding his smoking pipe. They were counting on Lu Panting to bring good things from her in-laws, so they could have a nice new year. Lu Panting was the daughter who married the best among the family, and in previous years, she always brought back the most. This year, she brought nothing and even pretended to bring a few broken stones to annoy them. Lu's husband really wanted to hit her with his shoe sole. Lu's wife pressed her finger on her upper lip several times to calm herself down. Lu Panting seemed unaware of how upset her mother was and urged her, "Mom, my husband and I are hungry. Hurry up and cook. If you don't, I'll cook myself." There was meat hanging from the kitchen beam, and if that stubborn girl started cooking, she might finish off all the meat. With a long face, Lu's wife said, "You all find something to do. I'll cook the meat for you." There was no way she would do any work. Lu Panting came to eat and take things home. She looked around the yard and finally spotted 2 rabbits by the woodshed. "Xiangxi, when we go home later, let's take these 2 rabbits. We'll have rabbit meat for dinner tonight."
Okay.
After arranging for the rabbits, Lu Panting went to the kitchen and saw her mother cutting a tiny bit of meat and some potato strips to fry. If her eyesight were any worse, she might not even see where the meat was. Lu Panting took the meat down, grabbed a knife, and cut 3 thick slices of meat, tossing them into the pan. She was too quick for Lu's wife to stop her. "What are you doing? Cutting so much meat? Your father, brother, and nephew haven't eaten yet. What they eat is none of my business. I came all this way to my family, so I deserve to eat well." With such a reckless daughter, Lu's wife wanted to kick them out right then. Once the dish was ready, Lu's husband came out. Before he could sit down, Lu Panting had already finished all the meat in the bowl, leaving not a single piece. Lu's husband, who was about to sit down to eat, was speechless. Lu Panting was really pushing it. Normally, Lu's husband would have hit her with his shoe sole, but since it was New Year's, he held back his anger, knowing that yelling would bring bad luck to the family. Despite claiming to break feudal customs, everyone still believed in these things. During holidays, they often secretly burned paper for their ancestors. Panting, "Why are you eating so fast? Aren't you afraid of choking? Your parents are old. They can't compete with you for food." Lu Panting swallowed the last piece of meat. "Of course, you don't want me to eat meat." Lu's husband and wife were speechless. Uncle Shun didn't move his chopsticks. He came with his wife mainly to prevent Lu's family from bullying her. Seeing the old couple so upset, Uncle Shun signaled her to take it easy. Lu Panting knew her parents' health best. Even though they complained about aches and pains, if there was money to be picked up 100 meters away, they could jump 3 feet high to get it. Their health was just fine. Lu Panting cleared the bowl of potato slices, which were stir-fried with fatty meat, full of flavor. After eating her fill, she wiped her mouth and said, "Mom and Dad, Happy New Year. I wish you good health. Xiangxi and I are heading back now." She went to the woodshed to put the 2 rabbits into a backpack and ran off. The rabbits had been placed in the woodshed by her eldest son. At first, the couple didn't know what she was doing, but when they saw the rabbits in her backpack, Lu's wife was so angry she jumped up. "Lu Panting, stop. Those are wild rabbits your father worked hard to catch. You can't take them." Lu's husband chased after her, shouting, "Lu Panting, are you trying to rebel? Do you still want to come back to this home?" If you take those rabbits, don't expect your family to support you when you're bullied at your in-laws. Lu Panting didn't care about them and ran off with Uncle Shin. The old couple chased for about 10 meters, but seeing them getting further away, they knew they couldn't catch up and could only curse under their breath. Shin Shui and Zhou Jingchen had been sitting at the Shin family's house for a long time, and no one paid them any attention or offered to cook for them. It was actually very cold sitting in the main room, and neither of them had thick enough clothes. Zhou Jingchen was a bit better off since Shin Shui had taken the cotton from her coat and stuffed it into his. He felt a little cold, but could still bear it. Shin Shui was not so lucky. After sitting for a long time, she felt cold all over, and her hands and feet were numb. Jingchen, I'm so cold. Let's go back. She realized that none of her family cared for her. They were as cold as ice, never treating her like family. Since that was the case, she wouldn't feel guilty about being harsh in the future. Zhou Jingchen also couldn't stay any longer. He thought that even if the Shin family was mad at Shin Shui and disliked him, they would at least prepare a meal for them during the new year. They could have given them some soy sauce or pickled vegetables to take back. But to his surprise, not only did the Shin family not cook for them, but they also ignored them, as if they were invisible. In the eyes of the Shin family, they were even less valuable than a big black dog. At mealtime, the dog would get sweet potato porridge, while they couldn't even get half a sweet potato. A big black dog waddled in, looking at them with disdain, turned around, and ran out after 2 seconds. Shin Shui suddenly covered her nose. It stinks. Jingchen, do you smell that? Zhou Jingchen also covered his nose. Yes, it's the dog that the fool raised farting. Shin Shui's gaze fell on the big black dog rolling in the snow in the yard, and she was so angry she could spit fire. That darn dog was as annoying as the fool. The two of them leaned on their canes and shakily walked out of the Shin family's house. At the door, they ran into Gu Jiandong, who was coming back. They were so startled they almost fell over. They had been thrown into the ditch by Gu Jiandong several times and were still haunted by it, especially Zhou Jingchen. He was terrified of the fool throwing him into the ditch again. Zhou Jingchen's legs trembled. Gigi Gu, Happy New Year. Gu Jiandong glanced at them and walked into the yard, completely ignoring them. Instead, the big black dog came out, grinning wickedly, and swung its head, knocking Zhou Jingchen's cane away. Without the support of his cane, Zhou Jingchen fell flat on his face into the snow.